North Korea's foreign policy under Kim Jong-il. Chapter 1. Introduction. Taewon Kwak and Seung Hoju. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, or North Korea, joined the ranks of nuclear powers in October 2006 when it exploded its first nuclear device. The test, which was partially successful, unequivocally demonstrated the DPRK's nuclear weapons capability. The DPRK wants to be recognized as a nuclear power, but the four major powers, the US, Russia, China, and Japan, surrounding the Korean peninsula are reluctant to accept the fact, and seek to bring about North Korea's denuclearization. North Korea's acquisition of nuclear weapons had far-reaching repercussions for peace and security in Northeast Asia and nuclear proliferation worldwide. The six-party talks, which first began in summer 2003 to resolve North Korea's second nuclear crisis, have convened intermittently. Despite some setbacks, the talks for North Korea's denuclearization continue moving forward. Foreign policy objectives, principles, and ideology. The DPRK's key foreign policy objectives include regime survival, national security, and economic development. International cooperation is the key to achieving these objectives, but Washington's intransigence with Pyongyang has made North Korean leaders frustrated and distrustful. The DPRK seeks the capability to deter U.S. aggression and simultaneously attempts to normalize its relations with the U.S. and Japan. DPRK's foreign policy is shaped and circumscribed by its political leaders' idiosyncrasies, domestic needs, JICH, self-reliance, ideology, and external environment. North Korea's foreign relations under Kim Jong-il reflect the two crucial concepts, that is, Songun-jeongchi, military first policy, and Gangseong-daegak, strong and prosperous great power. Songun is intended to ensure national security against external threats, retain the military's loyalty by elevating it to a privileged position in society, and tighten domestic control through the use of force and indoctrination. North Korea treats Songun as the new higher stage of the JICH idea, and presents Kim Jong-il as its founder. Songun is now elevated to the position of North Korea's official ruling ideology, and Kim Jong-il's North Korea and Songun have become inseparable. By the same token, the goal of achieving Gangseong-daegak has become permanent fixture of Kim Jong-il's North Korea. The North Korean leadership appears to believe that Pyongyang has successfully created a strong state through the JICH indoctrination, Songun-jeongchi, and the successful development of nuclear weapons. After attaining the goal of a strong state, North Korea needs to double its efforts for the second goal of establishing a prosperous state. To create a prosperous country is a more elusive goal, however. Now, economic interests take precedence over ideological interests. Economic reforms along the road to marketization and concomitant liberalization and opening up are full of pitfalls and may easily overthrow the Kim Jong-il regime. He is fully aware of this danger, but he also knows that without economic reforms and tangible improvements in North Korea's economic conditions, his rule cannot last for long. Thus, Kim set 2012 as the target year for achieving the goal of an economic Gangseong-daegak. Nuclear diplomacy. The DPRK is small, poor, and isolated. The stakes on the Stalinist regime's future are still high due to its nuclear capability and geostrategic importance. Ever since Kim Jong-il ascended to the throne upon his father's death in 1994, he has pursued a two-pronged policy toward the outside world. On the one hand, Kim continued efforts to acquire nuclear weapons capability for deterrence and prestige and as a bargaining tool. On the other hand, he has sought to normalize relations with the US and Japan, while reaping economic benefits by cooperating with the Republic of Korea, ROK, or South Korea, in economic, cultural, sports, and humanitarian realms. The second crisis over North Korea's nuclear issue that began in late 2002 has consumed most of Kim Jong-il's diplomatic energy and has been at the center of U.S. DPRK diplomatic maneuvering. Given its importance in North Korea's foreign relations, some detailed discussion of the six-nation negotiations over DPRK's nuclear problem is worthwhile. The six-party nuclear talks convened in 2003 in an effort to resolve North Korea's nuclear crisis in a peaceful manner. Since then, the talks have produced three significant international agreements: the September 19, 2005, the February 13, 2007, and the October 3, 2007 agreements for denuclearizing North Korea. Although the September 19 agreement included only general terms of principles for designing a detailed roadmap for denuclearizing the Korean peninsula, it marked the first specific agreement among the six parties involving the US, China, Russia, Japan, and the two Koreas. The February 13 and October 3 agreements, however, contained specific steps toward implementing the September 19 agreement in a phased manner in line with the principle of action for action. The September 19 agreement served as the basis for North Korea's denuclearization in exchange for economic and political incentives. The joint statement said, the DPRK committed abandoning all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs and returning at an early date to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and to International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, safeguards. It did not, however, mention a verification mechanism. The Banco Delta Asia, BDA, issue was a key obstacle to the progress of the six-party talks for implementing the September 19 agreement. 1 North Korea's ballistic missile tests in July 2006 and nuclear test on October 9, 2006 further complicated the situation. The DPRK finally decided to return to the six-party talks after a 13-month hiatus, partly because the US agreed to discuss the BDA issue at bilateral talks. The six nations reached a dramatic breakthrough agreement on February 13, 2007, which paved the road to implementing the September 19 joint agreement. The 2.13 action plan has two phases. In the initial phase, the DPRK must shut down and seal its main nuclear facilities at Yongbyon within 60 days. IAEA inspectors should be allowed to monitor and verify the process. In return, Pyongyang will receive energy, food, and other aid worth 50,000 tons of heavy fuel oil. At the disablement phase, the DPRK must provide a complete list of its nuclear programs and disable all existing nuclear facilities. In return, the DPRK would receive aid worth 950,000 tons of heavy fuel oil or the equivalent in the form of economic or humanitarian aid, from the US, China, Russia, and South Korea. Subsequently, Washington and Pyongyang agreed to begin talks to normalize bilateral relations, and Washington agreed to initiate the process of removing North Korea from the state sponsors of terrorism list and ending its trade sanctions against the DPRK. But no deadline was set. At the same time, Tokyo and Pyongyang agreed to resume talks to normalize bilateral relations in accordance with the Pyongyang Declaration. The six parties also agreed that after 60 days, foreign ministers of the six nations would discuss security cooperation in Northeast Asia. The directly related parties would hold a separate forum for a permanent Korean peace regime. Finally, 5 working groups would be established to implement the joint statement in the following issue areas: 1. Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, chaired by China. 2. Normalization of U.S.-DPRK relations. 3. Normalization of Japan-DPRK relations. 4. Economic and energy cooperation, chaired by the ROC. And 5. Northeast Asia peace and security cooperation, chaired by Russia. After 4 years of intermittent negotiations, the DPRK finally shut down its main nuclear reactor on July 15, 2007, shortly after receiving an initial shipment of fuel oil. The IAEA inspectors confirmed all 5 nuclear facilities were closed. The shutdown marked the first concrete step toward denuclearization. The October 3, 2007 agreement set the deadline for completing the disablement of nuclear facilities at the second phase. The agreement did not resolve the contentious issue of North Korea's nuclear weapons, but it included important provisions. First, the DPRK agreed to disable all existing nuclear facilities, including the 5 MW experimental reactor, the reprocessing plant, and the nuclear fuel rod fabrication facility at Yongbyon by December 31, 2007. Second, the DPRK agreed to provide a complete and correct declaration of all its nuclear programs by December 31. The DPRK reaffirmed its commitment not to transfer nuclear materials, technology, or know-how. Third, the U.S. reaffirmed its commitments to begin the process of removing the DPRK from the U.S. terrorism list and end the application of the Trading with the Enemy Act against North Korea in parallel with the DPRK's actions. Fourth, the Six Nations reaffirmed that economic, energy, and humanitarian aid up to the equivalent of 1 million tons of heavy fuel oil would be provided to the DPRK. If implemented sincerely, the agreement would effectively end the DPRK's production of plutonium. This agreement was made possible because the U.S. significantly moderated its hardline stance after North Korea's first nuclear test in October 2006. The DPRK, however, failed to declare all its nuclear programs by the end of 2007 as stipulated by the October 3 agreement. The six-party nuclear talks were stalled for months because of a disagreement over North Korea's data declaration. The U.S. maintained that the DPRK missed the December 31 deadline to provide a complete inventory of its nuclear activities and facilities. Pyongyang provided a list to the U.S. in November 2007, but the U.S. announced it incomplete and insisted North Korea include in the declaration its highly enriched uranium, HU, program and nuclear proliferating activities. In response, the DPRK stated that the U.S. allegations about its HU program and its provision of nuclear technology to Syria were groundless. On April 8, 2008, the U.S. and the DPRK found a formula to break the deadlock by agreeing to a face-saving compromise under which the DPRK would acknowledge the U.S. assertions in a confidential document separate from its nuclear program's declaration. This formula proved face-saving to both sides, particularly to North Korea, because it did not have to directly admit that it had done something wrong. The DPRK finally submitted on June 26, 2008 a long overdue 60-page document to China, chair of the six-party talks. The North Korean declaration was part of a hard-won deal between Washington and Pyongyang after several months of painful negotiations. The declaration included, 1. North Korea's disclosure of its plutonium stockpile, which Pyongyang estimated at 66 pounds, 30 kilograms, as well as records that would allow the United States to verify this figure, and, 2. U.S. concerns about North Korea's suspected uranium enrichment program, UEP, as well as its suspected nuclear proliferation activities. North Korea acknowledged the U.S. concerns in a confidential document. North Korean acknowledgement of U.S. concerns, however, hardly translated into North Korea's complete and correct declaration of its past activities under the February 13 deal. North Korea gave the U.S. over 18,000 pages of records from its Yongbyon nuclear reactor dating back to 1990 to complement the declaration of its nuclear programs. The U.S. still demanded access to those records and to the site where North Korea conducted its 2006 nuclear test, as well as samples from toxic waste and the destruction of the cooling tower at the North's main nuclear complex. In return for complying with these demands, the U.S. promised to remove North Korea from its terrorism list and lift its trading restrictions on North Korea. After a 9-month hiatus, the six-party talks were held in Beijing in July 2008 to negotiate the completion of the disablement phase of the February 13 agreement. On July 12, the DPRK agreed on a timetable for completing the ongoing disabling by the end of October 2008, and also agreed to general principles for a verification mechanism. In accordance with the July agreement, the DPRK would complete disabling its nuclear facilities and the 5 nations would complete shipments of promised energy aid by the end of October. The 6 nations agreed to establish 2 sets of mechanisms, one on verifying plutonium-based programs and the other on monitoring the uranium enrichment program and proliferation of its nuclear activities. But the 6 nations failed to produce a concrete plan for verification. The DPRK received from the U.S. a 4-page draft verification protocol on July 11, 2008, calling for interviews, on-site visits, and materials sampling. The DPRK could not accept some of the proposed terms. The DPRK thus threatened on August 26, 2008 to restart its nuclear weapons program, arguing that the US did not keep its promise to remove North Korea from the US terrorism list, and announced that it suspended disabling its nuclear facilities on August 14, 2008. This move had a profound impact on the denuclearization process. The announcement appeared to be Pyongyang's rejection of the U.S. proposal made during the bilateral talks in August 2008 in New York on establishing a complete and accurate verification mechanism. Since the June 27 demolition of the cooling tower in Yongbyon, the U.S. has maintained that it will not remove North Korea from the terrorism sponsor list until North Korea puts forward a verification protocol. The U.S. wanted full access by IAEA inspectors to all locations it suspected of being nuclear sites to ensure that there were no hidden nuclear assets. In response, the DPRK has stated that extra inspections would be a violation of its sovereignty. When the August 11 deadline for dropping North Korea from the terrorism sponsor list passed, the DPRK on August 14 informed the 5 parties to the 6-party talks of its decision to suspend its disabling efforts. The U.S. reaffirmed its decision to keep North Korea on the terrorism list until North Korea agreed on terms of a verification mechanism. After announcing the restoration of the nuclear complex at Yongbyon, the DPRK expelled IAEA monitors from the plutonium-producing nuclear plant and threatened to start reactivating the reprocessing plant. Pyongyang's action obviously undermined the 6-party process and violated the February 13, 2007 agreement. This move resulted from the Washington's demand for an intrusive verification system as a precondition for delisting North Korea. Pyongyang argued that the U.S. precondition for delisting was unacceptable. Once again, the DPRK's brinkmanship effectively persuaded the United States to soften its harsh demand for a strict verification regime. Chief U.S. nuclear negotiator Christopher Hill proposed a face-saving compromise to the DPRK in Pyongyang on October 1–3, 2008, in a last-ditch effort to revive the crumbling disarmament for aid deal. Hill's goal was to offer a compromise plan for a verification system so as to dissuade North Korea from restarting its reprocessing plant. The U.S. became flexible in the contents and format of verification. The key points of the new agreement were as follows. First, both agreed to a 2-step verification package that separated a verification plan of the DPRK's June 26 nuclear declaration from that of its undeclared nuclear-related activities and facilities, such as the status of its uranium enrichment and nuclear weapons programs and nuclear proliferation activities. Second, the DPRK would submit an approved verification protocol to China, chair of the 6-party talks, and would agree to cooperate with the comprehensive verification of its nuclear weapons programs and other undeclared nuclear facilities and programs by IAEA inspectors. Meanwhile, the DPRK increased pressures on the Bush administration on October 9 by barring IAEA inspectors from its Yongbyon nuclear reactor complex. The U.S. officially announced on October 11, 2008 its new verification agreement with the DPRK. The most significant part of the accord was North Korea's agreement to a verification plan that would allow inspectors access to its declared nuclear site at Yongbyon. The deal, however, put off decisions on the thorniest verification issues regarding undeclared nuclear sites and the uranium enrichment program. Under the new agreement, international inspectors would be allowed to access suspected undeclared sites based on mutual consent. Verification would thus require long, painful negotiations between the U.S. and the DPRK. In this deal, the DPRK made a concession by dropping its objections to international inspectors' access to undeclared nuclear facilities and their right to take samples. North Korea also conceded to Japanese and South Korean participation in inspections. Ambiguities still remain in the new agreement. Access to undeclared sites would be possible only with mutual consent, and North Korea's uranium enrichment activities and its proliferation connections with Syria would be covered in the agreement. Needless to say, this was not the best deal, but the US made concessions in the last-ditch effort to revive the six-party process. The DPRK agreed in principle to give up all its nuclear materials and nuclear weapons, but the next US administration would have to negotiate these issues. The new agreement was reached after weeks of intense negotiations in Pyongyang. In Washington, the State Department's proponents of the deal, including Secretary Rice and Assistant Secretary Hill, faced stiff criticism from conservatives inside and outside the administration. Despite objections from critics in the office of Vice President Dick Cheney and some members of the State Department's Verification and Compliance Office, Secretary Rice convinced President Bush that this was the best deal the administration could get. The U.S. decision to remove North Korea from the state sponsors of terrorism list was made after the DPRK agreed on international inspectors' access to all declared nuclear facilities and undeclared sites, based on mutual consent. The U.S. decided to delist the DPRK from its terrorism list on October 11, 2008, in an effort to salvage the crumbling nuclear dismantlement for a deal that seemed on the verge of collapse. The DPRK, which was first placed on the blacklist after the bombing of a South Korean jetliner in 1987, was finally removed from the list after 21 years. Secretary of State Rice signed the document officially deleting North Korea from the terrorism list, and the DPRK agreed not to reactivate its partially disabled reprocessing plant. Bush's decision reflected a more pragmatic effort to get the six-party process to move forward despite conservatives' criticism at home and abroad, hoping to complete the disablement stage during his term of presidency. The growing concern about the possibility of North Korea's second nuclear weapon test reportedly played an important role in his decision. The four other members, China, Japan, Russia, and South Korea, of the six-party talks must endorse the verification agreement reached between the US and the DPRK at the next six-party talks. The DPRK Foreign Ministry said in a statement on October 12, 2008 that it would resume the disablement of its nuclear facilities at Yongbyon and allow the inspectors of the United States and the IAEA to perform their duties on the principle of action for action, in response to the US decision to remove North Korea from the terrorism list. The ROC welcomed the deal as an opportunity to speed up the six-party process, which in turn could reduce tensions in inter-Korean relations. Japan, however, expressed extreme anger at the U.S. decision. Finance Minister Shoichi Nakagawa, a hardliner on North Korea, expressed extreme regret at the U.S. decision since it left unresolved the abduction issue. Japan on October 10 extended for another 6 months its economic sanctions on North Korea. Bush's decision to delist North Korea from the terrorism sponsor list brought about criticisms from conservatives in the United States. Some said the U.S. had succumbed to North Korean brinkmanship. Senator John McCain, the Republican presidential candidate, issued a notably skeptical statement about North Korea's commitment to a verification protocol. In contrast, Senator Barack Obama, the Democratic presidential nominee, called the deal a modest step forward in dismantling North Korea's nuclear weapons program. Some conservatives in the U.S. wanted a tough verification system and felt the Bush administration gave away too much for a verification deal. The former U.S. representative to the UN John Bolton, calling the verification measures pathetic, stated that North Korea has won about a 95% victory here and achieved an enormous political objective in exchange for which the United States has got nothing. 2 days after the U.S. delisting, the DPRK restored IAEA monitors access to its Yongbyon nuclear complex, reinstating IAEA monitoring of the 5-megawatt reactor, the nuclear fuel fabrication facility, and a reprocessing plant, and resumed core discharge activities at the reactor. IAEA inspectors were also allowed to reapply containment and surveillance measures at the reprocessing facility. There will be a long and bumpy road ahead to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. The US and the DPRK need to continue building mutual confidence through cooperation and concessions to achieve North Korea's denuclearization. The US and the DPRK need to make all efforts to fulfill their commitments to the six-party agreements. The new agreement between the US and the DPRK has yet to be adopted at the next six-party talks, and its implementation certainly remains a hazardous challenge. Accurate accounting of North Korea's plutonium production, HU program, and nuclear proliferation activities will be major issues to be resolved. The six-party talks will most likely collapse without faithful implementation of their international agreements. It appears that the DPRK is unlikely to abandon the six-party framework. Chairman Kim Jong-il is likely to take a pragmatic approach to the verification regime for the survival and prosperity of his regime. The delisting of North Korea as a terrorism sponsor state would result in economic benefits, such as access to international financing and lifting of trade sanctions. Contributions to the book. Despite the gravity of the DPRK's security threat, available information of the country is sparse and studies on its foreign policy are sorely lacking. Especially, Pyongyang's foreign policy making process remains a black box. The DPRK under the leadership of Kim Jong-il remains as unpredictable, mysterious, and impervious as ever. This volume is designed to shed new lights on the institutions, processes, the goals, and motivations, and the patterns of behavior of North Korea's foreign policy under Kim Jong-il. This collection of original studies on North Korea's foreign relations is unique and valuable in numerous ways. First, it offers updated, timely discussion and analysis of North Korea's foreign relations. Currently available books on the topic 3 are outdated and thus do not provide meaningful guidance to understanding North Korea's current foreign relations. Second, it provides valuable information and insights into North Korea's foreign policy. In-depth, meaningful studies on North Korea's foreign policy are rare. This edited volume will help fill the gap in understanding Kim Jong-il's North Korea. Third, it is comprehensive in scope. Most books on North Korea's foreign relations focus on specific aspects of it. In contrast, the book will examine a wide range of topics on Kim Jong-il's foreign policy. Fourth, it discusses North Korea's foreign relations from North Korean perspectives. The book examines North Korea's foreign policy goals, strategies, motivations, and ideology, as well as its policies toward the US, China, Russia, Japan, and South Korea. The earlier chapters of this book discuss the determining factors and key issues in the DPRK's foreign policy, including ideology, strategic goals, negotiation style, weapons of mass destruction, WMD, capabilities, Korean Peninsula peace regime building, and Washington-Pyongyang normalization. Later, the focus switches to North Korea's foreign policy toward the four powers, the US, China, Japan, and Russia, and South Korea. The book consists of 13 chapters, and in each chapter the contributing author examines North Korea's foreign policy from the North Korean perspective. The contributing authors are established experts on North Korea or Northeast Asian regional specialists. As natives of the US, Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, they provide unique, diverse, and balanced viewpoints and analyses on North Korea's foreign policy. To help the reader better understand the gist of the book, a synopsis of each chapter is offered below. Chapter 2, by C. Kenneth Quinones, JICH's role in North Korea's foreign policy, critically examines the JICH idea in North Korea's foreign policy making process. Many foreign observers of North Korea's behavior interpret its conduct through the idealistic prism of JICH. Their first assumption is that all they need to know about this ideology is the translation of the word into English, that is, self-reliance. Secondly, they assume that North Korea's foreign policy priorities are established by its ideology rather than other key concerns. The basic premise of this chapter, however, is that North Korea's foreign policy is driven more by realistic concerns, national priorities rather than idealistic ideology. JICH's basic premises will be defined and compared to the official policy statements of North Korea's foreign ministry to determine the extent to which idealism or realism determine Pyongyang's foreign policy. Chapter 3, by Scott Snyder, Assessing North Korea's Strategic Intentions and Motivations, takes a closer look at North Korea's strategic intentions and motivations. In defiance of mounting international pressure, North Korea went ahead with its first nuclear weapons test in October 2006. Still it pledges denuclearization on the Korean peninsula as its goal. There are signs that North Korea is considering limited economic reforms and opening up to the outside world. And yet it continues the military-first policy. What are North Korea's strategic goals? What motivates North Korea's foreign policy behavior? Does North Korea have the intention to dismantle its nuclear weapons in exchange for commensurate compensations? These are the questions the chapter addresses. Chapter 4, by Curtis Martin, North Korea's negotiating position during 15 years of chronic crisis, continuities and discontinuities, examines the variation in the positions taken by the DPRK from the first-going critical crisis of 1993 to 94 to negotiations over the North's missile program in the late 1990s, to the 7 years of the Bush administration's efforts to force the DPRK to abandon its nuclear ambitions in an effort to discern what patterns, if any, emerge, and to identify explanatory variables for any continuities or discontinuities. For nearly 15 years, the United States and shifting combinations of Northeast Asian states have attempted through negotiation to prevent North Korea from becoming a nuclear state. During that time, the DPRK's interlocutors have puzzled to decipher its true motives and negotiating position. DPRK demands have fluctuated, sometimes wildly, new demands have appeared and disappeared. This chapter hypothesizes that the DPRK's core demands were fixed during the negotiation of the agreed framework, and despite major changes in the regional and international environment over the ensuing years, the regime has consistently sought to resurrect the basic terms of that agreement. This strategy is reflected in the terms of the 2005 Joint Statement and the 2007 Beijing Agreement. Chapter 5, by Il-suk Kim Jong-il and denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, examines North Korea's foreign policy behavior, focusing on Chairman Kim Jong-il. The author discusses the personality, worldview, and psychological attributes of Kim Jong-il, and examines how his psychological factors impacted on North Korea's policy toward the U.S. Dr. Kim argues that a re-evaluation of Kim Jong-il is essential in order to diagnose and understand North Korea. Kim Jong-il states that all the military and economic hardships come from U.S. imperialism, and runs his country as a military garrison state. To sustain his version of socialism, Kim Jong-il stresses the importance of leadership in North Korean society and demands absolute obedience from the people. He calls on the people to work and live in the spirit of the arduous march in order to overcome economic hardships and implement economic strategies. Kim Jong-il has adopted the military-first policy to strengthen the country against American threats. This individual-level analysis of Kim Jong-il shows that North Korea's behavior toward the U.S. is a function of both environmental situations and the psychological predispositions of Kim Jong-il. The chapter concludes that Kim Jong-il's worldview and perceptions of the U.S. are the key to understanding Pyongyang's foreign policy. Chapter 6, by Daniel A. Pinkston, DPRK WMD Programs, provides an overview of North Korea's WMD capabilities, with a particular focus on chemical weapons, biological weapons, and ballistic missiles. North Korea's nuclear weapons program has been the focus of policymakers and scholars for almost 2 decades. Despite considerable efforts by state governments and international organizations, North Korea tested a nuclear explosive device on October 9, 2006. Nevertheless, Pyongyang claims it is committed to achieving a denuclearized Korean peninsula. If North Korea abandons its nuclear ambitions, it will still retain significant stocks of chemical and biological weapons, as well as hundreds of ballistic missiles to deliver these weapons. Chapter 7, by Taewon Kwak, North Korea and the Korean Peninsula Peace Regime Building Initiative, reviews North Korea's peace regime proposals, looks into the major problems in transforming the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement into a Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty, and makes policy suggestions for establishing a peace system on the Korean Peninsula. The chapter examines the North Korean perspective on a peace regime building on the Korean Peninsula. It has been 55 years since the conclusion of the 1953 KA, but a peace regime on the Korean peninsula replacing the KA with a peace treaty has not been established yet. In the past, the ROC and the DPRK have attempted to build a peace regime on the Korean peninsula, but their conflicting approaches to building a peace mechanism proved to be a major obstacle to Korean peace regime building. The DPRK has insisted on concluding a peace treaty with the US to replace the KA, while the ROC has demanded signing a peace treaty between the two Koreas. The author argues that Korean peace regime building should be approached at two different levels: the inter-Korean level and the international level, North and South Korea, the US and China, and focus on inter-Korean confidence-building measures, international cooperation, and the replacement of KA with a Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty, to be signed by the US, China, and the two Koreas. Chapter 8, by Edward A. Olson, North Korean Policy Toward the United States. Pyongyang copes with an evolving U.S. context, examines current conditions of North Korea's evolving foreign policy toward the U.S. and prospects for both Pyongyang and Washington. North Korea's bitter relations with the United States since the Korean War had a profound role in shaping the DPRK's overall foreign policy. The U.S. was viewed as a hostile adversary bent on undermining everything Pyongyang perceived as a positive agenda for the entire Korean nation. The U.S. allied ties with South Korea and Japan and rivalries with the Soviet Union and the PRC during the Cold War reinforced Pyongyang's negative policies toward Washington. Toward the end of the Cold War and in its wake, the U.S. changing relations with China and Russia might have caused Pyongyang to perceive Washington in a more benign manner, but North Korean distrust of American leaders prevented that. North Korea's instinctive reaction to the U.S.'s evolving policies reflected what many Americans perceived as paranoia. At the root of those North Korean attitudes was a profound fear of what the U.S. could and might do to the DPRK. The Bush administration's post-9/11 use of the axis of evil metaphor to include North Korea reinforced that anxiety. As the 21st century evolved, however, the changes in U.S. relations with South Korea, China, and Japan and complexities between them, when coupled with the problems the U.S. experienced in its Iraq War, collectively caused a growing debate within U.S. foreign policy circles about the virtues of realism and pragmatism, which increasingly signified an evolution within U.S. approaches to international affairs. Although North Korea has not responded fully to this contextual evolution, there are growing indications based on inter-Korean relations, PRC-DPRK ties, and DPRK-Japan interactions that North Korean leaders perceive opportunities to adapt Pyongyang's foreign policy to changing circumstances to its advantage in ways that are gradually yielding a more pragmatic and flexible approach toward Washington. The nature of that pragmatism and how it has and may well continue to adjust to Washington's evolution is an important aspect of Pyongyang's evolving foreign policy. Its background, current conditions, and prospects for both Pyongyang and Washington will be the focus of this chapter. Chapter 9, by Ming Lee, North Korea's China Policy, explores North Korea's policy toward China in recent decades. The North Korean regime is searching for national security, national prestige, and economic benefits within a complex international setting. In the past, China was the primary source supporting North Korea's economy. Now, China is North Korea's largest trading partner and investor. This shows that the relationship between the two countries has exceeded the previously political military-centered friendship. China's transition to a quasi-capitalist economy has made North Korea feel extremely insecure, for Pyongyang cannot afford to follow China's steps to change. China's growing partnership with South Korea since 1992, the year when Beijing and Seoul normalized their diplomatic ties, made North Korea nervous as well as unpleasant. The recent trend where China surpassed the United States as South Korea's largest trading partner further isolated the North Korean regime. That China's policy of condemning North Korea's missile and nuclear tests brought Sino-North Korean relations to a nadir and intensified distrust between them is highly conceivable. That China's diplomatic initiatives widened its circle of relations and enhanced its stature as a significant regional power, but also increased the gap between itself and North Korea. China will have to become a responsible and disciplined power if China is to co-lead the world, but North Korea may not appreciate this transformation. Chapter 10, by Seung Hoju, North Korean Policy Toward Russia, examines the dynamics of Pyongyang-Moscow relations since the 1990s, focusing on DPRK's goals, interests, and perception toward Russia. In the 1990s, the DPRK went through two major systemic crises. The first crisis came in 1989 to 1991, when the Soviet Empire suddenly collapsed, and the second one happened in 1994, when Kim Il-sung, the great leader who had ruled the country with an iron fist for 5 decades, unexpectedly died. These developments had far-reaching repercussions for North Korea's foreign relations in general and its foreign relations with Russia in particular. Against this backdrop, North Korea's foreign relations with Russia played out in the 1990s and beyond. Relations with Russia have fluctuated widely over the past 2 decades. Throughout the 1990s, Russo-DPRK relations remained cool and distant. In 2000, the two neighbors re-established their normal relations, and since then have forged cooperative ties in multiple spheres. North Korean leader Kim Jong-il and the Russian President Putin held 3 summit meetings in 2000 to 2002. Personal trust and friendship between the two leaders undoubtedly contributed to improved bilateral relations. The author argues that North Korea views Russia as a useful partner in a broad, loose coalition against U.S. hegemony, but remains suspicious of Russia's intent and motivations. Chapter 11, by Yoshinori Kishida, The DPRK's Diplomatic Normalization with Japan, discusses changes in the eagerness of Japan and North Korea for normalization, with a focus on recent changes, analyzing the factors that prompted the changes, including domestic, international, historical, economic, and military factors. The chapter examines the future prospects for bilateral normalization and discusses the key obstacles to it. Japan and North Korea began their official talks for diplomatic normalization in 1991. Yet it is uncertain when they can finally reach diplomatic normalization. During their first summit meeting in September 2002, Japan promised to provide a massive economic aid to North Korea after diplomatic normalization, estimated at approximately 1 trillion yen, virtually as compensation for Japan's colonial rule over Korea. The money would be a great asset to the North Korean economy, and could serve as a major incentive for its denuclearization. Thus, Pyongyang-Tokyo normalization has multiple implications for Northeast Asian security. Chapter 12, by Moo-jin Yang, North Korea's Policy Toward the South after the June 15 Joint Declaration examines the background and impetus behind North Korea's National Cooperation Strategy, Minja-Kongjo, toward South Korea, as well as its logical structure and implications. This chapter discusses from Pyongyang's perspective inter-Korean relations from summer 2000, when the first inter-Korean summit was held, to May 2008. After June 2000, North Korea's policy toward the South was to achieve national cooperation. Pyongyang consistently promoted the national cooperation strategy and successfully used this policy to break out of international isolation caused by its nuclear standoff. Pyongyang also employed this policy to overcome domestic economic difficulties and prevent unification through absorption by Seoul. However, the military-first policy limits the speed and scope of inter-Korean cooperation, and the seriousness of military issues between the United States and North Korea deepens the instability and uncertainty in and around the Korean peninsula. Exchanges between the two Koreas have virtually halted since the inauguration of the conservative Lee Myung-bak administration in February 2008. It is not yet clear, however, whether the current hiatus signifies the limit of North Korea's national cooperation strategy, or whether it is just a temporary phenomenon that has frequently been observed when a new president comes to power in South Korea. Chapter 2. JIC's role in North Korea's foreign policy. See Kenneth Quinones. The often heard refrains Kim Jong-il is irrational and North Korea's conduct is unpredictable typify many political observers' frustrations when deciphering North Korea's responses to the outside world. Also often repeated is the claim that North Korea is secretive and information about it lacking. Such expressions reveal more about those who utter them than about North Korea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK. They are admissions of ignorance rooted in the assumption that North Korea's leaders share the same views and priorities as outside observers. Knowledge about North Korea multiplies daily. North Korea remains a relatively closed society, but since 1992 it has gradually opened up to an unprecedented extent. A trickle of foreign diplomats and humanitarian workers became a rush after the first South-North Summit of 2000, with thousands of South Korean, Chinese, and other foreigners visiting and working in North Korea. Their knowledge has created an exploding library of information about North Korea. This chapter aspires to assess JIC's role in North Korean society, its basic precepts and impact on foreign policy. An understanding of JIC will make North Korea's dealings with the outside world predictable, rational, and comprehensible. The axiom that national interests drive foreign policy is recognized universally as the cornerstone of international understanding. The same holds true for North Korea, but regarding North Korea, its foreign policy priorities are embedded in its political culture, JIC. This gives Pyongyang's strategic goals impressive consistency and continuity. Concerns in the United States and elsewhere with North Korea's authoritarian government have contributed to JIC's misinterpretation. It is often dismissed as simply meaning self-reliance, or functions as a control mechanism to manipulate the minds of North Korea's people. A typical definition of JIC can be found at the popular website. Here, like numerous other sites, JIC is translated as self-reliance or self-dependence, which implies a focus on economic issues. The ideology's premises are left unexplained. As for its other role as a political control mechanism, this is partially accurate, but only because it has become North Korea's political culture. We will examine JIC's relationship to Korean culture and role as North Korea's political culture. Culture and political culture. Culture with a capital C should be differentiated from political culture. An authoritative definition of culture may never be settled upon one according to anthropologists, but their definitions fall into three general categories. Culture means 1. Knowledge, an accumulation of information. 2. Learned systems of meaning, communicated by means of natural language and other symbol systems. All of this influences human behavior. 3. Less abstract is Richard Barrett's definition. Culture is agreed upon meaning that serves as recipes or guidelines for behavior in any particular society. He explains, individuals are bound by quite specific rules of conduct even though they do not normally feel the constraint. Indeed, the predictability of behavior in any society is dependent on fairly consistent adherence to rules. Conformity as well as deviance are aspects of every society. The most obvious is that culture is just one among many guides for individual conduct. 4. For our purposes here, we will rely on Barrett's definition of culture. As for political culture, Alan Kluver in his essay Political Identity and the National Myth 5 asserts that all political leaders use political culture to establish legitimacy of the government to justify its authority to rule. He defines legitimacy as the perceived convergence of legal and moral authority to rule a nation. Kluver divides political legitimacy into internal and external elements, and offers the example that while North Koreans consider their government legitimate, externally many nations reject this and have labeled it a rogue nation. Kluver explains that rulers rely on political rhetoric to assert their legitimacy, and this rhetoric forms a major aspect of a nation's political culture. To be convincing, the leader's rhetoric must be linked to the nation's broader traditional culture, society's norms and values. 6 A leader's rhetoric rallies the nation's loyalties and confirms the people's allegiance by pointing to the nation's destiny and a brighter future. For Kluver, a political system is the symbolic manifestation of the nation's culture. 7 His analysis closely parallels North Korea's experience under Kim Il-sung, who drew heavily on Korea's traditional culture to formulate his rhetoric of political legitimacy and shaped it into the ideology of JIC. Kim Il-sung's effort is not unique in the East Asian tradition. It resembles how China's dynastic founders established their legitimacy and political culture. Kluver explains that each dynastic founder relied on Confucianism as the sole legitimate ideology and drew upon it to legitimize their rule. 8 Confucianism defined China's political culture for 2,000 years, and two of its core elements served to legitimize a ruler's authority. The mandate of heaven, as formulated by Confucius' disciple Mencius, linked a ruler's legitimacy to his demonstrated concern for his subjects' welfare. If ignored, the ruler would face the wrath of their ancestors in the form of natural calamities which could produce rebellion against the ruler. A ruler and his appointed officials had to perform their duties in a virtuous manner as gentlemen who put the common good before their own selfish preferences, and who led by example rather than brute force. Kluver's views are consistent with those of some East Asian scholars. Dr. Kim Yu-chang in his essay The Agony of Cultural Construction, Politics and Culture in Modern Korea points out that Confucian orthodoxy placed culture above politics. 9 The Confucian ruler relied on ritual, example, and education to sway his subjects to follow him rather than coercive methods. The Confucian rulers also drew from the Confucian classics Book of Rites, Book of Songs, and Mencius' teachings to define their political culture. 10. Jich as political culture. Kim Il-sung and his son have followed the precedent established by the traditional rulers of China and Korea by propagating Jich as their nation's unique political culture. Their reliance on a monolithic political culture, while alien to democratic societies beyond East Asia, recalls the Chinese dynasties and Korea's Joseon, Chosun, dynasties, 1492 to 1910, preference for Neo-Confucianism. They assigned a utilitarian political relevance to Korea's traditional culture and incorporated some of its key elements into their political culture. Kim Il-sung, like the founders of Joseon Korea and many Chinese dynastic founders, rose to power because of military exploits, but once he held political power, he sought to establish his benevolence and authority by implementing land reform between 1946 and 1950. He also demonstrated respect for the traditional East Asian pursuits of education and scholarship, which he symbolized by including a traditional writing brush between the communist symbols of a hammer and sickle on the Korean Workers' Party, KWP, flag. More concretely, he phased in a universal education system and assigned the KWP the primary role of educating the masses in his Jich ideology. Kim's son has followed his father's example. Conventional wisdom in North Korea dates Kim Il-sung's formulation of Jich from 1930 when he was an 18-year-old studying in southern Manchuria, the present-day Yanbian Korean self-autonomous region of China. Reliable scholarship suggests that Jich took concrete form around 1955. As Kim Il-sung formulated his political culture, he defined the national destiny in terms of his subjects' foremost desire: national reunification. Given this preoccupation with reunification, we should reassess what Kim Il-sung originally meant by the word Jich. The English translations of self-reliance or self-determination seem inconsistent with Kim Il-sung's focus on political rather than economic goals during the formative years of Jich. Kim Il-sung encountered Western political concepts as a young student in China, where he learned about them by reading Chinese translations. Careful scrutiny of the Chinese characters he used to represent Jich suggests a meaning for this word very different from the one widely known outside North Korea. Jich consists of two Chinese characters, Ju, which basically means rule, and Che, which has the basic meaning of essence. In the political context of the early 20th century, Ju suggested the World War I-era Wilsonian concept of self-rule or self-determination for colonized people like Koreans. Combined with Che, essence, we could translate Jich as essence of self-determination. If accurate, this more closely reflects Kim's original preoccupation with Korea's political independence from Japan. It also more accurately focuses the Korean term on Kim's longtime championing of nationalism over Marxist-Leninist internationalism. As we shall see, a basic element of Jich is that Korea's revolution must be conducted according to Korea's unique conditions, rather than following a universalistic interpretation of reality like Marxism. Bruce Cummings pointed out in his insightful essay The Corporate State in North Korea 11 that Kim's use of the Chinese character che could reflect the term's standard use in the 1930s to represent the idea of national essence, or kokyutai as then commonly used in Japan to refer to the emperor as the national essence of Japan. If we wed self-determination to essence, Kim's jich can be translated as the essence of self-rule or self-determination. This matches more comfortably with Kim Il-sung's longtime political priorities and the premises of contemporary jich ideology. Jich's essence. After jich had matured as an ideology and was uniformly accepted in the KWP, Kim Il-sung named his son Kim Jong-il as his heir. To establish Kim Jong-il's credentials, the treatise entitled On the Jich Idea was published in Kim Jong-il's name in 1982.12. It has served ever since as the authoritative and most comprehensive explanation of jich. The KWP is made responsible for indoctrinating the masses, or the people, in jich to mobilize their innate desire to achieve independence and to express their creativeness, hajoseong. Initiated after the Korean War, this massive effort has made jich North Korea's political culture, as recognized in the DPRK's constitution, Article 3 of which reads, "The DPRK is guided in its activities by the jich idea, a world outlook centered on people, a revolutionary ideology for achieving the independence of the masses of people." 13. Kim Jong-il's legitimacy rests on the three-legged stool of inheritance of his father's authority, his father's view of reality, jich, and oversight of the military, Songunjeongchi. Kim Jong-il's inheritance demonstrates respect for traditional Korea's reverence for pedigree and prior preference for monarchy. Kim's naming his father the eternal president observes filial piety, a highly cherished Confucian value. But Kim Jong-il could not, like his father, make any claims about military prowess. To compensate, he assumed the title of Supreme Commander, elevated the National Defense Council to the highest administrative organ, designated himself its chairman, and proclaimed Songunjeongchi in 1998. These steps appear designed to cement the military's loyalty to him by giving it priority in politics, policy, and access to national resources. Jich stands at the center of Kim Jong-il's political trinity, as explained in his treatise On the Jich Idea. After the mandatory rhetoric linking jich to Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il's treatise declares, "The jich idea represents an invariable guiding idea of the Korean Revolution. We are confronted with the honorable task of modeling the whole society on the jich idea." 14. Kim Jong-il clarifies that jich is a departure from, not a reinterpretation of, Marxism-Leninism. He asserts that jich establishes a new era in the development of human history and directs the Korean Revolution in an independent and creative manner. 15. After dismissing the Korean communists and nationalists of the 1920s as elitists divorced from the masses, Kim Jong-il parts company with Marxism-Leninism. He is respectful in doing so, as clarified in his May 3, 1983 essay Let Us Advance Under the Banner of Marxism-Leninism and the Jich Idea. 16. Nevertheless, he rejects some of Marxism-Leninism's basic premises and concludes, this is one of the starting points of the Jich Idea. Kim writes, history develops through the struggle of the masses to transform nature and society. 17. Instead of class struggle and dialectical materialism, Kim cast the fundamental historical struggle as one between man and nature, not proletariat against bourgeoisie, or urban worker against capitalist. Nor is it Lenin's vanguard of the proletariat that leads the masses in this struggle. 18. But in jich it is the leader. The popular masses must be brought into contact with leadership, Kim explains, adding, the Working Class Party, KWP, is the general staff of the revolution and the leader. 19. Kim defines the central struggle of humanity as, the Jich idea gives a new world outlook by answering the question of who is the master that dominates nature and society and where is the force that transforms them. The role of the masses, Kim asserts, is the history of human society in the struggle of the popular masses to defend and realize hajoseong. Man is a being with hajoseong, Kim explains, which is an innate quality that makes man an independent social being and is the origin of his creative ability. 20. Consequently, man is the most powerful being in the world, and man alone is capable of transforming the world, so that man can bring everything in the world to serve him. 21 Man struggles to destroy the outdated social system, capitalism, which tramples upon Hajozong. In other words, for Jich, the main motive of man's political activities is his struggle to liberate his Hajozong, literally self-determination character, not greed or a hunger for material gain, as Marx argued. The enemy of the masses is both the imperialists who trample on their desire for self-determination and the practitioners of flunkeyism and dogmatism. He defines flunkeyism as an attitude peculiar to slaves serving and worshipping big powers and developed countries, and an attitude of nihilism which means looking down upon one's own country and nation and despising them. 22 They are condemned because they dreamed of achieving independence by depending on foreign forces, specifically Moscow's Communist International of the early 20th century. Practitioners of flunkeyism and dogmatism are dismissed as bigoted nationalists and bogus Marxists. 23 Flunkeyism is singled out for particular criticism because the leader said, if a person falls into flunkeyism, he would become a fool. If a nation is servile to big powers, the country would go to ruin, and if a party is subservient to big powers, it would make a mess of the revolution and construction. 24. Worst of all is the practice of flunkeyism toward U.S. imperialism. Kim wrote in 1982. This servility, which is expressed in the fear and worship of the United States, is doing great harm to the revolutionary struggle. The harmfulness of this servility is most notable in South Korea today. 1982. Servility to U.S. imperialism, spread by the U.S. imperialist aggressors and their stooges, is the most harmful ideological poison which is paralyzing people's national and class consciousness in South Korea and trampling upon the precious cultural heritage and beautiful customs of our nation. Unless the struggle is intensified to oppose the fear and worship of the United States among the South Korean people and to heighten their spirit of national independence, neither the victory of the South Korean Revolution nor the independent reunification of the country would be possible. 25. The main imperialists are the United States and Japan, according to Jich. Success in the struggle against them requires several accomplishments beginning with arousing the masses' ideological consciousness. 26 This the leader does through the KWP by propagating Jich. Only when the whole party and the whole society are imbued with the monolithic ideological system, will we be in a position to say that Jich in ideology has been firmly established. The propagation of Jich also requires that national culture should be developed. 27 Because only when one knows the things of one's country well will one be able to solve all problems arising in the revolution and carry out the revolution and construction in conformity with the aspirations and requirements of one's people. 28 Kim concludes, Koreans must know well Korean history, geography, economics, culture, and the custom of the Korean nation, and in particular our party's policy, its revolutionary history and revolutionary traditions. Only then will they be able to establish Jich and become true Korean patriots, the Korean communists. 29. Success against the imperialists also requires that the people of each country must not tolerate any foreign pressure or interference. Cooperation with other nations pursuing socialism is acceptable, as Kim explains. One might receive aid from others in the revolution and construction, but in any case the main thing is one's own initiative. 30 This is acceptable because, the world revolution, too, will only be successful when the revolution in every country is successful and when, on this basis, mutual support and cooperation is given. 31 Nevertheless, the masses must prevent imperialist cultural penetration and reject the tendency to return to the past and nihilist inclination with regard to the heritage of national culture, inherit and develop its fine traditions, and crucially adopt progressive elements of foreign culture, which are congenial to our people's sentiments. 32. The principles of Jich guidelines for policy. Kim Jong-il devotes considerable attention to defining the principles of Jich which have become guidelines for North Korea's domestic and foreign policy makers. 33 Kim Jong-il characterized these principles as explicit fundamental principles which must be observed in successfully carrying out the revolution, which echoes the nation's constitution. The principles are as follows. The independent stand must be maintained. To maintain the nation's independence, the leader laid down the principles of JICH in ideology, independence in politics, self-sufficiency in the economy and self-reliance in defense as the principles of realizing Cha-Seung. JICH in ideology. The whole party, KWP, and the whole society are to be imbued with the monolithic ideological system. This requires putting above all else an awareness and respect for Korea's unique qualities and peculiar conditions. Flunkyism is to be avoided, particularly servility to U.S. imperialism. 34. Independence in politics. The goal is upholding national independence and sovereignty of one's people, defending their interests and conducting politics by relying on them. 35. Any yielding to foreign pressure and tolerating foreign intervention in politics or acting at the instigation of others must be avoided, and it is imperative to exercise complete sovereignty and equality in foreign relations. Sovereignty is termed an inviolable right, and foreign policy requires strengthening the solidarity of the socialist countries and the international communist movement on the basis of opposing imperialism. 36. Self-sufficiency in the economy. Kim Jong-il clarifies his definition of the often misused term self-reliance as the revolutionary spirit and a principle of struggle of the communists in carrying out the revolution by their own initiative. One must believe in one's own strength and depend on it in economic construction. 37. His definition of self-sufficiency emphasizes the intent of government policy, not the avoidance of obtaining material goods from other nations. He clarifies this further. Building an independent national economy means building an economy which is free from dependence on others and which stands on its own feet, an economy which serves one's own people and develops on the strength of the resources of one's own country and by the efforts of one's own people. 38. Kim adds later. Building an independent national economy on the principle of self-reliance does not mean building an economy in isolation. An independent economy is opposed to foreign economic domination and subjugation, but it does not rule out international economic cooperation. Close economic and technical cooperation between socialist countries and newly emerging nations, in particular, plays an important part in ensuring economic self-sufficiency in these countries and in increasing their economic power. 39. Kim Jong-il's primary concern is preserving independence in politics and pursuing economic policies that promote national independence and sustain sovereignty. He expresses little interest in forging an economy that relies solely on its own domestic resources and that is divorced from international trade. Self-reliance in defense. Kim Jong-il calls this a fundamental principle of an independent state, and defines it as defending one's country by one's own efforts. Receiving aid in national defense from fraternal countries and friends is condoned, but the main thing is one's own strength. He declares that imperialism is a constant cause of war, and the main force of aggression and war today is U.S. imperialism. 40. Naturally, the Army's primary responsibility is to defend the nation's sovereignty, but it is also assigned a role similar to that of the KWP. Only when the whole army is a cadre army will it become strong. And a modernized army which blends its politico-ideological superiority with modern technology will become a really unconquerable revolutionary army. 41. Later we will see how in 1998 Kim Jong-il makes this the basis of Songun or military first politics. Suffice it to say here that he linked rather than distinguished between the party and the army by assigning them shared responsibility to promote JICH. Also, long before he succeeded his father, Kim Jong-il emphasized reliance on modern technology to complement the Korean People's Army's politico-ideological superiority. He seems to have turned this rhetoric into concrete policy soon after his treatise on JICH appeared in 1982, as indicated by the many quotations of this treatise visible throughout the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Center built between 1982 and 1985. Kim Jong-il concludes his treatise by devoting the final third to the masses, who are termed the decisive force that propels the revolution and construction. 42. Their strength comes from unity achieved through mass movements and the propagation of JICH. Political work is assigned society's first priority because to remold the masses raises their revolutionary consciousness and involvement in the revolution. This requires a struggle to eliminate the remnants of the old society to replace them with the progressive idea of the working class. Not surprisingly, the goal is to nurture loyalty to the party and the leaders so that society will develop a single-minded solidarity, which is the source of strength needed to counter imperialism and the corrupting influence of capitalism while sustaining national sovereignty and achieving socialism. All of this echoes Confucianism rather than Marxism-Leninism. Confucius and his disciples recognized man's innate ability to improve himself and his environment through education. Kim Il-sung's Hajoseong suggest a similar confidence in man, who is assigned the role as prime mover of change in society and the natural world. There is no reference to Marx's progression from one historical stage to another. Confucianism's emphasis on ritual and education has become Jich's political work and indoctrination, but both share the goal of promoting the common good. Confucius' social harmony is equivalent to Jich's emphasis on political unity and conformity. Like the Confucian monarch who was to forge harmony within society, Jich's leader is to forge political unity and conformity by ruling through example and education rather than coercive methods, so that Korea's national reunification and socialist revolution can be realized. Confucianism and Jich put similar emphasis on the core Confucian values of loyalty and subservience to one's ordained superiors, subject to ruler, wife to husband, son to father, and younger brother to older brother. Jich emphasizes a similar political and social hierarchy that put loyalty to the nation, the leader, and his ideology before all else. For the Confucian scholar gentry officials, both Chinese and Korean, inability or reluctance to remain loyal to one's superior required their withdrawal from society or committing suicide by drinking poison. Tokugawa Japan's interpretation of Confucianism, Bushido, called for ritual suicide, seppuku. Contemporary North Korea similarly has no middle ground for an individual who puts self before the leader, and service to the common good second to personal preference. Depending on circumstances, such persons face re-education, imprisonment, or execution. Like Tokugawa's warrior society, there is no place for individualism in North Korea's socialist society. Jich's pervasive propagation since the 1980s makes it the cornerstone of education in North Korea, and Kim Jong-il's 1982 treatise on Jich has become the nation's official orthodoxy, that is, political culture. But it has not replaced North Koreans' awareness and pride in their traditional Korean culture. Kim Il-sung, his son, and their followers have intentionally preserved much of this cultural legacy. Unlike China, there was no rejection of the past, or great proletarian cultural revolution. This preservation of Korea's ancient Buddhist temples and other examples of traditional religion, art, and architecture is consistent with Jich's premise that Koreans must know and respect their cultural legacy. Another political motive for this is so that culture can eventually serve as a bridge to reunify Korea's two halves despite their increasingly divergent political cultures. Jich's impact on North Korea's foreign policy. The continuity and consistency of North Korea's foreign policy is rooted in North Korea's political culture, Jich, and gives it considerable continuity, consistency, rationality and predictability. The outside observer familiar with Jich should be able to comprehend and anticipate the nation's likely reactions to a wide range of critical issues. North Korea's current strategic priorities can be traced back half a century to the nation's establishment. Now as then, Kim Jong-il's priorities remain, national reunification, countering imperialism, and building a self-reliant socialist economy, all goals echoed in Kim's guiding principles of the Jich idea. This continuity is also apparent in what Kim Il-sung said about foreign policy half a century ago. Ever since the first days of the founding of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, we have consistently affirmed that we will promote friendly relations with all countries that oppose imperialist aggression, respect the freedom and independence of our people and desire to establish state relations with our country on an equal footing, and in the future, we will continue to hold fast to this principle in the field of foreign policy. Point 43. This passage appears in Dr. Kim Han-gil's, of Kim Il-sung University, officially approved book, Modern History of Korea, 1979. Dr. Kim echoes his JICH mentor when explaining that North Korea's foreign policy is rooted in implementing the principle of Seung and firmly adhering to anti-imperialism. Again Dr. Kim cites Kim Il-sung. The main task of the Korean Revolution, therefore, is to overthrow the Japanese imperialists and win independence for Korea and, to liquidate feudal relations and introduce democracy. In view of the main task of the Korean Revolution, its character at the present stage is anti-imperialism, anti-feudal democracy. 44. Even before North Korea's establishment, Kim Il-sung's foremost priority was and remains for his son to win and defend national sovereignty. Dr. Kim's book was published in 1979 prior to Kim Jong-il's 1982 treatise on JICH, but its content is consistent with both Kim Il-sung's earlier writings and his son's later treatise. Jumping to 2006, North Korea's official media summarized North Korea's national interests in a commentary entitled Independent Policy as being to 1. Preserve national sovereignty by rejecting flunkyism while pursuing national reunification. 2. Defend against imperialism, particularly that of the United States and Japan, by developing a self-reliant defense. 3. Build a socialist nation with a self-sufficient economy. 45. These priorities match Kim Jong-il's principles of JICH in his 1982 treatise, and have been North Korea's foreign policy priorities since the nation's founding. Today they serve as guide for North Korean diplomats in their negotiations with foreign governments. Any who diverge from them risk a quick end to their career, or even worse. National unification. Today this remains North Korea's foremost foreign policy priority, as Kim Jong-il stated in his 1997 essay Let Us Carry Out the Great Leader Comrade Kim Il-sung's instructions for national unification. 46 He wrote that since Korea's division, the great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung regarded national reunification as the supreme task of our nation. 47 And Kim Jong-il has enshrined this in the JICH political culture. Kim Jong-il echoed his 1982 treatise on JICH when he explained in his 1997 essay on reunification. Reunification is a question of putting an end to the foreign domination and intervention of South Korea, establishing national sovereignty throughout the country, linking again the blood ties of the divided nation, and realizing unity as one nation. 48. The primary impediments to national reunification are, according to the younger Kim, the U.S. imperialists' occupation of South Korea. 49 and flunkyism. 50 He singled out the South-North July 4 joint statement of 1972, the first issued by the two Koreas which subsequently became the cornerstone of North-South Korean dialogue. The first series of North-South dialogue that produced this statement began as a reaction by both Koreas to the U.S. surprise diplomatic engagement of the People's Republic of China after more than 2 decades of mutual hostility. Against this backdrop, the leaders of North and South Korea initiated a secret dialogue in the spring of 1972 that eventually yielded the first joint communiqué, which was intentionally issued on July 4, the date the United States commemorates its 1776th Declaration of Independence from British rule. The Korean joint communiqué pays respect to JICH's rejection of flunkyism and champions Korea's sovereignty, as evident in the text's main points. The two sides reached an agreement on the following principles of the nation's reunification. 1. Reunification should be achieved independently, without reliance upon outside force or its interference, JICH's first guiding principle, according to Kim Jong-il. 2. Reunification should be achieved by peaceful means, without recourse to the use of arms against the other side. 3. Great national unity should be promoted first of all as one nation, transcending the differences of ideology, ideals, and system. All subsequent important joint Korean statements refer to the 1972 statement. The December 13, 1991 North-South Agreement on Reconciliation, Non-Aggression, and Cooperation and Exchange recalls the 1972 statement's first stipulation. It is reaffirmed in the first item of the June 15, 2000 North-South Joint Declaration issued after the first summit between Korea's leaders, South Korean President Kim Dae-jung and North Korea's Supreme Commander Kim Jong-il. It was again reaffirmed in October 2007 after the Second Korean Summit between South Korean President Roh Moo-hyun and North Korea's leader Kim Jong-il. On April 18, 1998, Kim Jong-il issued his essay "Let Us Reunify the Country Independently and Peacefully Through the Great Unity of the Entire Nation 51." Here he set forth 5 principles to achieve this goal. Maintaining the principle of national independence, uniting under the banner of patriotism, the banner of national reunification, improving the relations between the North and South Korea, fighting against the domination and interference of the foreign forces and the anti-reunification forces, and promoting visits, contacts, dialogues, and solidarity among the Korean compatriots. Again, all of this is consistent with Kim Jong-il's 1982 treatise. While JICH sets forth the nation's strategic priorities in a consistent and rigid manner, it allows some tactical flexibility depending on changing circumstances. This becomes apparent when we examine North Korea's shifting attitudes towards South Korea's leaders. Pyongyang restrained its rhetoric towards South Korea's 2 previous leaders, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun, because of their perceived willingness to risk the U.S.'s displeasure by adopting policies toward North Korea of which the United States disapproved. Thus Pyongyang credited these 2 South Korean presidents with having avoided the pitfall of flunkyism by putting improving relations with North Korea before maintaining smooth ties with the United States. But since Lee Myung-bok's inauguration as South Korea's president in February 2008, Pyongyang has reverted to bombarding South Korea's leader with vitriolic rhetoric. Viewed in the context of JICH, this is a consequence of President Lee's perceived flunkyism toward the United States and Japan, JICH's foremost imperialists. Pyongyang's verbal assaults on President Lee have intensified since he declared that it is impossible to head for reunification and hard to improve South-North relations unless North Korea's nuclear arsenal is dismantled. Lee's Minister of Unification in his inaugural speech stated that he would adjust the speed, scope, and ways for the development of Inter-Korean depending on the progress made in the efforts to settle the North's nuclear issue. President Lee confirmed his stance in April 2008, when he met United States President Bush in Washington and then visited Tokyo to meet Japan's Prime Minister Fukuda. North Korea's political commentators writing in the official KWP newspaper Nodong Sinmun unleashed Pyongyang's wrath at South Korea's new president. He was declared a flunkyist for allowing outside influence to infect North-South relations. On April 1, 2008 Nodong Sinmun commentator 52 exploded with vitriol when he labeled Lee's administration a regime and called Lee a charlatan and traitor. Lee was also accused of sycophancy towards the U.S. because of his support of the U.S.'s insistence that North Korea dismantle its nuclear arsenal and his alleged frantic effort to re-establish triangular military cooperation between Seoul, Washington, and Tokyo. Lee's Grand National Party, GNP, was accused of acting like a fascist dictatorial regime, a reference to the early 1970s South Korean President Park Chung-hee's authoritarian rule. The Lee administration is also accused of negating the joint North-South statements of June 15, 2000 and October 4, 2007. Similar rhetoric and accusations appeared on April 7, 14 and 16, 2008. These verbal assaults are undoubtedly a consequence of the South Korean president's perceived flunkyism toward Washington and Tokyo. Anyone familiar with JICH could have anticipated these attacks, and should expect their continuation. Preserving self-determination by resisting imperialism. Kim Jong-il's first principle of JICH states, the independent stand must be maintained. This requires not only avoiding flunkyism, particularly towards U.S. imperialism, but also countering imperialism. Kim defines imperialism in very specific terms. That flunkyism and the idea of dependence on foreign forces lead to the ruin of the nation is the serious and bitter lesson our nation learned through a long history of national suffering. Our country was occupied by the Japanese imperialists, the early communist movement failed, and the nationalist movement suffered frustration because, in the final analysis, our flunkyism which meant disbelieving its own strength and grovel before big powers. Even after liberation of the country, the successive rulers of South Korea committed anti-reunification treachery to the country and the nation, with the backing of the United States, following its aggressive policy. 53. In his summary of early 20th century Korean history, Kim Jong-il refers to dependence on foreign forces, a reference to traditional Korea's reliance on Imperial China, called CD in Korean, to manage its foreign relations and national defense. Kim again equates imperialism with Japan's colonization of Korea between 1910 and 1945, and concludes by referring to the United States' aggressive policy. Jich and Kim Jong-il's concerns with imperialism are less with it as a universal phenomenon and more with the aggressive role Japan and the United States have played on the Korean peninsula since the late 19th century. This animosity toward the United States persisted after U.S.-DPRK relations began to improve with the October 1994 signing of their first diplomatic accord, the Agreed Framework. Nevertheless, Kim in his 1997 essay still points to the United States-American Samoa the main villain threatening Korea's reunification and peace on the Korean peninsula. The question of easing the tension and removing the danger of war in our country can be settled, before all else, when the United States gives up its hostile policy against our republic and a peace treaty is concluded between the DPRK and the U.S. Our republic and the United States are still in the state of temporary armistice and the danger of war has not been dispelled from our country. To remove the danger of war, a peace treaty must be concluded between the DPRK and the United States and a new peacekeeping mechanism must be established. In addition, it is imperative to reaffirm the non-aggression agreement between the North and the South. 54. By 1998, Pyongyang was keenly frustrated by the United States' perceived reluctance to implement the agreed framework. North Korea's official Korea Central News Agency reported on October 23, 1999 that over the past 5 years the U.S. has consistently put the brake on the implementation of the agreed framework. 55. An exchange of high-level visits in 2000 eased but did not erase the bilateral tensions because Pyongyang remained convinced that Washington was clinging to its hostile policy. Tense relations intensified when a new U.S. president took office in 2001. Shortly afterward, the Second Korean Peninsula nuclear crisis erupted in late 2002, setting the stage for increasingly tense U.S.-DPRK relations and the start of the six-party talks in August 2003. North Korea's Foreign Ministry spokesman in an August 13, 2003 statement labeled the U.S. demand that North Korea give up its nuclear ambitions an unreasonable unilateral assertion. He then echoed Kim Jong-il's 1997 essay. It will be considered that the U.S. has practically given up its hostile policy toward the DPRK when a non-aggression treaty with legal binding is concluded and diplomatic relations are established between the DPRK and the U.S. and it is made clear that the U.S. does not obstruct economic cooperation between the DPRK and other countries, i.e. ends its economic sanctions. Point 56. This statement summarizes Kim Jong-il's key points in his 1997 statement and has remained ever since the DPRK stance at the six-party talks. Since 2003, virtually every DPRK Foreign Ministry statement regarding relations with the United States has called for a switchover from the U.S. perceived hostile policy toward North Korea, the end of economic sanctions, and the normalization of bilateral relations. For example, on March 2, 2005 the spokesman said, "The key to the settlement of the nuclear issue between the DPRK and the U.S. is for the U.S. to replace its hostile policy with a policy of peaceful coexistence." Later he added, "The U.S. denies a hostile policy toward North Korea, repeating empty talks that it has never been hostile to North Korea and has no intention to attack it." Finally, the spokesman concludes, "The Bush administration has so far pursued hostile policy toward the DPRK undisguisedly sick in a bid to topple its system, destroyed the groundwork for the six-party talks and removed all conditions and justification for negotiations, throwing a hurdle in the settlement of the nuclear issue." Point 57. The theme of U.S. hostile policy persists. The annual 2008 New Year's joint editorial published by the newspapers of the KWP, KPA, and the Youth League refer to the U.SS alleged hostile policy. An end should be put to the U.S. policy hostile towards the DPRK and the armistice agreement be replaced with a peace pact. The aggressive joint military exercises and arms buildup should be discontinued and the U.S. military bases be abolished in South Korea. 58. On March 3, 2008, the DPRK Foreign Ministry spokesman continued this theme by pointing to the joint U.S. South Korea annual military exercises key resolve and Full Eagle as a clear indication that the U.S. is invariably sticking to its hostile policy to stifle the DPRK by force. 59. A few days later, KCNA asserted that Radio Free Asia broadcasts aimed at the DPRK were additional evidence of Washington's continuing hostile policy. The U.S. hostile policy toward the DPRK is being stepped up in all fields as evidenced by its military blackmail and psychological warfare, and the U.S. administration's approach toward the DPRK in all aspects is aimed at destroying its political system. 60. The KWP official newspaper Nodong Sinmun commented in a signed article on March 20. The U.S. imperialist aggressor forces' presence in South Korea is a typical expression of the U.S. hostile policy toward the DPRK and a main obstacle in the way of ensuring peace. The U.S. imperialist aggressor forces are field executors of the U.S. anti-DPRK policy. The situation always remains unstable on the Korean peninsula, and the building of a solid peacekeeping mechanism has been delayed because the U.S. has frantically driven the U.S. forces present in South Korea into the escalating the moves to start a war of aggression against the DPRK, desperately pursuing its hostile policy toward the DPRK. The U.S. would be well advised to roll back its hostile policy for aggression and war against the DPRK and respond to the proposal for building the above-said mechanism on the peninsula. 61. Japan now ranks second as an imperialist enemy after being number one during the first half of the 20th century. Japan's role as a threatening imperialist resumed when Japan took active part in the Korean War of 1950–53 by aligning itself with the United States and obstructed the prosperity, development, and reunification of Korea in every way. 62. Normalization of Japan-DPRK relations seemed possible in 1990, and again in 2002. Optimism rose when a multi-party delegation of leading Japanese politicians representing the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, and the Japan Socialist Party, JSP, visited Pyongyang in September 1990. After discussions with Kim Il-sung and the KWP Secretary-General for International Affairs Kim Yong-sun, the three political parties issued a joint declaration that urged the Japanese government to fully and officially apologize to and compensate North Korea for the enormous misfortunes and miseries imposed on the Korean people by Imperial Japan during 36 years of colonization. The two sides urged that bilateral relations be normalized through intergovernmental negotiations and bilateral economic and cultural exchanges be initiated. The statement also urged that Koreans in Japan must not be discriminated against, a reference to the approximately 600,000 ethnic Koreans who reside in Japan. Finally, the political leaders recognized that Korea is one and that the peaceful reunification through North-South dialogue accords with the national interests of the Korean people. 63. Subsequent negotiations stalled because of North Korea's refusal to admit to Japan's allegations that North Korean agents had clandestinely abducted Japanese citizens and forcefully taken them to North Korea to serve as language instructors for North Koreans being trained as spies and terrorists. The impasse persisted until 2002, when the Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi Junichiro convened the first-ever Japan-DPRK summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-il in Pyongyang on September 17. Amazingly, Kim admitted that over-enthusiastic special forces carried out the abductions, and expressed a sincere apology, according to the official North Korean report about the summit. North Korea's foreign ministry spokesman confirmed Pyongyang's new line by stating, "It is regrettable that these issues surfaced in the past as a product of the abnormal relationship between the DPRK and Japan." 64. Kim Jong-il's admission and apology opened the way for issuance of the DPRK Japan-Pyongyang Declaration of September 17, 2002. Signed by both leaders, the statement called for the establishment of diplomatic ties at an early date, with bilateral negotiations scheduled to commence in October 2002. The Japanese side honestly admitted that it had inflicted huge damage and sufferings upon the Korean people during its past colonial rule over Korea and sincerely apologized for them. North Korea promised not to repeat its abduction of Japanese citizens or again abuse their life and security. Both sides pledged to pursue a comprehensive solution to the nuclear issue on the Korean peninsula, and Pyongyang expressed its will to extend its moratorium on missile tests beyond 2003 in the spirit of the declaration. But once again expectations of prompt diplomatic normalization proved premature. The new impasse arose because of the abduction issue. The Japanese public demanded that North Korea do more than confess, apologize, and promise no more abduction. They insisted that their government press North Korea to allow all the abducted Japanese to return to Japan, prove that all the victims had been released, give a full accounting of who was responsible for the abductions, and an explanation of why many had died at a relatively young age during their captivity. Pyongyang's adamant claim that the abduction issue has been resolved persists as the primary impediment to the normalization of relations. Nodong Sinmun on April 18, 2008, in a signed commentary, reiterated North Korea's claim, stating, "The abduction issue much touted by the Japanese reactionaries had already found a solution." Japan's recent extension of economic sanctions on North Korea for another 6 months, first imposed after North Korea exploded a nuclear device in October 2006, is labeled a deliberate political provocation designed to torpedo the six-party talks. Japan is accused of treating Koreans in Japan as hostages with the dyed-in-the-wool pro-Japanese Lee Myung-bak Group, 65. The many twists and turns of North Korea's attitude and policies towards South Korea, the United States, and Japan point to two consistent phenomena in North Korea's foreign policy: consistency of strategic goals and flexibility of tactics. Pyongyang's goals remain ending South Korea's perceived flunkyism toward Washington and Tokyo, replacing the United States' perceived hostile policy with normal diplomatic relations, and getting Japan to do likewise. Its tactics, however, have shifted between nasty rhetoric and patient negotiations. The Grand Conspiracy. Viewed through the prism of JICH, the U.SS hostile policy is more than an expression of paranoia and frustration. The policy is an imperialist plan coordinated in Washington and supported by Japan and the flunkyism of South Korea's present president to strangle North Korea and end its sovereignty. According to the first guiding principle of JICH, the leader, party, and nation must struggle to prevent this. In Pyongyang's view, the imperialists' primary tool for strangling North Korea is trilateral cooperation between the three allies, their military forces, maintenance of extensive economic sanctions on North Korea, and demands that it unilaterally dismantle its nuclear arsenal. Since 1992, North Korea has consistently demanded that the United States and Japan take the following steps to end this hostile policy. Stop imposing economic sanctions, including removal of North Korea from the U.S. list of nations that support international terrorism, something Japan adamantly opposes pending resolution of the abduction issue and which several members of the U.S. Congress firmly support. The sanctions imposed in 1950 under the Trading with the Enemy Act are also to be ended to allow Americans to invest in and trade with North Korea. Additionally, Japan since the fall of 2006 has imposed its own unilateral economic sanctions on North Korea pending resolution of the abduction issue and dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear arsenal. A bilateral peace treaty between the United States and North Korea is to be signed, the United Nations Command, UNC, dismantled, and the Korean War armistice replaced by a new peacekeeping mechanism. All U.S. military forces are to be withdrawn from the Korean peninsula. South Korea is to halt its flunkyism toward Washington and Tokyo, and adopt an independent stance that will enable it to deal with North Korea without interference from outside powers such as the United States and Japan. Thus far, since 2002, the United States and Japan have refused to consider taking such steps except for the phasing out of economic sanctions, but influential elements of the US government and Japan oppose this. Instead, they have offered North Korea diplomatic and economic inducements such as the normalization of relations, heavy fuel oil, food aid, and other economic assistance to convince it to end its nuclear programs. But this is insufficient because JICH dictates that the above requirements, not just diplomatic and economic incentives, must be accomplished prior to North Korea agreeing to dismantle its nuclear deterrent capability. Seung-gun, the military first. Given Pyongyang's concerns about the imperialists' hostile policy, Kim Jong-il has elevated JICH's fourth guiding principle, self-reliance in defense, to his top priority under the heading Seung-gun Jeongchi, or military first politics. North Korea's official media tied Seung-gun to Kim Jong-il's 1982 treatise on the JICH idea, and defined the term accordingly. Kim Jong-il took the Seung-gun idea based on the JICH idea as the invariable guideline of the Korean Revolution and applied it in all the fields of the revolution. He laid down the Seung-gun revolutionary theories such as the principle of putting the army ahead of the working class. 66. The Korean People's Army, KPA, has been assigned the role of demonstrating its might as the army of the party and the leader and a model in protecting him both in name and reality. Thus Kim Jong-il took the title of the Supreme Commander to guide the KPA in waging an uncompromising struggle against US and Japanese imperialism. 67 Official commentators further clarified Kim Jong-il's Seung-gun idea. The Korean people, under the leadership of President Kim Il-sung, waged the bloody anti-Japanese revolutionary war with arms in hand and liberated the country. Therefore, without a strong military power, the revolution cannot be successfully advanced even after the establishment of a socialist system. Especially the United States, which emerged as the only superpower of the world, is ceaselessly committing military aggression and terrorism everywhere, infringing upon the sovereignty of independent states. If one has not one's own military force powerful enough to beat off reactionary forces including the US, he has only himself to thank for his falling prey to the strong. As long as the imperialists suppress the masses' cause of independence with bayonets, the significance of arms becomes great in the progress of the socialist construction. This is why the idea of realizing independence elucidated by the JICH idea becomes the very principle of arms philosophy. 68. None of this augurs well for either the normalization of U.S. North Korea and Japan-North Korea relations in the near future, or a quick resolution of the nuclear issue on the Korean peninsula. Kim Jong-il's emphasis on Seung-gun elevates the KPA to a dominate position in the DPRK government. The KPA is authorized to develop a self-reliant defense capability that includes the use of modern technology, that is, nuclear weapons, to defend the nation's sovereignty. This suggests that it will be extremely difficult for even Kim Jong-il to convince his generals to dismantle their nuclear deterrent capability until the imperialists have definitively ended their hostile policy. So long as the KPA perceives that the hostile policy persists, it will most likely continue to see diplomatic and economic inducements as insufficient to warrant discarding North Korea's nuclear arsenal. Conclusion. JICH obviously plays a pervasive role in defining North Korea's political culture. It defines the nation's primary interests as achieving national unification, preserving national sovereignty, and building a socialist economy and society. The leader's authority is established beyond challenge, and he assigns roles to his party and the army. While the party is the leader's general staff for the propagation of his ideology, the army defends the leader, his ideology, and the nation's sovereignty. Together they are to struggle for the nation's foremost goal, national unification. But this will be possible only if South Korea rejects its flunkyism toward the United States and Japan, and the imperialists are convinced to end their hostile policy. The ideology defines the nation's friends and foe. Relations with socialist nations like the People's Republic of China and allies like Russia are cherished, while relations with non-aligned nations such as India and Indonesia are to be nurtured. Imperialism is deemed the main threat to man's hajoseong, or desire for self-determination, and to a nation's sovereignty. The foremost imperialists are the United States and Japan, because their hostile policies aim to strangle North Korea. JIC's principle of a self-reliant defense requires that the nation maintain a policy of Songun or military first, which enables the KPA to develop itself into a self-reliant, invincible and modern military force capable of deterring imperialist aggression. JIC lists some of the primary parameters of North Korea's foreign policy, past, present, and future. It makes for consistency of strategic goals, but allows tactical flexibility. It breaks with the dogmatism of Marxism and Leninism to allow a more pragmatic approach to resolving Korea's unique problems. Koreans are urged to prioritize their problems and formulate solutions based primarily on conditions within their own culture, nation, and society. This has permitted a surprising degree of pragmatism in both foreign and domestic policy. But JIC's propagation as the sole legitimate orthodoxy since at least 1982, if not earlier, has eroded this tendency away from dogmatism toward pragmatism. Consequently, Pyongyang's policymakers must avoid any appearance of being at odds with their leader. Otherwise they could be accused of disloyalty or putting selfish aims before the common good. The politically correct and safest thing to do, therefore, is to advocate policies that promote JIC's strategic goals while cautiously proposing variations of the tactics for achieving these goals. A further limit on the formulation of flexible foreign policy is the military's supremacy under Kim Jong-il. Diplomats striving to negotiate any agreements with a foreign nation, particularly the imperialist United States or Japan, must proceed with great caution. They cannot concede anything that might be perceived by Pyongyang's leadership as undercutting the nation's sovereignty. This issue remains particularly sensitive regarding the nuclear issue. Today, as in 1994, North Korea's membership in the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons is viewed as a severe restraint on the nation's sovereign right to maintain a self-reliant defense. Kim Jong-il's stress on Songun would appear to enhance the Korean People's Army ability to determine what is acceptable or not in the continuing six-party talks aimed at dismantling North Korea's nuclear deterrent capability. JIC's precepts strongly suggest that Pyongyang's diplomats will not be able to agree to any dismantlement of their nation's military capability without the concurrence of the KPA. According to JIC, the army must defend its nation and leader against the imperialist United States. Until the perceived hostile policy has been completely dismantled, the KPA can be expected to cling to its nuclear deterrent capability. Chapter 3. Assessing North Korea's Strategic Intentions and Motivations. Scott Snyder. Security Studies Analysis of Prospects for War, Peace, and the Relative Balance of Power Among States naturally gravitates toward two primary components: assessments of capabilities and intentions. While analysis of a state's capabilities turns on a comprehensive analysis of a state's warfighting capacity, forces, order of battle, ability to use technology, organizational structures, and ability to effectively implement integrated command, control, communication, and computer capabilities, the analysis of state intentions and leadership motivations tends to be more qualitative, revolving around assessments of psychology, perceptions of its own situation and the intent of its enemies, strategic dilemmas, signaling, and so on. The empirical advantages of focusing on capability are obvious, but such assessments can be foiled by lack of transparency or efforts by a state to engage in strategic deception, either as a means by which to magnify external perceptions of its own capabilities in order to avoid potential attack, or to hide capabilities from others so as to gain tactical or strategic advantage in the event of conflict. Problems in assessing capabilities are therefore inexorably tied to the analysis of intent, since attempts to hide capability or lack thereof are symptoms of a troubling absence of transparency which cannot be addressed without considering intent. But the data set for assessing intent is by its nature incomplete. Public statements that might indicate intentions cannot necessarily be taken at face value, since such statements could constitute a conscious effort to mislead or obscure true motivations, while non-public motivations are by their nature concealed from public scrutiny. The challenge of assessing the intentions of secrecy-prone authoritarian states such as North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK, are formidable, and data is scarce, so it should not be surprising that analyst assessments of North Korean strategic intentions and motivations tend to serve more as a Rorschach test that reveals more about the preconceptions of the analyst than about North Korea. Given the lack of empirical data available to assess questions of intent, the inherent opaqueness of the North Korean regime and leadership, and the resulting doubts about the credibility and purposes behind North Korean public statements, debates over North Korean intentions are more likely to be settled by historians than political scientists or security analysts. Much contemporary analysis of North Korean intentions revolves around the question of whether or not the regime still aspires to pursue Korean unification on its own terms, or whether North Korea's accumulated difficulties have caused it to focus almost exclusively on the narrower objective of regime survival. The conclusions are in the eye of the beholder. Globalization and North Korea's status nationalist grand strategy. As a window into the questions of North Korean strategy and motivations, as well as the capacity of the leadership to achieve its aspirations, this chapter will analyze the efforts of the North Korean leadership to cope with the economic effects of globalization. Globalization has posed a powerful leadership challenge to every state's leaders, and the North Korean leadership is no exception. The framework I intend to employ in conducting this analysis is Itel Zolingen's theoretical analysis of state responses to globalization through the shaping of competing political coalitions that espouse opposing political grand strategies, the Internationalist Coalition, and the Statist National Confessionist Coalition. Zolingen posits that the outcome of this competition shapes the direction of the state and the nature of the state's interaction in a regional context. According to this theory, the interaction of various domestic groups with an integrating global political economy will have distributional impacts that shape the preferences and responses of actors and institutions within the North Korean system. The competition will yield an outcome that in most cases results in an alignment by which domestic coalitions and international actors reinforce tendencies toward global integration, but may also yield an outcome that reinforces the preferences of backlash coalitions that seek to protect and contain the effects of global integration on state leadership. Point 1. Utilizing this theoretical framework, I intend to assess political, economic, and social changes in North Korea over the course of the past decade, roughly from the death of Kim Il-sung and the Great Famine of the mid-1990s to the North Korean nuclear test in October of 2006. I will analyze the extent to which it is possible to identify internationalist and backlash coalitions active in the North Korean leadership structure and in North Korean society. As one case study, Zolingen explores the Korean peninsula, arguing that North Korean competing factions remain evenly matched in a stiff competition for supremacy. Her work on the Korean peninsula features South Korea, where the theoretical framework she applies is very convincing. On the basis of this analysis, I will develop preliminary conclusions about the extent to which globalization has influenced North Korea's intentions and motivations, and highlight policy implications of these findings. Zolingen identifies the distributional impact of internationalization as a primary factor around which competing political coalitions are mobilized in support of a common, mutually beneficial objective. Through the building of coalitions of mutual interest, either in support of or in opposition to the distributional effects of globalization, domestic politics is influenced by international factors and creates a new playing field around which actors are likely to coalesce and compete with each other. The theory presumes the formation of competing internationalist and statist nationalist confessional coalitions. Grand strategies reveal a coalition's definition of the state's relation to the global political economy, to the internal extraction and allocation of resources among groups and institutions, and to the regional strategic context. Zolingen expects internationalist coalitions to promote domestic economic reform, expand exposure to the international economy, and cooperate with neighbors to preserve regional stability. In contrast, statist national coalitions seek to preserve the control of the state, especially over the military-industrial complex, to oppose liberalization, and to weaken political adversaries that support internationalization. Her model further predicts the outcome of regional interactions among states led by various coalition types, based on whether respective factional leaderships are strong or weak. In the case of the Korean Peninsula, South Korea is led by a strong internationalist coalition type, while North Korea has been led by a weak statist nationalist coalition type. Zolingen characterizes the North Korean situation as one in which competition between the two ideal-type coalitions within a single state fails to yield a clear victor, and that this explains the North's erratic regional behavior during the late 1980s and early 1990s. Point 3. According to Zolingen's theory, this dyadic combination imposes a hard dilemma for the weaker nationalist coalition leadership, since cooperation with internationalist counterparts may undermine a nationalist coalition's raison d'être, while confrontation with a stronger internationalist leadership may enhance the nationalist coalition leadership's security dilemma, either by feeding support for internal internationalist opposition to a nationalist coalition's dominance, or by causing a more powerful internationalist coalition to strengthen its own military capabilities. Thus, this combination is by its nature unstable, and is likely to lead to further change. Point 4. Although this theoretical framework stops short of providing an explicit prediction, the logical expectation is that a strong internationalist coalition in South Korea will either provide distributional benefits necessary to enable internationalist counterparts in North Korea to overcome and replace North Korea's nationalist coalition, or the nationalist coalition will eventually collapse under the weight of its own failure to cope effectively with the pressures of globalization. However, neither outcome has been realized thus far. The question of whether a real coalitional struggle along factional lines existed within the North Korean leadership remains contested. Based on his visits to North Korea in the early 1990s, Selig Harrison depicted factions within the North Korean leadership between pragmatists and technocrats who advocated economic opening, and the old guard from the military and nuclear establishment that opposed economic opening. Point 5. However, Alexander Mansourov characterizes North Korean institutional changes over the past decade as designed to reduce its vulnerabilities to the challenges of modernity and pressures of globalization, while safeguarding the basic foundations of the North Korean political system. 6. This interpretation suggests a situation in which apparent coalitional struggle on its surface obscures the underlying reality of a state that is fundamentally resistant to internationalist coalitional activity, or that is attempting to manipulate internationalist coalitions as a means to procure the resources necessary to keep a dominant nationalist coalition in power. The difficulty of defining the nature of any coalitional struggle in North Korea, whether there are divisions within the leadership or whether a nationalist leadership is facing unprecedented pressure from social forces outside the leadership, is central to assessing the capacity of the leadership to respond to globalization pressures, and sheds light on leadership intentions. To further test the applicability of the theory and to understand in greater detail the nature and ramifications of North Korea's response to globalization, it is necessary to undertake a more detailed assessment of political, institutional, and social change in North Korea during the past decade. This empirical analysis of internal change in North Korea should help to explain why North Korea has continued to survive despite formidable external challenges, the relative capacity of the North Korean government to respond to the challenges of globalization, whether the process of change in North Korea will result from state failure or will lead to a shift from a nationalist to an internationalist coalition, and the choices posed for the international community by the path of the North Korean leadership. North Korean political change, coalitional struggle or military first unity. By the early 1990s, the North Korean system faced acute shocks that brought into relief the dilemmas accompanying globalization, as the regime was forced to respond to the end of subsidies from the Soviet Union and a desire on the part of China to employ a market basis for pricing of goods to replace friendship prices by which North Korea received subsidized food and fuel from China. The DPRK's initial inability to adjust to these pressures coincided with a leadership transition to Kim Jong-il following Kim Il-sung's death in 1994, and resulted in a widespread systemic failure that led to the famine of the mid-1990s. This crisis set in motion profound institutional, economic, and social changes in North Korea in an attempt to adapt to the pressures of globalization. In the face of these challenges, North Korea's political leadership under Kim Jong-il has shown impressive resilience and continuity. However, This does not suggest that there have not been political adaptations in an attempt to deal with new circumstances. Major political and institutional adjustments that have occurred inside North Korea under Kim Jong-il include the establishment of a new constitution, the adoption of military-first ideology as a primary banner for describing the revised institutional, political, and social order within North Korea, and the adoption of June 2002 economic reforms that liberalized prices and wages. 7. The 1998 constitutional revision centralizes control of the state apparatus under the National Defense Commission, with Kim Jong-il as the chairman and central player, while marginalizing the Korean Workers' Party, KWP, and state institutions as instruments with real bureaucratic authority. In addition, the institutionalized structures of governance within the party and state structures were essentially suspended or called into action on an ad hoc basis. KWP leadership structures have not been active, and the Supreme People's Assembly, always a rubber stamp organization, convened rarely. Existing state organizations had to rely primarily on their ability to gain Kim Jong-il's favor and approval to get things done, and this meant that relative power of any organizational structure in North Korea was determined by the capacity of that organization to gain favor at the top levels, or to have a powerful champion with personal ties to Kim Jong-il. The 1998 constitution accepted the legality of market exchanges, but it is not clear whether this was intended as a reform measure or as acquiescence to the reality that the public distribution system, PDS, was no longer capable of meeting the needs of the people, even if the government did continue to provide rations to critical sectors in support of the state structure, including the military, bureaucrats, and citizens of critical areas in and near Pyongyang. The Songunjeongji, or military first, politics of Kim Jong-il, elevated KPA-related institutions over the party and the government, and provided KPA-related institutions with the best opportunities to gain approval to take action, even in areas not connected to the military. A primary objective of Songunjeongji has been to achieve a strong and prosperous nation, Gangseongdaegak, constituting implicit authorization for a military role in utilizing economic instruments to revive and strengthen North Korea. For instance, North Korea's second economy, or economic institutions connected with the KPA, received preferential treatment, resources, and access to the outside world as a means to raise capital and to procure both luxury goods and essential goods from abroad. This also meant that military-related institutions had the capacity and the cover to engage in black market activities and to supply foreign-made goods to North Korea's domestic economy, both through legitimate and through black market channels. North Korea's 2002 economic reform measures partially liberalized price and wage controls, further legalized markets, providing farmers markets with the state's blessing, and accepted monetization of economic exchanges in the markets, partial privatization of farming and household production, and reforms in the role, scope, and financing of private and state-owned enterprises within the North Korean economy. These mechanisms further accepted the importance of markets as a medium of exchange in North Korea, but also provided a state role in regulating some market activities that had already been going on illegally outside the reach of state control. The reforms also provided more efficient means by which to encourage monetization of the North Korean economy, and provided structural advantages for firms that had access and authorization to trade with the outside world. However, it seemed that the reforms were more designed to recapture a legitimate role for the state in relationship to markets in light of high levels of corruption and to mobilize opportunities for leadership-connected entities to make money while significantly relieving the economic burdens as well as the moral responsibilities of the leadership to provide for the people. Another area of institutional adjustment that occurred in the wake of the famine was the weakening of the relationship between central and local or regional institutions within North Korea. At the height of the famine, local and district governments, enterprises, and work units discovered the true meaning of jich, or self-reliance, since they learned that the central government no longer had the capacity to care for their needs. The necessity to procure food and other essentials spurred the development of markets in the mid-1990s, and also forced local institutions to fend for themselves, often by relying on the markets as the medium of exchange to procure their needs. During this time, there was a temporary boom in North Korean enterprises that made their way to China to barter scrap metal, timber, or natural resources in return for food and daily necessities. The effect of this change was to relieve the central government of the economic burdens of the public distribution system, ceding that role to the market. However, this transition did not mean that the state was ceding its supervisory role over local institutions or its demand for political loyalty to the central government leadership. As one considers the adjustments that have taken place inside North Korea under Kim Jong-il, there are some elements that might suggest the possibility of an emergence of coalitional struggle, especially in the form of decentralization and apparent competition among bureaucratic institutions in the north. However, the predominant theme is that of deinstitutionalization, that is, the consolidation of power in the hands of Kim Jong-il and weakening of institutions that might serve as alternative power centers, such as the party or the government. Within the leadership, greater attention has been placed on procurement of the economic resources necessary to assure the survival of North Korea and Kim Jong-il, but the institutions that have gained official authorization to conduct economic activities are primarily instruments for the procurement of goods in the service of the leadership, and such activities have clearly been entrusted to loyal political actors who utilize necessary economic instruments in the service of existing leadership structures. As such, the likelihood that these instruments of a nationalist power structure will pose an effective internationalist challenge is highly unlikely. To the extent that such efforts yield private opportunities or create networks for personal gain, these activities may promote internationalist coalition building, but it appears that such networks exist outside the official sphere and that central government authorities may turn a blind eye to such activities as long as they are not excessive. Zolingen identifies several members of a nascent internationalist coalition in her own analysis of North Korea's leadership structure and seeming competition between internationalist and nationalist coalitions within the DPRK leadership, including Kim Jong-il and Kim Dal-hyun. 8 But Kim Jong-il, a former chairman of the Committee on Promotion of Cooperation with Foreign Countries, was reported to have been removed from his post in 1998 for receiving bribes from prospective foreign investors. 9 While Kim Dal-hyun, who was purged from his position of vice premier in December of 1993 and placed in charge of the February 8 vanillin plant in Hamhung, never returned to a position of prominence in the central government. 10 External Economic Affairs Committee Vice Chairman Kim Mun-song is reported to have been executed. The evidence suggests that internationalizing coalitions within the DPRK's formal leadership structure have been decisively tamed. Successive North Korean prime ministers, such as Yoon Hyung-mook and Pak Pong-ju, have been viewed as individuals in the North Korean system with economic credentials who could promote economic reform, but such a view is perplexing, given that real power lies with the National Defense Commission under Kim Jong-il's authority, and the Prime Minister's ability to maneuver within the system is constrained by the power of military-related institutions under the military-first ideology. In a separate 2007 analysis of North Korean domestic politics, Zolingen cites a Nodong Sinmun analysis that explicitly places economic initiatives in subordination to the needs of North Korea's military-first leadership, although she clings to the idea that there is an internal coalitional struggle taking place within North Korea's leadership structure. What takes the leading position in the correlation between the army and economy is, however, still the army. It is the new principle illuminated by the military-first idea that only when we place importance on the gun barrel can we build an economically powerful state. If economic power is based on military power is a guarantee for economic power and impetus for economic development. We cannot defend national industries nor ensure a peaceful environment for economy building without strong military power. 11. Additional evidence regarding the role and purpose of economic instruments in the service of a nationalist coalition and the lack of competition between nationalist and internationalist coalitions within the North Korean leadership structure is discernible through an analysis of the structure of developments in inter-Korean economic relations. Most notable has been the monopoly on inter-Korean economic projects in both Mount Jeongang and the Gaeseong Industrial Complex by the Korean Asia-Pacific Peace Committee, a party-related organization that has long been reputed to enjoy the special protection of Kim Jong-il. The former head of the Asia-Pacific Peace Committee, Kim Young-sun, was known to have a special relationship with Kim Jong-il. The committee has retained a special role as the preferred instrument for managing economic projects with South Korea. On the South Korean side, Hwan has enjoyed a monopoly position following the initiative of Chung Ju-young to set up the initial arrangements with North Korea. Initiated in 1998 under the auspices of Kim Dae-jung's newly established Sunshine Policy and the principle of separation of politics and economics, the initial arrangements for Mount Ji-yumgang were highly dependent on large cash transfers to the north that made the project economically unviable on market terms. Subsequent adjustments, including the establishment of a land route to the north and a payment arrangement with the north that functions on a per capita basis, have helped to introduce a market element to the project, but the isolation of Mount Ji-yumgang from the rest of North Korean society and the highly limited interpersonal interaction between North and South Korean individuals as part of the project underscores the essential nature of the project as one in which North Korean authorities are renting tourist access by South Koreans to the mountains while also gaining infrastructure investment on a gradual basis. This arrangement provides a steady stream of cash to North Korean authorities while posing a minimal intrusion or impact on North Korean society, and does not appear to promote reforms or to enable the development of an internationalist coalition inside North Korea. The rent-seeking nature of the project and the role of the Korea-Asia-Pacific Peace Committee as an instrument by which to raise economic resources in the service of North Korea's nationalist institutional structure was underscored by the use of Hwan as the main channel for the provision of direct payments to North Korea amounting to about $500 million in the context of the Inter-Korean Summit in June of 2012. Likewise, the Gaeseong Industrial Complex is a project that is run on the basis of state-to-state arrangements through which economic benefits flow to the DPRK state through the Asia-Pacific Peace Committee. Initial inter-Korean economic negotiations suggested an opportunity to introduce mechanisms necessary to smooth the exchange of goods and to introduce mechanisms for guaranteeing terms of investment, independent corporate management, and safe passage for South Korean workers at the Kaesong site. Point 13. However, the monopolistic nature of the arrangements and the inability of individual South Korean complexes housed within the zone to make direct payments to North Korean workers underscore the function of the complex primarily as an instrument for generating revenue for use by the North Korean leadership rather than as a vehicle for promoting economic reform in North Korea. Although the opportunity to promote skills transfers and experience to North Korean workers is provided through the Gaeseong operation, there is little evidence that North Korean leaders have attempted to exploit such an opportunity to promote a structural reform agenda within that context. Instead, North Korean limits on exchange of goods, customs, and communications that would promote greater efficiency within the Kaesong operation and periodic attempts to extract greater cash from the project on more favorable terms suggest that the operation is prized by the North Korean leadership primarily as a cash cow that indirectly provides resources in pursuit of its own nationalist agenda, not as a stimulus for reform. Point 14. An additional perspective on the motivations and strategy of the North Korean leadership in the face of challenges posed by globalization can be gleaned through an analysis of Chinese economic interactions with North Korea. North Korean leadership intentions can be discerned through the North's effort to establish an economic zone at Sinuiju in 2003. Initial evidence suggested that North Korean technocrats had studied various models for pursuing external economic zones, and were ready to adopt the procedures and legal framework that would be necessary to make the zone successful. An analysis of draft regulations for the planned zone suggested that North Korea was moving toward economic reforms, implying that an internationalist coalition might indeed exist among technocrats within the North Korean government. However, Kim Jong-il's appointment of Yang Bin, who had built a fortune in China through a range of illicit activities, as the head of the zone raised questions as to whether North Korea's top leadership saw the zone as a mechanism for pursuing reform, or simply as a method for drawing in foreign capital either through licit or illicit means. Upon Yang Bin's return to China after having been appointed as the head of the Sinuiju zone, he was placed under house arrest by Chinese authorities, and plans for the Sinuhe zone have remained dormant. 15. The Chinese leadership has persistently encouraged Kim Jong-il to pursue the Chinese model for pursuing economic reforms for decades, to no avail, by encouraging Kim Jong-il's visits to Shanghai in 2001 and to Guangdong in early 2006. However, despite Chinese hopes that Kim Jong-il would lead economic reforms, there has been no progress. In fact, Chinese authors have recently alleged that the real purpose of Kim Jong-il's 2006 visit to southern China, following the footsteps of Deng Xiaoping, was not to learn about Chinese economic reform, but to request a massive expansion of Chinese assistance to North Korea from 12 billion yuan to 30 billion yuan. The Chinese leadership resisted these demands, instead providing a $24 million glass factory and promoting the idea of a transition of Sino-DPRK economic relations to a more market-oriented basis. Recent Chinese leaks regarding North Korean illicit drug activities and counterfeiting of money and cigarettes across the Chinese border further underscore the extent to which North Korea's nationalist coalition attempts to utilize any means possible to draw in economic support for its activities while resisting any impetus for economic reform. 16. Given this situation, a military leader, an immediate relative, or Kim Jong-il himself would be the only actors in the North Korean system capable of initiating real economic reforms. This would mean changing the current focus of central government-authorized projects from resource extraction to the construction of a viable capital base and promotion of self-sustaining economic activities within North Korea at Kim Jong-il's initiative. However, the evidence suggests that North Korea's nationalist coalition under Kim Jong-il's leadership remains intact and unchallenged, instead subordinating reforms that would promote greater integration of North Korea's domestic economy with the outside world and focus on extracting economic resources from the international community as the means by which to maintain his survival and his rule. One might argue that this is an astute choice, given the magnitude of the threat that globalization represents to Kim and his leadership, but it also suggests that the North Korean leadership has been successful in minimizing the impact of international impulses in the service of its own political objectives and the preservation of its structure. Economic and social change in North Korea, internationalization from below. The discipline of the North Korean leadership in the service of its own nationalist agenda, as illustrated through the slogan Gang Seung Daegak, underscores the North Korean desire to survive and even to thrive on its own terms by subjecting the instruments of capitalism to the service of its own autarkic, authoritarian agenda. But the commitment the North Korean leadership has shown to its own survival and the relative lack of internal debate over the dilemma of globalization evident in North Korea's formal institutional approaches to its external economic relations does not mean that globalization has not penetrated the North Korean state and society, or that it does not still pose a challenge to the leadership even despite leadership efforts to contain and subordinate external economic relations to the political requirements of North Korea's unique political system. However, it does mean that the challenge faced by the North Korean leadership is not so much a formal internal institutional challenge characterized by a dilemma over the direction of state policy, reform or revanchism, but rather a challenge to a relatively unified state structure that appears to gradually be losing control over economic and social mechanisms within the society. The coherence of the structure supporting Kim Jong-il's political leadership has been maintained, but the relative capacity of state instruments to impose political control over economic and social processes appears to be under increasingly severe challenge. This challenge is taking place outside the formal institutional structures for governance, through a growing private sphere of informal exchange activity. These activities are often fed through the same instruments that have been empowered to engage in international trade, but on a personalistic, informal basis through informal exchanges that exist alongside the formal institutional mechanisms empowered to extract resources on behalf of leadership purposes. The challenge posed to the state has been acknowledged by Kim Jong-il himself in a 2001 speech. The socialist rationing policies of the past malfunctioned and the society experienced an extreme form of egalitarianism, and it became the norm for people to unlawfully take government property. The situation created indolence among the citizens, and decreased efficiency and productivity. During the last few years, when the state was unable to supply food efficiently, people began to abandon their jobs and began searching for ways to acquire personal gains. 17 According to one Chinese observer, it is also taking place through social and political changes in which the prior vertical relationships between state and society, enterprises, and local governments are being upended, resulting in an expansion of individual or local autonomy and space to make decisions without being directly controlled by the state. 18. Since the non-governmental sphere remains relatively unorganized, it does not constitute a coherent direct threat to the power of North Korea's core leadership institutions and structures. However, the declining capacity of the central leadership to control such activity raises questions about whether and how an alternative power structure might emerge to challenge the predominance of North Korea's state-led nationalist coalition. Let us now turn to a more detailed examination of the ways in which the sphere of informal economic interactions is emerging as a base from which eventual challengers might act to further limit, and perhaps even challenge, the political authority and legitimacy of North Korea's nationalist leadership. The North Korean famine of the mid-1990s has been the most consequential challenge to the state's political control capacity within North Korean society. Despite propaganda efforts to mobilize the people through slogans such as the Arduous March, the pressing necessity for individual survival in the face of the state's failure to distribute food has catalyzed both marketization and monetization primarily beyond the bounds of state control. As the public distribution system broke down, there was a loss of central government social control, creating space for individuals and local-level actors to take the initiative. Hazel Smith, who observed the effects of the crisis firsthand while working for the UN World Food Programme, WFP, observes that social change came to the DPRK as the unintended effect of individual attempts to survive the crisis. In practice, the problem-solving methods adopted by local officials and communities were based around market-based provision of food and other basic goods. Local officials facilitated marketization, as the alternative would have been starvation for neighborhoods and the communities they represented. Government became an economic bystander as people began to fend for themselves in the process, institutionalizing private farmers' markets as a major source of food and goods. 19. Likewise, Haggard and Noland assess that the substantial marketization from below that has occurred to date has been largely in spite of, rather than because, of government policy. The regime has tolerated the emergence of market activity only grudgingly, and reform efforts have repeatedly been undermined by a zigzagging process that opens up opportunities only to close them down. 20. There have been periodic efforts by the state to regain control over food distribution, for instance by scaling back reliance on foreign assistance as a means by which to limit foreign influence in the north. In the fall of 2005, the DPRK declared that it would no longer be needing assistance from the WFP, and that it desired transition from humanitarian to development assistance. Subsequent negotiations with the DPRK allowed the WFP to stay in North Korea, but with a smaller anticipated contribution to North Korea's food needs, and under a constrained scope of monitoring and operations proportionate to the smaller contribution. Under a revised agreement signed on May 10, 2006, the scope of the WFP work was dramatically constrained, from a program that reached 15.5 million people with 940,000 metric tons of food aid in 160 counties in 2005 to one that aimed to provide 150,000 metric tons of food aid to 1.9 million North Koreans in up to 50 counties through 2007. Moreover, under the new agreement, 5 WFP field offices were closed and in-country travel plans are required to be submitted 2 weeks in advance, with field visits to pediatric wards and county hospitals not permitted. 21 This adjustment in conditions on WFP presence represents an attempt by the state to recapture control and limit foreign influence inside North Korea. Likewise, North Korean authorities see a connection between the rising political threat posed by liberalization and the central role of the markets in daily life in North Korea. In late 2007, the North Korean central government has attempted to impose age restrictions on individuals authorized to trade in the markets, limiting participation as a vendor to women over 40 or 50 years old. But this restriction has been greeted with frustration, and even protests to local security authorities, since market activity has become central to assuring continued survival within North Korean society. The South Korean NGO Good Friends has provided periodic reporting on local clashes in the markets as well as surreptitious efforts by individuals to get around the restrictions to limit their enforcement at the local level. A March 4, 2008 protest led by women in Chungjin to management offices in local markets allegedly resulted in the removal of age restrictions in light of dire food conditions there. 22 These types of protest represent a potentially serious challenge to the authority of the state, and have even demonstrated the limits of state capacity to impose its will under certain conditions, reflecting a changed balance between state and society over issues involving marketization. Another element of social change within North Korea involves the expansion of inflow into North Korean society of information from the outside world. Andrei Lankov describes how the use of radios, cell phones, word-of-mouth contacts, VCR tapes of South Korean media, dramas, and movies, and other outside information once strictly controlled by North Korean authorities is now entering into North Korea and influencing the behavior of North Korean young people. 23 Surveys conducted by Radio Free Asia among refugees along the border with North Korea also show an increase in awareness and listenership of Korean and foreign radio broadcasts, although word of mouth remains the most active form of dissemination of information about the outside world. The inflow of information is a powerful force for potential change that has developed despite efforts by the central government to limit its impact. China DPRK economic cooperation includes subsidies as a component of state-led cooperation, even if those subsidies are masked as legitimate trade and investment into North Korea. But there is also a thriving barter trade as well as substantial uncounted trade across the China-North Korea border. Some of that trade may be trade between North Korean state-approved institutions and Chinese counterparts on an illicit or personal basis, and some may be pure barter among private individuals and/or Chinese corporations providing goods to North Korean counterparts on a market or semi-market basis through a range of barter arrangements. 24 This type of trade may indeed be the type most likely to reinforce market-oriented development inside North Korea, precisely because it may occur outside state-sponsored channels. However, even if it takes place outside state-sponsored channels, if the North Korean entity is also authorized to do business with the outside world, such activity would constitute a relatively manageable threat to the North Korean regime since the entities concerned have been enabled to conduct such trade through collaboration with North Korea's power institutions. Inter-Korean economic interaction, as currently structured, is even less likely to catalyze further bottom-up economic reforms, given the monopoly of involvement by state sector-sponsored institutions tasked with resource extraction on the North Korean side and the inability of South Korean companies within the zone to select or pay North Korean workers directly. 25. Conclusions and implications for policy toward North Korea. Based on Etel Zollingen's theoretical framework that the task of responding to the pressures of globalization creates distributional impacts that result in internationalist and nationalist ideal-type coalitions, we have examined North Korean responses to pressures of globalization as a means by which to shed light on North Korean intentions and motivations. One result of this analysis has been the conclusion that state structures in North Korea have predominantly responded to the challenge of globalization in a statist nationalist manner, effectively punishing or severely limiting the impetus for supporting economic reform through a state-led process. Instead, the leadership subordinates economic institutions to its own purposes, engaging in behaviors and projects designed to maximize resource extraction rather than promoting integration of the domestic economy with the international economy. A growing challenge to the leadership is its own diminished capacity to control economic behaviors within North Korean society, despite the state's ability thus far to prevent alternative economic power centers from being organized in ways that would directly challenge the state's political leadership inside North Korea. However, a bottom-up liberalization process has occurred outside the control of the leadership, through which internal economic forces have increasingly aligned themselves with the external economy through market penetration into North Korea. Although the leadership has the capacity to suppress and harass such activity, State-led attempts to roll back or marginalize the role of the markets within North Korean society have illustrated new limits to the political power of North Korea's leadership. As economic forces in favor of liberalization have spread within North Korean society, they have generated attempts by the leadership to catch up or recover its role within North Korean society. However, these economic forces, if they are allowed to spread too far, constitute a mortal threat to the North Korean leadership structure as it currently exists. North Korean leadership appears to be aware of this threat, but it is not clear whether the capacity exists in the mid to long term to respond to the challenge posed to North Korea's statist nationalist leadership posed by globalization. The intentions of the North Korean leadership appear to be to hold the line against economic penetration of North Korea, rather than to promote economic reform. Economic instruments, as wielded by the state, continue to serve as an instrument in the service of an illiberal leadership, rather than as a vehicle by which to promote collective reform or prosperity of the North Korean people. These findings have several implications for the formulation of policy toward North Korea. First, the relative lack of internal contestation within the North Korean leadership over the state's response to globalization and the simultaneous bottom-up nature of economic reforms in alignment with globalization suggest that policy reform is more likely to occur as a result of a failure of the existing leadership and a replacement with new leadership, rather than as a result of gradual change and contestation, resulting in the liberalization of North Korean policy by reformers from within. This conclusion suggests that regime/leadership change is more likely than a gradual regime transformation. The gradual loss of political and economic control by state leadership structures in North Korea will allow continued penetration of market forces within North Korea, but in the absence of any alternative leadership structure, the result of globalization will be a brutal, wholesale marketization, increasingly unmediated and unregulated by political structures. Until it is possible for globalizing forces to organize themselves politically and challenge the current leadership, anarchy is likely to be a bigger political threat to the current leadership than organized resistance. A second policy implication arises in the context of the South Korean leadership transition to Lee Myung-bak and possible revisions to a decade-long policy of engagement with North Korea. Engagement provides continued opportunities to strengthen liberalizers inside North Korea, but the above analysis suggests that the most effective vehicles by which to do so may be through the promotion of informal, personalistic exchanges with North Korean counterparts on the periphery of North Korean society, rather than promotion of a focus on making official arrangements with designated agents of the North Korean leadership. Another possibility might be to utilize official agreements as vehicles for expanding the space for informal interaction on a private or unofficial basis with North Korean counterparts. Either strategy would suggest that continued engagement is an important and necessary tool for promoting liberalization in North Korea, but such interaction by itself, on an uncritical basis, is not sufficient to promote reform or accelerate the loss of capacity by the North Korean leadership. Another complicating factor is whether and how to deal with the effects of anarchy in the absence of a power center able to regulate or mitigate the most negative social effects of globalization, by the rules of the jungle, even while facilitating the rise of an internationalist and reformist North Korean leadership. A third policy implication arises from the challenge of dealing with a nuclear North Korea in ways that will limit subsidies to the state while promoting greater space for economic reform. A consistent argument of Chinese observers and others is that liberalization is impossible without ameliorating North Korea's hostile security environment. But North Korean interlocutors have persistently linked economic and political demands with each other as part of negotiations over the North Korean nuclear issue. This situation suggests the possibility that the United States should be considerably more forthcoming with political incentives that address North Korea's security, in promoting proposals designed to catalyze market liberalization, and resisting subsidies that would ultimately go toward supporting the role and influence of the North Korean state and/or its leadership. Since North Korea is linking denuclearization to economic subsidies, the international community needs to be particularly attentive to the necessity of linking denuclearization with economic liberalization inside North Korea. The Lee Myung-bak administration's denuclearization and Opening 3000 proposal attempts to do just this, but it remains to be seen whether it will be possible to implement such an approach in practice. Although the capacity of the North Korean leadership to impose economic controls within the North Korean system is declining as a result of grassroots reforms influenced by the external forces of globalization, the state persists in imposing a statist nationalist framework, and has thus far effectively squelched meaningful internal competition within official structures that might lead to reforms. These policies are an important near-term indicator of North Korean intent as it copes with the challenges of globalization, but it is increasingly doubtful that the leadership will have the capacity to prevent the effects of globalization from promoting liberalization within North Korean society. The core dilemma within North Korea foreshadowed by Zolingen's theoretical framework is how to resolve the contradiction between a statist nationalist leadership and a society and region that is increasingly influenced by internationalist forces. Chapter 4. North Korea's negotiating position during 15 years of chronic crisis, continuities and discontinuities. Curtis H. Martin. For more than 15 years, the United States, most recently in combination with North Korea's closest neighbors, has attempted to prevent North Korea from becoming, or remaining, a nuclear weapon state. This effort has been focused on three distinct periods of intense negotiation corresponding to periods of crisis in relations. This chapter will examine and compare the negotiating strategy of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, or North Korea, throughout these negotiations. It is the contention here that despite inconsistencies, contradictions, tactical halts and turns, the DPRK has stood by a core set of demands that were fixed at the time of the first crisis in 1993 and 1994, leading to the agreed framework. Despite subsequent changes in the regional and international environment, the regime has consistently sought to uphold, and later to resurrect, the fundamental architecture established by the agreed framework. This basic architecture is reflected in all subsequent agreements through to October 2007. In order to highlight patterns in the DPRK negotiation strategy, this study will employ the schema first developed by Roger Fisher for framing a negotiation in terms of three components: the demand, the offer, and the threat. Point 1. The demand refers to the actions that the negotiator wishes the interlocutor to take. In the case of the DPRK's negotiations over its nuclear and missile programs, the demand has centered on ending U.S. sanctions, normalizing relations, and, arguably, building a strategic relationship. In theoretical terms, the DPRK has demanded an easing of its security dilemma. In virtually every case, it has also included demands for economic aid or compensation for concessions. From time to time, the DPRK has upped the ante by supplementing its core demands with demands for side payments. In sanctions literature, the offer consists of positive sanctions, the concessions or benefits the interlocutor may expect if it satisfies the demand. Point 2. Bernauer and Roloff define positive sanctions as transfers of valued resources, such as money, technology, or know-how from one actor to another with the aim of driving the behavior of the recipient in a direction that is desirable from the point of view of the provider. 3. However, given the paucity of economic rewards available to the DPRK, Davis's broader definition of concessions as rewards that address the target's specific needs or grievances seems more appropriate. Point 4. The DPRK's main bargaining assets have been its massive conventional military establishment and its nuclear program. As a result, the DPRK offer has consisted of a combination of promises not to take actions that its interlocutors feared, and promises to take affirmative steps to remove the threat. Its principal offer throughout various bouts of negotiations has been to resolve all the security concerns of the United States by suspending, ending, or dismantling its nuclear and/or missile programs in the spirit of prior agreements on restoring peace on the Korean Peninsula. Unlike the offer, the threat consists of negative sanctions, the punishments or costs that the interlocutor may expect if it fails to comply with the demand. Point 5. On the one hand, sanctions theory predicts that the DPRK, whose ostensible goal is to transform its hostile relations with the United States, might resort to positive sanctions. As Davis tells us, Positive sanctions can transform relations among adversaries in a way that threats cannot. 6. On the other hand, theory warns that the high levels of mistrust among adversaries make such relationships a least likely case for using positive sanctions. Point 7. Bearing out the second proposition. Reliance on the threat rather than on the offer has been the defining characteristic of DPRK negotiating behavior. Point 8. North Korea has employed a number of general and specific threats throughout the period that have been tied to the core issues, or at times to side issues. These threats have been embedded in official policy statements and conveyed via state broadcasts, DPRK negotiators, or even via high-profile symbolic acts such as missile and nuclear tests. In addition, the DPRK has engaged in a steady stream of background provocations, ranging from attacks on Republic of Korea, ROK or South Korea, vessels, to efforts to infiltrate spies by land and sea, to shots fired in the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to kidnappings. Point 9. In periodically calibrating and recalibrating the offer and threat, the DPRK has effectively exploited the theoretical axiom that, today's rewards may lay the groundwork for tomorrow's threat, and tomorrow's threat may lay the groundwork for a promise on the day after tomorrow. 10. Over time, the DPRK has adapted all three components of its negotiating position to changes, some of considerable magnitude, in both the internal and external environments. Throughout, the DPRK has shown considerable tactical flexibility with regard to the mix and timing of threat and offer while remaining true to its basic strategy. North Korea's objectives. For the DPRK's interlocutors, the question at the heart of this chronic crisis has been, what does North Korea want? 11. Has the DPRK cynically used more than 15 years of negotiations to mask a determined and now successful effort to become and to remain a member of the nuclear club? Or has it employed its nuclear program as a bargaining chip to wring security guarantees and economic aid from the United States and other powers? Has the DPRK pursued nuclear weapons as badges, shields or swords as a source of prestige and legitimacy, as a deterrent, or as a coercive tool? 12. From a wider strategic perspective, the debate concerns whether the DPRK is a security seeker or a greedy state. 13. The meaning of the DPRK's negotiating behavior ultimately depends upon the answer to this question, an answer that remains elusive. 3. Crises in a chronic confrontation. Negotiations over the DPRK's nuclear program have continued on and off through 3 distinct crises, each of which illuminates the DPRK's negotiating behavior. From the North's perspective, this chronic state of affairs was precipitated by the existential threat that followed the collapse of the USSR. The first crisis, in 1993 and 1994, was prompted by the International Atomic Energy Agency's, IAEA, demands for special inspections of the North's nuclear energy facilities, and from a perceived retreat by the United States from security commitments made to the DPRK early in 1992. The immediate crisis passed when the United States and DPRK signed the 1994 agreed framework, pledging a freeze and eventually an end to the DPRK's nuclear programs in exchange for security guarantees, economic aid, and other benefits. The second crisis played itself out from 1998 to 2000 in response to mutual recriminations over compliance with the agreed framework, compounded by the DPRK test of a long-range missile. Scholars have given this crisis less attention than the other two. But it was a serious confrontation at the time, and one that is of a piece with those that preceded and followed it. The third crisis came about at the end of 2002 with the unraveling of the agreed framework, and has continued through several rounds of 6-party talks on denuclearization, punctuated by the North's nuclear test in 2006. During each of the 3 episodes, the DPRK pushed forward a set of demands to remove the perceived threat, backed up by relatively consistent recombinations of its repertoire of offer and threat. The first crisis, going critical, 1993 to 199,414. The DPRK's refusal to permit special inspections or to account for all its reprocessed plutonium fuel raised fears in the United States and the IAEA that the DPRK might be moving toward developing a nuclear weapons capability. 15 The crisis escalated when in March 1993 the DPRK announced its intention to withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and again in the spring of 1994, when it threatened to reprocess additional spent fuel from its reactor. From 1993 to 1994, the United States conducted negotiations to bring the DPRK back into compliance with its NPT obligations and to ensure that it could not pursue a nuclear weapons program. Before it would accede to any of these demands, the DPRK utilized a mix of threats and incentives to get the United States to satisfy its own demands. The demand, 1993 to 1994. Throughout more than 15 years of talks, the DPRK has consistently demanded that the United States end its efforts to stifle or strangle it, and that it instead normalize relations. In pressing for an end to the military threat from the United States, the DPRK sought legally binding assurances and, at times, even a peace treaty. 16 It demanded an end to joint U.S. ROC military exercises, and a halt to the planned deployment of Patriot missiles in the ROC. At times, the DPRK also demanded inspection of, and removal of U.S. nuclear military bases from the ROC, which the U.S. had already accomplished at the end of 1991, and termination of the U.S. nuclear umbrella over the ROC. 17. The DPRK insisted not only that the United States end existing sanctions, and as the crisis developed, desist from seeking new United Nations sanctions, but that it provide significant economic assistance as well. From June of 1993 onward, the DPRK demanded the provision of 2 light water reactors, LWRs, to replace its graphite reactors. 18 Implicit in the demand for LWRs was an assertion of a right to peaceful uses of nuclear energy, which the United States did not challenge at the time. North Korean negotiators demanded regular deliveries of heavy fuel oil as compensation for shutting down their functioning reactor, even demanding compensation for the energy foregone from all the reactors then being constructed or in the planning stage. 19 As was to become standard practice, the DPRK demanded side payments for specific concessions, such as allowing additional IAEA samples. 20. The DPRK was determined from the beginning that the dispute remain as far as possible a bilateral 1.21 Another core demand that emerged during the first crisis was the DPRK's insistence upon a sequencing of moves to be implemented reciprocally and simultaneously, what 10 years later would be phrased as action for action. 22 The DPRK would return to all of these demands in various forms in its subsequent negotiations with the United States and others. Although several demands fell by the wayside in the later crises, such as the demand for IAEA impartiality, a clear core of demands remained. Table 4.1 summarizes the DPRK demand. Table 4.1 The demand, 1993 to 1994. Provide binding security assurances. Conclude a peace treaty. Remove the nuclear umbrella from the ROC. Provide economic/energy compensation. Accept right to peaceful use, implicit, of nuclear energy. End sanctions and halt efforts to impose new UN sanctions. Respect DPRK sovereignty and establish normal diplomatic relations. Take step-by-step, reciprocal, and simultaneous actions. Ensure reciprocity of inspections of facilities. Keep discussions bilateral. Make cash side payments. The offer, 1993 to 1994. The DPRK offer was centered on promises to fulfill its obligations under the NPT and the 1991 Declaration on the Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. In those agreements, the North pledged neither to test, produce, receive, possess, store, nor deploy nuclear weapons, nor to possess facilities for nuclear reprocessing and enrichment. During the talks, the DPRK emphasized pledges to resume adherence to existing commitments. Specifically, it offered to permit IAEA inspections, though always under as limited a mandate as possible. 23 As a further incentive, The DPRK's package proposal included a supervised shutdown of its 5-megawatt nuclear plant, supervised storage of nuclear fuel, and a freeze on construction of 2 larger reactors, to be followed at a later date by a full accounting of its nuclear program and eventual dismantlement of existing facilities. 24 In June of 1993, the DPRK pledged to refrain from unloading its 5-megawatt reactor, and promised that if it received the LWRs, it would return to the NPT and be open to providing transparency in its program. 25 The freeze was to become the defining characteristic of the DPRK's offer and, eventually, the foundation of the agreed framework. In time, the DPRK expressed a willingness to take steps to end its nuclear program even before the final delivery of LWRs. The DPRK was also adept to turning sticks into carrots. For example, it agreed ultimately to suspend its threat to withdraw from the NPT, to end the semi-war state that it had declared at the beginning of 1993, to allow IAEA continuity inspections even as it denied expanded inspection rights, and toward the end of the crisis, to forego reprocessing fuel from, or refueling, the 5-megawatt reactor. 26. Table 4.2 The offer, 1993 to 1994. A negotiated solution. Resumption/continuation of prior commitments. A freeze of nuclear facilities. Eventual dismantlement of facilities. Eventual full declaration of nuclear materials. Reassurances. Promise of talks/rapprochement with the ROC. Side payments. Accompanying its concrete enticements, DPRK officials intermittently undertook efforts at reassurance. Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and other high officials repeatedly pledged never to make nuclear weapons. Never in the future, proclaimed the senior Kim in April 1994, will we have nuclear weapons. In April 1993 the North repeated a 1983 statement condemning terrorism and pledged not to encourage or support it. 27 As it suited its interests, Pyongyang occasionally toned down its propaganda, as when it muted its usual vitriol commemorating the anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War. The DPRK exploited U.S. concern for improvement in DPRK-ROC relations by occasionally abandoning its harsh rhetoric and hard bargaining to ease relations with the South, promising at one point that if progress were made in U.S. DPRK negotiations, a decisively favorable phase in relations with the ROC was possible. 28 When the US and ROC showed alarm over a DPRK negotiator's threat to turn Seoul into a sea of fire, Kim Il-sung himself dismissed the remark as a mistake and insisted that the DPRK did not want war. 29 In a few instances, the North made or offered symbolic side payments, as when it agreed to the return of the remains of U.S. service personnel, when it engaged in North-South dialogue, and when it quickly returned a U.S. soldier whose helicopter had crashed in the North at the end of 1994. Table 4.2 summarizes the DPRK offer. The threat, 1993 to 1994. The DPRK threat included announcements of intent to withdraw from or suspend compliance with its previous nuclear or other obligations, threats to suspend talks, threats of military retaliation for sanctions or use of force by the United States, instigation of military provocations against the ROC, and stepped-up propaganda. At the height of the crisis, in the spring of 1994, the DPRK threatened to withdraw from the IAEA, and, most worrying to the United States, to proceed with unsupervised reprocessing of spent fuel, both threats that it carried out. Although Kim Il-sung regularly disavowed any nuclear aspirations, other officials hinted at the DPRK's capability, indicating that maybe they have nuclear weapons. 30 The North's negotiators also played on U.S. fears by warning that if the United States did not agree to DPRK proposals, the military might step in and make bombs. 31 The DPRK warned that it would withdraw from the Military Armistice Commission, MAC, if the United States delivered Patriot missiles it had promised to the ROC, and periodically held dialogue with the South hostage to U.S. compliance with its demands. Threats, oblique and otherwise, of war were a constant. In March 1993, the DPRK warned that U.S. ROK Team Spirit exercises forced the DPRK to enter a semi-war state. 32 The DPRK regularly warned that new United Nations sanctions would amount to a declaration of war, would have grave consequences, or would force countermeasures. 33 It admonished the United States that it would impose slap for slap and an eye for an eye and a war for a war. 34 In December 1993, the Chief of the General Staff promised that during the decade, the North would seek unification with guns, without fail. 35 Most notoriously, a few months later, the North's chief delegate to inter-Korean talks threatened that in case of war, Seoul would turn into a sea of fire. Table 4.3 The threat, 1993 to 1994. Threaten withdrawal/withdraw from international treaties and organizations. Threaten fuel reprocessing and reloading. Threaten to have/make nuclear weapons. Threaten war. Engage in physical demonstrations. The final threats in the DPRK arsenal were physical acts that reinforced, or in some cases carried through diplomatic threats. In March 1993, following the Sea of Fire comment, North Korea conducted military exercises, tested its military communications system, and held a massive public rally against the deployment of the Patriot missile. 36 In May, it conspicuously test-launched its Nodong-1 missile over the Sea of Japan. Early in 1994, it put the Army on alert, and U.S. intelligence spotted what appeared to be two new long-range missiles. In May 1994 the DPRK crossed one of the United States' red lines and began carrying out its threat to defuel the 5-megawatt reactor and for good measure fired an anti-ship missile. In December, it shot down a U.S. helicopter and briefly held one of its crew. Table 4.3 lists the main elements of the threat. The second crisis, missiles and caves, 1998 to 2000. Though most U.S. observers have dubbed the escalating U.S. DPRK crisis after 2002 the second nuclear crisis, the seriousness of an earlier confrontation in 1998 to 2000 is an important part of the overall crisis pattern and should not be overlooked. 37 When former U.S. Defense Secretary William Perry visited the North in 1998 as Special Envoy, he judged the level of the crisis as equivalent to that in June 1994, when the United States came close to launching strikes against the DPRK's nuclear facilities. From the United States' point of view, the second crisis was brought about by fears that the DPRK was secretly conducting prohibited nuclear activities in an underground facility at Gyeongchang-ri, and was exacerbated by a long-range missile launch over Japan in August 1998. From the DPRK point of view, this second crisis arose over the United States' delinquency in meeting its agreed framework obligations. During the crisis, the DPRK was able to reinforce many elements of its demand, offer, and threat in several negotiating forums. The demand, 1998 to 2000. As in 1993, the DPRK pressed the United States to recognize its sovereignty, including the sovereign right to strengthen national defense capabilities, and the legitimacy of its political system. As during the first crisis, the DPRK sought from the United States a switchover from its hostile policy, and a normalization of relations. The DPRK continued to emphasize its desire to be approached on equal footing, according to the principles of equality and reciprocity. 38 Earlier demands for cancellation of joint U.S. ROK military exercises were regularly repeated. 39 What was different about the second crisis was that the DPRK's core demand now focused upon getting the United States to fulfill obligations already undertaken in the agreed framework, timely delivery of heavy fuel oil, expedited construction of the promised LWRs, lifting of economic sanctions, and removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. 40 It placed special emphasis on the unavoidable commitment to LWR delivery. 41 The North claimed further that the United States should make compensation for the economic losses inflicted on the DPRK resulting from delays. 42 It also continued to demand broad security assurances, including a new peace mechanism, a peace treaty signed, and the U.S. military threat completely removed. 43. It deemed vital the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the South and lifting of the U.S. nuclear umbrella. 44. When its 1998 missile test prompted a new set of negotiations, the DPRK added a second broad objective, striking a deal to end its missile program that one observer called an agreed framework for missiles. 45. The DPRK extended its claims to the sovereign right of self-defense to include the right to develop, test and produce missiles. 46. The North's demands for surrendering its missile program were similar in many respects to demands put forward in the talks on the nuclear program. Transforming the overall hostile policy of the United States, providing security assurances, and ending U.S. sanctions. The DPRK demanded compensation as it had in the earlier negotiations, but this time for economic losses incurred from ending production and export of missiles. 47. When it came to the negotiations over Gyeongchang-ri, the DPRK also demanded an inspection fee for a one-time inspection, as well as political and economic compensation for groundless slander and infringements of sovereignty connected with the affair. 48. Reflecting efforts to frame outstanding issues in ways that reflected the DPRK's claim to equal status, the DPRK demanded, at least in public, that the United States should eliminate all of its weapons of mass destruction. 49. Table 4.4 summarizes the DPRK demand. Table 4.4 The demand, 1998 to 2000. Completely discard hostile policy. Cancel joint military exercises. Provide security assurances. Complete a peace treaty. Meet agreed framework obligations. Normalize ties, give equal treatment. Engage the DPRK in direct bilateral talks. Accept the sovereign right to nuclear energy and missile development. Provide new economic compensation for concessions on missile program. Undertake reciprocal disarmament measures. The offer, 1998 to 2000. During the second crisis, the DPRK's offer centered largely upon cooperation in implementing the agreed framework, reducing its missile threat, and expanding talks on a variety of outstanding issues. Prior to the second crisis, the DPRK had consented to begin four-party talks on restoring peace on the Korean peninsula. Later it resumed long-delayed talks with the ROC and consented to bilateral talks with the United States, both on the missile issue and on the suspect facility at Gyeongchang-ri. 6 rounds of missile talks were held before they were suspended in 2000. In addition to the formal talks mentioned above, the DPRK agreed to several high-level U.S. contacts, including a visit to Pyongyang by former Defense Secretary Perry in 1998 and a later visit by Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Table 4.5 The offer, 1998 to 2000. Consent to talks with U.S. in a variety of forums. Conduct talks with the ROC. Resume suspended formal commitments/assume new commitments. Provide reassurance, moderate propaganda. Demonstrate tangible threat reduction. Make side payments. On substance, the DPRK offered to continue meeting its formal agreed framework commitments on the safe removal and storage of fuel rods. Most significantly, in bilateral missile talks, the DPRK offered to impose a missile test moratorium and to suspend missile sales, a particularly important issue for the United States. 50 The DPRK agreed to settle the dispute about Gyeongchang-ri by consenting in March 1999 to an on-site inspection that eventually removed U.S. suspicions. The DPRK increased contacts with the ROC, leading to a highly publicized summit with ROC President Kim Dae-jung in June 2000. Reassurance was another component of the DPRK offer. Throughout the period, the DPRK spoke of the United States as its dialogue partner, and repeated that it did not wish to regard the United States as a sworn or permanent enemy. 51 Officials continued to promise never to make nuclear weapons. In the October 2000 U.S. DPRK joint communique, the DPRK affirmed that terrorism is an unacceptable threat to global security and peace, and that terrorism should be opposed in all its forms, including terrorist acts involving chemical, biological, or nuclear devices or materials. 52 In 1998, the United States and the DPRK held joint goodwill games. Following Perry's visit and a U.S. agreement in September 1999 partially to lift sanctions, the DPRK softened broadcast criticisms of the United States, concentrating its fire on conservative hardliners in Washington. 53 The DPRK continued to make side payments in the form of returning, for a price, remains of U.S. service personnel. Table 4.5 lists the main elements of the DPRK offer. Table 4.6 The threat, 1998 to 2000. Threats to withdraw from international obligations. Threats to withdraw from agreed framework. Threats to test/sell missiles. War threats. Physical demonstrations. Suspension of or setting conditions for talks. The threat, 1998 to 2000. Throughout the second crisis, the DPRK threatened to abandon its agreed framework obligations, to resume missile testing and continue missile sales, and to engage in unspecified retaliation for perceived hostile policies. The DPRK repeatedly warned that in light of U.S. lapses in implementation, the DPRK could not be bound by the agreed framework. 54 The DPRK threatened to restart its 5-megawatt reactor, reopen its reprocessing plant, and resume construction of its 2 larger power plants. It even briefly suspended canning of spent fuel. The DPRK warned further that if the United States reneged on that agreement, our only option would be to go nuclear and to do it publicly. 55 DPRK spokespersons even threatened that the DPRK would fabricate nuclear weapons to target Japan and America, and on another occasion, that it would sell nuclear weapons to any country, to the highest bidder. 56 As the missile issue rose to prominence, the DPRK variously threatened to develop, test, and deploy missiles as necessary. 57 The DPRK was able to parley its missile test moratorium into a threat to resume testing. The DPRK frequently resorted to general threats of war, and at one point asserted its right to preemptive strike. 58 U.S. Rock war maneuvers, the DPRK claimed, may lead to the Second Korean War, a war in which the United States would be reduced to ashes by a 1,000-fold annihilating blow and wiped from this planet for good. 59 Echoing the 1994 threat against Seoul, a military spokesman threatened that in case of war, U.S. forward bases would be turned into a sea of fire. 60 As in 1993 to 94 and succeeding years, the DPRK resorted to numerous physical demonstrations, such as military intrusions into the south, a 9-day naval confrontation in June of 1999, suspension of return of remains of U.S. military personnel, and most notably, the test of a long-range T-Podong missile in August 1998.61. The DPRK briefly suspended 4-party talks in April 1998. Table 4.6 lists the principal DPRK threats. The third crisis, the Axis Strikes Back, 2002 to 2008. The third crisis has recapitulated many features of the first and second, though it escalated far beyond them when the DPRK conducted a nuclear test in October 2006. The story of how that crisis escalated following U.S. charges in 2002 that the DPRK was concealing a uranium enrichment program is a familiar one. By February 2003, the DPRK had restarted its reactor and resumed reprocessing of nuclear fuel rods. The result of the DPRK's crisis escalation was to force a return, at least in some respects, to the status quo ante prior to the conclusion of the agreed framework. The DPRK was generally in a weaker position than it had been in 1993. The economic gap between itself and the ROC had continued to widen, the United States was militarily more powerful, and governed by an administration both more determined to augment and use that power and less willing to compromise. In 2003, not only did the United States take actions in Iraq that the North deemed threatening, but it publicly espoused a defense doctrine that would have sanctioned preemptive war. In a few respects, however, the situation was more favorable. For most of the period, a sympathetic government in Seoul staunchly opposed undermining or provoking Pyongyang. Furthermore, By 2006 the DPRK's dialogue partners at the six-party talks faced the difficult task of getting the DPRK to dismantle an existing nuclear weapons capability, not just to forego weapons development. The demand, 2002 to 2008. The DPRK's demand throughout the third crisis has been remarkably similar to that advanced in 1994 and 1998, an end to the hostile U.S. policy of sanctions and pressure, binding security guarantees, compensation for freezing and then dismantling the nuclear program, high-level bilateral talks, and a package settlement implemented according to the formula words for words, actions for actions. Prior to the breakdown of the agreed framework in November 2002, the position of the DPRK was that the United States should continue to abide by the terms of that agreement and the more recent joint communiqué of October 2000, which included a commitment to redouble their commitment and their efforts to fulfill their respective obligations, under the agreed framework. 62 Most important, the DPRK's core demand continued to focus on resurrecting agreed framework's basic formula, U.S. recognition of DPRK sovereignty, binding assurances of non-aggression, and removal of hindrances to the DPRK's economic development. 63 Ken Quiñones contends that he was told explicitly by a North Korean official in 2004 that the DPRK wanted to achieve its security objectives the same way we did it in 1993 to 1994. We want a new agreed framework. 64 Even during the six-party talks, the DPRK has continued to insist that the nuclear issue should be solved between the DPRK and the U.S. 65. Security, including security of the regime, continued to be at the top of the DPRK agenda, as captured in the stock demand for a switchover in U.S. hostile policy as the main key to the settlement of the nuclear issue. 66 As in previous negotiations, the demand included replacing the armistice agreement with a peace treaty, scrapping the U.S. ROC alliance, and a halt in joint military exercises, and an end to the U.S. nuclear threat. The DPRK even demanded comprehensive denuclearization that would include dismantlement of the U.S. nuclear arsenal in a verifiable and irreversible manner. 67 The DPRK demanded that the United States abandon its efforts to create a theater missile defense shield. 68 Having concluded that presidential political guarantees, such as the agreements with Presidents G.H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton, had a shelf life no longer than their respective terms of office, the DPRK wanted guarantees that could survive the change of administrations, either a non-aggression treaty, or a written non-aggression guarantee. 69. As in the past, the DPRK demanded the lifting of economic sanctions and removal of the DPRK from the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism. 70 When the United States imposed a series of new financial sanctions in 2005, including the well-publicized sanctions on Banco Delta Asia, BDA, the DPRK put removal of those sanctions at the top of its list of conditions for resuming talks. It continued to demand that the United States abandon its efforts to seek United Nations sanctions. Finally, the DPRK insisted that the United States discontinue its tailored containment policy that later evolved into the Proliferation Security Initiative, PSI. 71. Countering the Bush administration's demand for complete, verifiable, and irreversible disarmament, CVTD, prior to the receipt of any rewards, the DPRK revived the formula that had served as the foundation of the agreed framework: step-by-step, reciprocal, and simultaneous actions, a package solution in which the DPRK would receive compensation for its cooperation. The DPRK expressed this concept in the oft-repeated phrase, words for words, action for action. 72 Initially, the DPRK would freeze its program in exchange for removal from state sponsor list, lifting economic and military sanctions, provision of heavy fuel oil, electricity, and other aid. Only much later, after other conditions had been met, would the DPRK dismantle its nuclear program. The DPRK continued, as it had in 1994, to demand energy compensation reward for freeze in the form of heavy fuel oil deliveries. In May 2001, the DPRK reiterated its March 2000 demand that the U.S. increase the amount of energy compensation in light of delays in implementing the LWR project. 73 Throughout the six-party talks, the DPRK insisted that loss of electricity is a crucial issue, and that only if compensation issue is settled can the DPRK freeze plan be achieved. 74 The DPRK insisted that reviving the lapsed LWR deal was most essential, a basic benchmark of confidence, and a core issue. 75 For the DPRK, the LWRs were more than an energy source. They were also a symbol of a sovereign right to peaceful use of nuclear energy and a physical guarantee for confidence building. 76 Beyond that, they demonstrated that Kim Jong-il could get a deal at least the equal of that reached by his father, the great leader. 77 Many key demands were framed as rights: a right to a peaceful energy program, a right to reprocess fuel, and a right to possess not only nukes, but also any type of weapon more powerful than that. 78. Table 4.7 The demand, 2002 to 2008. Abide by previous agreements, including new commitments under the October 2007 joint document. Provide binding security assurances. Conclude a peace treaty. End hostile policy. Normalize diplomatic relations, conduct equal relations. Lift sanctions and cease obstructing DPRK development. Provide economic/energy compensation. Respect sovereign right to nuclear program. Carry out reciprocal U.S. nuclear disarmament. Solve issues bilaterally. Accept a sequenced, reciprocal package solution. End the U.S. ROC alliance, joint exercises. Retract insults. After the October 3, 2007 joint document had spelled out a concrete roadmap for implementing the Beijing Agreement, the DPRK insisted that the United States meticulously fulfill its commitments to begin the process of removing the DPRK as a state sponsor of terrorism and advance the process of terminating the application of the Trading with the Enemy Act, in parallel with the DPRK's actions. It also has demanded that the United States nullify the Human Rights Act, retract administration characterizations of the DPRK as an outpost of tyranny, a criminal regime, and part of an axis of evil. Table 4.7 lists the principal DPRK demands. The offer, 2002 to 2008. In general, the DPRK offer repeated the main elements of previous offers from the 1990s, the promise of a negotiated solution, offers to abide by previous agreements, or to enter into new commitments, agreement to allow renewed inspections, promise of a freeze and eventual dismantlement of nuclear facilities, reassurances about intent, and various side payments. The breakdown of talks following the Kelly visit in September 2002 allowed the DPRK to use the promise of renewed talks as leverage. Whenever the DPRK suspended talks, it hinted that talks could be renewed if the price was right. Late in 2002, the DPRK announced that everything is negotiable, including inspections of the enrichment program, in order to clear the U.S. of its worries over its security. 79 In April 2003 talks in Beijing, the DPRK reiterated that the North Koreans might get rid of all their nuclear program and stop their missile exports while agreeing at the same time to accept the proposed six-party format for negotiations. 80 At the June 2004 session of the six-party talks, the DPRK offered to freeze all the facilities related to nuclear weapons and products churned out by their operation, refrain from producing more nukes, transferring and testing them, and the freeze would be the first start that would lead to the ultimate dismantlement of the nuclear weapons program. 81 After its nuclear test, DPRK officials and Kim Jong-il himself indicated a desire to resume talks, but only after U.S. sanctions on Banco Delta Asia, BDA, were lifted. Track 2 contacts continued to be an important channel for the DPRK to hint at concessions or offer reassurance. The DPRK also used willingness to engage in other negotiations, such as North-South talks and a second summit meeting, as a sign of flexibility. In its statement justifying its missile launch, the DPRK also restated its pledge to denuclearize the Korean peninsula in a negotiated peaceful manner. 82 The DPRK skillfully exploited the anxiety of its interlocutors by turning its willingness to return to talks into a reward. Regularly since 2003, the DPRK has offered to resume its prior commitments and to undertake new ones. It has repeated its commitment to the 1992 Denuclearization Agreement and its willingness to return to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. 83 In 2002, the DPRK extended the missile test moratorium that it had first declared in 1999. The DPRK agreed at long last to provide the complete declaration of all nuclear activities promised in the agreed framework, a declaration whose accuracy was still in dispute as the end of 2008. The centerpiece of the DPRK's offer at the six-party talks, beginning in 2003, was to offer to reimpose a freeze on its nuclear facilities, eventually including all facilities and products. 84 Disablement and eventual dismantlement would follow at the end of the Actions for Action process. Envisioned by the DPRK. 85 These pledges were enshrined in the 2007 Beijing Agreement. Although the DPRK briefly suspended the disablement process to protest failure of the United States to remove it from the state sponsors of terrorism list, once the U.S. government announced in October 2008 that it was taking the DPRK off the list, the DPRK promptly lifted a ban on UN inspections and resumed disabling its Yongbyon facility. Although most U.S. experts remain skeptical that the DPRK would give up its entire nuclear arsenal, the DPRK has promised that if its demands are met, it will feel no need to keep even a single nuke. Even as it announced its withdrawal from the NPT in 2003, the DPRK offered to prove through a separate verification between the DPRK and the US that it does not make nuclear weapons and prepared to allow resumption of continuity inspections. In January 2004, Dr. Siegfried Hecker was allowed to complete a very limited inspection of the DPRK's nuclear facilities. By the time the February 2006 Beijing Agreement was reached, the DPRK had removed its objections to a return of the IAEA to Yongbyon. The DPRK also employed reassurance, much as it had during the two previous negotiations. In the early months of the Bush administration, the DPRK sent positive signals to encourage resumption of talks. The DPRK promptly expressed regret following a June 2001 naval confrontation, and in Kim's summit with Junichiro Koizumi, itself an effort to send a positive signal, Kim apologized for the abductions of Japanese citizens. The DPRK quickly sent condolences to the United States over the 9/11 attacks. Until 2006, it continued to pledge that it would never make, test, keep, or transfer nuclear weapons. Kim claimed that the DPRK had no intention, no reason to possess even a single nuclear weapon. 86 To lend more credence to such claims, the DPRK asserted even after the nuclear test that it had been Kim Il-sung's wish that the peninsula be denuclearized. 87 In 2005, the DPRK affirmed that we do not intend to possess nuclear weapons forever. 88 Paradoxically, it simultaneously pledged both to continue to do its utmost to realize the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula, and at the same time to act as a responsible nuclear state that would not resort to first use of nuclear weapons. 89 The North maintained its claim that its nuclear program was for peaceful purposes only, and was not aimed to threaten or blackmail others. 90 Turning to the ROC, the DPRK proclaimed that it would never use nuclear weapons against its countrymen. 91. Table 4.8 The offer, 2001 to 2008. Agree to talks. Pursue talks, improved relations with the ROC. Offer to resume/undertake new formal commitments. Agree to renewed inspections. Implement a freeze. Dismantle nuclear facilities. Make complete declaration of nuclear materials in accord with its NPT obligations. Prospect of eventual dismantlement of the deterrent force after LWRs. Provide reassurance. Make side payments. On a matter that was of heightened importance to the United States following the attacks of 9/11, the DPRK insisted, despite having claimed the right to do so, that it had no intention of transferring any means of that nuclear deterrent, and that it was opposed to selling either nuclear substances or missiles. 92 This no transfer pledge was explicitly included in the October 3, 2007 joint document, and claimed to preclude secret nuclear cooperation with Syria, as was being charged. 93 The DPRK also publicly spoke out against terrorism and signed 2 United Nations Conventions on Terrorism, and pledged that the DPRK would not stand against the United States but respect and treat it as a friend. 94. The DPRK continued to offer side payments in the form of North-South contacts, including ministerial meetings and resumption of general-level military talks, family reunions, agreements on rail, shipping, and economic cooperation, and progress on implementing these. In response to U.S. sanctions on BDA, the DPRK advanced its own proposals for cooperation on the issues of money laundering and counterfeiting. Until the United States suspended the program in 2005, the DPRK continued to return the remains of U.S. service personnel. Following the February 2007 Beijing Agreement, the United States and the DPRK resumed their joint recovery efforts. Table 4.8 lists the main points of the DPRK offer. The threat, 2002 to 2008. Since 2002, the DPRK has employed tried and true threats, threatening to resume and later to accelerate its nuclear program, to launch militarily retaliation in response to sanctions or attack, to sell nuclear materials to third countries, to end its missile test moratorium, and to suspend negotiations. As in 1994, when the DPRK defueled its reactor, the DPRK showed a willingness to cross red lines set by the United States and its partners, in this case, by testing a nuclear weapon. The threat to test the nuclear deterrent, and of course, the 2006 test itself, negated previous assertions by both Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il that the DPRK did not desire and would never have nuclear weapons. 95. Threatening to suspend, or actually suspending talks, proved effective in light of the anxieties of several six-party talk participants about the consequences of failure. The threat was normally linked to a core demand, but at times it was employed as a tactical expedient to express displeasure with alleged insults by various U.S. or other leaders. On 2 separate occasions, the DPRK actually suspended participation in the six-party talks for a period of months, once following the June 2004 round, for 8 months, and again following the November 2005 round, for 15 months. The DPRK at times suspended North-South talks. The DPRK also found it expedient to threaten to break, previous agreements and pledges. As early as February 2001, the DPRK revived its warning that it might have to abandon the agreed framework and restart its reactor if the commitment to supply LWRs were not honestly implemented. 96 From 2001 onward, the DPRK regularly warned that it might be compelled to abandon its missile test moratorium, a threat it finally carried out in July 2006. On one occasion, an official even told a Western diplomat that the DPRK would sell missiles to whoever wanted them. 97 In January 2008, the DPRK announced that it would adjust the tempo of the disablement of some nuclear facilities in line with what it claimed was U.S. failure to take promised actions according to the principle of action for action. 98 In the late summer of 2008, the DPRK carried through on this threat when it suspended disablement and even took initial steps toward restarting its program. Following a similar logic, for months it stalled on submitting the complete and correct declaration of all its nuclear programs to which it had agreed. Until 2003, the DPRK referred obliquely to the physical deterrent force. At the April 2003 Beijing talks, the DPRK for the first time asserted more directly that it possessed nuclear weapons. 99 In 2005, Kim Jong-un boasted that the DPRK had enough bombs to defend against a U.S. attack and that the DPRK was building more. 100 Connecting the nuclear and missile threats, North Koreans told Selig Harrison, "We are ready to put warheads on our missiles whenever we want." 101 Its October 2006 nuclear test carried out a threat made in 2003 to display its nuclear deterrent as a physical force. 102 Following the test, the DPRK alternated between continued expressions of willingness to end its nuclear programs and assertions that the DPRK could not give up nuclear weapons, which were required as a reliable war deterrent. 103. Table 4.9 The threat, 2002 to 2008. Suspend or threaten to suspend talks. Break/threaten to break agreements. Delay agreed steps. Engage in crisis escalation. Make military threats. Engage in physical demonstrations. Suspend cooperation with the ROC. At the extreme end of the threat continuum, the DPRK warned of military retaliation and even war if the US crossed certain red lines. As it had done for decades, the DPRK announced that a particular US action, a speech, a military exercise, new sanctions was equivalent to a declaration of war or little short of a declaration of war. This was the case when the DPRK condemned Security Council Resolution 1718 as a declaration of war against our republic. 104 More explicitly, the DPRK warned that a US attack on our peaceful nuclear facilities might spark off a total war, and hinted that preemptive attacks are not the exclusive right of the U.S. 105 Just as the DPRK offer hinted at words for words, action for action, the threat suggested that the DPRK would counter force with force and confrontation with confrontation. 106. As on previous occasions, physical demonstrations were part of the threat package. In 2002 to 2003, the DPRK had in rapid succession taken a number of high-risk actions as it abandoned the constraints of the agreed framework and the NPT. On several occasions it conducted short-range missile tests, and most notably it conducted long-range missile tests and a nuclear test in quick succession in the last half of 2006. There were reports, certain to capture the attention of the United States, that the DPRK was selling missiles to Iran, and in 2007 evidence emerged of North Korean assistance to Syria in constructing a nuclear reactor. 107 Incidents in the DMZ continued to be regular fare, and following the election of Lee Myung-bak as president of the ROC, the DPRK undertook a number of steps to freeze DPRK-ROC relations. 108 Table 4.9 summarizes broad outlines of the DPRK threat. Conclusions. Granted, there have been many examples of chaff in the form of extraneous demands, bluffs, and feints, and at times the DPRK has sent mixed signals of conflict and cooperation, suggesting doubt or internal divisions. Throughout each of the three crises, however, the DPRK has been generally consistent, and persistent, in all three aspects of its negotiating strategy: the demand, the offer, and the threat. To be sure, many demands have eventually been dropped, toned down, or put off to another day. For now, demands for a U.S. withdrawal from Korea and an end to the U.S. missile defense system are no longer on the table. Demands for economic compensation have been scaled down. War threats have never been carried out. Perhaps the most glaring discontinuity in the DPRK's offer has been the invalidation of repeated assurances that the DPRK did not have and would never have nuclear weapons. This contradiction clearly renders suspect the sincerity of the North's professed willingness now to give up the nuclear weapons it promised never to have. Despite such inconsistencies, however, throughout the three crises the DPRK's core demand has remained consistent. In various formulations, it has demanded an enhanced diplomatic and security relationship with the United States. Underlining the importance of this goal, it has insisted, even during multi-forum talks, on dealing directly with the United States. The DPRK has consistently sought to resurrect, in some form, the reward for freeze and actions for actions formulas of the agreed framework. Finally, at every step, the DPRK has sought financial compensation for any concession. To entice the United States into a new security relationship, the DPRK has kept essentially the same offer on the table: a negotiated freeze and eventual abandonment of its nuclear and, for a time at least, missile development program, efforts to deepen contacts with South Korea, and reassurance about its intentions. On the threat side of the ledger, while the DPRK's steadily improving technical capabilities have increased the magnitude of the potential threat, the threat itself has remained fairly constant, ending negotiations, delaying implementation of and even abandoning prior agreements, conducting missile and weapons tests, threatening preemptive or retaliatory war against the United States and its allies. Once agreements had been concluded, the DPRK was able to parley threats to suspend its obligations into promises to resume them. This element of the threat and offer was prominent both during the 1998 to 2000 period and during the six-party talks. How successful has the DPRK negotiating strategy been? If the language of joint agreements and statements is any guide, the DPRK has been successful. The stock phrases of DPRK demands appear in all the agreements and statements since 1993, including those concluded under the aegis of an American administration long opposed to rewarding bad behavior and determined to achieve CVTD. Language is one thing, however, and results are another. If the DPRK's goal has been to drag out negotiations until the DPRK effected a nuclear breakout, then it has already succeeded. Whether the short-term achievement of status as a nuclear power can ultimately ensure the long-term survival and security of the regime remains far from certain, however. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell was no doubt correct to observe that you can't eat nuclear weapons. If, on the other hand, the DPRK goal has been to gain security through improved economic and security relations with the United States and its neighbors, a verdict must await the final implementation of the 2007 Beijing Accord. So far, every advance on issues from disablement to verification has been followed by a corresponding retreat. As of this writing, full implementation remains a distant aspiration rather than a reality. Chapter 5. Kim Jong-il and denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Il-suk Kim. During the 1990s, analysts and policymakers in the U.S. predicted an imminent collapse of the North Korean regime. Kim Jong-il survived. He not only muddled through the economic hardship, but also showed his regime's resilience. Kim Jong-il is now engaged in a nuclear brinkmanship with the U.S. Kim Jong-il is often characterized as paranoid and crazy. Is he really a crazy and irrational leader? Kim Jong-il remains an enigma to the outsiders. How can we then explain his regime's survival and resilience? Kim Jong-il has proved to the world that he is a very shrewd dictator. This chapter examines North Korea's, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK, policy toward the U.S., focusing on the individual level analysis of Kim Jong-il. The study discusses the personality, the worldview, and the psychological attributes of Kim Jong-il, and analyzes how Kim Jong-il's psychological factors affect North Korea's U.S. policy. I argue that a re-evaluation of Kim Jong-il is essential for the correct diagnosis and understanding of the North Korean regime. There are limitations to this chapter, though. Getting accurate information on Kim Jong-il remains very difficult, and Kim Jong-il's psychological attributes are hard to discern. Analytical framework. For a long time, the systemic level analysis and the rational choice model, RCM, have been pervasive in the field of international relations and foreign policy. It treats individual nation-states as unitary systems, and regards external constraints as the sole important factor for making foreign policy. As a result, the system level of analysis is regarded as methodologically superior to other levels of analysis. Point 1. Studies on DPRK-U.S. relations employing the systemic level analysis and RCM have contributed to our understanding. Point 2. Yet there are shortcomings, too. Most of all, these studies have failed to explain the impact of individual policymakers, Kim Jong-il, for example, who play a central role in shaping DPRK's foreign policy toward the U.S. They assume that an analysis at the systemic level is superior to ones at other levels. The author believes that was the result of the difficulty in acquiring accurate information about Kim. Some scholars have noticed that individual-level analysis of leaders can bridge the gap between the rational actor model and the systemic-level analysis. 3. One shortcoming of RCM is that it cannot explain the variance in the goals one seeks to maximize, given a set of external constraints. 4. Scholars of psychology in foreign policy decisions argue that even if we understand the impact of external forces on foreign policy decision-making, we still need to look at the behavior of policymakers to explain particular decisions, actions, or objectives. For them, individuals who act in the name of the state are the most important aspects of foreign policy. Snyder, Brack, and Sapin are the pioneers in the study of psychological factors in foreign policy decision-making. 5. They identify individual leaders' motivations, attitudes, and perceptions as one of the three basic determinants of a state's action. They look at the actual behavior of policymakers under the assumption that individuals and their personalities often determine the history of foreign relations. 6. For these scholars, individuals play an important role in history, and human behavior is the product of the interaction between the individual and the situation in which he finds himself. 7. Their recognition of these psychological factors helps us to understand why different policymakers respond to the same conditions, constraints, in different ways. Other scholars, including political psychologists and psychiatrists, show that individuals' perceptions of the environment matter in the study of foreign policy decisions. While students of RCM consider states to be rational and unitary actors, striving to maximize expected utility, scholars of psychology argue that there are irrational elements in decision-making behavior. For the latter, the definition of rationality becomes more bounded and imperfect. They believe that the study of foreign policy decisions needs to consider context-dependent or contingent theories that would specify when rational choice or alternative psychological models of decision should be applied. 8. As discussed, scholars in the foreign policy and psychology fields have endeavored to prove that human beings are not rational, contrary to the premise of RCM. I must admit that psychological analyses have shortcomings as well. Critics state that they have no standards by which to make valid interpretations, and such interpretations are not replicable. Another criticism for the psychological approach is that it cannot explain conditions under which particular cognitive strategies, rational and non-rational, are pursued. 9. Although both RCM and psychological approaches have their own heuristic values and explanatory powers in terms of explaining foreign policy decisions, this chapter takes the psychological approach to the analysis of Kim Jong-il and his impact on DPRKU.S relations. This study is an individual-level analysis on Kim Jong-il, chairman of the National Defense Commission of the DPRK. Discovering Kim Jong-il's perception, worldview, personality, and political psychology is essential to understanding North Korea and its foreign policy. This study maintains that Kim Jong-il plays the most important role in DPRK's foreign policy behavior. To date, a limited number of studies focus on Kim Jong-il. Gerald Post's psychoanalytic study is one of a few attempts to analyze him. 10. Andrew Scobell's work is another contribution. 11. Gerald Post's work, on the other hand, is a more clinical type of study which emphasizes elements of pathology in Kim Jong-il. He concludes that Kim is not clinically insane, but he is crazy like a fox, though he does have a dangerous personality disorder, called malignant narcissism, which means Kim Jong-il has a paranoid attitude, absence of conscience and willingness to use whatever aggression he needs. 12. Both political scientists and psychologists argue that the individual psychology matters in foreign policy decision. Among many components and characteristics of the psychological approach, images, attitudes, beliefs, the operational codes, analogies, and learning are important in studying foreign policy decision-making. Image. A policymaker acts according to his images of the environment, domestic and international factors. Even when policymakers know all of the relevant factors in a situation, their images of reality will always be different from reality. This discrepancy between image and reality is partly a result of physical impediments to the flow of information due to lack of time, faulty communications, or lack of competent advisors. Attitude. Attitude is another important component in the psychological study of foreign policy analysis. Policymakers' attitudes are general evaluative propositions about some objects, facts, or conditions, classifying them as more or less friendly or hostile. If a policymaker receives a conciliatory message from the government of a state he perceives to be hostile, his attitudes of distrust and hostility may lead him to interpret the message in a different manner. Personality. The use of personality theory posits that political behavior is the result of deep-seated traits that are developed in early stages. Examples are learned behaviors such as hostility, submissiveness, and rigidity. It also maintains that political behavior is the result of the political actor's personality displacing itself or a public object, and then rationalizing its activities in terms of public interests. Point 13. Belief or operational code. Belief or operational code is another component of the psychological approach to foreign policy analysis. Point 14. Beliefs, propositions which policymakers hold to be true, are important because they often become the unexamined assumptions on which numerous policy choices are made. Policymakers are resistant to uncomfortable information, which, in turn, distorts or ignores facts and denies important aspects of reality. Point 15. Analogy/learning. Analogy and learning is another important category for foreign policy analysis. In formulating foreign policy goals, policymakers frequently characterize a situation by reference to a different set of historical circumstances. The images of reality are based on, or compared to, a past situation, though current information must be available in order to suggest the comparison or analogy in the first place. Also, political leaders learn from historical experiences, and this influences their foreign policy preferences and decisions. In this chapter, all psychological attributes, including image, attitude, personality, and learning, are incorporated into the category of Kim Jong-il's perspective on the international system and domestic politics. I assume that North Korea's foreign policy toward the U.S. is inevitably affected by the psychological predispositions of Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il's road to power. Kim Jong-il was born in Siberia in 1941, but North Korea says he was born on Mount Baekdu. In 1942.16 he officially appeared on the political stage in 1964 as an official in the Organization and Guidance Department of the Workers' Party Central Committee. Kim Jong-il's control of the party operation was complete in 1980, when his father, Kim Il-sung, formally designated Kim Jong-il as his successor. In 1982, international observers considered him the heir apparent of North Korea. Around this time, Kim Jong-il assumed the title Dear Leader, and North Korea began to build a personality cult around him. In 1991, Kim was named Supreme Commander of the North Korean Armed Forces, and Kim Il-sung publicly stated in 1992 that Kim Jong-il was in charge of all international affairs of the DPRK. Kim Il-sung died in 1994 at the age of 82. In 1998, Kim Jong-il assumed the titles of the Chairman of the National Defense Commission, the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, and the General Secretary of the Korean Workers' Party. It seemed that Kim Jong-il's ascendancy to power was well orchestrated by Kim Il-sung. Kim Jong-il's rise to power was carefully organized, spanning more than 30 years. During this period, Kim Jong-il's character and personality was formed and developed under the shadow of Kim Il-sung. Kim Jong-il's beliefs and personality were also molded by his early experiences. Kim Jong-il must have learned several important lessons from his father. 1. The main threat to his regime come from the U.S. 2. Skills are needed to control the North Korean people and government. 3. The North Korean regime's survival depends mainly on building a strong military, and 4. The personality cult is a necessary condition to maintain socialism in North Korea. We tend to regard Kim Jong-il as irrational, erratic, and unpredictable. Hwang Jang-yeop, the highest-ranking official to defect from North Korea, described Kim as short-tempered and ruthless when dealing with anyone who questions his policies. Hwang maintains that North Korea is pursuing the preparation of war. With the South Point 17 Gerald Post, a political psychologist, describes Kim Jong-il as not a clinically crazy, but he is crazy like a fox and has some major insecurities that help explain how he acts. 18 This negative comment on Kim Jong-il seems reasonable in light of his mercilessness, terrorist activities, and leaving the North Korean people to die of starvation. However, this simple description may be illogical, since it cannot explain Kim Jong-il's absolute control of North Korea. Put differently, it cannot explain how the DPRK has muddled through its economic hardships and how the Kim Jong-il regime has survived. What is important to note here is that we need to see Kim Jong-il as he is, rather than seeing him with wishful thinking or a distorted image. Kim Jong-il remains rational, although his calculus of rationality is probably bounded by the specific context of his North Korean environment. 19 Mansourov observes that Kim Jong-il is a smart and pragmatic leader. He says that Kim Jong-il is a very well-educated, well-read, and well-informed person. He has quick wit, excellent memory, and astute insight. 20 and Hasig put forward a similar opinion of Kim, saying that his personal traits are independence, intelligence, boldness, self-centeredness, and impetuosity. 21. Kim Jong-il's psychological attributes and worldview. It is not important whether Kim Jong-il is rational or a lunatic. What is important is how Kim's psychological attributes has been molded and evolved. I maintain that if we want a better understanding of North Korea's foreign policy, we must pay close attention to Kim Jong-il's views on U.S. threats, capitalism, leadership, economy, and defense/the military. Kim Jong-il's understanding of these issues are important because they are likely to have impact on Kim Jong-il's policy goals toward the U.S. American threats. Kim Jong-il states that all the military and economic hardships that the DPRK is experiencing are mainly the result of U.S. imperialism. He interprets the current world as a battle between U.S.-led exploitive capitalism and socialist countries like North Korea. Kim Jong-il argues, destroying the exploitive society together with the classes that rule that society in order to build socialism and communism. 22 He warns, the imperialists are now making frantic efforts to establish capitalism and to slander socialism. 23 Kim Jong-il uses the threat from the US to consolidate and integrate his power and to run his country as a military garrison state. Socialism and leadership. Kim Jong-il's with leaders of the General Association of the Koreans resident in Japan in 1998 indicate that he is critical of the US and South Korea, and praises the socialist system of North Korea. Yet he expresses his envy of capitalism, and wants to learn about it. An official book published in North Korea describes the omnipotence of Kim Jong-il and his JIT-oriented socialism. Kim Jong-il stresses the importance of leadership in North Korean society. He points out, the solidarity of our socialism rests on the single-hearted unity of the leader, the party, and the masses, the socio-political organism. 24 For that purpose, Kim Jong-il demands absolute obedience from the people. He has said, if we are to continue along the road of victory and glory in the future, we must accord the leader exclusive reverence and be unfailingly loyal to his guidance. 25 If any views deviate from his thinking, Kim regards it as a sign of disloyalty. Economy. North Korea's state-controlled economy struggled throughout the 1990s. When Kim Jong-il inherited power from his father, North Korea's economy was almost bankrupt. Kim had to do something about the North's economy. North Korea has admitted that it experienced economic hardships during the 1990s. 26 During the 2000s, the economic conditions of North Korea improved somewhat through international assistance and foreign aid. Again, Kim Jong-il believes its crushing economic problems and other related problems are attributable to America's hard-nosed approach, especially the U.S. embargo against his country. In order to implement his economic strategy, Kim called the people to work and live in the spirit of the arduous march. Military/defense. U.S. threats, North Korea argues, engendered in Kim Jong-il a determined life-and-death resistance and led him to adopt Songunjeongchi, military-first policy, to strengthen his rule. Ever since Songun appeared as an official policy of North Korea, it has guided North Korea's domestic and international politics. This policy of military first was intended to prevent the collapse of the North Korean government following the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries. North Korea insists that Songun is aimed at the perfect unity and the single-hearted unity of the party, army, and the people, and the role of the army as the vanguard. 27 Kim Jong-il understands that the North Korean military constitutes his foremost power base. 28. Kim Jong-il's policy goals toward the U.S. Goals and strategies. Thus far, I have discussed Kim Jong-il's psychological attributes, including his personality, perception, and worldview. Kim Jong-il believed that all military and economic hardship resulted from capitalism and American threats. Faced with these threats, Kim Jong-il set forth his Songun policy. Now we need to look at how these psychological variables and worldview affect North Korean policy toward the U.S. Kim Jong-il's specific policy goals toward the U.S. are as follows. First, the DPRK, as a sovereign state, will pursue diplomatic negotiation with the U.S. on equal terms. Kim Jong-il's proposal on action for action well represents North Korea's will in the six-party talks. Kim Jong-il says that if the U.S. cooperates, the DPRK will follow suit. If not, North Korea will make no concessions at all. Based on these principles, Kim Jong-il has negotiated with the U.S. in the six-party process on the disablement of North Korea's nuclear programs. Second, another of Kim Jong-il's important policy goals toward the U.S. is to become a nuclear state. He believes that North Korea not only has the sovereign right to peaceful uses of nuclear energy, but is also entitled to be a nuclear state. For Kim Jong-il, military threats leave him no other option but to opt for a nuclear weapons program. In order to accomplish his policy goals, Kim Jong-il employs various strategies. Kim Jong-il's brinkmanship is a case in point. Brinkmanship entails adopting strategy during a crisis to coerce one's adversary into making a conciliatory move. 29 As such, Kim Jong-il manipulates the shared risks of violence, assuming that neither the US nor North Korea wants to get the other to back down. Kim Jong-il's nuclear game has been and still is based on this strategy of brinkmanship. In contrast, the main goals of the US toward North Korea are, 1. To dismantle the DPRK nuclear program, 2. To halt North Korea's proliferation of missiles and related technology, and 3. To forestall drastic consequences from the DPRK's collapse. Since his presidency began, George W. Bush took North Korean policy in the direction of more hard-nosed internationalism. His hardline approach was precipitated following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. With regard to the North Korean nuclear weapons program, Bush demanded complete, verifiable, and irreversible disarmament (CVTD) of the North Korean nuclear weapons program, and this demand still stands. 30. No doubt, there was deep-rooted repugnance and a personal vendetta between Bush and Kim Jong-il. It was so severe that reconciliation between the two was unlikely to be realized during Bush's tenure. Bush said, "I loathe Kim Jong-il. I've got a visceral reaction to this guy, because he is starving his people." 31 This sentiment against Kim Jong-il led Bush to state that the U.S. will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons. 32 Unfortunately, Bush's coercive approaches toward North Korea failed to produce any significant progress on Pyongyang's nuclear dilemma. Instead, the nuclear crisis again erupted in October 2002, when the U.S. claimed that North Korea was engaged in a clandestine uranium enrichment program. Again, President Bush demanded CVID on the North's plutonium and uranium programs. Then the nuclear standoff between North Korea and the U.S. was prolonged until the first six-party talks in 2003. How did Kim Jong-il respond to the American hard-nosed nuclear policy toward North Korea? Criticizing Bush's approach, Kim Jong-il stressed the U.S. must abandon its hostile policy toward it. 33 North Korea issued a statement on its withdrawal from the NPT in January 2003, announcing that this was a legitimate self-defensive measure taken against the U.S. moves to stifle the DPRK.34 as a solution to end the current nuclear stalemate. Kim Jong-il proposed that the U.S. conclude a non-aggression pact, establish diplomatic relations with the DPRK, compensate for the loss of electricity, complete the light water reactors, and sign a peace treaty. 35. In fairness, Kim Jong-il seemed to conclude that brinkmanship worked well in terms of inducing U.S. engagement with North Korea. Refusing to return to the six-way talks, Kim Jong-il instead undertook a series of provocative actions. He tested a long-range missile on July 3, 2006, arguing that the DPRK had the sovereign right to self-defense to develop and test ICBMs and other long-range missiles. 36 At first glance, it seems illogical and irrational for North Korea to spend its scarce resources on ballistic missiles instead of allocating it to other economic and social programs. For Kim Jong-il, the reason is simple: the North Korean missiles cannot reach the U.S., but I have to let them know I have missiles. I am making them because only then will the U.S. talk to me. 37. On October 8, 2006, North Korea conducted a nuclear test. The director of the U.S. National Intelligence confirmed that analysis of air samples collected on October 11, 2006 proved that North Korea had conducted an underground nuclear test on October 9, 2006. 38 For Kim Jong-il, testing nuclear weapons meant that it acquired a nuclear deterrent against the U.S. and South Korea. The Korean Central News Agency stated, "The nuclear test was conducted with indigenous wisdom and technology 100%. It marks a historic event as it greatly encouraged North Korea to have a powerful self-reliant defense capability." 39. Undoubtedly, North Korea's launching of missiles and testing of nuclear weapons had a significant negative impact on the security of the Korean peninsula. The UN Security Council voted for its Resolution 1695, sanctioning North Korea. 40 UN Resolution 1718 also condemned North Korea's nuclear test and demanded that the North should return to the six-party talks. 41 As far as Kim Jong-il is concerned, being a nuclear state is closely related to the cost of the North Korean defense budget, since nuclear weapons relieve the burden of the military on North Korea's national economy. 42 Kim Jong-il argues that if the US makes concessions, North Korea will also make concessions. 43 If the Bush administration continued its hard-nosed approach against the DPRK, Kim held that the DPRK had to detonate nuclear devices in a series of nuclear tests. 44 Kim Jong-il seems to be well aware that the US will not opt for a military option against North Korea, endangering security on the Korean peninsula. He knows that the US has no choice but to offer political and economic compensations to North Korea to end the nuclear confrontation. As such, the North's nuclear brinkmanship was planned, organized, and conducted according to Kim Jong-il's schedule. 45 The September 19 Agreement and Kim Jong-il's brinkmanship. The September 19 Joint Agreement. Since the six-party process began in August 2003, two significant agreements were reached by the six nations on September 19, 2005 and February 13, 2007. In the fourth round of six-party talks on September 19, 2005, countries including the US, North Korea, South Korea, China, Japan, and Russia laid out a framework for denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. In the first phase, the participants in the six-party talks reaffirmed the verifiable denuclearization of the Korean peninsula as their goal. For this purpose, North Korea would have to abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs and return to the NPT, and the US affirmed it had no nuclear weapons on the Korean peninsula, and no intention to attack or invade the North. 46 Also, the ROC committed not to receive or deploy nuclear weapons. The DPRK stated that it has the right to peaceful uses of nuclear energy, and the other parties expressed their respect and agreed to discuss, at an appropriate time, the subject of the provision of light water reactors to the North. In addition, the US and North Korea undertook to respect each other's sovereignty, exist peacefully together, and to take steps to normalize their relations. 47. Despite the progress of the six-party talks, problems with the agreement on September 19, 2005 included, 1. It did not specify under what conditions North Korea would dismantle all its nuclear programs, return to the NPT and allow IAEA inspections. 2. There was no agreement on the North's HU program. 48. The February 13 Denuclearization Action Plan. On February 13, 2007, six-party talks reached agreement on specific initial actions and timetables to terminate North Korea's nuclear weapons program. The February 13 action plan was built upon the previous six-party talks on September 19, 2005, in which the North agreed to abandon all nuclear weapons and its existing nuclear program. Indeed, the action plan was a dramatic breakthrough agreement in terms of ending the DPRK's nuclear weapons program, and it would pave the way to the coexistence of the two Koreas as well as security on the Korean peninsula. The February 13 deal had two phases, the initial phase and the disablement phase. In the initial phase, North Korea had to, 1. Shut down nuclear facilities within 60 days, 2. Invite the IAEA inspectors back, and 3. Discuss with other parties a list of all its nuclear programs. In return, North Korea will get energy assistance equivalent to 50,000 tons of heavy fuel oil within the next 60 days. Also, North Korea and the US would start bilateral talks, and the US would begin the process of removing the designation of the North as a state sponsor of terrorism, and advance the process of terminating the application of the Trading with the Enemy Act with respect to the North. At the disablement phase, North Korea had to provide a complete list of its nuclear programs and disable all existing nuclear facilities, including the Uranium Enrichment Program, UEP. Then, North Korea would be provided with 1 million tons of heavy oil. If these two steps proceeded smoothly, the six-party talks would move to the final phase of negotiation over destruction of North Korea's nuclear weapons and plutonium. On June 25, 2007, the issue of the DPRK's money, which was frozen by the US in Banco Delta Asia, BDA, was resolved. After the BDA transfer, the six-party process moved to the shutdown of the North's main reactor in exchange for economic aid and political concessions. North Korea did shut down its nuclear facilities, and this was followed by a South Korean oil shipment on July 29, 2007. In fairness, the February 13 deal was a breakthrough in ending North Korea's nuclear programs. However, some problems have been left to the implementation process. First, although it does oblige North Korea to abandon its nuclear weapons program, the North thinks this means simply freezing it. We do not know how many nuclear weapons North Korea has produced. The DPRK insists that the US must treat it as a nuclear state. The conservatives in the US criticize the February 13 deal because it does not require North Korea to turn over its existing stockpiles of weapons-grade plutonium and any nuclear warheads it may already have produced. Second, although the DPRK agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back onto its soil, the scope and range of verification has left to be agreed between the IAEA and North Korea at a later date. The DPRK pledged that it would provide the IAEA inspection team with technical information, access, and other help needed to help shut down its nuclear facilities. If things turn out unfavorably in North Korean terms, Kim Jong-il will not cooperate with the IAEA inspection, as happened in the early 1990s. Third, the February 13 deal does not mention North Korea's obligation to rejoin the NPT. The September 19 agreement stated that North Korea must abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs and return to the NPT. The issue is when North Korea should rejoin the NPT. The US maintains that as far as the September 19 agreement remains valid, North Korea must do so sooner rather than later. On the other hand, North Korea insists that it will not rejoin the NPT until it receives light water reactors as compensation for the loss of electricity. Fourth, although the February 13 deal is an important and substantial step toward the denuclearization of the North Korean weapons program, it is not a binding international agreement. If North Korea deviates from the path of good conduct, the six-party talks will be brought to deadlock. Nevertheless, the DPRK remains bound to abide by UN Security Council Resolution 1718, which demands that the North abandon its nuclear weapons, suspend all ballistic missile activities, and end all weapons of mass destruction, WMD, programs. Second phase actions for implementation of the joint statement, October 3, 2007. The nuclear deal stalled after the U.S. accused North Korea of failing to fully account for all its nuclear programs, as it had pledged to do, while the North maintained that deliveries of fuel and other economic aid have failed to arrive as promised. On October 3, 2007, the six parties agreed on second phase actions for implementation of the joint statement, which was built on the February 13 agreement on initial actions for the implementation of the joint statement. Under the terms of the October 3 deal, North Korea agreed to provide a complete and correct declaration of its all-nuclear programs, including clarification regarding the uranium issue, by the end of the year. North Korea also agreed to disable all existing nuclear facilities subject September 19 and February 13 agreements. As a first step, Pyongyang would disable nuclear facilities at Yongbyon, including the 5-megawatt nuclear reactor reprocessing plant, and fuel rod facility, by the end of the year. For its part, the U.S. reaffirmed that it would fulfill its commitments regarding the removal of the designation of North Korea as a state sponsor of terrorism and the termination of the application of the Trading with the Enemy Act. To be sure, the reaction of the U.S. to these depended on the North's fulfillment of its second phase commitments on providing a correct declaration and disabling its nuclear facilities. The other parties also reaffirmed that they will provide the North with economic and humanitarian assistance, 1 million tons of heavy oil. Some critics argue that this October 3 deal fell short of three important counts. 1. It did not include uranium enrichment. 2. It failed to address North Korea's proliferation activities to countries like Syria. 3. It did not mention the nuclear weapons North Korea already had produced. 49. Moreover, it did not specify plans on when and how to start the verification process, which was the final task of completing the second phase. The U.S. and others in the six-party talks continued to press North Korea to fulfill its commitment under the October 3, 2007 agreement. Pyongyang provided approximately 18,000 pages of documentation related to its nuclear programs to the U.S. and also submitted its nuclear declaration to China on June 26, 2008. North Korea destroyed the cooling tower of its Yongbyon nuclear facility on June 27, 2008. President Bush welcomed North Korea's delivery of information about its past nuclear activities, and announced that the U.S. will lift key trade sanctions and remove North Korea from its list of state sponsors of terrorism. If the declaration is verified, the six-party talks will move the process toward the third and final stage, actual dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear infrastructure. What was left was the process of verification of North Korea's nuclear facilities. Luckily, North Korea agreed that it would complete disenabling its Yongbyon facility by October 2008, while other parties would complete shipments of energy aid to North Korea by that month. 50 Here, verification refers to the process of collecting and analyzing information to determine compliance with treaty stipulations. The verification process will focus on reviewing documents that Pyongyang has submitted, visiting nuclear facilities, and interviewing North Korean nuclear scientists in order to find how much weapons-grade plutonium has been produced. If the declaration can be verified, six-party envoys will move from disablement of the facility to full dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear infrastructure. Conclusion. As discussed, Kim Jong-il's psychological predisposition is the essential component of explaining North Korea's policy toward the U.S. I argue that the decisions of North Korea in formulating policy toward the U.S. were inevitably based upon assumptions about the psychological predispositions of Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il postulates that all the military and economic hardships stem from U.S. imperialism, and runs his country as a garrison state. Kim also stresses the importance of the leader in North Korean society, and demands absolute obedience from the people. He calls on the people to work and live in the spirit of the arduous march in order to overcome economic hardships. He has also adopted the military-first policy for security from U.S. threats. The individual-level analysis of Kim Jong-il shows that North Korea's policy behavior toward the U.S. is a function of both the environmental situation and the psychological predispositions of Kim Jong-il. I conclude that Kim Jong-il's perception, predisposition, and worldview are the key to understanding DPRK's policy toward the U.S. In unfavorable international circumstances, Kim Jong-il still runs a risk of war with the U.S. Kim Jong-il's calculation that the U.S. has no choice but to conclude a negotiated settlement to end the DPRK's nuclear weapons program served the security interests of North Korea well. Kim Jong-il might interpret the agreements on September 19, February 13, and October 3 deals as representing his personal victory in the battle against President Bush. If he agrees to denuclearize, the DPRK will be likely to receive economic and financial assistance on a large scale. If not, the international community will likely apply economic sanctions against the Kim Jong-il regime. It remains to be seen whether the six-party agreement will bring peace on the Korean peninsula. Thus far, the parties have seemed to maintain that this multilateral mechanism is the most effective framework to resolve the nuclear issue on the Korea peninsula. In view of American domestic politics, there remains a little time to continue negotiations for dismantling North Korean nuclear weapons. North Korea remains one of the world's 10 worst human rights violators. The U.S. holds the position that North Korea cannot be trusted to honor international commitments. The newly elected ROK government is not likely to continue the sunshine policy toward the North either. It is a high time Kim Jong-il showed the international community by deeds that he is a responsible national leader. Chapter 6. DPRK-WMD Programs. Daniel A. Pinkston. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, or North Korea, presents some of the world's most challenging proliferation problems. Pyongyang has sought to develop and acquire weapons of mass destruction, WMD, and their delivery systems for decades, and has demonstrated the capability to produce nuclear explosive devices and intermediate-range ballistic missiles. The country also has a large stockpile of chemical weapons, and possibly biological weapons. If the DPRK decides to abandon its WMD arsenal and ballistic missiles, the process will require extensive resources, considerable time, and international cooperation. If the country were to collapse suddenly and unify with the Republic of Korea, ROK, or South Korea, on ROK terms, Seoul would face the urgent task of safely eliminating these weapons. This chapter will outline North Korea's WMD and missile capabilities in order to frame the magnitude of the problem for future arms control and disarmament efforts on the Korean peninsula. Six-party process of DPRK denuclearization. In September 2005, the six parties, China, Japan, North Korea, Russia, South Korea, and the United States, signed a statement of principles whereby the DPRK committed to abandoning all of its nuclear programs in exchange for negative security assurances from the United States, promises of economic assistance, and an improvement in relations with Tokyo and Washington. 1 However, the process has proven to be difficult, and will take years to implement. The six parties have agreed upon a three-step denuclearization phase: 1. A shutdown or freeze, 2. Disablement, and 3. The dismantlement of DPRK nuclear facilities and programs. The first phase was concluded with a shutdown of North Korea's 5 MW nuclear reactor in July 2007, but the disablement phase slipped past a December 2007 deadline. The six parties agreed on October 3, 2007 that North Korea would take 3 steps toward denuclearization, including the disablement of the 5 MW nuclear reactor, the reprocessing plant, and fuel fabrication plant, the submission of a complete and correct declaration of all DPRK nuclear programs, and a DPRK commitment not to transfer nuclear materials or technologies. In exchange for Pyongyang's denuclearization measures, Washington promised to work toward normalization of the bilateral relationship, including an effort to remove the DPRK from the State Department's terrorism list and to repeal the Trading with the Enemy Act as it applies to the DPRK. Furthermore, Japan and the DPRK committed to working toward the normalization of their relationship in accordance with the Pyongyang Declaration of September 2002. Finally, the parties agreed to supply Pyongyang with economic, energy, and humanitarian assistance equivalent to 1 million tons of heavy fuel oil. 2. The six-party process has made significant progress in disabling North Korea's plutonium production facilities, but new obstacles have recently emerged that could cause the process to collapse. The six parties agreed that a U.S. team would supervise the disablement under the auspices of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. Disablement began in November 2007, and 8 of the 11 disablement measures already had been completed by mid-January 2008. The removal of the spent rods and control rods was delayed because the water in the temporary cooling pond was contaminated. 4. The spent fuel was moved to a temporary storage pond, but the final disposition of the fuel rods is uncertain. Wet storage is not a long-term solution, and long-term dry storage is not practical. Ultimately, the rods will probably have to be reprocessed, but this will have to be done in another country more than likely for political reasons. Technically, it would be easier to reprocess the spent fuel rods and ship the extracted plutonium out of North Korea, but this is unlikely to be acceptable to the other 5 parties. North Korea is estimated to have about 50 kilograms of weapons-grade plutonium, but the Tokyo Shimbun reported on December 27, 2007 that Vice Foreign Minister Kim Ki-hwan told visiting Assistant Secretary of State Christopher Hill the DPRK had extracted about 30 kilograms of plutonium. 5. The Tokyo Shimbun later reported that according to an official in the six-party talks, North Korea claims to have produced 38.5 kilograms of plutonium, and that 26 kilograms has been assembled in bombs. The report also asserts that 2 kilograms were used in the October 9, 2006 nuclear test and 2 kilograms were lost as waste. However, Japan's Kyodo News reported that North Korea declared 30 kilograms of extracted plutonium and 2 kilograms used in the nuclear test. 6. Some analysts believe North Korea has diverted or is hiding some plutonium, but the rumored figures are plausible depending on how the reactor was operated and the efficiency of the reprocessing campaigns conducted in Yongbyon-kun. The actual amount was expected to be revealed in a verification process that was still being negotiated in early 2009. 7. In May 2008, North Korea turned over thousands of pages of records detailing the operations of its nuclear facilities over the last 2 decades, but the documents reportedly had traces of enriched uranium, which raised doubts about Pyongyang's claim to have no uranium enrichment program. 8. The completion of Phase 2 will entail verification of the DPRK's declaration and nuclear past, which according to the U.S. perspective will require a review of documents, environmental sampling, and interviews with North Korean scientists and technicians. 9. However, it is unclear if Pyongyang will grant inspectors complete access to all sites, and North Korea could demand that South Korea's nuclear-free status also be verified. 10. While significant progress has been made in the disablement of North Korea's plutonium production facilities, they have not been dismantled, which will be an objective in the next phase of the six-party negotiations. However, sources close to the negotiation process believe there will be no dismantlement without a commitment to provide the DPRK with a light water power reactor, LWR. The United States had agreed to discuss the DPRK's acquisition of an LWR at an appropriate time, but there was little, if any, political will in Washington to supply Pyongyang with an LWR, so this issue could lead to a long stalemate. Furthermore, if the DPRK dismantles its current programs and rejoins the NPT, Pyongyang is in no position to finance the construction of an LWR in case it wishes to invoke its NPT Article 4 right to the peaceful use of nuclear power. Although a compelling argument can be made for nuclear power in North Korea, it is difficult to imagine the emergence of an international creditor or multilateral consortium to supply the country with LWRs unless there is significant political change in the DPRK. Another potential obstacle to North Korea's denuclearization is the country's uranium enrichment program and suspicions surrounding DPRK proliferation activities. The DPRK missed the December 31, 2007 deadline to provide a complete and correct declaration of all its nuclear programs, but on January 4, 2008, the DPRK Foreign Ministry issued a statement declaring that the DPRK had fulfilled its requirement to submit a declaration, and that Pyongyang had granted access to aluminum tubes at a military site. 11 The statement denied the tubes were procured as part of a uranium enrichment program, but according to the Washington Post, the tubes had been contaminated with traces of enriched uranium. 12 Another source claimed the level of enrichment had reached 90%. 13 Prior to the submission of its nuclear declaration on June 26, 2008, 14 the DPRK delegation has not denied the existence of a uranium enrichment program, but instead has said relevant agencies in the DPRK do not admit to having procured any materials for a uranium enrichment program. 15 While recent U.S. intelligence failures regarding WMD in Iraq and elsewhere have led many to question the information about the DPRK uranium enrichment program, alternative explanations for Pyongyang's past procurement activities do not seem plausible. 16 The DPRK Foreign Ministry statement on January 4, 2008 also denied that North Korea has provided any nuclear materials or technology to Syria, but on April 24, 2008, the Bush administration released information asserting that the Syrian facility bombed by the Israeli Air Force in September 2007 was undoubtedly a nuclear reactor built with assistance from North Korea. 17 Prior to the Bush administration's April briefing, diplomats in Western countries were becoming increasingly convinced that the facility had been a nuclear reactor under construction with North Korean assistance. 18 According to one government source, the Bush administration claimed it had evidence that the site was a nuclear reactor built with North Korean assistance, and it could have gone online around the end of 2008.19 The resolution of the issue surrounding Syria's alleged nuclear reactor and any other North Korean nuclear proliferation will be challenging, and could derail the denuclearization process. North Korea's denuclearization requires long and difficult negotiations as well as sustained political will. Even a smooth denuclearization with full North Korean cooperation will require substantial financial resources and time. Alternative employment will also be necessary for those engaged in the nuclear program. While the numbers are sketchy, North Korea reportedly has about 3,000 nuclear scientists and engineers. 20 Furthermore, the complete dismantlement of the Yongbyon nuclear facilities would take several years. South Korea has nearly completed the dismantlement of a smaller research reactor near Seoul, and that project has taken 10 years. 21 The dismantling of North Korea's nuclear facilities will be more difficult and expensive, and Pyongyang could try to exploit the drawn-out process for aid and assistance. The G8's global partnership could contribute financial resources for the dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear facilities, and could help to establish a peaceful research institute to employ North Korea's nuclear scientists and engineers in the future. 22 However, resolving the nuclear problem will only be the beginning, since North Korea still maintains a large arsenal of ballistic missiles, chemical weapons, and possibly biological weapons. In the third phase of the six-party process, North Korea expects to normalize relations with the United States, but that seems implausible unless it begins a disarmament process addressing ballistic missiles and other WMD. DPRK missiles. The DPRK has desired a ballistic missile capability since at least the 1960s, and ultimately became one of the world's greatest missile proliferators. By the 1970s, Pyongyang was seeking technology transfers and international cooperation to obtain a missile production capability. 23 In the late 1970s and early 1980s, North Korea was developing the Hwasan-5, a reverse-engineered version of the Soviet Scud-B, R-17. There is disagreement over the timing and source of the Scud-B samples North Korea acquired, but the general consensus is that Egypt provided a few samples in the late 1970s. 24 The first North Korean versions were flight tested in 1984, and deployed in the mid-1980s. After the Hwasan-5 began serial production in 1987, North Korean missile development accelerated at a remarkable pace. During a 5-year period, 1987 to 92, North Korea began developing the Hwasan-6, the North Korean version of the Soviet Scud-C, the Nodong, the Paekdasan-1, commonly known as the Taepodong-1, the Paekdasan-2 or Unha-2, commonly known as the Taepodong-2, and the Musudan, a North Korean road-mobile version of the Soviet R-27/SSN-6 Serb submarine-launched ballistic missile. 25. North Korea has successfully flight-tested the Hwasan-5/6 and the Nodong, but the single flight test of the Paekdasan-1 on August 31, 1998 was only partially successful. The third stage failed, apparently exploding before it could place a small satellite into low Earth orbit. The Paekdasan-2, tested on July 5, 2006 during the country's largest ballistic missile exercise to date, failed after about 40 seconds of powered flight during its single flight test. 26. North Korea has significant infrastructure and institutional arrangements to sustain its missile program. The country is nearly self-sufficient in ballistic missile production, but still relies upon some advanced foreign technologies and components, particularly for guidance systems. Pyongyang has established foreign entities and front companies to acquire inputs, but international export controls and denial strategies have made it increasingly difficult to procure dual-use items and technologies. North Korea has deployed about 800 road-mobile ballistic missiles, mostly in underground facilities. About 600 of these missiles are capable of striking targets in South Korea, while about 200 Nodong missiles could strike Japan. 27 The so-called Musudan has not been flight tested, and it is uncertain whether it has been deployed, but the Musudan could potentially strike Guam. 28. Warheads. North Korea exploded a small nuclear device on October 9, 2006, but North Korean engineers have probably not been able to miniaturize a nuclear bomb to fit on top of a missile and survive re-entry. This will probably require more research, development, and testing, but foreign assistance could accelerate this timeline, and cannot be ruled out. North Korean missiles are capable of delivering conventional high-explosive and chemical warheads, and possibly biological weapons. The information surrounding nuclear warheads is speculative. In the early 1990s, U.S. intelligence estimated that the DPRK probably had 1 or 2 nuclear weapons, but North Korea was probably unable to make the devices small enough to be delivered on a ballistic missile. There were press reports in the early 1990s asserting that Pyongyang had sought foreign assistance, particularly from Russia, to design a nuclear warhead, but the existence or extent of any technology transfers is unclear. 29 In 1994, U.S. naval intelligence warned that Pyongyang would probably be able to arm its Nodong missiles with nuclear warheads by 2000, and possibly by 1995.30. Some North Korean defectors claimed during the 1990s that the DPRK possessed nuclear warheads, but their allegations were never substantiated. Pakistani scientist Abdul Qadir Khan says he was taken to a facility about 1 hour out of Pyongyang and shown 3 nuclear devices. 31 However, the details of Khan's visit are not clear, and it is uncertain whether Khan, a metallurgist, had the expertise or the staff to examine the devices. Pakistan's Khan Research Laboratories, KRL, and North Korea have been cooperating in the field of ballistic missiles for about 15 years, and Khan reportedly supplied Pyongyang with about 20 gas centrifuges for uranium enrichment for the DPRK's nascent uranium enrichment program. Khan could also have provided a bomb design for a uranium implosion device that Pakistan received from China, and that Khan subsequently provided to Libya. While North Korea's bomb program is currently based on plutonium, the blueprints and data would be useful to North Korean bomb designers. After withdrawing from the NPT in January 2003, the DPRK Foreign Ministry announced on February 10, 2005 that the country possessed nuclear weapons. 32 DPRK government spokesmen and media have repeatedly said that Pyongyang needs a nuclear deterrent because of Washington's hostile policy and warned that Pyongyang would demonstrate its deterrent if necessary. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence in recent years has been revising its estimates regarding North Korean nuclear warheads. In February 2004, Vice Admiral Lowell E. Jacoby, Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, "We believe North Korea has nuclear warheads from plutonium produced prior to the 1994 agreed framework." 33. Jacoby confirmed this view during Senate testimony in April 2005.34. On October 3, 2006, the DPRK Foreign Ministry announced that the country would conduct a nuclear test, and Pyongyang followed through 6 days later at the Mount Mantup nuclear test site near the village of Punggye-ri in North Hamgyong Province. 35 The yield of the device was about 1 kiloton of TNT, but North Korea reportedly informed China before the blast that the target yield was 4 kilotons. 36 While the exact cause of the low yield is unknown, speculation has centered on possible problems with the neutron generator, or impurities that could have contaminated the plutonium prior to detonation. 37. The number of nuclear devices in the DPRK inventory is uncertain, but according to the testimony of Kim Il-do, a purported North Korean who defected in May 2005 and reportedly had served in the Supreme People's Assembly and worked for the Second Economic Committee, North Korean scientists have fabricated at least one nuclear weapon with 4 kilograms of plutonium. The device weighs 1 ton, and scientists have certified to Kim Jong-il that it is reliable, but personally they are concerned about the dependability of the device, so they have been working to reduce the mass to 500 kg. 38. Missile bases and deployments. The DPRK has deployed over 600 Hwasan 5/6 missiles, and possibly as many as 200 Nodong missiles. 39 These missiles are road-mobile and liquid-fueled, and generally are stored underground and transported to sites that are little more than concrete slabs such as Kitwaryong for launch. 40 While mobility increases survivability and the option of surprise attack, crews must erect and fuel the missiles as well as collect and input meteorological data prior to launch. 41 Nevertheless, it would be extremely difficult to execute preemptive strikes against DPRK mobile missiles. North Korea's rugged terrain, numerous underground facilities, and sheer number of missiles make it virtually impossible to destroy the DPRK missile inventory with a conventional preemptive strike. 42. In sum, North Korea's missile arsenal exceeds the range and payload guidelines under the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR, so they would have to be destroyed if North Korea abandons its WMD and missile programs. This would require considerable time and resources that the DPRK does not have. The G8's global partnership would be an appropriate institution to facilitate this process. A cooperative threat reduction, CTR, type program might also be appropriate to channel North Korean missile resources into the peaceful exploration of outer space, possibly in collaboration with South Korea. 43 However, significant political change will be required in North Korea before this can be achieved. DPRK Chemical Weapons Program. The DPRK's motivations for its chemical weapons program date to the Korean War. North Korea suffered extensive damage from U.S. bombing, and was the target of implicit nuclear threats to end the war. China's motivations to develop its own nuclear deterrent in the 1950s and early 1960s to counter the possibility of U.S. blackmail is well documented. 44 And North Korea followed a similar, if considerably delayed, trajectory. North Korean leaders were probably highly motivated to develop their own nuclear arsenal after the Korean War, but the long developmental timeline and limited resources forced them to consider chemical weapons, CW, as an immediate alternative. 45. When North Korea was still in ruins in 1954, The Chemical Department was established under the Operations Bureau in the Defense Ministry's General Staff Department. 46 The Chemical Department initially focused on defensive measures before the country could develop an offensive capability. The Chemical Department was upgraded to a bureau in 1961, and was then reorganized into the Nuclear and Chemical Defense Bureau in 1981. In 1961, Kim Il-sung issued a declaration for chemicalization. Kim's instructions were aimed at developing an independent chemical industry with dual-use applications for the military. On November 1, 1980, Kim Il-sung told the KWP Central Military Committee that it would be effective to produce poison gas and germ weapons for use in combat. 48 Most sources claim the DPRK began developing its CW arsenal in the 1960s. 49 And some reports indicate that North Korea was already producing CWS in the 1970s. 50 However, most sources seem to agree that an independent CW production capability had been acquired by the 1980s. 51 In the 1960s, China and the Soviet Union transferred training and technical information, as well as CW equipment and munitions used in World War II. 52 According to one South Korean report, the Soviet Union provided small amounts of mustard gas and nerve agents to the DPRK in 1966. 53 Eric Crotty claims that North Korea probably produced its first small quantities of mustard and nerve agents in 1966 with Soviet assistance. 54 According to a Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, report, the DPRK had acquired a defensive CW capability by 1979. And was then prepared to proceed with the development of an offensive capability. 55 In the late 1970s, a KPA officer who served as military attaché in the DPRK's East German embassy reportedly acquired technical know-how for CW production from the East German government. 56 In 2003, the CIA reported that North Korea had a sizable but aging chemical industry and continued to acquire dual-use chemicals that could potentially be used to support Pyongyang's long-standing CW program. 57 According to another source, the DPRK lacks a certain number of indigenous precursors. 58 And in recent years, there have been several reports of the DPRK importing dual-use CW precursors, in addition to reports of similar shipments being intercepted. 59 There have been several reports over the last 2 years regarding South Korean exports of sodium cyanide, a precursor for sarin, to North Korea through China, leading the South Korean government to tighten its export controls. 60 Regarding possible North Korean CW exports, at least one report says North Korea is suspected of transshipping chemical weapons through Georgia. 61 Unclassified CIA estimates of the DPRK CW arsenal are vague. In 2003, the CIA said, North Korea may possess a stockpile of unknown size, and the country had the ability to produce bulk quantities of nerve, blister, choking, and blood agent. 62 CIA unclassified reports in previous years were similarly vague regarding the stockpile or production capacity. On March 9, 2006, General B.B. Bell, Commander U.S. Forces Korea, testified before the House Armed Services Committee that, the size of North Korea's chemical weapons stockpile is likely significant. We assess North Korea is probably capable of weaponizing chemical agents for conventional weapons systems, missiles, and unconventional delivery. 63. Recent ROC estimates place the DPRK CW stockpile at between 2,500 and 5,000 tons of various agents, including sarin, tabun, mustard, phosgene, blood agent, and V agents. 64 The South Korean literature expresses a consensus regarding North Korea's ability to deliver CW with its artillery, MRLs, multiple rocket launchers, frogs, free rocket overground, ballistic missiles, aircraft, and naval vessels. 65 Most of the literature on DPRK-CW doctrine includes broad assumptions and a common view that the DPRK would employ chemical weapons in an effort to defeat ROC forces very rapidly and achieve national unification by force before the United States could intervene. Given the relative decline in the DPRK's conventional capabilities, WMD are considered critical for DPRK success in this scenario. 66 The DPRK has deployed a large portion of its military forces, including its chemical weapons, in forward areas, which leads many analysts to believe they would be used immediately if war were to break out. 67 U.S. Army General Leon Laporte, former commander of U.S. Forces Korea, asserted in August 2005 that North Korean leaders do not consider CW to be WMD, and that current North Korean doctrine states that every third artillery round fired would be a chemical round. 68. North Korean leaders are certainly aware that the use of chemical weapons could easily lead to escalation, and even nuclear retaliation. DPRK media often cite international treaties outlawing chemical and biological weapons in the possession of its adversaries, so they must be viewed as different from conventional weapons. It seems unlikely that the DPRK military would use these weapons indiscriminately against South Korean civilians, but that does not mean Pyongyang is not prepared to use CW to achieve its military objectives during war. A much more likely scenario would involve the use of CW against ROK and USFK military facilities, including command and control centers, and transport facilities such as airfields and ports, to deny access to U.S. forces. While the literature stresses the offensive nature of DPRK military doctrine and the possible use of CW by the Korean People's Army, KPA, Iraq Daily reported in January 2005 that it had obtained a North Korean war plan detailing mobilization procedures in time of war. The plan, if authentic, was prepared during the time when the U.S.-led coalition was conducting combat operations in Iraq, and there was speculation that North Korean leaders had heightened fears of a U.S. military attack. The plan was issued under the signature of Central Military Commission, CMC, Chairman Kim Jong-il. The chairman's position was thought to have been vacant after the death of Kim Il-sung in 1994, and the CMC was thought to be relatively inactive with the prominence of the NDC. However, the plan was probably issued as a party document through KWP channels to reach civilians in case of a mobilization order. The document was defensive in tone, and was not a plan for offensive strikes. There were no details for missile units other than to strike enemy targets according to the instructions of the Supreme Headquarters. The document emphasized the need to report to the Supreme Headquarters any detection of nuclear, CW, or BWUs against the DPRK. 69. North Korean media often refer to the CW capabilities of the United States and South Korea, and how these weapons violate international law and threaten the DPRK. 70 On May 9, 2000, South Korean media reported that the ROK possessed a CW stockpile and had begun destroying it the previous year, in compliance with Seoul's Chemical Weapons Convention, CWC, commitments. 71 The DPRK media immediately condemned the South Korean puppets for their criminal wish to wipe out their fellow countrymen. 72. The DPRK accuses the United States of having deployed chemical weapons to South Korea with the intention of using them against the DPRK. However, South Korea completed the destruction of its CW stockpile in 2008 after having been granted an extension beyond the previous deadline of December 2007. 73. Media references to Japanese CBW programs and use during World War II, including CBW experiments on human beings at Unit 731, are also common, in an effort to demonize Japan and warn the DPRK population about the threat of Japanese militarization. 74 However, DPRK condemnation of alleged CBW use by the United States during the Korean War is even more frequent. 75 The criticism usually focuses on the magnitude of American atrocities and the sense of injustice felt by North Koreans. These reports often includes accusations of recent CBW use by the United States in Iraq, Vietnam, and even Kosovo, reminding North Koreans that Americans feel they can use CBW with impunity. CBW and nuclear weapons are part of the U.S. arsenal, and the United States would not hesitate to use WMD against the DPRK, so be prepared. 76. Despite Pyongyang's criticism of other countries' development and use of chemical weapons, the DPRK does not appear to be prepared to sign the Chemical Weapons Convention, CWC, anytime soon. The CWC requires the verifiable destruction of CW stocks, and Pyongyang is currently unwilling to surrender the sovereignty required for such a step. The declaration and destruction of the DPRK CW inventory would be costly in financial terms, and DPRK military leaders are very unlikely to accept this process since it would reveal information about the country's military capabilities and posture, as well as possible weaknesses. If North Korea verifiably surrenders its nuclear weapons program, that could be a sign that Pyongyang is secure enough to surrender its CW stockpile as well. However, the destruction of chemical weapons is dangerous and costly, so Pyongyang will need assistance if it decides to sign the CWC. Seoul could offer technical assistance, given its experience with CW destruction, but the South Korean government has concluded a confidentiality agreement with the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, and now denies that the ROC ever had a CW program. DPRK Biological Weapons. The DPRK acceded to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, BTWC, in 1987, but many analysts believe Pyongyang is in violation of its treaty commitments by maintaining a BW development program and possible stocks of weaponized BW agents. Verification of BTWC compliance is extremely difficult under any circumstances due to the dual-use nature of biotechnology and the difficulty in differentiating between offensive and defensive BW programs. Given Pyongyang's failure to come into full compliance with its nuclear safeguards commitments, it is easy to conclude that North Korean leaders would also violate the country's BTWC commitments under conditions that make verification virtually impossible. North Korea's motivations for maintaining a BW program also stem from the Korean War experience, but the objectives and doctrine for the program are less clear. Furthermore, the opaque nature of the DPRK, along with the dual-use nature of BW and the blurring of BW technologies into the realm of public health make it much more difficult to assess the program. Nevertheless, Pyongyang is almost certainly interested in BW technologies for biodefense purposes. The open-source literature includes references to the 1960s as the beginning of the DPRK BW program. 77 However, South Korean sources often do not differentiate between chemical and biological agents, creating confusion between the two. It is not uncommon for South Korean sources to refer to the two as one category of agents, or to interpret CW data as BW data. Historical background of the BW program. In the winter of 1951-52, North Korea's health minister traveled to Shenyang, China to obtain a sample of plague bacilli, which was later injected into two North Korean criminals who had been sentenced to death. Their tissue samples were then provided to international investigators as part of an elaborate hoax to accuse the United States of having used biological weapons in the Korean War. 78 One South Korean source claims that the DPRK began to obtain BW technology in the 1950s from China, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and Middle Eastern countries in order to develop an independent BW production capability. 79. In 1992, South Korea's Agency for National Security Planning, renamed the National Intelligence Service in 1999, reported to the South Korean National Assembly that in the early 1960s, Kim Il-sung directed the Academy of Defense Sciences to develop biological weapons. The Academy subsequently established a testing center and reportedly acquired Bacillus anthracis, anthrax, Yersinia pestis, plague, and Vibrio cholerae, cholera, from Japan in 1968.80 In the 1970s, the DPRK reportedly established a large germ research institute in Songcheon-kun, South Pyongan Province, and in 1980 established the Central Biology Research Institute, as well as a military biodefense unit and the No. 25 factory in Gyeongju City, North Pyongan Province. The plant was reportedly established in order to produce 13 types of biological agents, including Bacillus anthracis, Yersinia pestis, and Vibrio cholerae. 81. According to a 1994 DIA report cited in the New York Times, North Korea acquired the smallpox virus from the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, and began working on weaponization of smallpox in the early 1990s. 82 In 1999, the New York Times reported that North Korean soldiers had been vaccinated against the smallpox virus, indicating the DPRK could be considering its use as a biological weapon. 83. In years past, the literature commonly assumed that the DPRK had an offensive BW capability, but recent assessments have retracted many of the earlier claims about the program. For example, in 1997, General John Tylelli, commander of U.S. Forces Korea, testified that North Korea deploys a large stock of chemical and perhaps biological weapons. 84 In March 2000, the Defense Department declared that North Korea had been pursuing BW research and development since the 1960s, but that the country's biotechnology infrastructure was rudimentary by Western standards. 85 In August 2005, General Leon Laporte, commander of U.S. Forces Korea, said he did not believe the DPRK had been able to weaponize biological agents. 86 However, in 2003, the CIA assessed that North Korea is believed to possess a munitions production infrastructure that would have allowed it to weaponize BW agents and may have some such weapons available for use. 87. Some analysts believe the DPRK has armed, or would arm, its ballistic missiles with BW warheads. However, this is unlikely. This would be a very inefficient use of their missiles and BW agents, and therefore an ineffective strategy for the DPRK. A more plausible scenario would be North Korean special forces or agents dispersing BW in South Korea or Japan with the intention of escaping detection. Such use of BW agents might precede a large-scale DPRK military operation or southward invasion, in order to degrade the ROK's ability to retaliate or the U.S. ability to intervene. In a limited conflict scenario where Pyongyang would like to avoid escalation, DPRK leaders might have an incentive to use BW agents as part of a targeted retaliatory response, since it would offer plausible deniability. And given the difficulty in tracing the origins of disease outbreaks, North Korea might be more likely to sell BW technology or materials to states or non-state actors. In 2000, a South Korean report claimed that North Korean special forces training included spreading horrifying skin diseases via toilet seats in public restrooms, including restrooms in expressway stations, subway stations, and railway stations, bacteriological warfare by disguising bacteria as a livestock epidemic, spreading contagious diseases using drinking water sources, and spreading chemical and bacteriological weapons via winds blowing to the south and balloons. However, it appears that North Korea's Reconnaissance Bureau agents are not subject to this training at present. 88. There have been reports that North Korea has used human beings for live CBW experiments, but some analysts question the validity of these claims. 4. Example, Mrs. Yi Sun-ok, who defected in December 1995, claims that children have been taken from their parents for CBW experiments. 89 And she claims to have witnessed many prisoners lying on the slope of a hill, bleeding from their mouths, motionless, enveloped by strange fumes and surrounded by scores of guards in gas masks. 90 And in February 2004, the BBC broadcast a documentary entitled Access to Evil that reported North Korea has used humans for CBW tests, which drew protests from the UK Foreign Office. 91 The television program included testimony from a chemical engineer who had defected from North Korea who claimed to have participated in a chemical experiment that resulted in the death of 2 prisoners in April 1974. 92 On February 12, 2004, a South Korean human rights organization revealed a document that appeared to have the official stamp of North Korea's State Security Agency and the details of a prisoner transfer for CW experiments. 93 The source for the document reportedly fled North Korea, but was arrested in China and repatriated to the DPRK. 94 South Korean officials initially expressed skepticism over the claims regarding the human experiments. 95 And 4 North Korean family members appeared before the DPRK media to express that the documents had been fabricated and misused by the foreign media to attack the fatherland. 96 Whether the DPRK has conducted CBW experiments on humans since the 1952 case cannot be proven at this time, but it cannot be ruled out. On the other hand, it is not uncommon for defectors to exaggerate their claims for a number of reasons, so it is not inconceivable that the human experiment documents could have been forged. DPRK government spokesmen, media, and organizations often cite the CBW programs of the United States, South Korea, and Japan either as having inflicted damage against the Korean people or as currently threatening the DPRK. Pyongyang often accuses the United States of possessing the world's largest stocks of CBW, which the media frequently report as being aimed at the DPRK. 97 Furthermore, North Korea accuses the United States of having deployed CBW to South Korea, and of having assisted the ROC in acquiring its own CBW capabilities. 98 On the other hand, Pyongyang consistently denies having anything to do with chemical or biological weapons. DPRK policymakers view international organizations and arms control regimes as biased against them, and as instruments of the powerful who seek to undermine the DPRK. This was clear when Pyongyang expressed its defiance following the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolutions 1695 and 1718 in response to the DPRK missile exercise on July 5, 2006 and the nuclear test on October 9, 2006. 99 In the terminology used by international relations scholars, Pyongyang has adopted a realist view of the world, whereby outcomes are determined by power. DPRK leaders feel they must balance against a more powerful and hostile world in order to achieve DPRK security. Pyongyang even touts that its nuclear weapons are now providing security and stability for the Korean Peninsula and all of Northeast Asia. 100. Conclusion. The international community has focused its attention on the DPRK nuclear threat, but Pyongyang's ballistic missiles and CBW capabilities also pose grave threats. North Korea still seems to be hedging, and it is not clear whether the DPRK will abandon its WMD programs. If the DPRK leadership decides to embrace arms control and international non-proliferation norms, or if Korea becomes unified on ROC terms, these weapons and materials will have to be destroyed, at a tremendous cost. If Korea is suddenly unified in the near future, the country will be overwhelmed with a number of political, security, humanitarian, economic, and social challenges. Securing and destroying WMD stocks and materials will be one of the most urgent tasks, closely followed by the provision of alternative employment for thousands of scientists and engineers who could potentially offer their expertise to the highest bidder. These tasks are unlikely to be achieved without international cooperation and support. The G8's global partnership is one potential source of financial and technical assistance, and other institutions such as the IAEA and OPCW will also be important sources of support. The six-party talks are committed to the establishment of a regional security mechanism, and if the talks are formally institutionalized as a regional security institution, it could be a very important factor in the dismantlement of North Korea's WMD and missile programs. The costs and responsibilities of the members will have to be negotiated and assigned, which will also be a difficult task. However, all of the parties will be more secure with a WMD-free Korean peninsula, which should be a common interest to encourage future security cooperation in Northeast Asia. Chapter 7. North Korea and the Korean Peninsula Peace Regime Building Initiative. Taewon Kwak. It has been 55 years since the conclusion of the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement, KAA, but a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula replacing the KAA with a peace treaty has not yet been achieved. For the last 55 years, the Korean Peninsula has technically been at war, although the June 15, 2000 joint declaration established a framework for de facto peaceful coexistence. The Republic of Korea, the ROC, or South Korea, and the Democratic Republic of Korea, the DPRK, or North Korea, have attempted to build a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. but their conflicting approaches to a peace mechanism are major obstacles to the Korean peace regime building process. The DPRK has insisted on concluding a peace treaty between the United States and itself to replace the KIA since 1974, while the ROK has equally insisted on a peace treaty between the two Koreas. These two approaches to peace regime building are diametrically opposed and non-negotiable. The Korean peace regime building may be defined as the process by which the two Korean states at the inter-Korean level, and the two Koreas and concerned powers, the US, China, Japan, and Russia, at the international level cooperate to establish a peace regime on the Korean peninsula through inter-Korean confidence-building measures, international cooperation, and the replacement of the KIA with the Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty. The process will provide essential conditions for building a Korean Peninsula peace regime and for eventually achieving peaceful unification of the Korean Peninsula. A peace regime can be institutionalized by implementing the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, 1991, through inter-Korean cooperation, and by concluding a Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty at a Korean Peace Forum involving the US, China, and the two Koreas. This chapter will first review North Korean peace regime proposals, including re-evaluation of the four-party talks and the six-party talks dealing with Korean peace regime building. It will then look into the major problems of transforming the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement into a Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty. This will be followed by policy suggestions for establishing a peace system on the Korean Peninsula. The study will focus on the North Korean perspective on peace regime building on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea's Peace Regime Building Initiative, an overview. The DPRK has consistently made positive peace regime proposals relating to a peace mechanism on the Korean Peninsula since the end of the Korean War in 1953. Until the end of the 1980s, North Korea took the initiative in peace proposals. The ROK responded defensively to them. Since 1988, when President Roh Tae-woo made a positive policy approach toward North Korea, the ROK has taken the initiative to make positive peace regime proposals, including the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement in 1991, the first summit meeting between President Kim Dae-jung and Chairman Kim Jong-il in June 2000, the September 19, 2005 agreement among six parties to resolve the second North Korean nuclear crisis, and the October 4, 2007 joint agreement between President Roh Moo-hyun and Chairman Kim Jong-il for building a permanent peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea's peace proposals, 1954–1988. The Korean War, 1950–1953, ended with the Korean Armistice Agreement, KIA, in July 1953. After the KIA, the DPRK made a proposal for concluding a North-South Peace Pact on June 15, 1954, including the withdrawal of all foreign troops from South Korea, and mutual force reduction below 100,000 at the Geneva Political Conference. 1 On October 23, 1962, DPRK leader Kim Il-sung made proposals for a Confederation unification formula and a North-South Korean peace pact, including the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the South, mutual reduction of North-South Korean forces below 100,000, inter-Korean cultural economic cooperation, and the formation of a North-South Economic Cooperation Committee. 2. The DPRK maintained its basic positions in the early 1970s. Kim Il-sung repeated a North-South Peace Accord on April 5, 1973. Until 1973, the key features of the DPRK's peace proposals were, 1. The conclusion of a peace accord between the North and the South, 2. An inter-Korean peace pact as an interim step for peaceful unification, 3. The withdrawal of U.S. forces from South Korea, and 4. Mutual force reduction below 100,000. From 1974 to 1983, the DPRK made a new peace proposal for concluding a peace treaty between the DPRK and the United States. It made its first peace treaty proposal to the U.S. in a letter to U.S. Congress on March 25, 1974. The DPRK repeated its proposal in a report at the 30th anniversary of the Korean Workers' Party's founding on October 9, 1975, and it proposed a DPRKU.S peace treaty replacing the KA at the 6th KWP. Congress on October 10, 1980.5 The gist of the DPRKU.S peace treaty proposal included the U.S. and the DPRK as real parties to a peace treaty, a DPRKU.S non-aggression pact, the cessation of arms buildup, and the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the South. In the 1980s, the DPRK made another new proposal for trilateral talks involving the U.S., the DPRK, and the ROC, where a DPRKU.S peace treaty and a North-South non-aggression pact would be discussed and concluded. The three-party talks were proposed on January 10, 1984, after the Rangoon incident in October 1983, and North Korea repeated its proposal on November 7, 1988. The comprehensive peace proposal included four peace-guaranteeing principles: 1. The opposition of the two Koreas, 2. The U.S. troop withdrawal, 3. The mutual reduction of North-South Korean armed forces, and 4. The U.S. and North and South Korea as negotiating parties to a peace treaty. The DPRK intended to conclude two agreements, a peace treaty between the U.S. and the DPRK, and a non-aggression pact between the two Koreas. 6. North Korea's peace proposals, 1988-present. The DPRK made a detailed peace proposal in a journal titled Hyendiga Kibapyeongu Modern International Law Research in 1988. Pyongyang maintained that the DPRK and the US were the real parties to a peace treaty replacing the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement. The contents of a DPRKU.S peace treaty should include war reparation, punishment of war criminals, legal termination of the Korean War, the withdrawal of US forces, military buildup of U.S. forces, cessation of new arms introduction, and so on. 7. In the 1990s, Kim Il-sung repeated a DPRKU.S peace treaty proposal in his New Year address on January 1, 1991. North Korea made an arms reduction proposal for peace on the Korean Peninsula, where it suggested for the first time arms reduction first and a DPRKU.S peace treaty later. At the DPRKU.S bilateral talks or trilateral talks between the two Koreas and the U.S. North and South Korea both joined the United Nations as members simultaneously on September 17, 1991, and in the same year. The two Koreas signed the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement on December 13. The DPRK launched major campaigns for replacing the KA by a DPRKU.S peace treaty, dismantling the United Nations Command, UNC, and U.S. troop withdrawal. In the April 28, 1994 statement by the DPRK Foreign Ministry, North Korea demanded the establishment of a peace-guaranteeing mechanism to replace the armistice regime. 9. In February 22, 1996, the DPRK made a new, significant proposal for concluding an interim agreement for the establishment of a new peace-guaranteeing mechanism. North Korea made it clear that Pyongyang and Washington would clearly discuss the operation of joint DPRKU.S military machinery, joint management of a military demarcation line, and a demilitarized zone, DMZ, in the interim agreement, peaceful resolution of military accidents and clashes, composition, duties and obligations of a joint military machinery, and other issues relating to security on the Korean Peninsula. 10. It should be noted that North Korea did not demand U.S. troop withdrawal. In this proposal, the DPRK accepted a U.S. ROC joint proposal for the four-party talks involving the U.S., China, and the two Koreas to discuss a permanent peace regime on the Korean Peninsula in 1996. From the beginning, the DPRK insisted that two issues, a DPRKU.S peace treaty and U.S. troop withdrawal from South Korea, be included on the agenda. After the 6 sessions of the four-party talks, 1997-99, the four parties could not set agenda items for their talks. North Korea refused to participate in the 7th session of the multilateral talks, and finally the talks came to a deadlock, as discussed below. In the 2000s, North Korea continued to assert a DPRKU.S peace treaty, the withdrawal of U.S. forces from South Korea, and the dissolution of the UNC. The chief DPRK delegate at the 55th session of the UN General Assembly asserted in a speech that the UN would take a practical measure to dismantle the UNC on September 18, 2011. At the end of the Clinton administration, the DPRK and the US issued a joint communiqué on October 12, 2000, in which both sides agreed to take steps to improve the bilateral relations to consolidate peace and security in the Asia-Pacific region. They also discussed the ways of easing the tension on the Korean peninsula and converting the KA into a peace mechanism to end the Korean War. 12. The second nuclear crisis erupted in October 2002, when U.S. Assistant Secretary James Kelly in Pyongyang allegedly received a confession from a senior DPRK official to a secret weapons program based on highly enriched uranium, HU. Since then, the DPRK has asserted that a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty replacing the KA could resolve North Korea's nuclear issue and contribute to realization of Korean denuclearization, maintaining that if the U.S. legally assures the DPRK of non-aggression, including the non-use of nuclear weapons against it by concluding such treaty, the DPRK will be ready to clear the former of its security concerns. It also clearly stated that the DPRK was entitled to possess not only nuclear weapon, but any type of weapon more powerful than that so as to defend its sovereignty and right to existence from the ever-growing nuclear threat by the U.S. 13. North Korea continued to urge the United Nations to dismantle the UNC. The DPRK delegate, addressing a meeting of the Special Committee on Strengthening the UN Charter and its role on March 30, 2004, argued that the United Nations should not remain a passive onlooker to the issue of dismantling the UNC. He urged the UN to take follow-up measures to implement the resolution of the 30th session of the UN General Assembly for replacing the KA by a peace regime. He also said, the UN command is, in fact, the US Forces Command, being an illegal and anachronistic body, to all intents and purposes, and it is no more than a tool of aggression for attaining the U.S. strategic aim. 14. On July 13, 2007, the chief of the Panmunjom mission of the DPRK People's Army urged the U.S. and the UN, a signatory to the KA, to remain faithful to their commitments under the KA until the establishment of a new peacekeeping mechanism on the Korean Peninsula. He proposed bilateral talks between the DPRK and U.S. military authorities to be attended by a UN representative to discuss issues related to ensuring peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. 15. A spokesman for the DPRK Foreign Ministry on July 22, 2005 clarified the principled stance on building a Korean peace regime. He said that the process of building a Korean peace mechanism would help contribute to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, peaceful coexistence between the DPRK and the US, and Korean reunification. He argued that the Korean issue had not yet been solved due to the US unreasonable policy toward the DPRK. Thus, he maintained that replacing the KA with a Korean peace regime would end the US hostile policy toward the DPRK, and lead to a process of peacefully settling the Korean issue. 16. The same argument was recently repeated. Rodong Sinmun on January 26, 2008 stressed that replacing the KA with a Korean peace treaty was a prerequisite to easing tension and removing the danger of war on the Korean Peninsula because the armistice agreement exists in name only due to the U.S. It also maintained that the earlier conclusion of the peace agreement would ensure permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula, and urged the U.S. to take a bold decision to replace the armistice agreement with a peace accord as early as possible. 17. In summary, the DPRK wants to conclude a peace treaty with the U.S. as early as possible. The DPRK consistently insisted on real parties to a peace treaty, the DPRK and the U.S. for the last 35 years, and it considered the North-South Korean Peace Pact issue resolved because of the 1992 Inter-Korean Basic Agreement. The contents of the peace treaty included a DPRK-U.S. non-aggression pact, prevention of military clashes, reduction of armed forces between the two Koreas, prohibition of foreign bases on the Korean soil, the withdrawal of U.S. forces from South Korea and the dismantling of the UNC. Let us now take a brief look at non-aggression provisions in the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, 1992, and a joint declaration on the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, 1992, and the two historic multilateral talks for establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, the four-party peace talks, 1996-99, and the six-party nuclear talks, 2003 present. Non-aggression provisions in the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement and the Declaration on Korean Denuclearization. The ROC and the DPRK signed a historic agreement on North-South reconciliation, non-aggression, cooperation, agreements and exchanges known as the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, and the Joint Declaration for a Non-Nuclear Korean Peninsula in December 1991, and both documents came into effect in February 1992. The author has argued that if the two Koreas were to implement the provisions of both documents in good faith, a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula would be firmly established. The DPRK has argued that since the two Koreas have signed the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, there is no need to conclude a peace treaty between the two. Article 5 of the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement provided an important provision for establishing a peace system in Korea. It reads, "The two sides shall endeavor together to transform the present state of armistice into a solid state of peace between the South and the North, and shall abide by the present military armistice agreement, of July 27, 1953, until such a state of peace has been realized." 18. How to implement this provision remains unresolved. The United Nations can play an important role in converting the armistice system into a peace system. In the author's view, the real parties to the KA are undoubtedly South and North Korea, the US, and China. Since the KA was signed under UN auspices, the four parties need to participate in converting the present armistice system into a peace system. Hence, the author has argued elsewhere that the stalled four-party talks should be reactivated and resumed to conclude a Korean Peninsula peace treaty to replace the KA. 19. Chapter 2, North-South Non-Aggression, Articles 9-14, of the Basic Agreement contains detailed provisions for achieving an inter-Korean non-aggression agreement. Major contents related to non-aggression are, I. No use of force and no armed aggression against the other side, Article 9, 2. Peaceful settlement of differences and disputes through dialogue and negotiation, Article 10, 3. Designation of the military demarcation line in the 1953 Armistice Agreement as the demarcation line and zone of non-aggression, Article 11, 4. Establishment and operation of a South-North Joint Military Commission to implement and guarantee non-aggression along with confidence-building matters to be dealt with by the committee, Article 12, 5. Installation of a telephone hotline between the military authorities of both sides, Article 13, and 6. Formation of a South-North Military Commission to discuss concrete measures for the implementation and observance of the Agreement on Non-Aggression and the removal of military confrontation between the two, Article 14. The stalled South-North Joint Military Commission, JMC, needs to implement provisions relating to military confidence building and arms reduction, or disarmament, including, 1. Mutual notification and control of large-scale movements of military units and major military exercises, 2. The peaceful use of the DMZ, 3. Exchanges of military personnel and information, 4. The realization of phased arms reductions, including the elimination of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, and attack capabilities, and verifications thereof. The JMC was established in September 1992, but did not perform its functions to implement any provisions of the non-aggression agreement in the Basic Agreement, primarily due to North Korea's insincere behavior. In short, the two Koreas need to have a political will to implement these provisions to establish a peace system in Korea. 20. The Joint Declaration on the Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula went into effect on February 19, 1992. The two Koreas met 7 times, from February 19 to March 14, 1992, to discuss and conclude the draft agreement on the formation and operation of the North-South Joint Nuclear Control Commission, JNCC. On March 19, 1992, the JNCC began its functions to implement the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. The issue of the North's suspected nuclear weapons development program at that time was an obstacle to the peace process in Korea. The two Koreas negotiated the issue of a bilateral inspection regime at the JNCC meetings for more than a year, but they failed to agree on an inspection regime. In short, it is essential for the two Koreas to reactivate the stalled JNCC in order to implement an inter-Korean agreement on the denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. Point 21 The DPRK and the ROK need to sincerely observe both inter-Korean agreements in good faith. The four-party peace talks for building a peace regime, 1996–99. The ROK and U.S. governments on April 16, 1996 jointly proposed four-party peace talks to the DPRK and China to discuss the issue of building a new peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. The major goal was to initiate a process aimed at achieving a permanent peace agreement, and this process was also intended to address a wide range of tension reduction measures. Point 22. Korean peace regime building has to take two approaches in parallel, an inter-Korean approach and an international approach. An international cooperation approach is also essential to a solution to the Korean issue. Thus, the KAYA needs to be replaced by a peace treaty for guaranteeing stability and peace on the Korean Peninsula. The author has argued that a Korean Peninsula peace treaty among the four parties at the four-party peace talks is the best option for establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, by replacing the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement. Point 23 However, the four-party peace talks have been deadlocked since August 1999. The most difficult issue was to determine the agenda items for the four-party talks. The DPRK put forward the two issues of U.S. troop withdrawal and the conclusion of a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty for agenda items. DPRK Chief Delegate Kim Ji-kwon maintained that the withdrawal of 37,000 U.S. forces stationed in the south was a key issue, and that the establishment of a peace system on the Korean Peninsula was possible only through the withdrawal of U.S. forces and the signing of a peace treaty between the U.S. and the DPRK. The DPRK at the four-party peace talks in 1997–99 repeatedly insisted that the four parties should deal with two hot issues, U.S. troop withdrawal, and the conclusion of a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty. The four participants in the talks failed to agree to agenda items for discussion at the four-party talks. Point 24 On the other hand, the ROK proposed to discuss peace regime building and confidence building measures between the two Koreas. However, the U.S. wanted a general agenda on stability, security, and confidence building measures. China proposed to discuss improvement of bilateral relations among the four parties, along with confidence building measures. The first plenary session of the four-party peace talks was held on December 9–10, 1997, in Geneva, to discuss the establishment of a peace mechanism on the Korean Peninsula. Little progress was made at the meeting because North Korea reiterated its demands for U.S. troop withdrawal and the conclusion of a peace treaty with the U.S., excluding South Korea. The four parties failed to agree on a specific agenda and the formation of subcommittees. The second plenary session held on March 16–21, 1998, the third plenary session on October 21–24, 1998, the fourth plenary session on January 18–22, 1999, the fifth plenary session on April 24–27, 1999, and the sixth plenary session on August 5–9, 1999 could not determine agenda items for the four-party talks because of North Korea's repeated demand for U.S. troop withdrawal and a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty. Point 25 The four-party talks have been deadlocked since August 1999 because North Korea has refused to come to the negotiating table. In summary, one should learn some lessons from the experiences of the four-party peace talks. The four-party talks had 6 plenary sessions in 1977–99, where the ROK held to its position that it wanted to discuss those issues that were easily resolved, while the DPRK tenaciously maintained its position that the two issues, the withdrawal of U.S. troops and a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty, should be resolved first. Consequently, they made little progress in the talks. The four-party talks established only 2 subcommittees. At the third plenary session, the four parties agreed to establish 2 subcommittees to discuss respectively the establishment of a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula and tension reduction there. The four parties adopted a memorandum on the establishment and operation of the subcommittees to spell out the proper procedures the subcommittees should follow. After the 2000 Inter-Korean Summit meeting, President Kim Dae-jung said on August 24, 2000, through the four-party talks, attended by the two Koreas, the United States and China, there should emerge a complete consensus on establishing the permanent peace system on the Korean Peninsula. 26 He stressed that a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula must be established at the four-party talks. President Kim also said in a dinner speech before 700 American leaders in New York on September 8, 2000, as principal parties, the two Koreas should sign the peace treaty, which the United States and China will support and endorse. 27 It was significant that President Kim wanted to reactivate the deadlocked four-party peace talks in the new era of inter-Korean reconciliation and cooperation. President Roh Moo-hyun and Chairman Kim Jong-il at the 2007 Inter-Korean Summit on October 4, 2007 recognized the need to end the current armistice regime and build a permanent peace regime. The two Korean leaders agreed to work together with other countries directly involved in this matter to declare an end to the Korean War and implement smoothly the February 13 agreement and the September 19 joint declaration for denuclearizing North Korea. It is significant that both leaders agreed to have the leaders of the three or four parties, the US, China, and two Koreas, directly concerned to convene on the Korean Peninsula in order to declare an end to the Korean War. 28. The six-party talks and peace regime building. North Korea's alleged admission of the highly enriched uranium (HU) program sparked the second nuclear crisis on the Korean Peninsula. The DPRK officially announced that it had nuclear weapons on February 10, 2005, and tested its first nuclear weapon on October 9, 2006. It is estimated that North Korea already has 6 or 7 nuclear devices. The North Korean nuclear issue, as the most difficult obstacle to the Korean peace process, needs to be resolved peacefully through the six-party process. The author has argued that while the six-party process is the best means to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue, U.S.DPRK bilateral talks are equally important to a peaceful and diplomatic resolution of North Korea's nuclear issue. 29 The six-party talks involving the US, China, Russia, Japan, and two Koreas began in August 2003 to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue. The September 19, 2005 agreement for denuclearizing North Korea. In Beijing on September 19, 2005, the six nations signed a significant joint statement of principles for designing a detailed roadmap for denuclearizing North Korea. 30 The joint statement said, the DPRK committed abandoning all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs and returning at an early date to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and to International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, safeguards. There was no mention of the HU program, which sparked the second nuclear crisis. The agreement did not explicitly address that issue. The DPRK still denies having such a program, despite growing evidence that it at least tried to develop HU-based bomb fuel with Pakistan's assistance. But the agreement did not require the DPRK to admit to the existence of the HU program, nor did it mention verification procedures. Regarding a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, the joint statement proclaimed, the directly related parties will negotiate a permanent peace regime on the Korean Peninsula at an appropriate separate forum. 31 Although the clause is vague, it is significant that the six nations agreed to discuss the issue of peace regime building on the Korean Peninsula. The directly related parties, the US, China, and two Koreas, will negotiate a peace regime in the future. The February 13, 2007 initial actions for implementing the September 19 statement. The six nations reached a dramatic breakthrough agreement. The nuclear deal in the February 13, 2007 initial actions was a first step toward implementing the September 19 joint agreement in a phased manner, in line with the principle of action for action. The following are two key points of the February 13 Nuclear Disarmament Agreement on initial actions for the implementation of the Joint Statement. 32 This action plan has two phases: the initial phase and the disablement phase to implement the joint agreement. The initial phase involved the DPRK shutting down and sealing its main nuclear facilities at Yongbyon within 60 days, with IAEA inspectors monitoring and verifying the process. In return, Pyongyang received energy, food, and other aid worth 50,000 tons of heavy fuel oil. This phase was satisfactorily completed. At the disablement phase, the DPRK must provide a complete list of its nuclear programs and disable all existing nuclear facilities. In return, the DPRK will receive aid in corresponding steps worth 950,000 tons of heavy fuel oil, or the equivalent in the form of economic or humanitarian aid, from China, the United States, the ROC, and Russia. As of this writing, this second phase has not been successfully completed. After 60 days, foreign ministers of the 6 nations would meet to confirm the implementation of the joint agreement and discuss security cooperation in Northeast Asia. The directly related parties, the US, China, and 2 Koreas, would hold a separate forum for negotiations on building a permanent peace regime. As of today, the peace forum has not been held. In addition, 5 working groups were established to carry out the initial actions and implement the joint statement. 1. Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, chaired by China. 2. Normalization of U.S. DPRK relations. 3. Normalization of Japan DPRK relations. 4. Economic and energy cooperation, chaired by the ROC. And 5. Northeast Asia peace and security cooperation, chaired by Russia. In short, in the initial phase, the DPRK successfully shut down its Yongbyon reactor in exchange for 50,000 tons of fuel oil or equivalent aid. In the second phase, the DPRK did make a satisfactory declaration of North Korea's nuclear programs and had disabled about 80% of its nuclear facilities as of this writing. It remains to be seen whether a satisfactory verification of North Korea's declaration of its nuclear programs can be achieved. Key issues yet to be resolved. Key issues remain unresolved, such as the verifiable declaration of all North Korean nuclear programs, including the amount of plutonium and uranium enrichment program, UEP, and the complete dismantlement of nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons. As Chief U.S. Negotiator Christopher Hill has cautioned, difficult work remain to implement the accord with the DPRK-33. There will be the long, afar, and bumpy road ahead. The shutdown, sealing and disabling of North Korea's nuclear facilities will not necessarily lead to a complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement of all nuclear programs, including the nuclear weapons, which will be a more difficult and long-term issue, yet to be negotiated. The landmark deal makes no mention of North Korea's declared nuclear weapons, estimated to be as many as 10 bombs from a stockpile of perhaps 50 kilograms of plutonium it has produced. The Hwan/or UEP program the DPRK has denied is another vexing issue yet to be resolved. UEP is a hot issue today, which is an obstacle to the denuclearization process. The February 13 deal required the DPRK to submit a report listing of all its nuclear programs, including uranium-based ones. Will it honestly disclose the amount of plutonium it has produced? Will it admit to the HU/UEP project? These are some of questions, including the verification issue, to be addressed at future 6-party talks. Chairman Kim Jong-il appears to have made a strategic yet bold decision to give up his nuclear ambitions, considering North Korean domestic and international factors from the long-term perspective. I do agree with Carlin and Lewis, when they argue, denuclearization, if still achievable, can come only when North Korea sees its strategic problem solved, and that, in its view, can happen only when relations with the United States improve. 34. The successful implementation of the February 13 agreement will pave the way to the normalization of relations between the U.S. and the DPRK. Hot issue, the UEP program. The complete and accurate declaration of all North Korean nuclear programs is a pressing issue. There are allegations that the DPRK has its own Hwan/or UEP programs, but there is no hard evidence. 35 The DPRK is responsible for first giving an account for what has happened to some 20 centrifuges reportedly provided by Dr. A.Q. Khan. And it is desirable that the DPRK renounce its HU or UEP programs, since it has denied the existence of the HU program. Thus, North Korea must declare that it will not develop one in the future. If the DPRK renounces its enriched uranium in a verifiable manner, the 5 other nations should discuss their economic assistance and the LWR issue with North Korea. The ROC should also discuss its promised supply of electricity to the DPRK. The 5 other nations should provide written security guarantees to the DPRK. All 6 nations should also discuss and agree to verification procedures. These measures should be simultaneously taken without preconditions. The DPRK should make a complete declaration of all its nuclear programs and make preparations for eventually dismantling all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs in accordance with the initial action plan in the February 13 deal and October 3, 2007 agreement in return for the U.SS removal of the DPRK from a list of terrorism-sponsoring states. The DPRK must rejoin the NPT and allow the IAEA's special inspections of its declared nuclear facilities. Problems with the DPRK's peace proposals for converting the KA into a peace treaty. The DPRK persistently undermined the Korean armistice regime. It proposed to replace the KA with a new peace guaranteeing mechanism between the DPRK and the US on April 28, 1994. It tried to nullify the KA, first paralyzing the Military Armistice Commission, MAC, by withdrawing its delegation and forcing China to withdraw its delegation from the MAC, then closing down the Neutral Nations Supervisory Commission, NNSC, by expelling its Polish members from North Korea on May 3, 1995. The DPRK, on May 24, 1994, established a representative office of the DPRK People's Army at Panmunjom, intended to replace the MAC. Moreover, on April 4, 1996, North Korea announced that it would not recognize its duties concerning maintenance and control in the DMZ and then demonstrated military force in Panmunjom on April 5 to 7, 1996. And in September 1996, the DPRK submarine infiltration incident shocked the world. These unilateral acts virtually abrogated the KA. Pyongyang has intended to force the United States to conclude a peace treaty, and thus, it has insisted on concluding a DPRK-U.S. peace treaty to replace the KA since 1974. On the other hand, South Korea has wanted to conclude a peace agreement with the North to replace the armistice agreement, because, in Seoul's view, the real parties to the armistice agreement are the 2 Koreas. Pyongyang has rejected this view on the grounds that South Korea was not a signatory to the KA. Who should be the negotiating parties in converting the KA to a peace treaty? What are the functions of the Korean armistice regime? How and in what ways should the armistice system be transformed? Real parties to a Korean peace treaty replacing the KA. Seoul and Pyongyang have different positions on what constitute the real parties to a peace treaty. South Korea has long maintained that the 2 Koreas should conclude a peace treaty. This principle of the 2 Koreas as key negotiators is clearly evidenced in the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement in 1992.36. Article 5 of the Basic Agreement provides that the South and the North shall together endeavor to transform the present state of armistice into a solid state of peace between them. The subsequent Protocol for Reconciliation, 1992, adopted to implement the Basic Agreement also provides the same principle in Article 19. On the other hand, North Korea has maintained that a peace treaty to replace the Armistice Agreement should be concluded between the DPRK and the United States, excluding South Korea. North Korea has maintained that since South Korea was not a signatory to the KA, it is not qualified as a party to negotiate a peace treaty to replace the KA. Therefore, the DPRK argued that the KA should be replaced with a peace treaty between Pyongyang and Washington. 37. At the 2007 Inter-Korean Summit on October 4, 2007, President Roh and Chairman Kim agreed to work together to end the Korean War and build a permanent peace regime, stating that the South and the North have also agreed to work together to advance the matter of having the leaders of the 3 or 4 parties directly concerned to convene on the peninsula and declare an end to the war. 38. It appears that the problem relating to the real parties to a peace treaty has been resolved between the 2 Korean leaders. The 4 nations, the US, China, and 2 Koreas, are real parties to a Korean Peninsula peace treaty replacing the KIA. Conflicting approaches to peace regime building. The Korean armistice regime has provided a fragile state of peace on the Korean Peninsula since the conclusion of the KIA. The 2 Koreas hold conflicting views on the functions of the armistice regime. South Korea maintains that the KIA should remain in force until a peace treaty is established. The MAC served as the official channel of communication between North Korea and the United Nations Command, UNC, until 1991. The Basic Agreement, 1992, provides that the 2 Koreas shall abide by the armistice agreement until a state of peace is realized. The South has argued that the current armistice regime should continue to be observed. The DPRK, however, nullified the KIA by giving up its duties on the DMZ in 1996. The DPRK has argued that the armistice regime is obsolete due to systematic violations, and it should be scrapped and replaced by a new peace treaty with the United States. The ROC argues that the Korean peace process should be gradual and incremental. As a first step, Seoul wants to build mutual confidence and trust between the 2 Koreas. Thus, Seoul has maintained that the 2 Koreas should work together to build a peace regime by implementing the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement. The DPRK, however, wants to conclude a peace treaty with the United States as a means to keep peace on the Korean Peninsula, consistently calling for the dissolution of the UNC and the withdrawal of the US forces from the South. Thus, the 2 Koreas have conflicting approaches to a peace regime building on the Korean Peninsula. As long as the 2 Koreas assert their own approaches, such a regime cannot be achieved. If the 2 Koreas want to replace the armistice regime, they need to modify their present positions, policies, and approaches to peace regime building. Possible agenda items for discussion at a Korean Peace Forum. With the complete and accurate declaration of North Korea's nuclear programs and the dismantlement of its nuclear facilities, a Korean Peace Forum involving the directly concerned parties, the US, China, and 2 Koreas, will be held to discuss a peace regime. The author has strongly argued that the stalled 4-party talks need to be reactivated and the issue of the establishment of a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula discussed at the 4-party talks. 39 The author has proposed a creative formula for establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. 40. At least 4 items could be placed on the agenda at a forthcoming 4-party peace forum. First, a peace declaration between Seoul and Pyongyang may be considered. As discussed above, if the 2 Koreas sincerely implement the non-aggression provisions in the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, it may not be necessary to separately conclude a peace treaty between them. Second, AU.SDPRK non-aggression issue may be placed on the agenda. Since 1974, the DPRK has insisted on a DPRK-U.S peace treaty. In May 2004, DPRK Deputy Representative to the UN Han Song-ryol suggested that the best way to resolve its nuclear standoff with the US would be to replace the Korean armistice with a trilateral peace treaty ending the Korean War, to be signed by the 2 Koreas and the U.S. 41 It is significant that the DPRK is also interested in concluding a multilateral peace treaty to replace the KIA. Third, the Peace Forum should discuss security issues, including the North Korean ballistic missile program, which poses a grave threat to Northeast Asian security. 42 Political and military confidence building measures, CBMs, between the 2 Koreas should be placed on the agenda. The South-North Joint Military Commission needs to be reactivated to implement provisions of the non-aggression agreement as spelled out in Chapter 2 of the Basic Agreement. The Commission should also discuss relevant issues relating to inter-Korean arms control, CBMs, the reduction of offensive weapons systems, chemical and biological weapons, long-range missiles, and a verification regime. Fourth, the establishment of an international peace observation machinery should be on the agenda. This international body must enforce a 4-party peace treaty and oversee the implementation of agreements to be concluded by the four parties. These measures could be addressed also within the framework of the six-party talks. Needless to say, the two Koreas should also play key roles in transforming the armistice regime into a peace regime on the Korean peninsula at the four-party peace forum. Since the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement is a multilateral treaty, a peace treaty replacing the armistice agreement in the future should also be multilateral. The leaders of the four countries at the summit meeting could sign a Korean Peninsula peace treaty containing two attached agreements: 1. A South-North Korean peace agreement, and 2. A DPRKU.S peace agreement. The Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty is in effect equivalent to a four-party peace treaty, whereby a unification-oriented peace regime on the Korean Peninsula will be firmly established. The four parties, Russia and Japan, all members of the six-party talks, should jointly guarantee this peace treaty. The UN Security Council should also endorse a resolution this effect. The next stage would be to develop a multilateral security consultative body including Russia and Japan. Concluding remarks. The long journey toward a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula has already begun. The North Korean nuclear issue needs to be resolved peacefully and diplomatically through the six-party talks in the short term. Without resolving the nuclear issue, a peace regime will not be established. Unless the two Koreas demonstrate their will to cooperate through sincere deeds and are willing to make concessions by working together to establish a peace regime, there is little chance of achieving this goal. The ROK must continue pursuing the neo-engagement policy of reconciliation and cooperation toward North Korea, and needs to play a leading role in peacefully resolving North Korea's nuclear issue to avoid a possible military confrontation between the US and North Korea if the nuclear issue cannot be resolved by peaceful means. The Korean peace regime building process in the future will depend largely on three major factors: 1. US policy toward North Korea, 2. President Lee Myung-bak's North Korean policy, and 3. The political will of Chairman Kim Jong-il to resolve the nuclear issue. The US and the DPRK should make all efforts to compromise on nuclear issues just as the Banco Delta Asia, BDA, issue was resolved through an act of political will. Thus, the DPRK will have to take the initiative in resolving the UEP issue, and the US should then reciprocate it. With the resolution of the UEP issue, the six-party talks will take positive actions toward the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Chairman Kim must make a bold decision to dismantling all nuclear weapons programs. A Korean Peace Forum involving the US, China, and the two Koreas as envisioned in the September 19 joint statement should be held at the dismantlement stage to prepare for a war-ending declaration in the short term, and a peace treaty between the four in the long term. President Bush stated at the U.S. ROK Summit meeting in Hanoi in November 2006 that he would sign a declaration ending the Korean War with Chairman Kim Jong-il. The Korean War-ending declaration differs from a Korean Peninsula Peace Treaty. 43 These two documents should be implemented in sequence, first a war-ending declaration, and later a peace treaty. It is desirable that a war-ending declaration be signed by the four leaders at the four-nation summit meeting. In the final analysis, there will be a long and bumpy road ahead to a peaceful resolution of North Korea's nuclear issue and the building of a durable peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. The US and the DPRK should continue to work together through mutual cooperation and concessions to achieve this. Chapter 8. North Korean Policy Toward the United States, Pyongyang Copes with an Evolving U.S. Context. Edward A. Olson. Assessing North Korea's policies toward the United States is a complex task. In part, the complexity is due to the nature of the state embodied by the label Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK or North Korea. To many non-North Koreans, and certainly to the great majority of Americans who focus on Korean affairs, the DPRK does not meet the normal criteria for democratic or republic. Nor does the North Korean form of authoritarian hierarchicalism centered on a relatively small elite seem to represent all of the people who reside there. Aside from that peculiar state label, the secretive nature of North Korean society, which is reflected in its approach to decision-making on all policy issues, reinforces the complexity of assessing the DPRK's past, present, and future policies toward the United States. Point 1. Adding to this complexity, any analysis of any country's foreign policy needs to deal with how that country blends proactive and reactive approaches to international affairs. In other words, how North Korean leaders perceive what is desirable for the DPRK in terms of its goals and vision for both its half of the Korean nation and an eventual reunited Korean nation constitutes an arcane cluster of ambitions and objectives. The DPRK can and does openly express many of these so that the rest of the world can and does know what North Korea wants to achieve. However, because of its anxieties verging on paranoia about other countries' readiness to block North Korea's goals, not all of its proactive approaches can be overtly declared or carried out. The same logic applies to the DPRK's reactive policy approaches in terms of how much North Koreans can openly acknowledge how they perceive the ways international contexts might help or hurt North Korean international ambitions. While North Korea's situation vis-a-vis these policy issues is particularly acute because of the nature of the DPRK state, all other countries including the United States must also deal with the same constraints and complexities in their approaches to international affairs. How much these proactive and reactive approaches to various countries affect the nature of their foreign policy depends upon how each country's society functions. These differences matter enormously for DPRK-US relations because they are arguably two of the most different countries on Earth. This not only makes their comparative approaches to foreign policy tremendously different, but also makes it very difficult for American and North Korean analysts who are tasked with assessing what the other country is doing or may do to get an accurate grasp of what is occurring in the other country and how that perception may influence the analyst's goals and aspirations. The differences in their approaches are based upon how each side perceives the other side and how the mutual perceptions have an impact on the policies they pursue. These issues are assessed in this chapter. As an American analyst of Korean affairs too, it is far easier to be confident about evaluating U.S.-ROK interactions because of the two-way information available in both the United States and South Korea. The necessity of addressing difficult issues regarding North Korea, despite the fact that the available information is often extremely questionable, does not mean that American analysts can avoid doing their best to evaluate what North Korea wants and how it perceives the rest of the world. As difficult as that can be, and often is, American analysts of North Korean policy also recognize that it must be very difficult for North Korean analysts of U.S. policy to reach accurate judgments because of their presumed problems in understanding what the United States actually represents in international affairs. North Korean analysts obviously can have far more access to information about the United States because of the open nature of U.S. society, but because of their proclivity to perceive other countries through a North Korean lens, it is plausible that they have as much trouble assessing what is factual about the United States as Americans do with North Korea. Against this situational background, this analysis will evaluate how North Korean foreign and defense policies toward the United States have coped, are coping, and will in the future continue to cope with an evolving U.S. geopolitical context. Formative historical legacy. Before assessing contemporary and future situations, it is useful to succinctly assess the historical legacy that provides insights into how North Koreans have perceived what the United States wanted to do vis-a-vis North Korea, what motivated the Americans, and how the North Koreans thought U.S. policy was taking shape. As World War II was approaching its final stages, Americans had no reason to anticipate the division of the Korean peninsula that would produce the North Korean state the world has come to know. At the same time, Koreans, including those living in the North, had ample reason to look favorably upon the United States as it led the Allied countries' war against Imperial Japan. Had the end of that war been followed by continuing U.S.-USSR cooperation in the post-war era, the odds are that Korea would not have been divided. Because such cooperation failed to occur, leading to Korea's division in the context of the Cold War's formative stages, the new North Korean state was predisposed to be suspicious about what the United States represented internationally and what U.S. goals were vis-a-vis Korea. Point 3. The situation worsened as the United States focused on reforming post-war Japan in ways that transformed it into what would become the United States' main ally in Asia. In the process, U.S. policy toward the Asia-Pacific region incorporated many Japanese perspectives. Japanese influence was reinforced by how the United States dealt with Korea as a leftover entity from the Japanese era, and was not initially as focused on its prospects as upon Japan's. Because of the ways these factors exacerbated tense U.S.-Soviet relations and caused the United States to be suspicious about what Soviet advisors in Northern Korea were doing there, the U.S. efforts to use the United Nations as an instrument to push Koreans toward elections intended to yield a peninsular democratic state did not fully succeed. North Koreans, in cooperation with their Soviet mentors, abstained from the elections, which led to the creation of the Republic of Korea in the south, followed shortly by a dissenting Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the north. From the start, the DPRK was deeply suspicious of U.S. motives. As inter-Korean tensions increased leading to the Korean War, with the United States using the United Nations as an instrument for military intervention on behalf of South Korea, North Korean animosity toward the United States became extreme. 4 The ways in which this hatred of the United States was intensified by DPRK bonds with communist benefactors in the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China underscored a long-term evolutionary trend in North Korea's identity and international consciousness. Due to the devastation inflicted upon North Korea during the Korean War, after the truce was signed halting the actual conflict, North Korean perceptions of U.S. ROC ties in the wake of that conflict became stridently anti-American. The closer the U.S. ROC alliance became after the truce, and the more the United States became committed to bolstering South Korea's socio-economic viability, especially when the Park Chung-hee administration began to emulate the post-war Japanese paradigm, which had ties to the U.S. occupation of Japan, the more North Korean anti-American attitudes intensified. As the United States became the non-communist world's obviously preeminent leader, with growing hegemonic overtones in certain parts of the world, North Korea's form of Marxism-Leninism chimism became increasingly anti-imperial in its dislike of what the United States represented. To what degree North Korean perceptions of the United States were realistic as compared to paranoid clearly is a major issue for anyone who attempts to assess North Korea in an objective manner. What matters for present purposes is that the historical legacy that has shaped North Korea's attitudes toward the United States made it extremely suspicious about U.S. goals, wary of U.S. motivations, and fearful about the readiness of Americans to be aggressive. Evolving geopolitical context. Against the background of this succinct contextual setting, one can get a sense of how North Korea initially dealt with the evolution of the United States geopolitical paradigm. North Korean bitter attitudes toward the United States were predicated on negative perceptions and very limited access to information about what factors were shaping U.S. policy choices and American decision-making. In this early phase, the North Koreans saw the United States as an aggressive international player bent on imposing its will on the Korean peninsula. In the North Korean view, the United States' broader vision was to use Korea as an instrument for a Japan-centered U.S. policy. This policy would bring nearby areas of continental Asia into its orbit by reversing the gains made by China's communists against the nationalists and by exporting the post-colonial model the United States was creating in the Philippines to all the other countries in Southeast Asia that were en route to a post-imperialist era. 5 The North Koreans gained much of this vision through a combination of USSR and PRC reactions to what the United States was doing in the Western Pacific with its two most obvious offshore Asian strategic centers in Japan and the Philippines, and through the international media's coverage of U.S. policies and actions. The legacy of that vision remains influential in 21st century North Korea. In short, North Korea's perceptions of U.S. policy and its results were overwhelmingly after the fact. North Korea was not well positioned to be aware of or to pay serious attention to the internal decision-making dynamics within U.S. society's political and bureaucratic arenas. Despite the results that North Koreans focused on, there had been a serious debate within U.S. society about how much of an internationalist interventionist role the United States should play in areas such as Northeast Asia. Many Americans, including many conservative Republicans and Democrats, were focused on a return to post-World War II normalcy that would meet the American public's expectations that most U.S. armed forces would be brought home and the expenses of being a global strategic player would be sharply cut back by a strategic disengagement process. This position was articulated insightfully by that period's Mr. Republican, Senator Robert Taft, as part of the serious debate in U.S. society about isolationism and what sort of role the United States should play in world affairs. 6 North Koreans were not very much exposed to the ways in which such sentiments had an impact on what the United States considered doing or not doing vis-a-vis the Korean Peninsula in the late 1940s, how U.S. military leaders did not presume there would be a long-term strategic involvement in Korea because of the entanglement overtones, and how South Korea's budding leadership was distressed by the difficulty of getting Americans to pay serious attention to events evolving on and around the peninsula. Even after the Korean War ensued in 1950 and North Korean views of the United States became more intensely focused on American aggressiveness and Japan-centered geopolitical hegemonism in the emerging Asian theater of the Cold War, the debate about the U.S. role in world affairs persisted within U.S. society. The debate focused on the wisdom and necessity of what was occurring in Korea, questioned whether the casualties were worthwhile, and asked what were the most viable options for ending that conflict. 7 Although Americans at that point had no reason to use the expression, what occurred in U.S. society in 1951-53 after the Korean War's start was a precedent for the so-called Vietnam syndrome surrounding the Vietnam War. 8 What could be, but is not, called a Korean War syndrome existed in U.S. society because of the degree to which Americans wanted that war to end without running the risks of it being escalated. This context led to a truce halting the active conflict and putting the war on a shelf, where it remains to this day in ways that perpetuate the debate within U.S. society about the logic of keeping U.S. forces in Korea. 9. These factors are important because of the ways North Korean leaders during that phase of DPRK policy making toward the United States did not seem to understand what was occurring within U.S. society, how their hated opponent had so much discord at home about the merits of the policies it was pursuing in Korea, or that the DPRK might have pursued better alternative policy options, making use of dissension within the political ranks of their American opponents before it launched the war, or during some of the earlier stages of the war. The fact that North Korea did not make effective use of any such leverage indicates that the DPRK really did not grasp how U.S. policy toward all of Korea in the late 1940s and early 1950s was evolving. The resulting severe problems for North Korea had a lasting impact on its policy toward the United States. Its policy remained skewed and less well informed than it could have been throughout the entire Cold War period and to some extent into the post-Cold War era as well. North Korea's bitter and hostile relations with the United States since the Korean War have had a profound role in shaping its overall foreign policy and how it differed from the ROC. 10 The DPRK viewed the United States as a uniquely hostile adversary committed to undermining everything Pyongyang perceived as a positive agenda for the entire Korean nation. This viewpoint was most acutely underscored by how the United States cultivated close strategic ties with its two official allies in Northeast Asia, South Korea and Japan, with an obvious Japan-centric core bond that stirred some anxieties in South Korea, but hatred in North Korea. Since there have been significant studies on the details of U.S. ROC and U.S. Japan relations and on how they intersect, this analysis will not dwell on their details. What is crucial for present purposes is the degree to which North Korea accurately understood the dynamics behind how U.S. policies toward these two Asian allied states evolved over time during the Cold War period. How North Korea reacted to U.S. ROC-Japan security cooperation clearly influenced North Korea's overall foreign policy in ways that indicate that North Korean decision-makers often misperceived why the United States carried out various policies and, still more salient for present purposes, did not grasp the nature of domestic American debates about U.S. foreign and defense policy options that could be salient to these relationships. North Korea's harsh views of the United States also were shaped by the United States' adversarial ties with the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China during the depths of the Cold War, both of which have been the focus of many insightful analyses. Point 12 Given the international attention paid to how U.S.PRC relations changed during the late Cold War period and how U.S. Russian relations were transformed by the end of the Cold War, plus the many studies done on each 13 North Koreans who specialize in U.S. foreign and defense policy had to become reasonably familiar with the dynamics behind each transformation. Nuclear policies. Clearly, the most significant policy pursued by North Korea in the post-Cold War geopolitical context was its nuclear weapons agenda. Based on what North Korea had learned from its past relations with the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, 14 it understood the value of having nuclear capabilities as a means to deter the United States from taking military actions against a nuclear-armed state. It also understood the impact of the United States' past successes in blocking South Korea from developing a nuclear weapons capability during the Park Chung-hee administration, 15 and formally withdrawing U.S. tactical nuclear weapons from South Korea during the George H.W. Bush administration, 16 thereby making it plausible for North Korea to pursue a nuclear weapons option, knowing that there would be no South Korean counterpart to contend with and to bolster DPRK deterrence against the United States. The net result of all this was to unleash North Korea's quest for nuclear weapons and missiles capable of launching them against salient targets. In turn, this produced major U.S. efforts to discover precisely what North Korea was attempting to do on the nuclear front and to stymie anything that could transform the DPRK into a credible nuclear weapons state capable of deterring the United States and of being a possible exporter of such capabilities to other enemies of the United States. This had significant consequences for the United States under the Clinton administration, 17, which left a profound legacy for its successors. North Korea's nuclear weapons agenda has been, and remains as of this writing, a serious issue for the United States. Point 18. North Korea has had a mixed image of U.S. policy toward the DPRK's nuclear agenda in the wake of the G.H.W. Bush and Clinton administrations. This was particularly acute after the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the United States, when the George W. Bush administration became intensely focused upon threats to the United States and upon preemptive options within the global war on terrorism. President Bush's inclusion of North Korea in the axis of evil 19 and his attempts to organize a cluster of allies in the Proliferation Security Initiative, PSI, on May 31, 2003 intended to block North Korea's use of the international markets to bolster its weapons of mass destruction, WMD, strategic agenda. 20 were early indicators of his hawkishness. The PSI effort had some success. 21 But because of South Korea's refusal to join the international cluster and how Bush's hawkishness contributed to the liberal South Korean Roh Moo-hyun administration's willingness to differ with its U.S. ally, 22 North Korea did not yield in negotiations as much as the United States desired. In that context, during the Bush administration's second term, the United States adopted a more flexible diplomatic approach toward North Korea, under the guidance of Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and Assistant Secretary Christopher Hill, which proved to be relatively more productive. Point 23 Although this approach drew neoconservative criticism, 24 it actually had roots going back to an earlier post-9/11 strategic approach called tailored containment. 25 This approach reinforced what the United States was attempting to do via the broader negotiations process. The U.S. DPRK nuclear dialogue being conducted via the Beijing-based six-party talks, after the apparent success of the talks in February 2007, 26 had a sporadic record of on and off progress in 2008, overshadowed by continuing uncertainty about whether they would eventually yield meaningful success. Point 27 How the United States will handle this issue, in turn, will remain a vital issue for North Korea's policy toward the United States. Pyongyang's perception of Washington/Seoul. Because of North Korea's continuing concerns about U.S. policy as the global Cold War ended and as North Korea was escalating on the nuclear front, a more intense U.S. DPRK version of the Cold War, these North Korean issues caused additional U.S. anxieties. Once again, because of the closed nature of North Korean society and its bureaucracy, it remains uncertain how much such specialists were truly familiar with the evolutionary choices which shaped American decision-making on changes in China and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. On balance, toward the end of the Cold War and in its wake, the United States' improved relations with China and Russia could have caused the DPRK to perceive the United States in a more benign manner, and to become as flexible and innovative as China and Russia became, but North Korean distrust of American leaders prevented that from happening. Pyongyang's instinctive reaction to Washington's decision-making options and choices reflected what many Americans with ample reasons perceive as North Korean paranoia. At the root of those North Korean attitudes, anxieties, and fears was a profound distrust of what the United States could and might do to the DPRK to get it to change course the way that China and Russia did. Moreover, those North Koreans who held such views seemed to assume that a lot of the North Korean decision-making paradigm with its secrecy and obfuscation also existed in the United States, making it necessary for North Koreans to distrust American motives and to second-guess whatever supposed debate processes were occurring among American foreign and defense policy decision-makers, and their political and economic support networks. Cumulatively, this legacy has major consequences for how contemporary North Koreans are dealing with U.S. thought and debate, which could have significant consequences for how North Korea's foreign policy may cope with this stage of the United States' evolving policy choices. For the sake of any North Korean analyst of U.S. policy who might read this assessment, and obviously for all those readers who are not North Koreans, the issues raised here should be categorized very clearly. 3 categories of U.S. policy options as North Koreans shape their foreign policy toward the United States shall be assessed. 1. What is presumably being considered as of 2008 to 2009. 2. What is likely to be considered during the next decade, and 3. What should receive more attention in that decade and beyond. North Korea's most predictable attention will be to its ongoing major concerns over the United States' evolving policies toward North Korea's nuclear option. This will probably include whether the impact of the United States' problems with Iran's nuclear agenda will help or hurt North Korea. These problems are likely to be the core of North Korean uncertainty about what options American decision-makers may consider. Presumably, North Koreans are paying close attention to the American spectrum of choices, which incorporate several forms of realism ranging from advocating continued use of diplomatic negotiations and use of soft power socio-economic incentives which also help South Korea's more diverse negotiations with the DPRK to advocating greater use of hard power that could include preemptive strikes. How the United States copes with Iran is likely to influence the ways North Koreans perceive the evolution of U.S. options toward North Korea's nuclear situation. North Korea, the 2008 U.S. election. Beyond that most visible and sensitive policy issue, North Korea had to pay some attention to the 2008 U.S. presidential election and to how the Republicans and Democrats were contending with how the next U.S. administration will deal with foreign affairs in the wake of the George W. Bush administration's very questionable set of policies, which many American analysts have criticized harshly with good reason. 28 In the early stages, North Korean experts on U.S. affairs were presumably paying attention to the possibility that a Republican victory could yield a less assertive, more authentically conservative administration than Bush's, or an equally assertive administration guided by hawkish pseudo-conservative neoconservatives. Similarly, a Democrat victory could have a spectrum of results, ranging from a more restrained administration influenced by the anti-war movement to a relatively hawkish administration determined to be as focused on security policies as Bush was but in a more effective manner. One could speculate that the North Koreans might have preferred Denis Kucinich's anti-war and radical left positions, but the odds are that most North Korean analysts of world affairs paid no attention to him. Arguably the only candidate in either U.S. party who may have raised North Korean hopes would have been New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson because of his experience at the United Nations and the role he played in fostering and conducting a dialogue with the DPRK. 29 On the other hand, North Korean leaders probably were nervous about Richardson because they had considered him overly assertive in his earlier role. Rather obviously no U.S. presidential candidate was likely to benefit from even a hint of a positive North Korean interest. That fact alone presumably sent salient signals to North Korea about why the US elections in 2008 mattered to the DPRK. The political results would shape the evolution of what the United States will do to or for North Korea in circumstances that North Koreans could scarcely influence. That policy evolution clearly was influenced by U.S. domestic politics centered on the 2008 presidential election. Before briefly examining that topic, it is important to assess how South Korea's December 2007 presidential election might have influenced the evolving U.S.-DPRK relationship. The transition from liberal former President Roh Moo-hyun to conservative current President Lee Myung-bak, noted for his bulldozer style, sent mixed signals to both the United States and North Korea. 30 The liberal to conservative shift is significant in terms of the successor's criticisms of his predecessor's allegedly flawed domestic and foreign policies, especially vis-a-vis the United States. 31 His aspirations for improved ROK-U.S. security relations, and his desire to use that relationship as part of a more pragmatic and less accommodating approach to inter-Korean relationships. 32 That approach was indicated by President-elect Lee's efforts to close the ROK Ministry of Unification, which Lee perceived as being too accommodating to North Korea, and to shift its functions to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That set of changes was sharply criticized within South Korea, and the closure proposal was dropped. 33 Nonetheless, President Lee's basic posture is likely to be supportive of a more conservative brand of pragmatism. However, such aspirations must be perceived in the context of what kind of U.S. administration President Lee will be dealing with. During his first year in office, the Lee government obviously had to interact with the final year of the George W. Bush administration. President Lee and his advisors were clearly aware of how the Bush administration has dealt with North Korea and how U.S. policies under Bush were influenced by post-9/11 tensions and the controversies surrounding the handling of the Iraq War. Similarly, the Lee administration had to be cognizant of the lame duck qualities of any U.S. administration in its final year. Consequently, President Lee and his advisors had to deal with the Bush administration's policies as a transitional phase in preparation for ROK relations with Bush's successor. Nonetheless, early in its time in office, the Lee administration has made it clear that it hoped for improved U.S. ROK cooperation on security issues, including vis-a-vis North Korea. 34 Against this background, it is also reasonably safe to assume that the DPRK is aware of the contextual situation the ROK is in as it attempts to improve ROK-U.S. relations. It is less clear how well informed North Korea's leadership was about the impact the 2008 presidential election might have upon U.S. policy toward North Korea and the United States' readiness to work with South Korea on North Korean issues. The possibility of a Republican McCain administration being very hawkish was genuine. 35 As conservative pundit Pat Buchanan stated in reaction to McCain's candidacy, "We are forewarned. John McCain intends to be a war president." 36 A plausible case was made that he was open to pursuing regime change in hostile states. 37 Obviously including Iran, and possibly North Korea. This probably would send mixed signals to Pyongyang. As much as North Korea had reasons to fear a McCain administration's readiness to act in a preemptive geopolitical manner, the DPRK might also have been helped by how the ROK might well share such apprehensions about U.S. hawkishness. Given the Lee administration's inclinations to utilize economic incentives to improve the ROK's policies toward the DPRK, it is unlikely that Seoul would be receptive to a more hawkish U.S. approach to North Korean adversaries. Among the last things the ROK would want is to have to pick up the pieces of a shattered North Korean regime. Nor would the ROK be positive about how the PRC would likely react to an assertive U.S. strategy worldwide and its possible repercussions for Korea. American perceptions of a Democratic administration, under either Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, probably sent more positive signals to North Korea about plausible U.S. intentions after the Bush administration. Although an anti-war traditional conservative characterized Senator Clinton as Hillary the Hawk, 38 Most analysts of her foreign policy position saw it as derivative of President Bill Clinton's activist military approach to humanitarian interventionism. 39 While Senator Clinton's own assessment of her position was moderate, 40 A liberal analyst's assessment of her past and present foreign and defense policy positions seriously questioned her liberal credentials, and pointed out that the Village Voice referred to her as Mama Warbucks. 41 While North Korea could have perceived a President Hillary Clinton as a threat to the DPRK, she was a much less plausible threat than a President McCain. Compared to either of them, however, Senator Obama's openness toward AU's North Korea senior-level dialogue, as expressed in the Democratic primary debates, clearly must have made him a person of interest to the DPRK leadership. One can presume that North Korean analysts of U.S. policy options would have explored Senator Obama's broader positions on U.S. foreign and defense policy. 42 And found them to be less threatening than the positions of either Senators McCain or Clinton. 43 Arguably the candidate whose positions on Korea would have been most well received by the leaders in both Pyongyang and Seoul was New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, who withdrew in the early stages of the primary contests. As noted above, his experience with North Korea was extensive. He implemented the 1994 agreed framework as Energy Secretary under President Bill Clinton, held meetings in Pyongyang while ambassador to the United Nations and as a member of a 2007 delegation, and was an advocate of improved nuclear negotiations. Compared to all the other Democratic and Republican presidential aspirants, Richardson's knowledge of and positions on North Korean issues was the most in-depth. North Korea and Obama. One could make a hypothetical case that North Korean experts on U.S. affairs could have recommended that Kim Jong-il support an Obama presidential candidacy, with Bill Richardson as the vice presidential candidate, because such an administration would be most amenable to constructive negotiations with North Korea. However, in reality, any such experts, if they are remotely rational, would never endorse any American political candidate because a North Korean endorsement would destroy that candidate's chances of winning. Nor would they strongly and openly oppose a U.S. candidate perceived as very dangerous to the DPRK because such opposition would help such a candidate prevail. Nonetheless, putting such a hypothetical scenario aside, it remains plausible that North Korea would be more likely to respond positively to any U.S. administration that is prepared to use innovative approaches to an evolving U.S.-DPRK dialogue. North Korea would also be likely to respond positively to American socio-economic soft power initiatives designed to reinforce the ways ROC President Lee uses economic cooperation with the DPRK within his approach to the legacy of the preceding two administrations' Sunshine Policy and policy of peace and prosperity. Similarly, South Korea would be better positioned to creatively cooperate with such a U.S. administration's policies toward North Korea in tandem with ROC PRC policies toward North Korea than to be supportive of a far more hawkish U.S. administration prepared to use hardline policies toward the DPRK that could lead to war or a North Korean collapse. Although Senator Obama did not make his prospective policy toward North Korea a major issue in his campaign agenda, it became fairly clear that his change principles would apply to Korean affairs as well in terms of using diplomacy vis-a-vis North Korean issues. 44 Despite that prospective U.S. policy agenda, after the U.S. presidential election the reactions from Seoul and Pyongyang were strikingly different. South Korean leaders reached out to Obama's victory 45 and expressed confidence that he would pursue policies regarding North Korea that would be acceptable to Seoul. 46 In contrast, North Korea did not initially respond to Obama's victory 47 but after a few days sent out signals, which did not receive much media attention, that North Korea was getting ready to interact with the Obama administration's possible positive changes in U.S. policy. 48 Compared to the McCain alternative, the odds are that an Obama administration will use its change campaign slogan in positive ways vis-a-vis North Korea and inter-Korean issues. How well the combination of Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State 49 and Bill Richardson as Secretary of Commerce 50 would have influenced U.S. policy on Korean issues would have become evident over time. That changed when Richardson withdrew from the Commerce appointment, followed later by the selection of Chinese-American Washington State Governor Gary Locke. when coupled with how Vice President Biden's foreign policy expertise is likely to be drawn upon by President Obama. 51 Both Korean governments will have to deal with a U.S. government in which the president has two former presidential candidacy political rivals in prominent policy positions. All countries in the international system will have to deal with this unusual situation, but it is likely to be more difficult for North Korea to cope with than for South Korea, because of South Koreans' familiarity with democracy. This aspect of the Obama administration could pose challenges for North Korea's ability to understand its nuances, but if North Koreans can adjust to those challenges, they will also create opportunities for North Korea to make use of the soft power proclivities of the Obama-Biden-Clinton team. On balance, however, Obama's position will also likely attract reform-minded foreign policy activists within the United States to help on the North Korean issues. In turn, that prospect should be well received by both Pyongyang and Seoul. As the nuclear negotiations process and the U.S. presidential elections evolved, the results of both are likely to be seen in North Korea as having consequences for two U.S. policy issues that are very important to North Korea's relations with the United States. They are how the United States will deal with South Korea and Japan on each country's security front. President Obama and Vice President Biden will guide U.S. security policy towards South Korea as the ROK adapts to U.S. flexible security diversity worldwide in the war on terrorism, in ways that entail rearrangement of U.S. forces in Korea, USFK, and adjustments in the joint command structure of USFK and ROK armed forces. Precisely what the United States and the ROK shall do over the long term remains unclear because of how the Iraq War and U.S.DPRK tensions may influence American and South Korean decision-makers. 52 So, too, are the rationales behind these changes unclear. In part because these changes could lead to the United States being less vulnerable to DPRK deterrence aimed at northern portions of South Korea. The American debate over these changes' pros and cons might well cause greater concern in the DPRK about the intentions inherent within this evolution of U.S. policy towards South Korea. Similarly, U.S. policy toward Japan's quest for regaining its normal country status. 53 is a cause of North Korean anxiety. Because the debate in Japanese society over what constitutes normalcy ranges from leftist notions of a permanently peaceful Japan with internationalist aspirations to rightist notions of restoring nationalist pride in a more unilateralist state that could have militaristic and imperialist overtones. The impact of that debate on American views of what the United States should do vis-a-vis a normal Japan is a cause of North Korean concern about how the U.S. policy context may be evolving. Given past North Korean anxiety about how the United States and Japan interact on the security front, it is no surprise that North Koreans would follow the evolving American policy debate over how to adjust to or shape Japan's quest for normalcy. This issue's potential impact on evolving U.S.-ROK relations, noted above, reinforces North Korea's cause for concern. North Korea can be expected to follow the Obama administration's policies on this Japanese issue very closely. Against the background of these collective issues where North Korean contemporary concern about evolving U.S. policy is already evident, several other issues are likely to be causes of North Korean policy anxiety in the relatively near future. The most likely is how the post-2008 political environment may be transformed by the Obama administration. If there is a dramatic change for the better compared to North Korea's perceptions of the Bush administration, which is very plausible under Obama, it is conceivable that DPRK foreign policy makers may become more optimistic about how the American debate over U.S. alternatives could yield an evolving U.S. context in North Korea's favor. For example, it is conceivable that the U.S. DPRK cultural breakthrough embodied by the New York Philharmonic Orchestra's much publicized musical diplomacy in Pyongyang could set the stage for greater U.S. DPRK soft power interactions. 54 The more the Bush administration's axis of evil metaphor fades away and the more the United States' troubled legacy of Bush's Iraq War causes Americans to pressure their leaders to be more cautious and less hegemonic, the more North Korean observers of the U.S. policy debates will have reason to be less anxious about what American realism and pragmatism will mean to the world. The Obama administration's commitment to change and its very liberal predisposition on domestic policies and globalist foreign policy perspectives should be well received by North Korea. In the relatively near term, North Korea will have reason to pay close attention to how these U.S. policy choices will influence the alternatives various Americans advocate in the contexts of U.S. Japan, U.S. PRC, U.S. Russia, and U.S. ASEAN relations. All of these will affect the ways the United States can deal with the pros and cons of an evolving Japan-PRC rock balance of power, economic and security base that could create either opportunities or problems for the United States. The ways in which the United States copes with these alternatives clearly will send signals to North Korea about how its foreign policy should deal with the Obama government in any of these circumstances. Because of the ways all three of these players in an Asian balance of power that concerns U.S. policymakers are, in turn, attentive to how a very hawkish U.S. policy toward North Korea 55 or U.S. policy toward a troubled North Korea endangered by one of the collapse/implosion scenarios that have drawn some attention in the United States 56. These regional powers' interactions with the United States on these issues cause concern in North Korea. How U.S. policy may evolve more innovatively on these issues in the Obama administration and interact with the DPRK's neighbors should draw close attention in North Korea. Future scenarios. Against the setting of these existing and likely causes of North Korean foreign policy interest in what the United States is doing and may do in the relatively near term, it is worth raising other, more uncertain issues, which should draw more North Korean attention to U.S. options. Before raising Northeast Asian issues to which North Koreans, for obvious reasons, would become very attentive, it is worth raising an issue that would draw worldwide attention, including in North Korea. What would be the consequences were the United States to lose the status it has held since World War II as the #1 superpower, for some hypothetical reason which could become plausible? What might be the consequences in terms of a U.S. national debate over how to respond? A couple of scenarios might become plausible if some contemporary developments were to take a serious turn for the worse. One is a tremendous loss of strategic stature due to negative results from a sequence of flawed wars in Iraq and Iran that could be disastrous for Israel. Such a setback for the U.S. role in the Middle East could severely damage overall U.S. foreign policy. Another possibility might be a dramatic turn for the worse in the United States' economic stature in the world well beyond recent anxieties about the major impact of a severe recession. Were any such economic scenario to unfold in ways that would shake national confidence within the United States, it likely would unleash a policy debate over how to either restore the United States to its former position of power, or to devise the means to create a different form of power. The first scenario might well cause a debate over the pros and cons of pursuing a different form of hegemonism based in another region of the world, versus restoring U.S. national power via revival of the old-school America First paradigm. 57. The second might well provoke a debate encompassing multiple reform measures, ranging from full-fledged globalism to hardcore protectionism, with either numerous decision-making partners, or none at all. Such scenarios and other worst-case possibilities could provoke multiple responses around the world. This sort of issue is raised here mainly in order to acknowledge the possibility of some rather worst-case scenarios, not to suggest that North Korean foreign policy's possible reactions to any such future U.S. policy debate would matter very much for the United States or most of the world. Another reason for raising them is to indicate to any North Korean who might read this analysis that, as bad as they may perceive the United States' role regarding the DPRK's interests, any such development might well cause future North Koreans to wish they could turn the clock back to the former version of the United States they thought was such a danger to them. Were the United States to either retreat or expand in such an extreme fashion, North Korea's neighbors' interactions with the United States would be so affected that North Korea would have to cope with a whole new set of challenges. On a less extreme level, another future scenario could prove plausible and of much greater concern to North Korea. Were the United States to seriously consider the possibility of truly major cutbacks in its strategic commitments to Asia, as a result of expanded future debates about the pros and cons of interventionism versus non-interventionism, North Korea might rethink its past anxieties about US debates that yielded existing commitments to South Korea and Japan. Were the amicable divorce model cited above to be used in the future in a not very amicable manner, it could cause North Korean foreign policy to become extremely attentive to why some Americans would advocate more severe cutbacks due to the stature or policies of the United States to Northeast Asian allies. The American debate that would yield such results and lead to a complex evolution of U.S. policy clearly would cause North Korean foreign policy to respond in ways that today's decision-makers in Pyongyang do not have to contemplate. The last future-oriented scenario that will be offered here is more complex than the previous ones. Were the two Korean states to make serious progress in their inter-Korean dialogue on reconciliation and be on the path to reunification, how might all the other factors which could cause Americans to engage in the various debates outlined above cause Americans to contemplate the pros and cons of dealing with one Korea rather than two Koreas? Although there are many reasons for the United States to work with the two Koreas toward reunification, as several American analysts have advocated, 58 were none of that to occur in the time frame utilized here, and were the two Koreas to make these arrangements either on their own or with the assistance of some other country or countries, this would create circumstances causing a debate among U.S. foreign and defense specialists about the merits of Korean unification. The parameters of such a debate would depend upon the circumstances existing at that point. If U.S. policymakers are not drawn into the inter-Korean reconciliation process during its formative stages, whether that would entail merely rhetorical support contextually, bilaterally/multilaterally, or direct material support in any of those settings, U.S. policymakers would eventually have to cope with the results of the reconciliation process. One way or another, as it becomes more evident that the two Koreas are en route to restoring one Korean state on the peninsula, U.S. policy toward this prospect shall have to evolve in order to cope with the prospective changes. As all of those factors interact with each other, producing changes in and around Korea, it is obvious that North Korean foreign policy will have major tasks to cope with on many fronts. As it does so, one factor that will affect all of that is how North Korean policy advisors perceive the nature of American options regarding inter-Korean affairs, who in the United States is shaping that American policy debate, why they take their policy positions, and who in both Koreas have significant influence over that U.S. debate. While North Korean policy advisors can, and probably do, consider such factors in all U.S. policy debates that may affect the DPRK, it is quite obvious that throughout virtually all of the policy issues involving both DPRK and U.S. foreign policies, those who shape DPRK foreign policy have not seriously tried to influence U.S. policymakers via any constructive dialogues. This reflects North Korea's very negative views of the United States. 59 Their main efforts have entailed posing threats designed to deter the United States from choosing a hostile option. These efforts have either been unilateral on the DPRK's part, or in conjunction real or apparent with other adversaries of the United States. There have been virtually no efforts, aside from DPRK propaganda, to persuade those Americans who shape the evolution of U.S. foreign and defense policy options that they should listen sympathetically to North Korean viewpoints in exchange for the reverse of that paradigm, North Koreans being ready, willing, and able to listen attentively to American viewpoints about DPRK policy options as North Korean foreign and defense policies evolve. Although a case can always be made for the merits of such a dual-track policy dialogue, it has not characterized DPRK-U.S. relationships. Nor, barring a major shift in North Korean approaches to the United States, is it likely that North Korean policymakers shall adopt that empathetic dialogue paradigm when dealing with the spectrum of issues raised earlier in this analysis. Some Americans and South Koreans may be willing 60, but North Koreans do not display much readiness to engage in such dialogues. While the Americans can try to induce North Koreans to engage in dialogues, the prospects are poor because of the nature of the North Korean state and the society in which it is based. It would be interesting indeed were North Koreans to become attracted to the Obama administration's change paradigm and adapt it to the DPRK's policy agendas in positive ways. The final scenario assessed in this analysis, inter-Korean reconciliation, could prove to be an exception because of the ways both Koreas would be evolving toward one Korea, and each Korean society and state would have to deal with how the other has operated. In that setting, South Korea's proven abilities to influence other states' foreign policies toward Korean issues, obviously including the United States, may well, and should, become salient for the DPRK. Consequently, if Americans who shape U.S. policy options in the Obama administration and its successors begin to pay more attention to inter-Korean reconciliation and how the United States will want to deal with a future united Korean nation-state, it is fairly clear that South Korea and all the other external powers with a stake in that future Korean state, obviously including China, Japan, and Russia, would welcome North Koreans to an expanded dialogue. Most salient for present purposes, there should be ample incentives for North Korea to get on board and pursue the same sorts of efforts as South Korea to engage in a dual dialogue. In those terms, the earlier this option can begin, the better its prospects will be. Moreover, such a dialogue between the DPRK and the United States, enabling North Korea to try to constructively influence the ways in which U.S. policy may evolve in the future, could prove to be helpful for other DPRK-US relationships. If North Korea responds enthusiastically to this dual dialogue contextual evolution, there will be significant opportunities for North Korean leaders to adapt DPRK foreign policy in changing circumstances to its advantage, in ways that will yield a more pragmatic and flexible approach regarding American decision-makers and all those who directly or indirectly influence the ways their discussions shape the evolution of U.S. foreign and defense policy. The bottom line is that both North Korea and the United States have foreign and defense policies that evolve in ways that the other side does not always understand or appreciate. The more both sides can interact with each other, the better the prospects will be for a constructive dual dialogue. In turn, this will help both sides grasp the nuances of each other's options, how past and present evolutionary processes have shaped each country's policy framework, and arguably most important, position both sides to make serious progress in reducing the endemic tensions and building a constructive dialogue process. Chapter 9. North Korea's China Policy. Ming Lee. There are few closer allies than the People's Republic of China, PRC, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, or North Korea. China and Korea share common boundaries of about 1,500 kilometers, making them mutually dependent in many arenas, in particular, economic, strategic and cultural ones. Confucian legacies can be seen in both nations, which stress the values of filial piety, knowledge, and obedience. Even after the communist period of rule, these values have not experienced sea changes, although many would be reminded of the Chinese political turmoil during the Chinese Cultural Revolution and its sour relations with North Korea. Kim Il-sung was accused by Chinese Red Guards of being a fat revisionist. China and Korea have also suffered from numerous interventions and invasions since the late 19th century, and these memories have helped write both nations' contemporary history. It is well perceived, or understood, that, after the victory of the Communist Revolution, both nations have shown vehement drives intertwined with sentimental xenophobia in their foreign policies. The PRC and the DPRK similar stance in suspecting the intention of neighboring powers, such as Japan, the Soviet Union, later Russia, can be traced back to their traumatic memories, and these memories will no doubt continue so as to make cooperation and integration in Northeast Asia much very difficult. Based on their similar experiences in dealing with the major powers, the PRC and the DPRK have thus become natural allies to pursue their common goal of national security. The acceptance of communism as the PRC and the DPRK's leading ideology further strengthened their cohesion in the 20th century. Leaders of both countries thought that they belonged to a single family of the socialist world, plus the then existing Soviet Union and other satellite states. Its common missions have been the defeat of imperialism and the capitalist world, aside from the struggle to pursue their respective national reunifications. The Korean War ignited in June 1950, and its 3 years of tug-of-war armed conflicts between China and North Korea on the one side and United Nations troops on the other, led mainly by the United States, are testimony to how China and North Korea fought for their national destiny. North Korea attacked South Korea, but worried it would be driven from the Korean peninsula, while China was afraid of the United Nations armed forces at its door in Manchuria. Both the PRC and the DPRK survived after the bloody war, and both of them have long boasted about their shoulder-to-shoulder struggle against the imperialists, and their undaunted socialist glory and blood-sealed friendship. In 1961, the PRC signed a security treaty with the DPRK, making them the most trustful allies in the world, whereby the PRC pledged to defend its socialist little brother. North Korea, while trying very hard to play the role of an intermediary during the Sino-Soviet rift starting from the late 1950s, and to secure a solid fortress from which Pyongyang could protect itself from being dominated by either party, began to adopt a pragmatic policy through primarily its gesture of an equal distance policy vis-a-vis Beijing and Moscow. North Korea, for example, criticized Khrushchev's big power chauvinism while tilting to Beijing, but kept its distance from the PRC for latter's arrogant policy of criticizing Kim Il-sung. When Soviet troops invaded Prague in 1968, North Korea again joined with the PRC in labeling the Soviet Union's policies socialist imperialism. The end of the Cold War and the subsequent collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries brought about a big jolt to North Korea. The reasons may be threefold. First, North Korea became further isolated in the international community, since the socialist camp was almost wiped out. Against this backdrop, North Korea was demoralized by lack of allies and friends. Second, North Korea could no longer receive abundant aid or support from its formal allies. That meant that North Korea had to be self-sufficient even in hard times. Third, China's reform and open-door policy launched by Deng Xiaoping and his successors has met with great success, which may add to growing pressure on Pyongyang. China's increasing collaboration with the United States also makes North Korea uncomfortable, fearful of being sold out by China's conciliatory policy toward the United States. During the post-Cold War era, moods of accommodation and conciliation have become the driving forces in pushing the international order ahead, and they have also been widely accepted as the primary norms when participating in international affairs. North Korea's brinkmanship policy as well as its refusal to observe these international norms have rendered North Korea at odds with other nations. North Korea's foreign policy has been unique in terms of Pyongyang's inconsistent attitudes and its contempt toward international regulations. North Korea's foreign policy decision-making has been especially unapproachable as a result of its strong ideological commitments, lack of transparency, and the overwhelming dominance of its great leader. The lack of transparency in particular gives scholars very little access to what is going on in the policy processes, to the extent that relevant statistics in North Korea are regarded by Pyongyang as national secrets. North Korea thus turns out to be an extreme case of a closed and totalitarian polity, making research very difficult. There have been enormous numbers of studies about China's foreign policy toward North Korea, but there is obviously less discussion of the other side of the coin. Also, many would take it for granted that the PRC and the DPRK still have amicable relations, and nothing is going to change. But the truth may be otherwise. This chapter attempts to explore North Korea's policy toward China in recent years, in the context of the North Korean search for national security, national prestige, and economic benefits within a complex international setting. The changing international environment and DPRK's perception. The early 1990s witnessed great changes in the international system, including the demise of the Soviet Union and almost all the communist-ruled countries in Eastern Europe. At the 1989 Conference of Malta, U.S. President Ronald Reagan and General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev of the Soviet Union announced the end of the Cold War. A new form of international order was introduced to the world, characterized by conciliation between superpowers, and dialogues to resolve international conflicts, facilitate confidence-building measures, and abolish the idea of nuclear deterrence. With Moscow's policy shift, the Soviet Union no longer acted as the leader of the communist bloc, and neither did it preserve its previous role as the bastion of the global anti-imperialist or anti-capitalist campaign. The poor performance of the Soviet centralized economy in particular curtailed its support of North Korea. To respond to the trend of reducing tension between the East and the West, partly to obtain financial aid, Moscow built up diplomatic ties with South Korea in June 1990. The Soviet Union became the vanguard that adopted dual recognition of both North and South Korea. Moscow's decision was definitely a big blow to North Korea's international status, especially in the sense that North Korea would feel betrayed by Moscow at a critical juncture. Moscow's betrayal was regarded by Pyongyang not merely as a diplomatic failure, but the result of increasing leverage gained by South Korea during the diplomatic campaign. China's recognition of South Korea in August 1992 gave the DPRK another shock, but Pyongyang had no choice but to accept Beijing's policy toward Seoul. The PRC sent a delegation to Pyongyang to reassure North Korea that the traditional relations would never change, further economic aid would continue, and their alliance would still be effective. This development showed that South Korea's efforts in approaching the former communist countries and China had reaped a bountiful harvest. The fundamental leverage of South Korea's diplomatic success stemmed from its adoption of a pragmatic diplomacy centered around Nordpolitik, a policy that stressed the need to improve relations with those nations with different economic and political systems. The end of the Cold War thus brought about a fundamental change in interactions between countries. The essence of this change was increasing accommodation and dialogue, which North Korea regarded with strong suspicion as well as antagonism. North Korea felt that the shift in the international environment would have an extremely detrimental effect on Pyongyang's survival. Therefore, North Korea's perception of being encircled by enemies and being deserted by its previous allies contributed to Pyongyang's ambivalent attitudes toward the post-Cold War global order. These phenomena help to explain why North Korea would pursue the status of a nuclear power at any cost, and why its neighbors found it extremely difficult and frustrating to persuade North Korea to give up nuclear weapons development. Pyongyang would use nuclear devices or bombs as the last resort to secure regime survival, and this strategy is more dangerous than any other threats. The first nuclear crisis occurred during the early 1990s, when North Korea expelled officials from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and concealed its nuclear development program in Yongbyon, including the reprocessing of fuel rods which could produce plutonium used for nuclear bombs. At the height of the nuclear crisis, Kim Il-sung, the founder of the DPRK, passed away. After many rounds of negotiations between the United States and North Korea, they finally compromised and signed the Geneva Agreed Framework in October 1994. Under the agreed framework, Pyongyang agreed to freeze its nuclear development projects in exchange for 2 light-water nuclear power plants, up to 500,000 tons of oil supply from Washington prior to the operation of the nuclear plants, and finally diplomatic ties between North Korea and the United States. An international consortium called the Korean Energy Development Organization, KEDO, was formed to finance the light-water nuclear projects and to advance the construction of the nuclear plants. Relations between North and South Korea have further improved since the late 1990s, due to internal developments in North Korea. Worsening agricultural harvests due to outmoded techniques and climate factors led to millions of North Korean casualties from malnutrition and starvation. The shortage of energy worsened the situation, and drove North Korea to appeal for food and fuel aid from its past enemies. South Korea was one of the countries which provided such aid. North Korea's economic condition made it especially vulnerable, given South Korea's rapidly developing economy and advanced military buildup. When Kim Dae-jung took power in 1998, he offered Pyongyang an olive branch, in the form of the Sunshine Policy, aiming to alleviate tensions between the two Koreas. Within his proclaimed Sunshine Policy, Kim Dae-jung showed his willingness to cultivate an atmosphere of détente between the divided Korean states, a sense of a tight-knit Korean community, better communications and cooperation, and more humanitarian aid to the North during his 5-year term. Finally, Kim Dae-jung convened a summit with Kim Jong-il, the supreme leader of the DPRK, in June 2000, and during the summit both leaders stressed their commitment to pursuing peaceful national reunification based on Koreans' own will, free from outside interference. Kim Dae-jung's visit to Pyongyang and his summit with Kim Jong-il led to an unprecedented development in North-South Korean relations, and the Korean people became optimistic about the further conciliation of North and South Korea. The second nuclear crisis broke out in October 2002, when North Korean officials admitted to Mr. James Kelly, then U.S. Special Envoy visiting Pyongyang, that North Korea had been secretly developing nuclear weapons for the last several years to ensure security from Washington's threat. Relations between the United States and North Korea again deteriorated to a nadir. The United States called off economic aid to North Korea, refused to rule out a surgical strike against North Korea. Roh Moo-hyun, Kim Dae-jung's successor, took an oath of office in 2003, and called his North Korea policy peace and prosperity. In doing so, he seemingly followed in his predecessor's footsteps, aiming to win confidence and a conciliatory attitude from the North. During the 5 years of Roh's presidency, South Korea tried vehemently to bring North Korea back to the negotiating table, and provided more food, oil, fertilizer, and other humanitarian aid to North Korea in an attempt to ensure a peaceful situation on the peninsula. Roh was criticized by conservative Koreans as he put too much emphasis on unconditional assistance to the North rather than seeking reciprocity. The nuclear crisis remained unresolved, and South Korea seemed to get very little in return. Roh's disagreement with Washington's hardline policy vis-a-vis Pyongyang, and Seoul's frequent differences with Washington over how to deter the North worsened the already tense relations. Nonetheless, Roh Moo-hyun kept his peace and prosperity policy intact, and finally held another summit with Kim Jong-il in October 2007, which reiterated the necessities of peaceful resolution of disputes, confidence-building measures, joint programs in developing North Korea's economy, among other measures. South Korean President Lee Myung-bak was inaugurated in February 2008. It has been said that Lee is going to adopt a brand new policy which is based on a tough stance toward Pyongyang, which North Korea absolutely does not welcome. One of Lee Myung-bak's many slogans when he ran for the presidency was "Abandon the nuclear program, open North Korean society," and $3,000, an offer that might be attractive to the outside world, but would not be accepted by North Koreans. For North Koreans, inter-Korean relations may degrade because of Lee's tough attitude to Pyongyang, as well as his deep-rooted belief in renovating the alliance with the United States and better ties with Japan. North Korea may be again strongly suspicious of Lee's intentions in dealing with North Korea. The world outside the DPRK, in other words, is still unfriendly and dangerous. Although Lee Myung-bak somewhat revised the previous tough stance vis-a-vis Pyongyang in response to the latter's conciliatory attitudes in dismantling its nuclear programs, Pyongyang has not basically shifted its antagonistic position toward Lee Myung-bak. The year 2008 marked the 60th anniversary of the founding of both North and South Korea. In an editorial carried in the major mass media in the DPRK, North Korea projected several tasks to be fulfilled by North Korea. It began by reminding North Koreans of the fact that, last year the socialist culture of the Songun military first era was brought into full efflorescence, leading the whole country to become vibrant with a militant spirit and optimism. 1. The North Korean regime is continuing its efforts for rapid military modernization by emphasizing the imperative of a strong defense. North Korea is doing this because it does not trust the outside world. North Koreans do not feel secure in the current international environment either. Referring to North Korean external relations, the editorial continues. Socialism is the destiny and future of our people. Everyone should cherish the firm faith in the fact that Korean-style socialism our people chose and built is the best in the world. It is imperative to resolutely smash the enemy's reactionary ideological and cultural infiltration and psychological warfare and not to tolerate any elements that undermine our system and corrode our socialist morality and culture and our way of life. 2. In the diplomatic campaign, the editorial suggests a guideline to be followed. At present, defending global and security and advancing along the road of independence are the irreversible trend of the times. The reality shows the strong-arm policy and arbitrariness of imperialism do not work anywhere. Under the banner of independence, peace, and friendship, the DPRK will continue to make earnest efforts for stability on the Korean Peninsula and peace in the world and further develop relations of friendship and cooperation with all the countries that are friendly toward it. Point 3. North Korea's definition of friendly countries is always judged by whether they support the DPRK's ideological commitment to build up a socialist fortress in the north, whether they support the DPRK's bid for national unification, and whether they join with the United States and its camp in interfering with North Korea's internal affairs, like exerting pressure about North Korea's human rights abuse, and whether they will support the DPRK's stance in the six-party talks. Only those nations that fully support Pyongyang in these regards can be considered North Korea's friends and be treated equally. North Korea, according to Rodong Sinmun, the media-owned arm of the ruling party, Korean Workers' Party, the DPRK will never allow anyone to infringe upon its sovereignty, meddle in its internal affairs, or dominate and control it. It is opposed to any act of violating the sovereignty of any other country. For in another editorial, it went further, to emphasize, the present times are the era of independence. What people want is independence, not subjugation, peace, not war, and friendship, not confrontation. 5. Therefore, what the DPRK has reiterated is an appeal for respect of Pyongyang's freedom to maneuver as it deems right. North Korea is determined, in other words, to oppose those countries that do not share its positions. For national security, Pyongyang again encourages its people to strengthen its defense capability through the Songun Revolution. It maintains that a strong national defense capability is the symbol of the dignity of a sovereign Korea and a basic guarantee for prosperity. Here, 1. Can infer that North Korea still believes in the superiority of a military buildup as the linchpin of its national survival. This is also the reason why Pyongyang would be extremely reluctant to abolish its nuclear programs, even under concerted pressure from the other powers during the six-party talks or in the face of possible sanctions by the United Nations. Past experiences show that North Korea has been firm in denying possession of nuclear facilities, skillfully preventing the IAEA from investigating its suspected sites. North Korea sometimes effectively applies tactics of brinkmanship so as to induce compromises from its adversaries. China's role in Korean affairs. To China, aside from the historical linkage, the Korean Peninsula plays an important role in advancing its national security and economic development. The Korean Peninsula serves at least three functions from the perspective of Chinese geopolitics. Buffer zone. The Korean Peninsula tends to be China's buffer zone to protect Beijing from attacks by the United States, Japan, or South Korea, or any combination of these states. North Korea and China have coexisted hand in glove in the sense that China has been very sensitive to peace and stability in North Korea. Any unstable situation in North Korea would make China vulnerable and nervous, and any attack on North Korea may be regarded as a threat to China's vital interest. China's intervention in the Korean War in 1950 may be interpreted as a confrontation with a unified Korea supported by the United States. North Korea may not have been the target of any adjacent powers since the end of the Cold War, but China is worried about possible governmental bankruptcy of North Korea due to its poor economic performance. Preserving the continuation of a state like North Korea is highly significant to China. If North Korea should collapse, thousands of illegal immigrants or refugees will pour into China, which is unthinkable from Beijing's point of view. A stable and friendly North Korea will be to China's benefit, in the sense that China is now in need of a peaceful environment for economic development and national modernization. China's closer relations with North Korea can also serve as an example of how China successfully carries out its Mulin, friendly relations with neighboring states, Fulin, making neighboring states prosperous, and Unlin, bring peace to neighboring states, foreign policies that is finally leading to a hexisija, harmonious world. Platform to exert diplomatic influence. China treats both itself and North Korea as third world countries, although China has become the third largest economy in the world since 2007. In the Cold War era, China kept close relations with the Third World because China intended to construct a united front leading the less and least developed countries against both US and Soviet dominance in world affairs. China's support for the Third World after the Cold War may have political and economic significance. China frequently supports Third World countries in their struggles to win independence, counter interference from major powers, or to be fairly treated in international organizations. China has also earned respect from Third World countries because it helps them bargain effectively with Western countries in relieving international debts, and sometimes by growing financial endowments. During the international financial crisis in 1997, China's firm position in stabilizing its currency exchange rate was believed to have prevented a possible deterioration of the situation. In Korean affairs, China would appreciate North Korea's participation in the six-party talks aimed at resolving the nuclear issue. China, as the closest ally of North Korea and the host of the talks, is expected by world opinion to offer constructive services in bringing about a happy ending. China has been influential at the six-party talks for a number of reasons. Unlike the United States or Japan, China has diplomatic relations with both North and South Korea. China can serve as a mediator in these circumstances. Unlike Russia, China is geographically closer to the Korean peninsula, and everyone knows that China has a special interest in keeping the Korean peninsula peaceful. Knowing that North and South Korea's national security and economic well-being hinge on China's goodwill, China thus enjoys tremendous leverage in the strategic game. China will continue to take advantage of the Korean issue as the highly valued platform for China's strategic interests. Logistic area that supports China's economic development. As a country desperate for food and oil, North Korea needs a large amount of aid from Beijing every year. Economically speaking, China's friendship with North Korea in the long run may not be a liability, in the sense that China needs North Korea's raw materials, such as iron and coal. Also, China needs transport facilities such as ports and railroads to curtail its transport costs, if needed. Since the two railroads connecting North and South Korea have been relinked recently, China would appreciate it if South Korea could transport its goods more easily to anywhere in the Euro-Asian continent. China has replaced the United States as the largest trading partner of South Korea. In return, China has also become the largest destination for Korean investments. For rapid but stable economic growth, China really has to preserve closer ties with North and South Korea. Tables 9.1 and 9.2 show China's trade relations with both countries. The statistics in the tables imply that North Korea has had a large trade deficit with China, while South Korea has enjoyed a huge surplus. Also, in terms of the scale of trade, China's trade with South Korea is disproportionately larger than that with North Korea. The information here suggests, 1. China's economic dependence on both North and South Korea is increasing, 2. North Korea is especially dependent on trade with China, and 3. China is increasingly dependent on imports from South Korea, most of them know-how and products that boost China's domestic consumption or production for export. Table 9.1 North Korea's trade volume with China, 2001 to 2005, unit, 1,000 US dollars. Note, brackets indicate annual increase rate in percent. Source, Facts and Figures, Ministry of Unification, Korea. Table 9.2 South Korea's trade volume with China, 2001 to 2007, unit, 1,000 US dollars. Source, Korea Trade Information Services for International Traders, KITA. Regarding China's role in Korean affairs, China has played several roles that often influence the strategic shape of the Korean peninsula. A supporter for North Korea's survival. The reasons for China's support have been mentioned above. In a nutshell, China seems to benefit from North Korea in terms of political stability and economic prosperity. Any chaos on the Korean peninsula would cause unpredictable outcomes that might be contagious to China's territory. During the North Korean nuclear crises, China has been firm in opposing any radical remedy in resolving the confrontation, especially surgical strikes against Pyongyang, which apparently shows Beijing's feelings of being on the same boat as Pyongyang. North Korea appreciates China's attitudes regarding this, although China's purpose in protecting North Korea may not be driven by altruistic considerations. A cooperative partner with North and South Korea for economic development. With China's huge market and its increasing role in the global economy, a continuously prosperous China will be prone to cause a spillover effect on the Korean peninsula. Judging from China's increasing trade and investment relations with both North and South Korea, China's position and policy shall be welcomed by both Koreas. A balancer in the North-South Korean conflict. Although China still maintains close political relations with Pyongyang, Beijing would not favor an aggressive North Korea seeking to achieve unification by force. Nor would China want to encounter a belligerent situation on the peninsula that would drag the PRC into an armed conflict. China has emphasized that unification should be accomplished by peaceful means. China has also expressed very clearly that military unification will not be tolerated. China is thus an important actor in helping to deter possible military conflict on the peninsula. A coordinator at the six-party talks. The six-party talks WEWRE convened to persuade North Korea to abandon its nuclear facilities and tests. Knowing that the dialogues are exactly counteracts North Korea's interests, Pyongyang has been reluctant to cooperate during the process. China, eager to comply with the norms of Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and the general will of the other four countries, United States, Russia, Japan, and South Korea, exerted its influence to force Pyongyang to fulfill its responsibility. China sometimes may have conflicts with North Korea regarding this, but it is conceivable that China has little choice but to Pyongyang to behave well. Providing a paradigm for North Korea's development. China's rapid economic development has been a lesson to North Korea that a socialist country does not necessarily have to be poor. Ever since China's adoption of economic reforms and the open-door policy, its vigorous economy has been attractive to North Korean leaders. Kim Jong-il has visited China and met with China's high-ranking officials many times. The last visit was in January 2006, when Kim paid a visit to southern China. Chinese leaders had hoped that he would accelerate the pace of reform, but their hopes were unfulfilled, even though Kim himself expressed his admiration for China's great changes. China's interest in exporting its experience to North Korea has always been its rationale to engage Pyongyang, and China hopes to drive Pyongyang's attention back to the economy. China, however, is reluctant to push Pyongyang too harshly, since this would give North Korea an excuse to resist. The recent changes in North Korea, however, make China feel encouraged, because North Korea has adopted some agricultural and market reforms, and allowed greater autonomy to individual factories and enterprises. 6 Although proceeding at a slow pace, North Korea's model may still be a copy of China's reform that began 3 decades ago. A tacit ally in an anti-US alliance. Both China and North Korea suffered attacks from United States and its allies in the second half of the 20th century. At the height of the Cold War, both Beijing and Pyongyang felt gravely threatened from the United States and its Northeast Asian allies, Japan and South Korea. The possibility of hot war in this region may be remote since the end of the Cold War, but the possibility of a new round of ideological, strategic confrontation, or clashes for energy, may not be excluded. North Korea has been afflicted by pressures from Washington to abandon its nuclear development, and it is Beijing that has helped Pyongyang to resist US threats of forceful means and offered aid to it. Therefore, China can be regarded as the stakeholder that resists the dominance of the United States and its allies. Some new trends have occurred in the 21st century. China entered the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 2002, which increased its interconnection with the global market. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, China joined with most non-Western countries in criticizing Washington's unilateral foreign policy. It seems that China, as a responsible and confident power, began to cooperate intensively with other countries in reaching consensus in global and regional security issues. In 2002, when a second North Korean nuclear crisis began, China was again deeply involved. China has been active and patient in the six-party talks looking for possible solutions. China does not want North Korea to be toppled. Nor does it acquiesce to North Korea's ambitions to possess nuclear weapons. China's position on denuclearization of the Korean peninsula is firm, but it would rather use carrots than sticks in persuading Pyongyang to stay at the negotiating table. The carrots include security commitments, a checks and balance policy against the United States pressure, economic and humanitarian aid, and support for peaceful reunification of Korea under the socialist system, albeit lip service. Unfolding the reality, friendship in a new era. During the Cold War era, when Kim Il-sung, Mao Zedong, and Deng Xiaoping were all alive, Chinese and North Korean leaders had identical enemies. Therefore, they kept very close personal ties based on their common sentiment and experiences in fighting against the American imperialists and their running dogs. Personal ties among the paramount leaders especially strengthened their mutual trust and mentality of cooperation. In that era both China and North Korea suffered from poverty, backwardness, and political turmoil. In terms of foreign policy, the sense of belonging to the socialist camp further cemented their cohesion. In difficulties, China still came to North Korea's aid without hesitation. North Korea joined China in criticizing South Korea and Taiwan, and both North Korea and China supported the bid for Korean reunification. Nowadays, a widened gap between North Korea and China can be found in economic development, foreign policy, and international status. North Korea has been poor and backward for decades, whereas China's economic gravity has been growing so as to attract more international trade and investment. China's continuing participation in international organizations, not to mention its permanent seat on the UN Security Council, gave China the opportunity to act as a global power. Beijing's sense of responsibility came after being invited into the global political and economic arena, which need China's careful evaluation as well as conciliatory attitude. Beijing's new foreign policy orientation and operations may not be welcome to North Korea. China's decision to establish diplomatic ties with South Korea was a mature foreign policy after China and South Korea's many years of unofficial intercourse. North Korea still regards China's improved relations with South Korea as uncomfortable, and would prefer to see China exercise restraint in this regard in view of Beijing and Seoul's continuous efforts to strengthen economic and political relations with each other. A future rift between China and North Korea should not be excluded. China's sharp criticism of Pyongyang's nuclear test in October 2006 turned out to be a barometer of the long-time alliance. While North Korea would take nuclear bombs as a means of threat or bargaining chip, China, like other East Asian powers, feels sensitive and vulnerable at the prospect of a nuclear North Korea. Beijing had earlier vehemently supported Pyongyang for fear of damaging their hand-in-glove relationship. When the nuclear test was carried out, Wang Guanjia, the PRC's ambassador to the United Nations, made a comment to the effect that no one is going to protect North Korea if it goes ahead with bad behavior, and warned North Korea of serious consequences. Wang's comment marked a departure from Beijing's usual strategy of avoiding direct criticism of North Korea. This was followed by China's support for UN sanctions against North Korea in July 2006 after Pyongyang test-fired missiles in the Sea of Japan even after Beijing had urged it not to do so. 7 As a responsible power, China is trying very hard to convince its peer powers. Beijing has been quietly overhauling policies toward pariah states, obviously including North Korea. 8 According to Kleinelbrand and Small, China's shift has been driven in part by China's changing calculation of its economic and political interests. According to them, China needs to devise a more sophisticated approach to protecting its assets and its citizens abroad, and it no longer sees providing uncritical and unconditional support to unpopular regimes as the most effective strategy. The authors continue to argue that China's diplomacy reflects not a fundamental change in its values but a new perception of interests. Beijing's primary concern is to devise more sophisticated means to secure sources of energy and economic growth. 9 In this context, China will have to antagonize North Korea if necessary in order to contain North Korea's dangerous tactics that may result in a nuclear disaster. When North Korea staged the nuclear test in October 2006, China strongly denounced it and took the lead of the United States in drafting a UN sanctions resolution against Pyongyang. China was very unhappy about Pyongyang's notification just 2 hours before the nuclear test. Beijing thought this indicated Pyongyang's total lack of respect. North Korea was definitely frustrated and infuriated by China's policy in the UN, and this blow may take a long time to heal. After a long period of negotiation, the six-party talks struck a deal on February 13, 2007, in which North Korea agreed to disable its nuclear facilities in exchange for heavy fuel oil, HFO, and other aid. It was agreed among the 6 nations that North Korea would be rewarded with a total of 1 million tons of fuel oil or its equivalent if it completely dismantled its nuclear programs. On October 3, 2007, the six-party talks confirmed that Pyongyang's relevant nuclear facilities should be disabled before December 31, 2007. Just before the agreement was inked, under the Aid for Disarmament program, China promised to send 50,000 tons of HFO in September 2007, aside from a similar shipment by the US a month later. 10 China has gradually been able to provide North Korea with more economic and humanitarian aid than it has in previous years. In the long run, China's actions, joined by the United States and South Korea, will be conducive to inducing a comparatively cooperative North Korea to act responsibly tackling the nuclear issue. China favors the perpetuation of a divided Korea so that China can maximize its strategic interests through mediation as well as intervention in the Korean affairs. A unified Korea may not be a good resolution, for a number of reasons. China still needs a buffer zone to offset US influence on the Korean peninsula, especially when South Korea has become so obviously overwhelming vis-a-vis North Korea in many areas. The weaker North Korea becomes compared to South Korea, the greater the possibility that North Korea will be absorbed by the South in a future reunification. Germany's reunification provides a good example of how an economically devastated East Germany was absorbed by West Germany in October 1990 after East Germany's collapse. South Koreans learned that Germany gave tremendous financial support to the East German area, and that South Korea might not be able to afford to invest in North Korea in the same way. Although some politicians in the South would appreciate a stable North Korea so that Seoul does not have to worry that the German example would apply in Korea, a failing North Korea may still collapse, especially when Kim Jong-il leaves the political stage. China would welcome a stable but not provocative North Korea. The other reason is that China has perceived that a reunified Korea may be even powerful than ever, and may be detrimental to China's role on the Korean peninsula. China supports Kim Jong-il not because Beijing's leaders love him, but because China would be opposed to Korea's collapse. Knowing China's anxiety, North Korea can also appeal for continuous aid from China. North Korea's foremost objective nowadays is to survive, and this has been the common goal of Beijing and Pyongyang. Thanks to North Korea's failed economy, refugees are wandering along the Sino-Korean borders looking for asylum or better lives. China has been very much irritated by them, since China would provoke North Korea if it offered refugees asylum, and worries about social unrest or financial burdens caused by refugees pouring through the borders. There are no good alternatives but to deploy the People's Liberation Army, PLA, to replace the function of the Chinese military police, MP, to deter the refugees from coming. The PLA deployed only on the Sino-Korea border, and functions like a barrier, but could also act as a vanguard to intervene in North Korea if domestic order should break down. An incursion by the PLA would alarm North Korea and lead to an approach to Russia and perhaps the United States, Pyongyang's primary enemy, to reduce North Korea's dependence on China. Also, North Korea is concerned that China's position regarding Pyongyang is too harsh for China's own interests. China's concern with nuclear developments is not confined to the Korean peninsula, since Japan, South Korea, and others justify obtaining nuclear weapons if North Korea should have the right to possess them. China's officials have sometimes criticized the United States' non-proliferation policy was weak and inconsistent, claiming that Washington strongly opposes proliferation before a nuclear test, but once a test has been conducted, the U.S. accepts the country as a nuclear power. 11 Seymour states. Much to Beijing's anger, Pyongyang went ahead with nuclear tests in the face of Chinese protests, undercutting the perception that China could control North Korea's behavior. Now that the United States and North Korea have developed a direct line of communication, and the United States and South Korea have patched up their relations, China is no longer at the center of the action. Six-party talks by this author. Although Beijing will continue to host the talks, China is feeling sidelined. Chinese emphasized the importance of China and the untied states working together to guard against efforts by North Korea to play one big power against the other. 12. If China's goal is to work with the United States to press North Korea for final abandonment of its nuclear program, a general wish among the other four participants of the six-party talks, China is destined to oppose North Korea's stance. In Sino-North Korean relations will possibly be further alienated and strained. Unless Pyongyang decides to comply with the agreement, North Korea will have to clash with China. The road ahead. North Korea's foreign policy orientation hinges on the future of nuclear facilities and Pyongyang's intention in dealing with the many rounds of agreements on this thorny issue. China, as the primary supporter of North Korea, would appreciate North Korea's cooperation in this regard, and would provide more rewards to it as an encouragement. Pyongyang's refusal to present a detailed report about the process of disablement of its nuclear facilities to the IAEA is now the primary obstacle to the constructive talks. Since China is shifting its previous attitude of unconditional support for North Korea, and is particularly opposing the adventure policy adopted by Pyongyang, the centerpiece of North Korean foreign policy will be to solidify its ties with China while accommodating China more fully in conducting its daily foreign policy. China is so far the only ally that provides North Korea with the bulk of the aid it needs, and North Korean trade with China is also crucial in sustaining its regime. Therefore, Beijing's role can never be neglected, especially when North Korea is so isolated in the international community. The China factor is quite obvious in Pyongyang's foreign relations. North Koreans may not be happy with China's dominance, but Pyongyang knows the grave consequences if China were to adopt an offhand, or even a hostile policy, regarding North Korea. North Koreans will not dare to challenge the will of China. Nor will China risk provoking North Korea Pyongyang to the point of no return. Presenting a comprehensive report to the IAEA and North Korean insistence on bilateral talks with the United States may be positions that Pyongyang feels extremely reluctant to concede. China is thus likely to restrain itself in its interactions with North Korea lest Beijing be labeled as guilty of big power chauvinism. In earlier periods, China has usually applied quiet diplomacy, instead of public statements, to pressure North Korea, but is gradually becoming more outspoken in criticizing North Korea's misdeeds, especially in the international community. 13. It will be difficult for North Korea to quickly abandon its nuclear programs or future missile tests, judging from the past experience. North Korea may think these are effective maneuvers to induce concessions from Washington, such as providing heavy oil on schedule, constructing nuclear power plants as originally planned, and eventually an early normalization of diplomatic relations between Pyongyang and Washington. If the United States calls North Korea's bluff, then there will be grave tension, that may cause damage to Pyongyang itself. Any deadlock or crisis needs China's mediation, therefore, Pyongyang needs Beijing more than the other way around. In short, North Korea cannot afford to lose Beijing's support for its survival. North Korea's China policy will at least focus on three objectives: 1. To ensure China's continued material aid to its devastated economy; 2. To seek China's goodwill, or at least benign neutrality, at the six-party talks; and 3. to win China's support in the UN Security Council to block sanctions against North Korea. What North Korea will do to sustain the PRC's goodwill is to behave well so as not to bring about crises in Northeast Asia. If North Korea frequently challenges the leadership of the PRC, Beijing is like to withhold support from Pyongyang, especially in view of the appeal of the United States. Unlike North Korea, which is a regional country, China seems to have become a global power that must take more responsibility to persuade Pyongyang back onto the right track. Therein more room that Beijing cooperates with Washington in many fields, in particular after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Only when China takes full responsibility can the post-9/11 world become more secure from terrorist intimidation. The United States has not yet removed North Korea from its list of states sponsoring terrorism. China has long served as a safe haven for North Korean proliferation and illicit trading networks and a transport hub for these networks via its airports and airspace, harbors and sea space. As a scholar suggests, the Chinese should be encouraged to join the Proliferation Security Initiative and the Illicit Activities Initiative, as well as effectively policing North Korea's trade coming through its borders. Secondly, China needs to take decisive action against Korea's weapons proliferation and procurement networks within its borders, and finally the United States can work with China to spread capitalism in North Korea, even as the US compels it to crack down on the North Korean elite's finances and support for North Korea's WMD programs. 14 North Korea needs China, and so does the United States. Of the three policies Washington would like Beijing to comply with, all are against North Korea's interests. North Korea will be in trouble if China should adopt a pro-Washington policy, and in the meantime, Beijing thinks that North Korea's vital interests will not be violated by doing so. The PRC's attitude is thus crucial to the future development of the Korean issue. There have been speculations that North Korea's relations with China have been shaky due to mutual distrust. It was speculated that Kim Jong-il told Roh Moo-hyun during the Inter-Korean summit in October 2007 to exclude Beijing from future peace negotiations. 15 Recent contacts between China and North Korea have warmed, since it was reported that Kim Jong-il had paid a visit to the Chinese embassy. This was seen as demonstrating his desire to fortify relations with Pyongyang's biggest ally. Conclusion: North Korea is a unique country that has no parallel in the contemporary world. North Korea has been contained by major powers for almost 60 years, the United States fought a war with it in early 1950s, and U.S.DPRK normalization has yet to be realized. Russia and China adopted North Korea as a comrade in countering the United States, and gave Pyongyang firm support during the Cold War, but neither have sustained its wholehearted support for North Korea. North Korea is thirsty for security assurance, and normalized ties with powers like the United States and Japan, plus respect from the international community. The predicament is that North Korea has long suffered from isolation and xenophobia and reliance on its WMD programs as a means of achieving its foreign policy objectives. Pyongyang's behavior inevitably antagonizes most members of the world community, making China, its closest ally, uneasy and concerned. In the past, China had been the primary source of support for North Korea's economy. Something has changed recently. China has become North Korea's largest trading partner and the largest investor in North Korea. This shows that the relationship between the two countries has exceeded the previously political and military-centered friendship. North Korea should have appreciated China for offering continuous patronage. But the story may not be this simple. China's transition to a quasi-capitalist economy has made North Korea feel extremely insecure, for Pyongyang cannot afford to follow in China's footsteps to change. The outmoded and failed North Korean economy especially became self-evident. China's growing partnership with South Korea since 1992, the year when Beijing and Seoul normalized diplomatic ties, made North Korea nervous as well as unpleasant. The recent trend with China surpassing the United States as South Korea's largest trading partner, has further isolated the North Korean regime. China's policy in condemning North Korean missile and nuclear tests has driven Sino-North Korean relations to a nadir so that intensive distrust between them is highly conceivable. China's initiatives have widened its circle of relations and enhanced its place as a significant regional power, but have also enlarged the gap between itself and North Korea. 16 China will have to become a responsible and disciplined power if it is to co-lead the world, but North Korea may not appreciate this transformation. Judging from China's past role on the Korean peninsula, China is prone to exerting great influence over North Korea, whether North Korea likes it or not. China will continue to serve as a protector of Pyongyang's security, an initiator for North Korea's peaceful transition in political terms, and a mirror, if not director, showing that Pyongyang will finally find it necessary to learn from the PRC's development experience. China will have to work closely with the United States to deter North Korea from using force or gaining access to weapons of massive destruction. Nonetheless, Pyongyang can count on China, for China strongly opposes any surgical strikes against North Korea. This is possibly the support the Pyongyang regime would most appreciate. North Korea may require different tactics in dealing with issues like its nuclear program. It is believed that Pyongyang will finally have to observe the agreements made in the six-party talks, so as to achieve a modus vivendi whereby North Korea can gain national security. As Professor Robert Scalapino points out, North Korea, like other small states in Asia, is not atypical when trying to protect its national interests by employing a foreign policy that puts it in good standing with China and the United States. North Korea, according to him, is probably striving for the goal of getting closer to Washington, but has faced difficulties due to the nature of the regime. 17 North Korea has no intention of revising its political ideology as well as the rationales of its foreign policy. Pyongyang must, therefore, still rely on Beijing's goodwill in the years to come. Notes. Underscore 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 underscore. North Korean policy toward Russia. Seung Hoju. After the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, or North Korea, was proclaimed in 1948 under the auspices of the Soviet Union, ideology and geographic proximity bonded the two communist states. The Soviet Union took North Korea under its wing. During the Korean War, Moscow secretly provided war materials, advisors, and troops for North Korea and, in doing so, played a critical role in preserving communist rule in the north. In July 1961, Moscow and Pyongyang signed the Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation, and Mutual Assistance. The Alliance Treaty, which stipulated automatic military intervention by the parties in case of war, became the cornerstone of Moscow-Pyongyang relations during the Cold War. In the immediate post-World War II period, the DPRK was under the dominant influence of the Soviet Union. Throughout the 1950s, the DPRK sought to break away from Soviet dominance. In 1955, Kim Il-sung began to espouse the JICH, self-reliance, ideology as a means to sustain independence from both Moscow and Beijing, and as a justification for his totalitarian rule. Since 1961, North Korea has essentially maintained equidistance from Beijing and Moscow. Despite mutual distrust and periodic tensions, the Soviet Union has remained North Korea's most important political protector, economic supporter, and military ally. North Korea could always count on the Soviet Union for political backing. Moscow invariably expressed support for North Korea's policies, especially as regards unification policy, arms control proposals, and U.S. troop withdrawal. North Korea's economic dependence on the Soviet Union was unmistakable. Between 1945 and the mid-1950s, the Soviet share of North Korean trade was as high as 80%. It dropped to about 20% in the early 1970s. 1 In the early 1980s, the Soviet Union provided continuous economic and technological assistance to develop various economic sectors of the DPRK. According to a Soviet estimate, as many as 5,000 Soviet technicians were working in North Korea in 1984. 2 The Soviet Union was North Korea's most important source of modern weapons. From 1964 to 1973, North Korea imported about 3/4 of its weapons from the Soviet Union and about 1/4 from the PRC.3. During 1986 to 1990, the Soviet Union supplied North Korea with $2.3 billion worth of modern weapons and military equipment. 4. As Gorbachev's new thinking was implemented in the late 1980s, Soviet relations with the two Koreas experienced a dramatic transformation. 5. The Soviet Union had long supported North Korea's One Korea policy, refusing to recognize South Korea as a legitimate member of the international community. In a drastic departure from the past, the Soviet Union under Gorbachev normalized its relations with South Korea, despite North Korea's vehement protests. Moscow and Seoul established formal diplomatic ties in September 1990, after which Moscow-Pyongyang relations deteriorated rapidly. Beijing followed suit in 1992, when it exchanged diplomatic recognition with Seoul. These acts of betrayal by its two trusted allies further heightened North Korea's sense of isolation and insecurity. And economic difficulties further deepened North Korea's woes. In the early 1990s, Pyongyang and Moscow drifted further apart, and Yeltsin's Russia unequivocally tilted toward Seoul. Pyongyang's relations with Moscow throughout the 1990s were passive, negative, and reactive. North Korean leaders' distrust and bitterness toward the Russians were intense and persistent. Russian leaders, in turn, held the Stalinist regime in Pyongyang in contempt and did not even consider re-establishing a normal relationship with it. Kim Il-sung had neither the intention to restore friendly ties with Moscow, nor the leverage to influence Yeltsin's Korea policy. Russia's policy toward the Korean peninsula was determined by its policy toward South Korea, and North Korea was pushed aside and neglected. Consequently, the state of Moscow-Pyongyang relations was largely a byproduct of Moscow-Seoul relations, and Moscow-Pyongyang relations remained cold and estranged. In the 1990s, the DPRK went through two major systemic crises. The first crisis came in 1989-91, when the Soviet Empire collapsed suddenly, and the second one happened in 1994, when Kim Il-sung, the great leader who ruled the country with an iron fist for 5 decades, unexpectedly died. These developments had far-reaching repercussions for North Korea's foreign relations in general, and its relations with Russia in particular. Against this backdrop, North Korea's foreign relations with Russia played out in the 1990s and beyond. This chapter examines North Korean relations with Russia in the post-Cold War era. The study raises the following questions, and seeks to answer them. First, what are the main features of North Korean foreign policy? Second, how have Moscow-Pyongyang relations evolved from the 1990s to the present? In particular, why did relations deteriorate in the 1990s, and what led to their rapprochement in the early 2000s? Third, how did the shifting political relationship affect their military and economic relations? Finally, what are the prospects for Moscow-Pyongyang relations? North Korea in crisis, the survival game. The sudden collapse of the Soviet Empire in 1989-91 came as a shock to North Korean leaders. At a time of global defeat of communism, the very survival of the DPRK became uncertain. The DPRK has long pursued the three strategic objectives of legitimacy, security, and development. 6 From this time on, security, or survival of the regime, became Pyongyang's top priority in foreign policy. North Korea lost the Soviet Union as an ally and became increasingly skeptical of China as a loyal supporter. And its economic conditions kept deteriorating. Thrown into turbulent waters and in search of survival, the DPRK undertook a series of internal changes and external initiatives. North Korea tightened domestic control and indoctrination and doubled its efforts to improve relations with the US and Japan. North Korea adopted the slogan, "Socialism of our style," Eurasiksahojoi, in the early 1990s, which was to a great degree a response to the changing external environment around the DPRK. 7 The 1992 Constitution of North Korea emphasized a mass-centered, our-style socialism. The revised constitution elevated the status of JICH and included articles on joint ventures, guaranteeing the legitimate rights and interests of foreigners. It also strengthened the power position of Kim Jong-il by placing the military under the control of the National Defense Commission, NDC. Kim became the Commander-in-Chief of the Korean People's Army KPA in 1991 and chair of NDC in 1993. 8 After South Korea's northern policy bore fruit and Seoul established formal diplomatic ties with Moscow, 1990, and Beijing, 1992, Pyongyang approached its traditional nemesis Japan and the U.S. for diplomatic normalization. In September 1990, North Korea began the first official contacts with Japan with a view to establishing official ties. In the early 1990s, the DPRK managed to extract from the U.S. numerous concessions through nuclear brinkmanship. Power transition. By the time Kim Il-sung died in 1994 and Kim Jong-il ascended to power, North Korea was going through a multitude of systemic crises. The economy had been declining for decades due to the defective economic system, command economy, economic mismanagement, rampant corruption, and a series of natural disasters, floods in 1995-96 and drought in 1997. In 1993, Pyongyang publicly admitted that the targets of the Third Seven-Year Plan, 1987-93, had not been met. Changes external in the environment contributed to Pyongyang's food crisis. Since North Korea produced only 60% of what its population needed, it had to rely on food subsidies from its socialist allies. But in 1991, the Soviet Union began to demand hard currency for grain purchases, and in 1993, China began its trade with North Korea on a cash-only basis. In September 1995, for the first time in its history, the DPRK appealed to the World Food Programme, the food aid agency of the UN, for emergency food aid. The famine situation in the totalitarian regime had already reached a dangerous level and could not be alleviated without a massive influx of foreign aid. Kim Jong-il reportedly stated in a secret speech in Pyongyang on December 7, 1996 that if the food situation did not improve soon, North Koreans might revolt against their leadership. 9. Kim Jong-il does not enjoy the kinds of charisma and legitimacy that his father once did, and has to resort to the rule of terror and indoctrination to sustain his rule. Kim firmly established himself as North Korea's leader, holding the key positions as General Secretary of the Korean Workers' Party, KWP, the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, and the Chairman of the National Defense Commission, NDC. Kim Jong-il's power consolidation was consummated on September 5, 1998, when the first session of the 10th Supreme People's Assembly, SPA, of the DPRK re-elected him as the chair of the revamped NDC. The SPA session formally approved the revision of North Korea's constitution. Under the new constitution, the reorganized NDC is empowered as the nation's most powerful organ, and the chairman of the NDC was portrayed by North Korea's media as the nation's supreme leader in political, military, and economic areas. At the same time, the new constitution abolished the post of state president and declared the late Kim Il-sung the eternal president of the country. 10 By abrogating state presidency, Kim Jong-il chose to rule the country in the capacities of the chair of NDC and general secretary of the KWP. Kim Jong-il's rule depends heavily on the military and its support. He has promoted loyal men in the armed forces, and provided the highest material benefits to the military. Consequently, the military's status and influence in North Korea have greatly increased. Seung Jeongchi and Gang Seung. North Korea's foreign relations under Kim Jong-il are dictated and circumscribed by two overarching ideas: military-first politics, Seung Jeongchi, and the goal of creating a strong and prosperous power, Gang Seung. The term Seung first appeared in December 1997 and became a cornerstone of Kim Jong-il's political ideology. Seung is intended to ensure national security against external threats, retain the military's loyalty by elevating it to a privileged position in society, and tighten domestic control through the use of force and indoctrination. The military first idea is considered as the new higher stage of the JICH idea, and Kim Jong-il is presented as its founder. Songun is now elevated to the position of North Korea's official ruling ideology. 11 In fact, Kim Jong-il's North Korea and Songun are inseparable. Without a proper understanding of JICH, Kim Il-sung's North Korea cannot be comprehended. One might also say that a proper understanding of Kim Jong-il's North Korea is impossible without a proper comprehension of Songun. 12 North Korea's newspapers frequently invoke the Songun idea in their editorials. In recent years, the titles of the joint editorials published in the Nodong Sinmun, the WPK organ, Choson Inmingun, the KPA organ, and Chongnyan Konwai, Kisil organ, have featured Songun in every other year. Apart from the titles, however, the phrase has appeared more frequently than any other phrases, even surpassing the obligatory obeisance to the two supreme leaders, Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il. Year 2008 was no exception. 13 The NDC has become the center of power, and as chair of the NDC, Kim Jong-il is in control of all aspects of the country, including politics, military affairs, and the economy. Kim Jong-il has been pursuing the overarching goal of a strong and prosperous country, Gangseongdaeguk. Gangseongdaeguk first appeared in the North Korean media in August 1998. The North Korean leadership appears to believe that Pyongyang has successfully created a strong state through the JICH indoctrination, Songun-jeongji, and the successful development of nuclear weapons. After attaining the goal of a strong state, North Korea needs to redouble its efforts for the second goal of establishing a prosperous state. To create a prosperous country is a more elusive goal, however. Now, economic interests take precedent over ideological interests. In July 2002, the DPRK announced economic reform measures on a limited scale that focused mostly on price liberalization and wage adjustments. Economic reforms along the road to marketization and concomitant liberalization and opening up are full of pitfalls, and could easily overthrow the Kim Jong-il regime. He is fully aware of this danger, but he also knows that without economic reforms and tangible improvements in North Korea's economic conditions, his rule cannot last for long. Burying the hatchet. As long as Yeltsin remained in power in Moscow, the conditions for DPRK Russian normalization were not ripe yet. First, Seoul and Moscow had already developed interdependent and mutually beneficial economic ties, but neither Moscow nor Pyongyang could expect any tangible economic gains from resuming economic cooperation. Second, the gap between Russian and North Korean societies in terms of attitudes, perception, and values was widening as Russia adopted political pluralism while North Korea held on to totalitarian dictatorship. Third, Pyongyang's nuclear weapons issue divided the two countries. Moscow's modest efforts during this period to normalize relations with Pyongyang were overshadowed by North Korea's nuclear crisis. Fourth, Russian foreign policy makers were favorably inclined towards South Korea. As an Izvestiya analyst correctly pointed out, Russia's Korean policy lacks reasonable toughness and firmness because at the top level in Moscow naive love towards Seoul prevails. 14 Besides, Russian leaders expected the fall of North Korea in the near future. 15 Fifth, Russia was not proactive in improving relations with the DPRK. Moscow provided little assistance to North Korea during the 1995-97 floods and a drought in 1998, and did not support the Rajan-Sunbong free economic and trade zone that Pyongyang was pushing for. Finally, Kim Jong-il's bitterness, resentment, and distrust toward Moscow remained unabated, and he has adamantly refused to talk to Russia to improve relations. In 2000, the DPRK and Russia finally buried the hatchet and started anew. The Moscow-Pyongyang rapprochement was made possible because of the convergence of the following three factors. First, the rise of Vladimir Putin as Russia's new president represented, in the eyes of Kim Jong-il, a clear break with the past. The North Korean leader had too many unpleasant memories of Yeltsin and found it difficult to mend fences with Russia while he was still in power. Besides, Putin was decisive in restoring cordial ties with North Korea and pushing for new diplomatic initiatives on Korean issues. Second, Putin's pragmatic diplomacy intersected with Kim Jong-il's diplomatic offensive. In 2000, after years of seclusion, Kim Jong-il finally staged a diplomatic coming out. Kim seemed to have concluded that involvement with, rather than isolation from, the outside world was the best way to ensure his regime's survival and to turn the poverty-stricken state into a strong and prosperous country. 16 Third, the international environment at the time provided a favorable milieu in which Russia and the DPRK could re-establish cordial ties. The inter-Korean relationship witnessed remarkable improvements. In June 2000, the first ever inter-Korean summit took place between Kim Jong-il and South Korean President Kim Dae-jung, which paved the way for inter-Korean reconciliation and cooperation. 17 North Korea's relationship with the US made rapid improvements as well. 18. In February 2000, the DPRK and the Russian Federation signed the Treaty of Friendship, Good Neighborliness and Cooperation, hereafter the Basic Treaty, which would replace their 1961 Alliance Treaty. Foreign Minister Ivanov and his Russian counterpart Paik Nam-sun signed the Basic Treaty in February 2000 in Pyongyang. This document, which defines the rights and obligations of the two former allies under international law, laid the legal foundation for the two countries. 19 Unlike the 1961 Alliance Treaty, the new treaty did not include an automatic military intervention clause. Instead, it contains the Mutual Contact Clause. 20. More dramatically, in June 2000, Putin visited Pyongyang for summit talks with Kim Jong-il. 21 Putin's Pyongyang trip amply demonstrated Russia's eagerness to become an important player on the Korean peninsula. This trip was significant in three ways. First, it symbolized the beginning of a new era in Moscow-Pyongyang relations as normal neighbors. His visit marked the formal closure of uncomfortable relations and the onset of a new relationship. This trip sent a clear message that Russia wished to forge new ties with North Korea from a clean slate. Second, it was part of Russia's diplomatic offensive designed to enhance its influence and prestige in the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. Following the June summit, Russia sought with renewed energy and persistence to cultivate its image as a mediator, or honest broker, for peace and stability in the Korean Peninsula. Third, Putin used the occasion to push for economic cooperation with the two Koreas in both bilateral and multilateral settings. During this trip, Putin expressed a strong interest in trilateral economic cooperation with both Koreas. He stated that Russia was ready to modernize DPRK plants and power stations with the ROK's capital. He also discussed multilateral economic projects, including the proposal to link the Inter-Korean Railway to the Trans-Siberian Railway. Kim Jong-il held his second summit meeting with Putin in Moscow during his 24-day journey, July 26 to August 18, 2001, to Russia. Russia was the second country Kim visited in his capacity as North Korean leader. 22 The Moscow Declaration adopted at the end of the visit laid the legal foundation for the two countries' relationship. On August 20 to 24, 2002, Kim Jong-il made an unofficial visit to the Russian Far East. His itinerary included Komsomolsk-na Amur, Khabarovsk, and Vladivostok. Toward the end of his trip, Kim held talks with Putin in Vladivostok. The main focus of the talks was the project of linking the Trans-Korean Railway to Russia's Trans-Siberian Railway, and the two leaders reconfirmed their agreement to push for the railroad project. 23 The main reasons for this four-day trip were for Kim Jong-il to observe with his own eyes economic reform policies being implemented in the Russian Far East, and to promote cooperation between the Russian Far East and North Korea. In the wake of the 2000 Putin-Kim Jong-il summit, bilateral relations were restored in various spheres. In the span of 2 years, the two neighbors normalized relations, held 3 summit meetings, and intensified personal contacts and exchanges at the highest level. The political relationship was indeed warming up. Such a remarkable improvement was attributable, first of all, to warm personal ties between Putin and Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il's second meeting with Putin in 2001 was a turning point, after which the two leaders developed favorable attitudes and trust toward each other, and maintained close contact and frequent consultations. Konstantin Pulikovsky, President Putin's personal representative in the Far Eastern District who escorted Kim Jong-il during his 2001 visit to Russia and met with Kim in Pyongyang twice in 2002, pointed out that strong personal ties between Putin and Kim were the driving force behind the dynamic progress of Moscow-Pyongyang relations. Kim Jong-il was particularly struck by one meeting. When we came back to Moscow from St. Petersburg during Kim's travel to Russia in 2001, there was no meeting planned with Putin. But the president suddenly invited Kim to visit him unofficially. They spent 2 hours together and had lunch. This invitation was seen by him as a mark of very great trust. In the East, the role played by a leader's personality is important. Kim later told me that Russia was lucky to have found a strong personality. And he said that he wanted to restore good relations with Russia because it has a leader like Putin. And that if Putin had not been there, he would not have restored relations. 24. According to a study, Kim Jong-il's personality falls into the classic malignant narcissist dictator type. Putin's impromptu dinner invitation left a strong impression on Kim Jong-il. One Russian official who was present at the dinner observed, "The dinner changed Kim Jong-il's personality. Before that, he'd been a little reserved. But after Moscow, he was more open, trusting, and gentle." The official further quoted Kim Jong-il as having said after the dinner, "If I am treated diplomatically, I become a diplomat myself. But Putin was sincere with me, and I opened my heart to him." 25. From traumatic childhood experiences: death of his mother at an early age, frequent absence of his father, and the drowning of his younger brother, and an insecure and competitive family setting, Kim Jong-il developed a malignant narcissistic personality. Such people who long for affection, in particular fatherly regard. 26. It is conceivable that, given his personality traits, Kim Jong-il readily opened up to Putin, who recognized him as an equal leader and greeted him with open arms. President G.W. Bush's hardline policy toward Pyongyang drove Moscow and Pyongyang to one another. The U.S. global war on terrorism following 9/11, 2001, G.W. Bush's Axis of Evil speech, January 2002, and the U.S. invasion of the Taliban's Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's Iraq, March 2003, heightened North Korea's sense of insecurity and pushed Pyongyang toward Moscow. As the threat from the U.S. mounted, North Korea increased its contacts and consultations with Russia. Pyongyang wanted to enlist Moscow's support while bracing itself for a possible military showdown with the U.S. When the DPRK and Russia achieved rapprochement in 2000, their leaders had high hopes for the bilateral relationship. Reality soon set in, and the two leaders had to adjust their unwarranted expectations. Russia was not what the Soviet Union used to be as a protector and supporter, and it did not take too long for Kim Jong-il to appreciate this reality. By the same token, North Korea was no longer beholden to Moscow and would not listen to Russia's admonitions on nuclear issues. By the time the second crisis over North Korea's nuclear issue began in late 2002, DPRK-Russian relations were grounded in pragmatism, national interests, cold calculations, and lingering distrust. The six-party talks. North Korea's nuclear crisis erupted for the second time in the winter of 2002 to 2003. During his visit to Pyongyang in October 2002, President G.W. Bush's special envoy James Kelly accused the DPRK of violating the 1994 agreed framework by secretly developing nuclear weapons using highly enriched uranium, HU, and Kang Sok-ju, first vice foreign minister of the DPRK, allegedly admitted to such a program. 27 The confrontation over North Korea's HU issue led to a second nuclear crisis. Initially, Pyongyang insisted on U.S. DPRK direct talks, whereas the U.S. preferred multilateral talks as the format for negotiation. In summer 2003, the U.S. and the DPRK agreed on the six-party format for the nuclear talks. Kim Jong-il accepted a multilateral format, but insisted on the inclusion of Russia in the talks. According to a Sankei Shinbun report, in late July 2003, Kim Jong-il telephoned Russian President Putin and requested that Russia participate in the six-party talks as the host. Putin agreed that Russia would join the talks, but declined to host them on the grounds that Beijing was the deserving host in view of its ongoing, sincere peace efforts between the US and the DPRK. 28 Kim probably wanted Russia's inclusion in the talks to counterbalance Washington's tough, inflexible stance. Also, Kim was probably displeased with China, which was coordinating with the US and pressuring the DPRK on the nuclear issue, and wanted Russia's presence at the negotiating table to strengthen his position. The Bush administration agreed in the hopes of enlisting Russia's support in pressuring the DPRK into nuclear disarmament. Until the six-party nuclear talks between the US, China, Russia, Japan, and the two Koreas convened in August 2003 in Beijing, Russia had been excluded from international deliberations on North Korea's nuclear question. For years, Russia had advocated a multinational conference as a format to discuss peace and security in and around Korea. Russia was bitter about its exclusion from the negotiations that led to the October 1994 U.S.DPRK Framework Agreement, and was deeply disappointed in 1996 when it was unable to participate in the four-party Korean peace talks between the US, China, and North and South Korea. When the six-party nuclear negotiations began in 2003, Russia finally gained a foothold in the multinational forum to discuss the Korean question. Russia sought to project its image as an impartial mediator, or facilitator, on North Korea's nuclear problem. In late January 2003, when tensions between the US and the DPRK were mounting, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Lysyakov paid a 4-day visit to the DPRK and met with Kim Jong-il. In fact, Lysyakov was the first foreign dignitary to meet with Kim Jong-il after the nuclear crisis erupted in October 2002. He conveyed Putin's personal letter to Kim Jong-il, which included a proposal for a package deal to resolve the nuclear crisis. The Russian proposal included these 3 points: 1. Nuclear-free status for the Korean peninsula, and strict observance by all the parties of international agreements, including the 1994 Framework Accord. 2. A constructive bilateral and multilateral dialogue between the parties, which should result in security guarantees to the DPRK, and 3. The resumption of humanitarian and economic aid to the DPRK. In response, Kim Jong-il reportedly stated that the proposal was good and made some suggestions for it. 29 The proposed package deal was a compromise of the US and North Korean positions, and did not contain any creative ideas. Kim Jong-il did not pay much attention to the proposal, and instead chose to deal with the US directly. Moscow has been more critical of the US's hardline position than of North Korea's stubborn, inflexible one. Russia opposes pressure tactics or force as a means to resolve the crisis, as advocated by the US and Japan. It emphasizes the need to satisfy North Korea's legitimate needs and demands: security, food, aid, peaceful use of nuclear energy, and so on, while insisting on North Korea's denuclearization, and shares similar views with China and South Korea on these matters. In this sense, Kim Jong-il's calculated move to have Russia present at the negotiation table as a counterbalance, along with China and South Korea, against the US proved correct. The six-party talks yielded first breakthrough on September 15, 2005 when the six nations agreed in principle on North Korea's nuclear disarmament in return for commensurate compensations. Russian ambassador to Seoul Gleb Ivashentsov said in an interview in November that the provision of light water reactors, LWRs, to North Korea and the North's dismantling of nuclear weapons should take place simultaneously. Here you see an issue of mutual mistrust. The only solution, therefore, is that all the steps synchronize. 30. The September 15 agreement was put on hold as the US imposed financial restrictions on North Korea, and North Korea vehemently insisted on the lifting of the restrictions. Russian ambassador to South Korea Ivashentsov stated that his country did not have substantial evidence on the US charge regarding North Korea's counterfeiting US dollars, and demanded concrete evidence to support the charge. 31 The BDA issue emerged as a key obstacle to the implementation of the previous nuclear deal. 32 North Korea escalated the ongoing nuclear crisis by test-firing 7 ballistic missiles on July 5, 2006, including at Podong-2, which has the potential to reach the U.S. West Coast. This move invited an immediate and angry reaction from the international community. The UN Security Council, UNSC, adopted Resolution 1695 on July 15, which condemned the tests, paving the road for the international community to impose economic sanctions against North Korea. Following the missile tests, South Korea and Japan unilaterally took punitive actions against North Korea. It appeared that North Korea's missile tests were motivated to gain leverage at the six-party talks and to attract the US's attention. The missile firings deeply disappointed Russian leaders. Russian officials, however, warned against any emotional reactions, and stated that other states should persuade North Korea to return to the missile launch moratorium and the six-party talks rather than provoke the country on purpose. 33 Moscow, like China, did not veto the UNSC Resolution 1695 but ensured that the resolution did not include Chapter 7, which authorized military action. Moscow wanted to demonstrate its displeasure at North Korean missile launches, but at the same time wanted to avoid the tense situation getting out of control. In an even more daring move, the DPRK carried out an underground nuclear explosion on October 9, 2006, which sent out shockwaves throughout the world. The North's nuclear test promptly led to the adoption of UNSC Resolution 1718 under Chapter 7, Article 41 of the Union Charter, which was aimed at penalizing North Korea for its nuclear test with diplomatic and economic sanctions. 34 UNSC Resolution 1718 prohibited the transfer to and from North Korea of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, chemical or biological weapons, their means of delivery, ballistic missiles, and related materials. It also prohibited exports of luxury items to North Korea. The US and Japan were particularly harsh and swift in condemning North Korea's reckless behavior and sponsoring UNSC Resolution 1718. All Security Council members, including China and Russia, agreed that there needs to be some appropriate punishment for North Korea's nuclear detonation. But South Korea, China, and Russia were opposed to any use of force, and issued warnings against escalating the situation out of control. 35 The DPRK rejected the resolution, and threatened physical countermeasures against any state that tried to enforce the UN sanctions. In a live Russian TV program on October 25, Putin commented on North Korea's recent nuclear test. While strongly disapproving of the nuclear blast, he warned against driving North Korea into a corner and urged all the parties to return to the six-party talks to resolve the crisis through dialogue. He also blamed the US for its heavy-handed attitudes at the negotiating table and driving North Korea into a dead end. 36 During the APEC forum held in Hanoi in November 2006, Russian First Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Denisov clarified Russia's position on the UN sanctions against North Korea. The main purpose of the sanctions, he stated, was not to punish North Korea, but to urge the country to return to the NPT and settle the North Korean nuclear crisis at the negotiating table. 37 According to a Russian report cited by the UN News Center, Russia pledged to implement UNSC Resolution 1718, adopted on October 14, 2006. The US and Japan sought to apply the Proliferation Security Initiative, PSI, to North Korea. The PSI is a US policy that is part of its global war on terror. If implemented, it would allow states to search and interdict North Korean ships and aircraft for contraband items, WMDs, missiles, and illegal weapons, on and over the high seas. Russia, South Korea, and China, however, refused to go along with the PSI. 38. On February 13, 2007, the US and the DPRK reached a compromise solution whereby the US would unfreeze North Korea's $24 million at BDA within 30 days and the DPRK would proceed to dismantle its nuclear programs. This deal faced an unexpected obstacle as Chinese banks refused to transfer the money to North Korea without assurances from the US government. The impasse was broken when Russia volunteered to have its central bank and a private Russian bank, the Far East Commercial Bank, accept the North Korean funds from BDA and transfer them to Pyongyang. 39 By rendering this invaluable service, Russia proved its value as a positive, meaningful contributor to the six-party negotiation process. In search of military cooperation. After the implosion of the Soviet Union, military cooperation between Moscow and Pyongyang was suspended and Russia's arms sales to the DPRK plummeted to a minimum level. In 1992, Russia began to demand cash payment for arms sales. Given its limited hard currency reserve, North Korea was forced to drastically reduce its arms purchases from Russia. North Korea's imports of Russian military items were small in scale and limited mostly to spare parts of the weapons and equipment from the Soviet era. In 1994, Russia sold 12 decommissioned submarines as scrap metal to the DPRK. 10 of the submarines were the Golf II class equipped with 3 SSN-5 ballistic missiles 40 and there was the fear of the DPRK using parts of the submarines for its own missile program. Russia reportedly continued to supply North Korea with spy satellite photos of both South Korean and US military installations on a regular basis and for a fee. 41. In 1987, North Korea received the permit from the Soviet Union to produce MiG-29s under license. In 1990 to 1993, North Korea assembled 2 MiG-29s with parts imported from Russia. On April 15, 1993, North Korea successfully test flew the MiG-29s. North Korea reportedly assembled 2 or 3 MiG-29s every year and produced a total of 15 MiG-29s in the 1990s. Unable to import parts from Russia, North Korea sought MiG-29s parts from Hungary, East Germany, Yugoslavia, India, Syria, and Iraq, where MiG-29s had been exported. 42 In 1997, North Korea signed a contract with Roshfuorjinai, Russia's state-run arms dealer, for military cooperation, which included Russia's continuing assistance for North Korea's MiG-29 production. Pyongyang suggested different payment options to Moscow, including barter trade and renting out its land and plants in the Rajan-Sunbong Free Trade Zone to Russia. Roshfuorjinai still insisted on cash payment. Unable to bridge differences, both sides were looking for Russian companies that might want to pay for Russian arms exports in return for with North Korean commodities or land use. 43. Pyongyang's imports of Russian military items in the 1990s were modest. In 1991 to 2000, the North's military imports amounted to $344.3 million. Major import items included MiG-29 fighters, IL-76 transport planes, tank parts, and navigation devices. In the same period, the DPRK exported $914 million worth of military hardware, including missiles and missile parts, missile launching pads, machine guns, field guns, and ammunition. 44 According to the ROK Defense Ministry, Pyongyang spent $51.8 million for military purchases in 1998, $12 million in 1999, and $100 million in 2000. 45 North Korea sought to acquire military hardware illegally. In October 1998, officers of the Kazan Customs Office on the Russian DPRK border confiscated 5 Mi-8T military helicopters that had been prepared for a flight to the DPRK. 46 In 1999, North Korea completed the assembly of 40 MiG-21 jet fighters after purchasing them from Kazakhstan through illegal channels. 47. The normalization of DPRK-Russia relations in 2000 rekindled mutual interest in military cooperation. Putin wanted to revitalize military cooperation with Pyongyang for commercial gains. During his visit to Pyongyang in 2000, Russian and North Korean leaders discussed military technical cooperation in general, focusing on assistance with repairs and restoration of certain types of Russian equipment earlier supplied to North Korea. 48 At the time, the DPRK requested that Russia provide, as grants, parts of the S-300 missiles and MiG-29 jet fighters for assembly in the DPRK. In response, Russia reiterated its policy that all military purchases should be in hard currency. Consequently, this arms deal stalled. 49. Russia and North Korea have increased contacts in the military technical field since Putin's Pyongyang trip in 2000. In summer 2000, Colonel General Ivashov stated that Moscow held expert consultations with Pyongyang for military technological cooperation and offered its weapons to Pyongyang. He further noted that Moscow was providing Pyongyang with a minimal volume of spare parts for Soviet/Russian-made weapons. He added that the two sides discussed the personnel training issue. 50 North Korean Defense Minister Kim Il-kol visited Moscow on April 26 to 28, 2001, to meet with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Ivanov, and Deputy Prime Minister Ilya Kolbanov, who was in charge of defense production. This was the highest-level visit from the DPRK since the collapse of the Soviet Union. During the visit, Russia and North Korea signed two agreements on military technological cooperation, an intergovernmental agreement on military technical cooperation, and a framework agreement on military cooperation between their defense ministries. The intergovernmental agreement included Moscow's assistance to modernize North Korea's military hardware, and the framework agreement included the training of North Korean officers in Russian military schools. 51 Kim Il-kol's visit and the resultant agreements should be understood in the broad context of the two countries' rapprochement after years of estrangement. At the time, North Korea showed keen interest in Russia's sophisticated weapons and reportedly asked Russia to sell military hardware worth 700 billion won. US $538 million, including jet fighters and intelligence gathering systems. 52 However, differences over payment method led to no agreement. At the second Russia-North Korea summit meeting in Moscow in 2001, military cooperation topped Kim Jong-il's agenda, whereas economic cooperation, particularly the Iron Silk Road project, was Putin's main concern. Kim's strong interest in military cooperation was obvious. His itinerary on the trip included tours of military and scientific facilities, including the Transmash Company, manufacturer of T-80 tanks, in Omsk, the Khrushchev Space Center, and the Mission Control Center near Moscow, a renowned nuclear research center, and the Chkalov aircraft plant, manufacturer of Su-34 fighter bombers, in Novosibirsk. During Kim Jong-il's trip, North Korea reportedly asked Russia to provide about 10 kinds of arms, including at least a T-90 tank, an S-300 surface-to-air missile, and jet fighter technology, but Russia demanded cash for payment. 53. DPRK's military relies heavily on Russian hardware. About 80% of North Korean military aircraft are Soviet/Russian made, and most of North Korea's Air Force units need modernization. About 95% of DPRK ground force equipment and 100% of its anti-aircraft equipment are Russian-made. 54 Russia sold BTR-80A armored vehicles and Igla, SA-18 Grouse, heat-seeking man-portable air defense systems to North Korea. 55 Russia also agreed to send military engineers to help the DPRK modernize its tank and armament assembly lines. 56. North Korea is believed to have employed missile designers and engineers from Russia, Ukraine, and China in developing the Nodong-1, T-Podong-1, and T-Podong-2. 57 The Nodong bears a close resemblance to the early Soviet SSN-4/R-13 and SSN-5/R-21 SLBM in design. On December 8, 1992, Russian security agents at the Sheremetyevo airport near Moscow detained 36 Russian specialists shortly before their departure for Pyongyang. These specialists had been hired by North Korea at monthly salaries of US $1,500 US $3,000 to help with North Korean missile programs. 58 It is noteworthy that the 36 Russian specialists were from the VP MAKFOKB, the Submarine Ballistic Missile Design Bureau. It is not clear, however, what kind of collaborative relationship the Makeyev Bureau and North Korea maintained during the Gorbachev era. In November 1994, North Korean Major General and Counselor of the DPRK Embassy in Moscow Nam Jae-bok, was expelled by Russia on charges of attempting to recruit Russian scientists to work in North Korea. According to Larry Nix of the Congressional Research Service, Russian military officials confirmed the presence of Russian nuclear scientists inside North Korea in January 1994.59 In 1994, 2 North Koreans were detained in Primorsky Krai on charges of selling 8 kilograms of heroin in order to raise the money to buy technologies related to dismantling nuclear reactors at a Russian shipyard and the patrol schedule of Russian nuclear submarines. Furthermore, it was reported that North Korea smuggled 56 kilograms of plutonium from the newly independent states of the former Soviet Union in 1992.60. Army General Yuri Beluyevsky, Chief of the General Staff of Russia's Armed Forces, revealed in October 2006 that Russia currently did not have virtually any military or military technical cooperation with North Korea. He further stated that Russia was selling to North Korea neither weapons nor spare parts for military equipment. "We are not supplying anything. We do not even have any plans for the future in the area of military and military technical cooperation with North Korea." 61. In June 2007, President Putin signed a decree imposing sanctions on North Korea in compliance with UN Security Council Resolution 1718 that had been adopted in the wake of Korea's nuclear test in October 2006. The presidential decree banned Russian government agencies and businesses from any exports to Korea tanks, fighter jets, warships, heavy artillery pieces, missiles and missile launchers, as well as materials that could be used for nuclear weapons development. 62 Russia's demand for hard currency and North Korea's limited hard currency reserve are the main stumbling blocks in Russo-DPRK military transactions. In addition, Russia is restricting its arms transfers to North Korea in compliance with UN Security Council Resolutions 1695 and 1718. Moscow-Pyongyang military cooperation is lagging far behind Moscow-Seoul military cooperation. 63 Russia has persistently promoted its military products for the ROK's Armed Forces Improvement Programs. As part of its debt repayment scheme, Russia has provided its military hardware and equipment to South Korea. In December 2002, the ROK agreed to accept $534 million worth of Russian weaponry as part of Moscow's loan repayment plan. The agreement stipulated that the ROK would purchase by 2006 6 types of Russian weapons, including the Métis-M anti-tank guided missiles, BMP-3 armored vehicles, T-80U tanks, Murina air cushion landing boats, IL-103 airplanes for training, and Ka-32A search helicopters. 64 ROK Russian military cooperation in the form of exchange visits, military education and consultation has continued. Economic issues. The disintegration of the Soviet Union had immediate and far-reaching repercussions for Pyongyang-Moscow economic relations. During the Cold War era, North Korea's economy had been heavily dependent on the Soviet Union for energy, raw materials, industrial equipment and technologies, and trade. In January 1991, the Soviet Union began to demand payment in hard currency, in accordance with a trade agreement signed between the two countries in November 1990. Before then, Pyongyang could pay in Korean won or get credit for imports. The Soviet Union also insisted on delivering oil products, cotton, and steel at prevailing world market prices, instead of reduced, favorable prices. This seriously hurt North Korea's economy, as more than 50% of its total annual trade up to 1991 was with the Soviet Union. In late 1992, the two countries began to create a new foundation for trade and economic links, a foundation resting on the interests of market benefit and free prices. 65 Furthermore, in 1993, Moscow began to demand repayment of Pyongyang's debt from the Soviet era, and North Korea's inability to pay back the debt has become a major obstacle to bilateral economic cooperation. Following the Soviet collapse, Pyongyang's crude oil imports from Moscow reduced drastically, from 18.5 million barrels in 1990 to 8.1 million barrels in 1995, and to 2.9 million barrels in 2000. North Korea's largest and most modern factories in heavy industry, which had been built with Soviet technical support and run with Soviet raw materials and spare parts, were unable to operate, causing additional dislocation of North Korea's economy. 66. Trade. In the late 1980s, North Korea's trade with the Soviet Union and its affiliates constituted 3/4 of North Korea's total trade volume. Bilateral trade between Pyongyang and Moscow dropped sharply from approximately $1 billion in 1989 to $90 to $80 million in the mid-1990s. After the three summits between Putin and Kim Jong-il in 2000 to 2002, bilateral economic contacts and exchanges of economic delegations increased. Still, the level of economic cooperation remained low, and there were few joint ventures. After 2000, bilateral trade increased to about $130 million in 2002 to 2004. 67 Still, North Korea's trade with Russia in 2003 was less than 2% of its total trade volume. By contrast, North Korea's trade with China in the same year constituted 1/3 of North Korea's total trade. 68 The Russia-DPRK trade volume in 2005 was lower than the 1990 level. The trade volume between the DPRK and Russia declined to $190 million in 2006 from $240 million in 2005. The decrease in trade in 2006 was due to a reduction in Russian oil exports. Russia's exports to North Korea in 2006 stood at $190 million, and Russia's imports from North Korea in the same year reached $20 million. The bulk of the trade is carried out between North Korea and Russia's Far Eastern regions, which accounted for 80% of the total. 69 The main Russian exports are coal, timber, petroleum products, and nitrogen fertilizers. North Korea's main export items include workers, sea products, food, and agricultural products. 70 North Korea's imports from Russia far exceed its exports, resulting in a widening trade deficit for North Korea. 71 North Korea is suffering from a chronic and serious trade deficit overall. According to the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, KOTRA, North Korea's trade volume reached $3 billion, excluding its trade with South Korea, in 2005, recording a trade deficit of $1 billion. The trade deficit is attributed to the drop in exports of fisheries goods, and increased imports of energy resources, food, and machinery. 72. China is North Korea's most important economic partner, except for South Korea, and China's economic influence over the country is increasing. Economic cooperation between the DPRK and China is on the rise, whereas economic cooperation between the DPRK and Russia remains static. China's trade with and investment in the DPRK is carried out by small firms, which are proactive and aggressive, but Russia's economic cooperation with the DPRK is led by large, unwieldy state-owned firms. 73. Intergovernmental Commission. The first meeting of the Russo-DPRK Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Economic, Scientific, and Technological Cooperation was held in April 1996, when Deputy Premier Vitaly Ignatenko came to Pyongyang leading a Russian delegation. 74 At this meeting, Moscow and Pyongyang agreed to restore bilateral trade and economic cooperation to its 1991 level. Furthermore, the two sides agreed to restore bilateral intergovernmental commissions and to establish working-level bodies between North Korea and the Russian Far Eastern province. Moscow and Pyongyang discussed North Korea's debt, resuming operations with Russian support for about 70 North Korean factories, Russia-North Korea railway transportation, logging in Siberia, and the Rajan-Sunbong Special Economic Zone. 75. The second meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission was held in Moscow on October 13 to 15, 1997. The purpose was to find ways to resume cooperation in various fields that had been interrupted since the early 1990s. During the meeting, the two sides signed 4 documents of an economic nature, including 3 protocols on agricultural cooperation, interaction in the sphere of veterinary science and quarantine of plants, and the Protocol on Economic and Technological Cooperation 76. At this meeting, North Korea for the first time pledged to repay its debts to Moscow, but the details would be worked out in the future. 77 North Korea proposed to pay off the debt after 2010 with the goods that would be produced by the plants that had been built with Soviet help and were expected to be modernized with Russia's assistance. North Korea also proposed to lend the Rajan Sunbong zone's facilities and North Koreans' labor as a form of repayment. 78. At the third meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission held on October 17 to 21, 2000, Russia and North Korea discussed the prospects for trilateral economic cooperation among Russia, the DPRK, and the ROC. Russian Education Minister Vladimir Filipov, who led the Russian delegation, emphasized the need for South Korea's financial investment in such projects. 79 The fourth meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission was held in March 2007 after a 6-year break. The meeting was intended to revitalize bilateral trade and economic cooperation that had been frozen for the past 6 years. Konstantin Pulikovsky led the Russian delegation, and Rim Kyung-man, Foreign Trade Minister, represented the North Korean side. The main topics for discussion included North Korea's debt to Russia, North Korean laborers in Russia, the Trans-Korean Railroad and its link to the Trans-Siberian Railroad, the refining of Russian crude oil in North Korea, and supplies of Russian electricity. 80. There have been numerous talks between the DPRK and Russia to expand economic cooperation, but very few of the planned projects have actually been implemented. Russia has been pushing for trilateral economic cooperation combining Russia's technical facilities, the DPRK's labor, and the ROC's capital. North Korean factories built with the support of the Soviet Union, including the Kimchik steel plant, Seungri chemical plant, Ryongsong bearing plant, and Unju textile plant, need repairs and upgrading. Russia is proposing to modernize these industrial facilities with the ROC's capital. Gazprom Neft is interested in a project aimed at overhauling the Seungri oil refinery in North Korea. The two countries will also discuss the possibility of resuming supplies of Russian crude oil to Seungri if an agreement can be reached between Russian oil producers and the North Korean government. 81 Russia and North Korea are interested in a joint project to build an interstate electro-transmission line between Vladivostok and Kongjin. Russia's electricity monopoly, Unified Energy Systems, UES, is interested in providing electricity to South and North Korea. UES wants to pursue a trilateral project through which it will build a power line from the Far East to North Korea to supply 800 MW of electricity. UES made a couple of proposals, but nothing came out of them. 82. According to a draft protocol of the Russian-North Korean Intergovernmental Commission, March 2007, Russia's Eurocement Group will take part in the modernization of the North Korean Suncheon cement complex. The protocol listed other possible joint projects, include cooperation in repairing and scrapping ships at the Ryongnam shipyard, joint production at the Taedogang storage battery plant, and a joint venture at a North Korean bearing plant. 83 North Korea wants Russian companies to construct the second line of the East Pyongyang power and heat plant, and to reconstruct 2 more combined heat and power stations. 84. The Iron Silk Road. Putin has a keen interest in the Iron Silk Road project to link the Trans-Siberian Railway, TSR, to the Trans-Korean Railway, TKR, for economic and security reasons, since it would contribute to the development of the Russian Far East and help reduce tensions in Korea. Following the 2000 Inter-Korean summit talks, Seoul and Pyongyang agreed to relink an Inter-Korean railway severed by the division of the nation. If the Inter-Korean railway is restored, the TSR is likely to be linked with the TKR. Should this happen, trilateral economic cooperation between Russia, the ROC, and the DPRK would gain momentum. Putin broached the Iron Silk Road plan when he first met with Kim Jong-il in 2000, and Kim reportedly responded favorably. Putin continued to promote the Iron Silk Road and triangular economic cooperation when he met with President Kim Dae-jung while attending the UN Millennium Summit in September 2000. At this meeting, the two leaders agreed to connect the TKR to the TSR.85. Putin and Kim Jong-il confirmed their will to pursue the Iron Silk Road plan when they met a second time in 2001. Before the Iron Silk Road project is realized, inter-Korean railroads must be relinked. In May 2007, North and South Korea carried out test runs of trains across the DMZ, and during the second inter-Korean summit in October 2007, Kim Jong-il and Roh Moo-hyun agreed to open their borders to freight railroad services. In December 2007, North and South Korea resumed inter-Korean cargo train services between Munsan Station in the south and Panmun Station in the north, a 19.8 km route. The cross-border railway service had been suspended since the Korean War, 1950-53. The cargo railroad service would run on weekdays carrying raw materials, parts, and manufactured goods to and from the Gaeseong Industrial Complex in North Korea, and South Korea. For economic reasons 86, shorter distance, better infrastructure, and heavier cargo volume, Seoul is primarily interested in the Seoul-Pyongyang-Sinuiju line, along the west coast of the Korean peninsula, connecting the TKR to a Chinese railway rather than the Seoul-Wonsan-Kaisan line, along the east coast of the Korean peninsula, linking TKR to TSR. Russia, however, wants South Korea to choose the east coast option. Moscow has persistently pushed for the Iron Silk Road plan. In December 2002, a working group of Russian Railway Ministry experts completed a thorough examination of the 101.2 km long Wonsan-Gi-Yonggongsan stretch of the future TRK.87. Russia had already upgraded 240 km long section from Usharaisk to Kazan by October 2003.88. Russia intends to link the lines between Vladivostok and Chongjin in North Korea in the first phase, and then connect the railway to South Korea in the second phase. Russian Railways, RZD, the state-owned railroad monopoly in Russia, has pursued trilateral cooperation with the DPRK and the ROK to reconstruct a railway stretch from Kazan Station to Rajan in the northeast of North Korea, and to construct a container terminal in the port of Rajan. Russia's port Vostochny near Nakhodka is saturated with freight. Moscow and Pyongyang plan to use the renovated Rajan port to ship freight from Northeast Asia to Russia and Europe after the railway section is renovated and Rajan port is modernized. 89 The 55 km, 34-mile, Rajan-Kazan line could connect to the Trans-Siberian Railway. North Korea's railways are outdated, badly maintained, and in need of repairs. RZD has pursued establishing an international consortium to finance the $7 billion project to renovate TKR and to link it to TSR. In 2001, North Korea and Russia completed a survey on the North's railroad conditions. In March 2006, Pyongyang agreed to the Russia's proposal to form an international consortium to finance the reconstruction of the Trans-Korean Railway. 90 At the tripartite talks in March 2006, transport chiefs from Russia and the two Koreas agreed to renovate the Rajan-Kazan section as a pilot project. In late April 2007, RZD and the North's Ministry of Railways signed a Memorandum of Intention a non-binding Memorandum of Intention on the reconstruction of a railway section from the Russian border station at Kazan to the North Korean port of Rajan. The memorandum also included their intention to construct a container terminal at Rajan. 91 On May 17, 2007, Russia and the DPRK launched a first test run of railway traffic between Rajan and Kazan. 92 In July 2007, RZD representatives announced that the company had decided to begin repair and construction work in the third quarter of 2007. The reconstruction of the Rajan-Kazan railroad stretch has been estimated to cost $1.70 billion. 93 According to ROK Foreign Minister Song Min-soon, as of December 2007, the South Korean consortium and RZD, without North Korea's participation, were discussing the creation of a joint logistics company which would reconstruct the Rajan-Kazan stretch. 94 Difficulties in securing funding have delayed the project. North Korea is less than enthusiastic about the TKR project because its leaders fear their country's collapse, and do not want to show to the outside world the poor conditions of their railways. More importantly, tensions in DPRKU's relations remain the main political obstacle to implementing the Kazan-Najin Railroad project. In this context, a statement by the president of the RZD, Vladimir Yakunin, on the company's website is revealing. At the end of last year 2004, North Korea said that since the USA toughened up its policy towards North Korea, the country sees no point in holding a second trilateral meeting of experts to discuss the implementation of the project to reunite the Trans-Korean Railway and link it with the Trans-Siberian Railway 95. The plan to link the TSR with the TKR will work only after North Korea's nuclear crisis has been resolved and inter-Korean reconciliation progresses. The plan's success will also depend on securing funds for the project. China and Russia are in competition to develop Rajin, and China is ahead of Russia. China established the Rosan International Distribution Company Ltd through the joint investment of the People's Committee Economic Cooperation Company in Rosan. The Chinese company secured 50-year exclusive management rights to Port No. 3 and Port No. 4 in Rajin, and a national highway linking Hunchun and Rajin. 96 China reportedly expressed its willingness to invest over $L billion in Rajin. China is interested in building a 93 km line from Rajin to Hunchun, and in constructing logistics, commercial, and industrial facilities in Rajin. China's main northeastern port of Dalian is overcrowded, and Rajin could ease the burden and give China easy access to the East Sea, Sea of Japan. 97. North Korea's debt. Pyongyang's debt to Moscow remains another major obstacle to the Iron Silk Road plan and overall economic cooperation. North Korea owed the Soviet Union about 3.8 billion hard currency rubles. 98 North Korea incurred over two-thirds of the debt through purchases of weapons and military equipment from the Soviet Union. 99 As the legal successor to the Soviet Union, Russia demanded Pyongyang's assumption of responsibility for the debt, and during the second session of the Russia-North Korea Joint Economic Commission in 1997, North Korea for the first time promised to repay its debt to Russia. Since then, negotiations on the debt repayment have been held intermittently, but no agreement has been reached yet. Talks on the debt issue discontinued in 2002, but resumed in late 2006. Russia's Vneshtorg Bank and North Korea's Foreign Trade Bank reportedly agreed to set the debt amount at $8 billion after considering interest accrued and changes in the exchange rate. 100 Until then, Russia held the position that North Korea's debt repayment was a precondition for revitalizing bilateral economic cooperation. In late 2006, Russia proactively engaged the DPRK to negotiate the debt issue, offering to write off the bulk of the debt, and proposing new conditions to pay back the remainder. This approach appears to be intended to induce the DPRK to join trilateral economic cooperation with Russia and South Korea, and to encourage North Korea's continued participation in the six-party nuclear talks. According to a Russian diplomatic source, in recent negotiations, North Korea offered Russia the rights to develop its underground resources, and had suggested a lease of land in its ports. 101 In talks held in December 2006, Russia proposed to write off the greater part of the debt and settle the remaining sum on easy terms. 102 During a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission in March 2007, Russia proposed a number of economic measures to resolve the debt problem, including investment and exchange of property. 103 Konstantin Pulikovsky, co-chair of the Russia-North Korea Intergovernmental Commission for Economic Cooperation, revealed in March 2007 that North Korea had called on Russia to take a political decision, or forgive almost the entire debt, on the debt issue. The North Korean side is openly and plainly saying that in the current situation North Korea is unable to repay its debt to Russia and is proposing to take a political decision on this issue. 104 The unresolved debt issue continues to obstruct Russia-DPRK cooperation in the economic and scientific technical spheres. North Korean laborers. North Korea began to send contract laborers to the Soviet Union as early as 1945. 105 According to one estimate, The DPRK currently earns $5 to $20 million annually by exporting labor to Russia. 106 The presence of a North Korean workforce in Russia constitutes a significant component of bilateral economic cooperation. 107 In 2007, North Korea ranked fourth among countries in terms of the number of its labor force, over 21,700, in Russia. 108 North Korea has expressed an interest in increasing the number of its workers. During his official visit to Moscow in August 2001, Kim Jong-il proposed to send more than 5,500 North Korean workers every year. During this second and unofficial visit to the Russian Far East in 2002, he again proposed sending additional 2,500 North Korean workers to the region. 109 But the Russian Far East does not have enough jobs to satisfy North Korea's demand. North Korean laborers are engaged in logging in Khabarovsk Krai and Amursk Oblast and fanning and apartment construction in Primorai. In February 1995, the Russian government renewed its logging agreement with North Korea, effective for the next 3 years. 110 The renewal agreement included provisions for North Korea's guarantee of better human rights for its workers in Siberia and the right of Russian law enforcement officials to intervene in North Korean logging camps. These stipulations came about after public outcries over the torture and execution of lumberjacks by North Korean security agents in Khabarovsk Krai. 111 In 1997, the number of North Korean lumberjacks in the Far East decreased by 2/3, from 15,000 to 5,000, due to the reduction of lumber production and increased rail transportation costs in Russia. 112 At the end of the 1990s, North Korean loggers in Russia numbered less than 7,000. 113 In 2006, over 2,000 North Korean loggers were working in the Amur and Khabarovsk regions. 114 North Korean loggers in Khabarovsk Krai are paid about $170 to $190 per month, and North Korean construction workers in Primorai $120 to $130 a month. 115 About 200 North Korean workers are engaged in fishing and mining in Sakhalin. 116 In 2005, the total number of North Koreans working in the Russian Far East stood at 13,806, and most of them come on 3 or 6 month contracts, and very few on 1 to 3 year contracts. 117 The terms of contract for North Korean workers vary. North Korea's state-owned firms allow workers to keep as little as 10% of their wages. In some instances, North Korean workers, especially at the construction sites in Vladivostok, are required to earn a fixed amount of money, but allowed to keep additional income. In other instances, they are not paid in cash, but in kind, or in coupons. North Koreans' labor may also be used to pay for timber or oil. 118 Conclusions. Since the 1990s, North Korea's Russia policy has evolved in response to a series of crises triggered by the Soviet Union's sudden collapse, the looming threat from the US, and deepening economic troubles at home. Improved inter-Korean relations provided an opportunity for possible trilateral economic projects between Moscow, Seoul, and Pyongyang. The DPRK's policy toward Russia was often shaped in reaction to Russia's policy toward the Korean Peninsula. In the early 1990s, Moscow-Pyongyang relations were determined largely by Yeltsin's Korea policy, which was unequivocally tilted toward South Korea. While Moscow-Seoul relations developed dynamically, Moscow-Pyongyang relations stagnated. North Korean leaders were extremely bitter toward and distrustful of the Kremlin, and often blamed Russia for its dire economic situation and acute sense of insecurity. While cautiously groping for routes to economic reform and opening up, North Korea stepped up its nuclear weapons program for security purposes. In the post-Cold War environment, security, or the survival of the regime, became North Korean leaders' top priority. Kim Jong-il tightened his grip on power by winning the loyalty of the military and intensifying the indoctrination of the Songun idea. After Seoul established formal diplomatic ties with Moscow and Beijing, Pyongyang tried to normalize its relationships with Japan and the US through official contacts and direct negotiations. Most of all, Pyongyang chose to deal directly with Washington for security guarantees and economic assistance. In October 1994, the US and the DPRK reached a nuclear deal in which Pyongyang agreed to freeze its nuclear programs, and Washington promised to provide energy and an improved political relationship. Moscow was not allowed to participate in this negotiation process. Yeltsin's Russia initially ignored North Korea, and then sought to re-establish a normal interstate relationship. Moscow's diplomatic endeavors in the second half of the 1990s were geared to liquidating the old ties with Pyongyang. Old scores had to be settled before starting from a clean slate. The 1961 Alliance Treaty and North Korea's debt from the Soviet era were remnants from the old days, and impeded a smooth transition to a new relationship with Pyongyang. For some time, North Korean leaders held on to wishful thinking that the Communist Party would somehow return to power in the Kremlin, and Pyongyang and Moscow would go back to the good old times of ideological unity and camaraderie. They played the waiting game, but their hopes were soon dashed when Yeltsin was re-elected in the 1996 presidential elections. Moscow unilaterally notified its decision to revoke the 1961 treaty, and demanded North Korea's assumption of the debt from the Soviet era. Pyongyang had to accept both. With Putin's arrival in the Kremlin in 2000, a new era for Moscow-Pyongyang relations dawned. After a decade of estrangement, the two neighbors were finally ready to normalize their relations. Both Putin and Kim Jong-il had high hopes for a new relationship. Putin hoped to regain lost influence on Korean affairs after achieving rapprochement with Pyongyang, but he was not willing to pay the price. There are two ways to gain influence over a recalcitrant state like North Korea. It can be either bought or enforced. Putin's Russia, however, offered neither unconditional support nor profuse assistance, economic, technological, and military, to North Korea. And it was not ready to use force to subjugate the neighboring country. Kim Jong-il harbored unrealistic expectations of Russia as well. He was hopeful that Putin, as in the Soviet era, would readily grant his requests for military items, energy provision, and economic assistance, and provide them gratis. Repeated requests fell on deaf ears, and every time the same response was heard: cash only. Moscow and Pyongyang soon lowered their expectations and became realistic. While trying to stay on Pyongyang's good side, Moscow now focuses mostly on economic projects, the Iron Silk Road Plan, the multinational gas pipeline project, and so on. Pyongyang, on the other hand, looks to Russia mostly as a counterbalance against the US in the political and security realms. All in all, US foreign policy and U.S.-DPRK relations hold the key to Russia-DPRK relations. First of all, for both Russia and North Korea, the US is the most important country to be reckoned with. Without the resolution of North Korea's nuclear crisis between Washington and Pyongyang, Russia's ambitious economic projects are unlikely to be realized. If U.S.-Russia relations improve, Russia's political and security value to North Korea will diminish proportionally. Russia's inclusion in the six-party nuclear talks was made possible because of Kim Jong-il's insistence. Russia's presence at the nuclear negotiating table proved beneficial to North Korea, since Russia often spoke sympathetically of Pyongyang's position, and coordinated with China and South Korea to moderate the hardline position of the US. In comparison with political ties, the level of bilateral cooperation in trade, economic cooperation, arms transfer, and military technological matters remain at a minimum. Chapter 11. The DPRK's diplomatic normalization with Japan. Yoshinori Kishida. Normalization talks between North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK, and Japan commenced in January 1991. However, these talks broke down during the eighth round in November 1992, only resuming about 7.5 years later in April 2000. The 10th and 11th rounds of normalization talks were held in August and October 2000, respectively. The first summit was held in Pyongyang in September 2002, which was followed by the 12th round of normalization talks in October 2002. A second summit was held in May 2004. Since then, the two countries have staged 3 more rounds of normalization talks in February 2006, March 2007, and September 2007. Thus, 16 years have passed since normalization talks first began. That far exceeds the 13 years of talks before the diplomatic normalization between South Korea, the Republic of Korea or ROC, and Japan in 1965. This chapter presents a chronological account of the DPRK-Japan normalization talks, with the focus on DPRK's stance toward normalization. It will attempt to clarify the demands made by the DPRK and look at how and why these have changed. Given space limitations, there will be a greater focus on the first DPRK-Japan summit of 2002 and on subsequent developments. It will also consider the future prospects for DPRK's approach to its diplomatic normalization with Japan. The normalization talks in 1991 and 1992. 43 years after its establishment, the DPRK finally initiated normalization talks with Japan on January 30, 1991. This section will explain how the talks began and then broke down in November 1992, with a particular focus on DPRK's stance and its developments. A prelude to normalization talks. The first round of normalization talks took place after a two-party delegation of Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, and the Japan Socialist Party, JSP, had visited Pyongyang on September 24 to 28, 1990 to hold talks with the DPRK's Korean Workers' Party, KWP. The three-party talks were prompted by improved ROC-DPRK and U.S.-DPRK relations. In his policy statement on the DPRK on July 7, 1988, President Roh Tae-woo stated his willingness to promote improvement in DPRK's relations with the United States and Japan. After the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul, Washington lifted the sanctions that it had imposed on the DPRK in direct response to the alleged bombing of a South Korean passenger plane in November 1987 by the DPRK. In December 1988, Washington began official talks with Pyongyang. On September 4, 1990, the ROC and the DPRK held the first prime ministerial talks in history. These developments created a window of opportunity for the DPRK to improve its relations with Japan. At the three-party talks, the DPRK surprised the Japanese delegation by proposing swift diplomatic normalization despite apparent indifference to it during unofficial talks. 1 The DPRK demanded that Japan pay part of the compensation for its colonial rule of Korea after the onset of normalization talks. 2 The Japanese delegation rejected this request, but agreed to urge the government to start normalization talks in November 1990. For its part, the DPRK agreed to free 2 fishermen who had been imprisoned since November 1983 under a spying charge and whose release was a primary demand made by the Japanese delegation. DPRK's stance at the three-party talks was probably prompted by its dire economic situation, which itself was largely due to the significant decline in economic support from the Soviet Union following the end of the Cold War, and by the ROC-USSR diplomatic normalization in September 1990. The ROC government expressed displeasure with and concern about the rapid improvement in Japan's relations with the DPRK, ahead of progress in South-North relations. 3 Washington also expressed unhappiness with the lack of reference to the issue of the inspection of DPRK's nuclear facilities by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, in the communiqué issued by the three parties. 4. The first 8 rounds of normalization talks. Against this international backdrop, the DPRK and Japan commenced normalization talks on January 30, 1991, and held 8 rounds of talks by November 1992. The DPRK's primary demand was Japan's restitution for its colonial rule of Korea, including both an apology and compensation. The DPRK rejected the settlement of this issue in the form of the renunciation of its property rights and claims, in exchange for Japan's provision of economic cooperation, a proposal made at the time of the Japan-ROC normalization in 1965.5. For its part, Japan insisted that the DPRK could claim only property rights, and that it would not compensate for damage to human life, such as deaths, resulting from the conscription of soldiers and workers because it was legal. 6 Japan also rejected the DPRK's demand for reparation and compensation for the post-war damage incurred by Japan's hostile policy and maintained that diplomatic normalization would be conditional upon the resolution of the issue of nuclear inspections. 7 In the course of 8 rounds of talks, the DPRK made some compromises, softening its stance. It stopped demanding reparation and compensation for the post-war damage. Moreover, at the third round of talks in May 1991, it proposed that the two sides give priority to discussing the issue of Japan's apology and establishing diplomatic relations, and it argued that discussing other issues, including compensation, after the establishment of diplomatic relations would be effective in reaching a resolution. 8 However, Japan rejected the proposal and insisted on the resolution of all outstanding issues at once. 9 Soon after the seventh round of talks, the DPRK allowed the IAEA to commence its inspections in May 1992 with additional inspections conducted in July and September. Yet normalization talks did not go smoothly, as the inspections raised suspicion that the DPRK possessed more plutonium than it had reported to the IAEA. The eighth round of normalization talks in November 1992 broke down, due largely to the mounting international tension surrounding the plutonium issue. The long suspension and eventual resumption of normalization talks. The DPRK-Japan normalization talks endured 7.5 years of suspension before resumption. This section explains the factors that hindered and promoted the resumption, and looks at the DPRK's stance when the talks resumed. The long suspension of normalization talks. The resolution of the nuclear issue, through the agreed framework between the DPRK and the United States of October 1994, was not enough to allow the resumption of normalization talks. Their resumption was impeded by following factors: the ROC's poor relations with the DPRK during the Kim Young-sam administration, its opposition to significant improvement between the DPRK and Japan, the DPRK's launch of T-Padang-1 in August 1998, and the intrusion by 2 suspected North Korean spy ships into Japanese waters in March 1999. The escalation of the suspicion that the DPRK had abducted Japanese citizens was also a contributing factor, which rapidly damaged Japanese public sentiment toward the DPRK. 10 However, the start of the Kim Dae-jung presidency in February 1998 and the resolution of the U.S. DPRK tensions over a suspected underground nuclear facility in Gyeongchang-ri, agreement to inspections in March 1999, paved the way for the resumption of DPRK-Japan normalization talks. The DPRK's worsening economic conditions may also have strengthened its eagerness to resume talks. The DPRK's GNP in 1998 shrank by about 30% compared to 1994.11. Its revenue in 1998 was about 50% of that in 1994.12. In 1998, the DPRK made a strong and prosperous nation a national goal. However, in order to achieve this goal, the DPRK needed capital. In this context, the DPRK issued an official statement in August 1999 in which it stated its intention to improve relations with Japan. 13 Furthermore, in September 1999 it agreed with the United States to freeze missile tests. The ninth round of normalization talks. 7.5 years after the previous round, the DPRK and Japan held the ninth round of normalization talks between April 5 and 7, 2000 in Pyongyang. The DPRK argued that the most fundamental issue in the talks was restitution for Japan's colonial rule of Korea. 14 It demanded that Japan start making compensation payments and offer an apology, expressed by the head of the Japanese government, before diplomatic normalization. It also demanded that the apology be clearly written in the final document for diplomatic normalization. 15 Then, it proposed that the two sides conclude a peace treaty, tentatively called the Basic Treaty on the Relationship between the DPRK and Japan. 16 Japan rejected all of these demands. 17 It urged the DPRK to resolve the issue concerning the abduction of Japanese nationals, and expressed strong concerns about the DPRK's missile testing and development. The DPRK responded that it had never abducted Japanese nationals, and that missile development was a matter of sovereignty and was, therefore, not an issue in which other countries could interfere. 18. At a press conference held on April 5, Ambassador Jong, head of the DPRK's delegation, said that the previous 8 rounds of talks had failed to produce any result, chiefly because the Japanese side did not approach the talks from an independent stand and attitude, suggesting that Japan was strongly influenced by the United States. 19. He emphasized that an improvement in bilateral relations would depend on the attitude of Japan towards the issue of apology, as material compensation. Without apology is not repentance of the past, but mere economic business. 20. The DPRK Rock Summit of 2000, and the first foreign ministerial talks. 2 months after the 9th round of talks, the first DPRK Rock Summit was held between Kim Jong-il and Kim Dae-jung in June 2000. Kim Jong-il happily accepted the message from Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori. The Japanese government has a strong willingness to normalize the Japan-DPRK relationship, which was delivered by Kim Dae-jung. 21. He also expressed a desire to normalize the DPRK's relations with the United States and Japan in the near future, and asked for the ROC's active cooperation so that diplomatic normalization could be achieved by the end of the year at the earliest. 22. At the summit, Kim Yong-sun, chairman of the Korea-Asia-Pacific Peace Committee, said that the DPRK was willing to make concessions to Japanese demands, and that Japan would be expected to reciprocate. He went on to say that the DPRK wanted to attract many Japanese companies, expected their investments, and would actively prepare for these. 23. In Bangkok, 1 month after the summit, on July 26, 2000, the DPRK and Japan held the first foreign ministerial talks in history. The talks did not make any substantive progress, but in August the Japanese Foreign Ministry learned that the DPRK government and the KWP had been ordered to successfully conclude the normalization talks by the end of 2000. 24. The 10th and 11th rounds of normalization talks. The 10th round of normalization talks was held in Tokyo on August 21 to 24, 2000. For the first time, Japan officially proposed settling the issue of compensation in the form of economic cooperation in exchange for DPRK's renunciation of property rights and claims associated with Japan's rule of Korea. 25. Although it took an uncompromising stance at the talks, Japan told the DPRK that early normalization was the will of Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori. 26. In fact, in August 2000 he faxed a personal letter to Kim Jong-il, in which he proposed a summit. 27. 3 weeks after the talks, the DPRK allowed a group of Japanese spouses to visit Japan. In October 2000 the Mori administration reciprocated by granting the DPRK as much as 500,000 tons of Japanese rice. 28. As DPRK-Japan relations improved, so too did those between the DPRK and the United States. On October 8, 2000, Kim Jong-il's special envoy, Vice Marshal Cho Myung-rok, visited Washington. On October 23, 2000, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright made a historic visit to Pyongyang. In this context, the 11th round of the DPRK-Japan normalization talks was held in Beijing on October 30 and 31, 2000, but ended without producing any tangible results. The first DPRK-Japan summit and its aftermath. The prospects for DPRK-Japan normalization were clouded by the victory of George W. Bush in the U.S. presidential elections in November 2000, and by President Clinton's decision not to visit the DPRK. However, the DPRK managed to hold its first summit with Japan in September 2002. This section will explain the realization of the summit, the DPRK's stance at the summit, and post-summit developments. DPRK-Japan secret talks. Against a backdrop of changing international circumstances, the DPRK approached Japan and proposed a summit to resolve their outstanding issues. In a secret meeting between Kang Sok-ju, first Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Hideo Nakagawa, former Chief Cabinet Secretary of the Mori administration, and Mori's close aide, in Singapore in January 2001, Kang made several points. These included, 1. Japan's action on the issue of the restitution of its past should take priority, rather than the DPRK's action on the issue of the missing Japanese. 29-2, Kim Jong-il was willing to strive to resolve the issue of the missing Japanese if Japan clarified its stance on the issues of restitution and the missing Japanese. 3. The DPRK would be able to act quickly and return the missing Japanese. And 4. The DPRK is willing to give up its demand for compensation for Japan's colonial rule, and to accept Japan's demand to resolve the issue of restitution through its provision of economic cooperation, because what is important is the content, that is, the amount. 30. From Mori to Koizumi. Soon after the secret meeting, the low popularity, 5.7%, of the Mori administration forced Mori's resignation on April 26, 2001. Junichiro Koizumi, a member of the Mori faction within the LDP, became prime minister, and took up Mori's idea of holding a summit with the DPRK. However, the international environment changed before holding the summit. On September 11, 2001, the 9/11 incident occurred, and this led to the U.S. attack on Afghanistan in October 2001 and its war against terrorism. Then, on November 26, 2001, the Bush administration criticized the DPRK for developing and spreading weapons of mass destruction, WMDs, and for its inadequate acceptance of international inspections. 31 And it branded the DPRK, together with Iran and Iraq, the axis of evil on January 29, 2002. DPRK's relations with Japan also deteriorated due to 1. Japan's arrest of high-ranking officials of the pro-DPRK General Association of Korean Residents in Japan, Chung Ryan, for their illegal involvement in the lending practices of its affiliated credit unions Kogan on November 29, 2001, 2. The subsequent announcement by the DPRK's Red Cross to stop its search for the missing Japanese on December 17, 2001, and 3. The exchange of fire between a DPRK spy ship found in the Japanese Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ, and Japanese Coast Guard ships just outside the EEZ, and the resultant sinking of the ship and deaths of all the crew on December 22, 2001. However, the DPRK showed its willingness to improve relations with Japan by announcing a resumption of the search for the missing Japanese on March 22, 2002. On July 31, 2002, the DPRK and Japan held their second foreign ministerial talks in Brunei. Then, on August 30, Tokyo publicly announced details of the first Japan-DPRK summit to be held in Pyongyang on September 17, 2002. The first DPRK-Japan summit. The first summit was held, as scheduled, on September 17, 2002, and it produced a joint declaration, the Pyongyang Declaration. The DPRK succeeded in obtaining the apology it had so long demanded, as can be seen in the following passage from the declaration. The Japanese side regarded, in a spirit of humility, the facts of history that Japan caused tremendous damage and suffering to the people of Korea through its colonial rule in the past, and expressed deep remorse and heartfelt apology. However, the DPRK made major compromises. First of all, and rather surprisingly, Kim admitted the DPRK's abduction of Japanese nationals, candidly apologized for it, and promised to prevent its recurrence. Furthermore, virtually in exchange for Japan's provision of economic cooperation, the DPRK basically abandoned its demand for compensation and accepted Japan's demand that both countries would mutually waive all property rights and claims, including those of their nationals, that had arisen from causes before August 15, 1945, when the bilateral relationship would eventually be normalized. 32 In addition, Kim made concessions on security issues, confirming in the declaration that the DPRK would comply with all relevant international agreements for the resolution of the nuclear issue and expressing the intention to maintain the moratorium on missile launching in and after 2003. Kim probably made significant compromises in order to realize early diplomatic normalization. It may well be that he succeeded in making Koizumi agree to the establishment of diplomatic relations before fully resolving all the outstanding issues between the two countries. There is a passage in the declaration. Both sides expressed their strong determination that they would sincerely tackle outstanding problems between Japan and the DPRK based upon their mutual trust in the course of achieving the normalization. Yet full resolution of those outstanding problems was not stipulated as a precondition for diplomatic normalization. The DPRK's concessions on the restitution issue and the abduction issue are largely consistent with what Kong told Nakagawa at their secret meeting, apart from the deviation from the demand that Japan act first on the restitution issue. However, it may be the case that the DPRK regarded Japan's rescue of the failed Kogan credit unions affiliated with Chong Ryan, by injecting public funds of approximately 1.4 trillion yen, as Japan's first move on the restitution issue. It is worth noting that the injection was carried out without a strict evaluation of the status of deposits and loans, and despite the suspicion that Chong Ryan sent the DPRK a large part of its credit union loans. 33 In fact, at unofficial talks with Japan held at the start of 2002, the DPRK told Japan that the prompt injection of public funds into the credit unions was more important than food aid. 34 There is a possibility that part of the funds injected were transmitted to the DPRK. Kim made major compromises at the summit, perhaps in exchange for the massive injection of funds into the Kogan and most probably to obtain Japan's economic cooperation, generally estimated at about 1 trillion yen, in order to aid recovery from the DPRK's dire economic straits. The DPRK's GNP in 2002 was about 25% smaller than in 1998. In fact, at the time of drafting the Pyongyang Declaration, the DPRK demanded that there be a clear reference to a concrete amount of economic cooperation, but failed to persuade Japan to accept it. 35 Kim's implementation of new economic reforms in July 2002 and the establishment of the Sinuiju Special Administrative Region in September 2002 were manifestations of his eagerness to rebuild the troubled economy. It may well be that Kim implemented these reforms on the assumption that prompt diplomatic normalization with Japan would be possible by making major compromises at the summit. Besides the economic reason, Kim might well have intended to dilute DPRK's image as a terrorist state in the eyes of Washington, thereby preventing Washington from adopting more hostile policies toward the DPRK. A strong backlash on the abduction issue. Despite his major compromises, Kim's admission of the abduction of 13 Japanese nationals, and the deaths of 8 of them, infuriated the Japanese and led to a new call for credible proof of the deaths. Whether or not Koizumi had unofficially agreed with Kim on early diplomatic normalization, the public outrage made it difficult, and served to strengthen support for hardliners wishing to exert greater pressures on the DPRK. Between September 28 and October 1, 2002, the DPRK accepted Japan's fact-finding mission, gave it explanations for the deaths of the 8 Japanese, and presented death certificates. It also allowed the mission to meet the 5 surviving Japanese and to receive confirmation of the punishment laid out for the individuals responsible for the abduction in 1998.36. Yet Japan found DPRK's explanations unconvincing, and considered the death certificates fraudulent. As a result, public sentiment toward the DPRK deteriorated further. Against this backdrop, the DPRK allowed the 5 survivors to make a temporary visit to Japan on October 15, 2002. The start of the second nuclear crisis. The prospects for early normalization worsened as a result of the announcement by the Bush administration on October 16 that the DPRK admitted that it had an uranium enrichment uranium program, and the subsequent collapse of the agreed framework. 37 Besides, the DPRK became infuriated by Japan's decision on October 24, 2002 not to return the 5 abductees to the DPRK in breach of its unofficial agreement to do so after a 2-week stay in Japan. 38. The 12th round of normalization talks. Against this backdrop, the 12th round of the normalization talks was held in Kuala Lumpur on October 29 to 30, 2002, which, not surprisingly, produced few concrete results on any of the major outstanding issues. While the DPRK demanded the economic cooperation pledged by Japan in the Pyongyang Declaration, Japan refrained from discussing this issue despite the agreement in the Pyongyang Declaration to sincerely discuss the specific scales and content of the economic cooperation in their normalization talks. 39. The DPRK proposed that the two sides discuss the abduction issue at working level talks. 40 apparently in order to facilitate discussion on Japan's provision of economic cooperation, but Japan rejected the proposal. The DPRK criticized Japan for having broken the bilateral promise to return the 5 abductees who had visited Japan on a temporary basis, and for having broken faith with the DPRK. 41 and rejected Japan's demand that the DPRK allow the family members of the 5 abductees to come to Japan. 42 Also, it made insufficient responses to the 150 questions Japan raised on the abduction and its demands for more information. 43. After the 12th round of talks, the DPRK Foreign Ministry expressed its frustration with Japan's stance, saying, Japan's words and deeds regarding the implementation of the DPRK Japan-Pyongyang Declaration do not go with each other. 44 It also urged Japan to take reciprocal action, saying, the agreements and promises made between the countries should be observed on the basis of reciprocity under any circumstances, and if any party ceases to implement its commitment, it is impossible for the other party to continue to fulfill its commitment. 45 Then, it called for early diplomatic normalization, saying, doing away with the leftovers between the two countries by discussing and agreeing on the issues of establishing diplomatic relations and economic cooperation on a priority basis would lead to radically improving the bilateral relations and successfully settling the outstanding issues. 46. The six-party talks, and Abe. After the 12th round of talks, there were some significant international developments pertinent to the two countries. In February 2003, Roh Moo-hyun came into office in the ROC and succeeded Kim Dae-jung's engagement policy toward the DPRK. In March 2003, the United States attacked Iraq and brought down the Hussein regime. In August 2003, the six-party talks for the resolution of DPRK's nuclear issue began. Against this backdrop, in September 2003, Shinzo Abe became the Secretary General of the LDP, one of the top 3 positions after the party presidency. From that point, Tokyo exerted greater pressure on the DPRK. On February 9, 2004, Japan revised the Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Law, which enabled it to impose unilateral economic sanctions on a particular country. The DPRK was clearly in mind. 47 The DPRK strongly criticized the revision. 48 But Kim Jong-il decided to meet Koizumi again. The second summit and subsequent developments. Nearly 2 years after the first summit in September 2002, Kim Jong-il met Koizumi again in Pyongyang on May 22, 2004. This section focuses on the second summit and its impact on diplomatic normalization, then examines subsequent changes in DPRK-Japan relations, with a closer look at changes in the DPRK stance toward diplomatic normalization with Japan. The second DPRK-Japan summit. At the second summit, Kim and Koizumi confirmed the effectiveness of the Pyongyang Declaration of 2002 but held no concrete discussions on the DPRK's concerns, such as Japan's economic cooperation with the DPRK. On the issues of Japanese concerns, Kim allowed the families of the 5 abductees, who had returned to Japan in October 2002, to go to Japan permanently and accepted Japan's request for a reinvestigation into those abductees who had been reported to be either dead or non-existent in the DPRK. 49 Also, Kim expressed his willingness to resolve the nuclear issue peacefully through the six-party talks, and confirmed the effectiveness of the moratorium on missile tests. 50 For his part, Koizumi promised to provide the DPRK with humanitarian aid consisting of 250,000 tons of rice and medical supplies worth $10 million. 51 He also pledged that Japan would not impose economic sanctions on the DPRK as long as the DPRK complied with the Pyongyang Declaration. 52. Kim urged Koizumi to adopt a broad perspective, saying, there would be no problems insoluble if the two countries determine and buckle down to settling them from a broad perspective to meet the desire and interests of the two peoples, as it is the historic mission facing us, politicians, to improve the abnormal DPRK-Japan relations. 53. This comment indicates his frustration with Japan's preoccupation with the abduction issue. However, Kim made a rather pessimistic remark that progress in improving the bilateral relations would largely depend on what an attitude and stance the ally of Japan will take, although the DPRK government would as ever make positive efforts to implement the Pyongyang Declaration. 54. Japan's new anti-DPRK law and Koizumi's perspective. Despite Kim's call for Japan to make an approach from a broad perspective, on June 14, 2004, Japan enacted a new law that enabled the government to ban the entry of ships belonging to and coming from a specific country, in order to maintain the peace and security of Japan, clearly with the DPRK in mind. This new law further antagonized the DPRK. 55. Although Koizumi publicly expressed, on June 30, 2004, his willingness to establish diplomatic normalization with the DPRK by the end of his term as the LDP president in September 2006. 56. 3 rounds of working-level talks. Foreign ministerial talks were held in July 2004 in Jakarta, which were followed by 3 rounds of working-level talks in August, September, and November 2004. The DPRK maintained that the abduction issue had been resolved. 57. But did allow the Japanese delegation to talk with its committee investigating the abduction issue, to question 16 witnesses, and to visit facilities and sites related to the dead abductees. 58. It also presented results from its investigation into the dead and unidentified abductees, including the cremated remains of Megumi Yokota, the best-known abductee, and the possible remains of Kaoru Matsuki. Furthermore, it admitted to the forgery of the death certificates it had previously handed to Japan in 2002, and revealed that originally, such documents had not existed in order to keep the abduction secret. It also said that the intelligence agency had burned relevant documents, and that the scope of the investigation was limited because of the involvement of the intelligence agency in the abduction. Yet Japan found the DPRK's investigation and explanation unsatisfactory. 59. And demanded that the DPRK immediately hand over surviving abductees, reveal the whole truth about the abduction, and extradite those who had committed it. Greater animosity over the abduction issue and U.S. sanctions. The bilateral relations deteriorated further as a result of Tokyo's announcement on December 8, 2004 that its DNA testing revealed that the alleged remains of Megumi Yokota belonged to someone else. 60. The announcement brought anti-DPRK public sentiment to a boiling point. The DPRK claimed that Japan had forged the test result, and demanded the return of her remains. 61. In the midst of this DNA dispute, in April 2005, Japan officially recognized Minoru Tanaka as the 16th abductee and demanded that the DPRK reveal the truth about his abduction. Meanwhile, DPRK-U.S. relations also deteriorated due to the DPRK's announcement on February 2005 that it had developed nuclear weapons, and also to U.S. financial sanctions on DPRK accounts at Banco Delta Asia in Macau in September 2005. Against this backdrop, Shinzo Abe, who had advocated putting greater pressure on the DPRK for the resolution of the abduction issue, became Chief Cabinet Secretary of the Koizumi administration in October 2005. The first round of comprehensive talks and Japan's new law. From February 4 to 8, 2006, the DPRK and Japan held the first round of comprehensive talks on their outstanding issues, but failed to produce concrete progress. 62 Worse, probably due to frustration, the DPRK revived its demand that Japan pay for the hideous crimes perpetrated against humanity, such as forcible drafting of more than 8.4 million Koreans, massacre of more than 1 million of them, and its taking away 200,000 Korean women as comfort women for the Imperial Japanese Army as a separate issue from economic cooperation. 63 The DPRK had ceased to make this demand during the first and second summits with Japan. DPRK-Japan relations deteriorated further due to Japan's enactment of North Korea human rights law on June 16, 2006, which enabled the government to impose economic sanctions on the DPRK if it judged there to be no progress on the abduction issue. The DPRK's Rodong Sinmun blasted the new law as a serious political provocation and the acme of Japan's hostile policy toward the DPRK. 64. The DPRK's missile tests. The DPRK's missile tests on July 5, 2006 intensified bilateral tensions. On the same day, immediately after the missile tests, Tokyo announced 9 countermeasures, which included bans on 1. The entry of the Manjeongbong 92, DPRK's primary cargo and passenger vessel linking the DPRK and Japan, 2. The landing of crews of other North Korean vessels, 3. The entry of charter flights from the DPRK, 4. The entry of DPRK officials and 5. The re-entry of Korean residents in Japan who work for the DPRK government, which in effect meant members of Chongryan Japan also. Decided to freeze visits by government officials to the DPRK. 65 Also, on July 6 the government urged local governments, for the second time since April 2006, to review the exemptions for Chongryan facilities from fixed property taxes. Furthermore, Japan urged the UN Security Council, UNSC, to adopt a resolution requiring member states to impose economic sanctions on the DPRK. Song Il-ho, the ambassador in charge of normalization talks with Japan, blasted Japan, saying, relations with Japan went beyond the worst point, have reached the stage of confrontation, and have become worse than relations with the United States. 66 He condemned Japan's ban on the port entry of the Manjeongbong 92 as an anti-humanitarian act that could not be justified by the missile launches, and maintained that no other country had reacted so extremely to the missile launches. 67 However, on September 19 Japan imposed financial sanctions on the DPRK, designating 15 institutions and 1 individual as related to DPRK's missile and other WMD programs, and imposing restrictions on their financial transactions, on the basis of the revised Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Law of 2004. On September 23, the Korean Central News Agency, KCNA, severely criticized the new sanctions as a provocative act that followed the U.S.'s hostile policy toward the DPRK. 68 Against this backdrop, Shinzo Abe became Prime Minister on September 26, 2006, and Taro Aso, another strong advocate of a tough stance toward the DPRK, became Foreign Minister. Abe made public that he regarded the abduction issue as the most important issue of his administration. 69. The DPRK's nuclear test. DPRK-Japan relations worsened due to the DPRK's nuclear test on October 9, 2006. 2 days later, Tokyo announced economic sanctions, banning the entry of all the DPRK's ships for 6 months, all imports from the DPRK for 6 months, and the entry of North Koreans for 6 months. Also, it urged the UNSC to adopt a resolution that required member states to impose economic sanctions as tough as the Japanese ones. On October 12, 2006, Song Il-ho criticized Japan's reactions for being far more stringent than other countries. 70 Japan further irritated the DPRK by recognizing Kyoko Matsumoto as the 17th abductee on November 20, 2006, and demanded that the DPRK return her immediately and reveal the truth about her abduction. The first round of working group talks on normalization. Despite their extremely bad relations, following the agreement at the six-party talks on February 13, 2007, the February 13 agreement, which required the initiation of talks by 5 working groups, WGs, including one on DPRK Japan normalization, within 30 days. The DPRK and Japan held their first round of WG talks on normalization on March 7–8, 2007 in Hanoi. However, the talks ended with little progress. The DPRK demanded that Japan stop its oppression of Chongryan and lift its economic sanctions against the DPRK. 71. After the talks, the DPRK Seung Il-ho told at a press conference that the abduction issue has been already settled by the DPRK's sincere efforts and that the DPRK would consider conducting re-investigation if Japan met conditions such as initiating compensation for its colonial rule, lifting its economic sanctions on the DPRK, and abandoning the stricter taxation on the properties of Chong Ryan. 72 He also chastised Japan, saying, while the DPRK has made efforts to resolve the abduction issue in response to Japan's demands, after the Pyongyang Declaration Japan has done nothing to resolve the historical issue of compensating for its colonial rule. We do not think that we alone have to do something under Japan's criticism and sanctions. It is fundamentally wrong to compare the abduction issue and the issue of Japan's compensation for its colonial rule. It is unacceptable that Japan makes its compensation conditional upon resolution of the abduction issue. Japan's suppression of DPRK residents and their association in Japan has reached an extreme level. The DPRK cannot tolerate it because it amounts to violation of the DPRK's sovereignty. Improvement of the bilateral relations requires resolution of this issue. 73. He concluded by saying, improvement of the bilateral relations is impossible if Japan maintains its current stance. It would be Japan that should make an initiative for the improvement. The DPRK would positively respond if Japan truly hopes for progress in the bilateral relations and becomes ready to abide by the Pyongyang Declaration and the agreements reached at the six-party talks. It is meaningless to meet Japan if it is not ready to do so and continues to focus only on the abduction issue for some other purposes. 74. The breakdown of the talks was not a surprise at all, given the uncompromising stance of the Abe administration, expressed at the six-party talks in February 2007. Japan would not contribute to the economic assistance to be provided for the DPRK by the five other members of the six-party talks in exchange for its denuclearization, unless there was sufficient progress on the abduction issue. The provision was part of the February 13 agreement. Moreover, though not officially, Tokyo asked Washington not to revoke its designation of the DPRK as a state sponsor of terrorism, and not to terminate the application of the Trading with the Enemy Act to the DPRK in return for DPRK's denuclearization, until the resolution of the issue of DPRK's abduction of Japanese citizens, which Tokyo regarded as a terrorist act. In late February 2007, Abe made this request to Vice President Cheney during his visit to Japan. 75. Japan's new measures against the DPRK. Despite the DPRK's harsh criticism, the Abe administration maintained its tough stance toward the DPRK. On April 10, 2007 it decided to extend by 6 months the sanctions it had imposed on the DPRK in October 2006. On April 12, 2007 the Japanese police officially recognized 2 children, born to a Korean father and a Japanese mother, as having been abducted by the DPRK. On April 25, 2007 it raided Chong Ryan facilities in relation to this case and summoned the chairman and the 2 vice-chairmen of Chong Ryan for a hearing. It was the first time that the police had questioned top executives of Chong Ryan in relation to its investigation into the abduction cases. 76. During his summit with Bush in Washington, D.C. on April 27, 2007, Abe asked him to take into account the abduction issue in deciding the revocation of the designation of the DPRK as a state sponsor of terrorism. 77 He repeated this request on June 6, 2007 during the G8 summit in Germany. 78 On June 29, 2007 Japan revised the North Korea human rights law, adding 2 obligations for the government: 1. To give a sufficient consideration to the resolution of the abduction issue and weakening of DPRK's violation of human rights in deciding on its provision of aid for the DPRK, and 2. To urge international financial institutions to make a careful judgment in extending loans to the DPRK. 79. The DPRK's anger over Japan's stance toward Chong Ryan. What infuriated the DPRK more strongly was the possibility of the central headquarters of Chong Ryan, its de facto embassy in Japan, being auctioned off by Japan's public collection agency because on June 18 the Tokyo District Court had ordered Chong Ryan to pay the agency the 62.7 billion yen it had borrowed from its affiliated Kogan credit unions, and because the agency found its payment plan unacceptable. 80 On July 1 the DPRK issued a statement: Japan's attempt to deprive Chong Ryan of its buildings and lands is infringement of the DPRK sovereignty as violent as its financial sanctions on the DPRK. 81 On July 10, it held a public rally in Pyongyang in protest against the auction, the first large rally against Japan since the first DPRK Japan summit of 2002. The second round of working group talks on normalization. In this context, the DPRK and Japan held the second round of talks on the DPRK-Japan diplomatic normalization in Ulaanbaatar from September 5 to 6, 2007. They held intensive discussions on the issue of Japan's restitution of its past on the first day, and on the abduction issue on the second day. 82 They produced few substantive agreements on any of the major contentious issues, but agreed to continue to discuss concrete measures for early diplomatic normalization, based on the Pyongyang Declaration 83, and to hold the WG talks as frequently as possible. 84 The DPRK delegation gave a positive evaluation to this round, saying that more progress had been made than in previous bilateral talks. 85 The DPRK's chief negotiator, Seung Il-ho, said, Japan showed an attitude to make a comprehensive restitution of its past, taking into account the human, physical, and mental damages it had inflicted on the Korean people. 86. Seung also said, above all, Japan should clarify the roadmap of implementing the restitution of its past in bilateral talks. 87 He urged Japan to make a positive move in order to create an atmosphere conducive to discussing concrete actions. 88 Having pointed out that the DPRK had tried its best on the abduction issue and in fact produced visible results, Seung said, Japan should do at least as much as the DPRK has done. 89 And resolution of problems associated with Chong Ryan can be a start of Japan's redemption of its past, because restitution is not limited to compensation or economic cooperation. 90. He also made a very interesting comment at the second round of the WG talks. Important meaning lies in the confirmation by the two sides of their will to promptly normalize diplomatic relations. Japan, too, has analyzed the progress of the six-party talks and maneuvers of the countries involved in resolution of the nuclear issue of the Korean Peninsula. It can be said that the expression of prompt diplomatic normalization was used based on the judgment that the kind of environment that enables diplomatic normalization is in the making. Conditions are different than before. At present, such judgment can be made, although we have to keep a careful observation of change in conditions from now on. From this comment, it can be deduced that progress at the six-party talks made the DPRK more optimistic about successful diplomatic normalization in the near future. Fukuda's ascent and his policy toward the DPRK. However, on September 7, the Abe administration infuriated the DPRK by informally deciding to extend, by 6 months, the term of Japan's economic sanctions on the DPRK, which was scheduled to expire on October 13.91. Yet the administration came to an abrupt end due to Abe's sudden resignation on September 12, 2007. On September 26, he was succeeded by Yasuo Fukuda, who was the chief cabinet secretary at the time of the first Japan DPRK summit and was seen as less hawkish than Abe. Soon after the advent of the new administration, the second summit between the two Koreas was held in Pyongyang between October 2 and 4, 2007. Reportedly, during the summit, Kim Jong-il expressed his dissatisfaction with Japan, saying, although I put together the Pyongyang Declaration jointly with Prime Minister Koizumi and made efforts to resolve the abduction issue, Japan's action after the summit was disappointing. 92 He also made a remark to the effect that no more Japanese abductees were alive. 93. Although the Fukuda administration enraged the DPRK by formalizing the decision by its predecessor to extend, by 6 months, the economic sanctions against the DPRK on October 9, there was a sign of a softening in Tokyo's hardline policy. On October 26, Japanese news media reported that the Fukuda administration had formulated a more conciliatory policy toward the DPRK, as follows: 94 Japan would adopt the principle of action to action, giving concessions to the DPRK in return for the DPRK's concessions, and would compile a roadmap that clarified what Japan would give to the DPRK in return for certain measures. The concessions Japan has in mind included provision of humanitarian aid, easing or lifting of economic sanctions, and participation in the energy assistance to the DPRK agreed at the six-party talks. Japan would make these concessions when the DPRK returned the surviving abductees and when it showed sincere attitude toward the resolution of the nuclear and missile issues. Japan unofficially informed the DPRK of this new policy. 95. The presentation of a roadmap was one of the demands made by Song Il-ho in early September, after the second round of WG talks. Moreover, it was encouraged by the Bush administration. In February 2007, Assistant Secretary of State Christopher Hill, who led the U.S. delegation at the six-party talks, urged Japan to present a roadmap for full resolution of the abduction issue. 96. Also in the same month, Vice President Dick Cheney and Deputy Secretary of State John Negroponte urged Japan to define what the resolution of the abduction really meant. 97. Probably, the U.S. pressure prompted the Fukuda administration to adopt a new policy to present a roadmap to the DPRK. Unlike Abe, Fukuda did not ask President Bush to consider the abduction issue in deciding the revocation of the DPRK's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism during their summit on November 16, 2007. Besides, Fukuda has refrained from publicly stating his objection to the revocation. However, as of May 15, 2008, the administration has not made public the roadmap, and is waiting for the DPRK to make the first concession. Moreover, despite the DPRK's strong criticism of the renewal of economic sanctions, on April 11, 2008 the Fukuda administration decided to extend Japan's economic sanctions by yet another 6 months because of the little progress that had been made on the abduction issue and the delay in DPRK's complete declaration of its nuclear program. Thus, so far there has been little substantive progress toward diplomatic normalization since the advent of the Fukuda administration. Conclusion. As described earlier, the Fukuda administration has waited for the DPRK to cede concessions first. The DPRK has demanded that Japan make the first move. This inflexibility may be as a result of Fukuda's weak political base, no control of the upper house by the ruling parties following the LDP's defeat in the upper house elections on July 29, 2007, and also because of the administration's low popularity rating, 18% in April 2008, down from 59.1% in October 2007. 98. It may be that Fukuda is reluctant to make concessions to the DPRK without the possibility of obtaining satisfactory concessions from the DPRK, for fear that the lack of such concessions would draw public criticism and lead to a further decline in his popularity. Would the DPRK be willing to make such concessions? The DPRK has already made major concessions to Japan, admitting to and apologizing for its abduction of 13 Japanese nationals, returning the 5 surviving abductees, and allowing their family members to go to Japan. The DPRK has demanded that Japan reciprocate. However, Japan has demanded that the DPRK return more survivors, on the assumption that the DPRK has been hiding them. The question is, can the DPRK meet this demand? Of course, it is impossible if there are no more survivors. Even if they exist, it would be difficult and very risky for the DPRK to find more survivors and return them to Japan, because Kim Jong-il has denied their existence. Doing so is almost certain to strengthen the already strong anti-DPRK sentiment in Japan. Therefore, the DPRK would be very reluctant to make such a risky concession without Japan's guarantee to either normalize its relations with the DPRK, or to provide sufficient economic concessions in return. It is probable that the two sides would need to strike a major political deal to make their respective concessions simultaneously or almost at the same time, so that neither side feel disadvantaged. In fact, The Fukuda administration considers this a realistic option. 99. However, Washington would not allow Tokyo to strike such a deal before Pyongyang makes a satisfactory declaration regarding all of its nuclear programs, including plutonium extraction, uranium enrichment, and involvement in the proliferation of nuclear material. Because the DPRK is aware of U.S. influence over Japan, it is likely to continue to give priority to resolving the declaration issue. It makes sense for the DPRK to resolve this issue first because it would improve economic conditions and thereby strengthen its position vis-a-vis Japan. A satisfactory declaration would prompt Washington to remove the DPRK from its list of states sponsoring terrorism and lift its economic sanctions on the DPRK. Then, the DPRK would be able to borrow money from international bodies such as the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank and receive more economic support from the ROC. Furthermore, the country would attract more foreign investment, particularly in the mining sector, given its rich deposits of natural resources such as rare metals. The likely improvement in economic conditions would reduce the relative importance of Japan's compensation for its past colonial rule of Korea in the name of economic cooperation or not. Consequently, it would reduce the DPRK's need to find more surviving abductees and return them to Japan, and enable the DPRK to demand that Japan agree to make a deal on terms more favorable to the DPRK. From a Japanese standpoint, its position would become weaker as DPRK's economic conditions improve. Therefore, it makes more sense for Japan to strike the aforementioned big deal as soon as U.S. economic sanctions on the DPRK end. If this is the case, then there is a reasonable chance that DPRK-Japan diplomatic normalization could follow soon after the ending of economic sanctions. The DPRK showed greater eagerness to resolve the sanctions issue by presenting 18,000 pages of documents relating to its plutonium program on May 8, 2008 in the midst of new bilateral tensions over its nuclear cooperation with Syria. Such eagerness may be attributed to the prospect of further economic difficulties, triggered by sharp rises in world grain and oil prices, and the weakening of the conciliatory policy of the ROC following commencement of the Lee Myung-bak presidency in February 2008. The DPRK's zeal has increased the chances of its diplomatic normalization with Japan. However, much depends upon how much information and evidence Washington wants to see before deciding to lift the economic sanctions. Chapter 12. North Korea's policy toward the South after the June 15 Joint Declaration, a strategy of national cooperation. Mu Jin-yang. In June of 2000, the first summit meeting between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK, or North Korea, and the Republic of Korea, the ROC, or South Korea, took place. The leaders of both countries held frank discussions regarding nationalism and other issues concerning the Korean Peninsula. Both leaders also agreed to independently resolve the unification issue, recognize a common path toward unification, resolve humanitarian issues, invigorate balanced development of a common economy and exchanges in a variety of areas, and resume meetings between officials from each country, as well as a reciprocal visit to Seoul by Kim Jong-il. The agreement signed by both leaders became known around the world as the June 15 Joint Declaration. The June 15 Joint Declaration was a bringing together of national resolve and the determination of the leaders of the North and South that there could not be another war on the Korean Peninsula, that reconciliation and cooperation between the two Koreas needed to be realized, and that the fatherland needed to be peacefully unified. It was a historic declaration that opened the doors to a new phase of national history after the last 55 years of division, interspersed with war, confrontation, and conflicts. To North Korea, the June 15 Joint Declaration was a national declaration that opened a new era in its national history, a declaration of aspirations for unification announcing the intentions of the North and South to work together for unification, and a national cooperation declaration ensuring inter-Korean reconciliation and mutual prosperity. 1. Beginning with the declaration in 2000, North Korea moved forward, showing signs of a possible transformation by emphasizing a new train of thought in 2001, and introducing the July 1, 2002 economic management reform measures. As for South Korea, it broke away from its antagonistic perception of Pyongyang and adopted an approach of helping our fellow countrymen. The introduction of partial market functions in the economic sector and changes in North Korean citizens' perception of capitalist values are surprising. However, these changes did not come about through in a smooth transition. The North delayed some inter-Korean meetings by at least a month, or some by up to a year, while trying to reinterpret previously agreed contents and renegotiate some details. Even within the scope of progressing reconciliation and cooperation programs, there were two instances of belligerence in the West Sea, Yellow Sea, and similar armed conflict elsewhere. In the East Sea, Sea of Japan, tourist boats heading for MTG Yongang in the north sounded their horns, while the sound of gunfire roared across the West Sea's northern limit line, NLL. Instances of military confrontation between the two Koreas still continue to occur. The second North Korean nuclear crisis reared its head in October 2002. As the North Korean nuclear issue further fueled the fires of U.S.DPRK antagonism, it served to destabilize security on the Korean peninsula. While pressing for the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula, the North declared itself a nuclear state. North Korea's 2006 missile launches and the following underground nuclear test thrust the Korean peninsula into crisis, and the February 13 and October 3 agreements in 2007 offered opportunities for peace on the divided peninsula. Through the Second Inter-Korean Summit and the October 4, 2008 Summit Declaration, the reciprocal relationship between North and South improved, improving the chances of finding a solution to the nuclear crisis on the Korean peninsula. That said, the two Koreas' relationship has become bogged down since the inauguration of South Korea's new president, Lee Myung-bak, in February 2008. Under Vision 3000, President Lee's North Korea policy that is designed to provide conditional economic assistance to Pyongyang over the next decade with the purpose of helping to boost its per capita national income to $3,000, on the premise that the North will denuclearize and open itself to the outside world. Seoul is laying great emphasis on the spirit of the South-North Basic Agreement reached in 1992 while underlining the significance of the U.S. ROK alliance and the principle of reciprocity in inter-Korean relations. The North is emphasizing the need for sincere implementation of the June 15 Joint Declaration and the October 4 Summit Declaration in a manner conducive to the continuation of its national cooperation strategy toward the South. When the two sides failed to find a point of compromise, the North stopped all government-level contacts and dialogue with the South, and launched verbal attacks directly against President Lee Myung-bak. The aim of this chapter is to examine the background and impetus behind North Korea's national cooperation strategy toward South Korea, as well as its logical structure, how it lapsed, and what the results and implications of this may be. This research focuses on the period from the first Inter-Korean Summit in 2000 up until May 2008. During this period, North Korea's national cooperation strategy toward the South, Minjok Gongjo Jeoliak, was upheld, and South Korea's North Korea engagement policy based on reconciliation and cooperation programs was relatively consistent. It was also a critical period that could have been decisive regarding whether President Lee Myung-bak would inherit his predecessor's policy of engaging economically with North Korea and whether the North would continue implementing its national cooperation strategy. This chapter takes a North Korean perspective, but the results are critically reviewed. The research methodology applied here centers on document analysis relying on primary and secondary sources published by North Korea. Background and impetus of the national cooperation strategy. Justification for national cooperation. North Korea finds justification for national cooperation in the distinct single race and development of national history shared by the two Koreas. North Korea understands the idea of nationality to be a people's public social mass and communal destiny created out of history. A nation is not the scientific union of individual people, but rather is based on a historic nationalistic perception, the communal fate of a decidedly firm social group all sailing in the same boat. North Korea believes national cooperation for unity and equality to be inevitable because throughout history, the Joseon, chosen, race shared one bloodline, one language and one culture in one territory. In addition, because the North and the South are not two separate nations facing off, but rather one nation artificially divided by outside forces, national cooperation toward reconnecting the divided nation's bloodline, national reconciliation and unification is also right and proper. Point 3. The necessity of resolution of the unification issue. North Korea calls for national cooperation as a necessary and rapid solution to the Korean Peninsula's unification issues. In his calls for reunification of the fatherland, Kim Jong-il insists that our country's unification problem is a problem of ending outside powers' control over and interference in the South and extending nationalistic independence to the entire country to reconnect the severed national bloodline and nationalistically unite as one race. 4. Materialization of this call for unification of the fatherland would mean, for one thing, putting a stop to rule and interference from foreign imperialism and realizing nationalist independence in all regions of the Korean Peninsula, and 2, reconnecting the nation's severed bloodline, and bringing about racial unity. Because North Korea is exhaustively protecting its national independence, but U.S. imperialists have continued to interfere with and rule over the South, in order to realize independence on a nationwide scale, Korean people should cooperate and unify the country and reclaim the nation's fate on their own. To North Korea, our nation's unification issue is not an issue of who within our singular race can eat whom, and who will be eaten by whom, but rather, eliminating the mistrust and opposition between the North and the South and achieving national unity and unification. 5. Therefore, when looking at the issue from the standpoint of achieving the fatherland unification by reducing misunderstanding and mistrust between the South and the North, and establishing nationalistic harmony and unity, this demands the nation's cooperation. 6. In addition, on the issue of achieving the great task of fatherland unification, there could be a great clash between North Korea and outside forces, and in this great clash, in order to suppress these imperialist outside forces, it is necessary to prepare the independent might of the nation through national cooperation, and in particular, it stresses that national cooperation is an important guarantor of peaceful unification that will strengthen the base of independent national power. Along these lines, North Korea, with its demands for unification and ways to prepare for unification with independent power, essential for peaceful unification, insists on the necessity of national cooperation in order to resolve the unification issue. Confidence in the implication of the June 15 Joint Declaration. Following the first Inter-Korean Summit in 2000, North Korea announced the June 15 Independent Unification Era 7. The leading milestone of this era was the June 15 Inter-Korean Joint Declaration, and the North stressed that the lifeline that would ensure the implementation of this declaration was national cooperation. 8. Kim Jong-il pointed out, as every party and group, countrymen from every sphere and class of society in the North, South, and overseas support and assist in the struggle for fatherland unification, we must strongly spread cooperative activities. 9. Kim Jong-il's point was to stress that the strong implementation of the joint declaration was not something that could be achieved by the efforts of only the North or South or any other group, but rather, because it requires the grand effort of the entire nation, it is only possible through the combined strength of the divided North and South. North Korea stressed that because the spirit of national cooperation brought the June 15 Joint Declaration to life, this spirit penetrated all 5 articles of the declaration. The first article reads, "The North and the South agreed to solve the question of the country's reunification independently by the concerted efforts of the Korean nation." 10. North Korea stresses that the idea of Yuri Minjeok Kiri by our nation itself is inclusive of the spirit of national independence and national cooperation. The North asserts that the principle of national independence involves reclaiming the fate of the nation by driving out foreign powers and taking charge of the nation, while the meaning attached to national cooperation is one of unifying the people of the nation and resolving to harmonize activities. Point 11. The second article of the Joint Declaration reads, "The North and the South, recognizing that the low-level federation proposed by the North and the Commonwealth system proposed by the South for the reunification of the country have similarity, agreed to work together for the reunification in this direction in the future. 12 While this reveals that North and South Korea recognize the ideology and systems of the other and that unification will be achieved based on mutual coexistence, North Korea stresses that, in the end, national cooperation will overwhelmingly promise federation-style unification. Point 13. Article 3 of the Joint Declaration states, the North and the South agreed to settle humanitarian issues as early as possible, including the exchange of visiting groups of separated families and relatives and the issue of unconverted long-term prisoners, to mark August 15 this year. 14 North Korea approaches humanitarian issues such as separated families from the realm of national ties, and brotherly attachment. Point 15. The Joint Declaration's fourth article states, the North and the South agree to promote the balanced development of the national economy through economic cooperation, and to build mutual confidence by activating cooperation and exchange in all fields, such as social, cultural, sports, public health and environmental realms. 16 North Korea emphasizes that exchange and cooperation in various realms between the two Koreas is also based on national cooperation, and that exchange and collaboration in themselves are national cooperation. The fifth article in the declaration states, the North and the South agreed to hold an authority-to-authority negotiation as soon as possible to put the above-mentioned agreed points into speedy operation. The North Korean perspective begins with the belief that dialogue and negotiation are prerequisites for national coexistence and are the principal tools. In particular, North Korea emphasizes that dialogue and negotiation should not take place only between authorities, but rather envoys from every political party within the North and South, and social organizations. The North calls for expansion through many different forms of bilateral and multilateral dialogues and negotiations, and that this type of expansion is precisely the national cooperation's lifeblood. 17. In this manner, North Korea guarantees the successful implementation of the June 15 Joint Declaration through the lifeline of national cooperation, and insists that the realization of national cooperation is guaranteed by the lofty spirit of the declaration, and that it is blatantly clear that it is a necessary requirement for that implementation. Demanding nature of domestic and international affairs. Owing to the demands of domestic and international affairs, North Korea pursued the National Cooperation Strategy. These demands can be divided into three categories: domestic affairs, international affairs, and affairs concerning South Korea, inter-Korean relations. The demands of the international state of affairs in the second half of the 1980s and into the early 1990s, the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the dissolution of the Soviet Union accelerated the development of friendly relations between South Korea and China, as well as South Korea and Russia. The DPRK-PRC-USSR Northern Triangle in Northeast Asia crumbled, and North Korea's isolation from the rest of the world grew deeper. In order to break out of its isolation, North Korea made efforts to improve DPRK-US relations. The goal was to gain economic assistance and prop up the regime by instigating negotiations with the United States through moves such as being vague on nuclear development and missile launches. Following the outbreak of the first nuclear crisis in 1992, North Korea announced plans to withdraw from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, in 1993, removed fuel rods in 1994, among other acts, holding fast to a hawkish position until finally arriving at the Geneva Agreement through three levels of direct negotiations between the North and the United States. The contents of the Geneva Agreement stated that if North Korea froze nuclear facilities and proactively dismantled its program, then the United States would provide two 1,000-megawatt light water nuclear reactors, LWRs, and 500,000 tons of heavy fuel oil per year in exchange. In 1998, while in the midst of missile negations with the United States, North Korea test-launched a Taepodong missile, and at the Berlin Conference in 1999, Washington and Pyongyang agreed that North Korea would suspend missile test launches, and, in return, the United States would ease sanctions against North Korea. In this manner, the international backdrop to North Korea's attempts to promote the national cooperation strategy can be said to include a positive environment for DPRK-US relations, persuasion and pressure from the United States, China, Russia, and other countries surrounding the Korean peninsula to improve inter-Korean relations, and the North's need to strengthen support in the international community. Table 12.1 Central DPRK Economic Indicators for the 1990s. Note, chart based on internal reference materials from the Ministry of Unification. The demands of the domestic state of affairs as can be seen in Table 12.1, after the 1990s, North Korea's economic woes grew more serious. The economic crisis was exacerbated by growing systemic contradictions in the socialist planned economy, the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which led to the disappearance of donor states, the reduction, and in some cases abolition, of friendly trade as part of China's growing reform policies, and natural disasters in the mid-1990s. 18. Following North Korea's transition phase after the death of Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il came to power in 1998. The official launch of Kim Jong-il's regime meant that after the arduous march, the political and military regime managed to secure stability to some extent. However, the economic hardships continued. Kim Jong-il prioritized resolving food shortages and the recovery of basic industries to revitalize the North's sagging economy as the basis for maintaining his regime. To meet this purpose, he needed to improve inter-Korean relations so that the North could receive economic aid and cooperation directly from the South, and even more importantly, receive aid and cooperation from other countries based on his improvement of relations with Seoul. Demands posed by the state of affairs regarding South Korea under the South Korean Kim Dae-jung administration's goals of improvement of inter-Korean relations through peace, reconciliation, cooperation. Seoul promoted a policy of economically engaging the North. The government promoted three fundamental principles: disavowing the use of military provocation, exclusion of unification by absorption policies, and actively promoting reconciliation and cooperation. The Kim Dae-jung administration's promotion of this unique set of policies toward the North and the message of reconciliation with Pyongyang provided the groundwork for North Korea's new perception of the South. The North perceived the South as no longer having a policy striving for North Korea's collapse or unification by absorption, but rather felt that the South was offering a chance to sit down at the negotiation table to hammer out a new sense of trust. 19. Logical structure of national cooperation strategy. Meaning of the national cooperation strategy. North Korea has shown an ideological change regarding the notion of nation, in that the changing of the times goes along with the change in the outlook on the world. 20 At the outset of the regime, the economic community promoted by the North was in line with the Marxist-Leninist idea of nationality. 21 In the 1970s, it stressed lineage. In the 1980s, the basic representative of nationalist construction was the shared qualities of blood ties, language, culture, and land, with an emphasis on the sameness of blood ties and language. Regarding nationalism as well, North Korea considered capitalism to be an unwanted result at the beginning of the regime. 22 After introducing the doctrine of Korean nation first. 23 In 1989, Kim Jong-il distinguished between bourgeois nationalism, which favored benefits for the bourgeois class, and the advanced nationalism, which favored benefits for the working class, stressing that Jich philosophy is based on advanced nationalism, which he called the real nationalism. 24 Basically, cooperation is helping each other, and national cooperation is people of the nation helping each other. To North Korea, national cooperation is all people of the nation combining their hearts, minds, strength, and wisdom into one and cooperating in moving forward in the struggle to reclaim the fate of the nation. 25. North Korea stipulates that national cooperation and national unity are the same. The basic concept of national cooperation is that it is to oust foreign powers and combine the people of the nation as one. The North stirs up patriotism in the people of the nation in order to achieve national unity. The national cooperation strategy sets the direction for unification for all Koreans, and strengthens the coalition of organizations working for unification around the world at every level. National unity transcends ideology, doctrine, and differences of systems, and stresses national solidarity in order to realize the goal of unification. In this manner, the relationship between national unity and national cooperation appears as follows: national unity is overall national cooperation, and regarding the actualization of national cooperation, national unity can be further strengthened. When national unity is achieved, national cooperation will materialize at the highest level. National cooperation strategy is national unity, and national unity can be said to be national cooperation. 26. Regarding the issue of unification, North Korea emphasizes, national unity is the preparation of independent might in order to unify the fatherland, while national cooperation realizes national unity and is the basis of it. Every problem posed by the struggle to unify the fatherland is a problem to be solved jointly by the nation. 27. North Korea also defines the relationship between national cooperation and by our nation in its own way. The North stresses, by our nation is the basic idea of the June 15 Joint Declaration, and the main subject of unification. National cooperation strategy is the resulting action of the Joint Declaration and a means to achieve the national unity that will guarantee independent unification. 28. Regarding national movements, the phrase by our nation carries the meaning that the people of the nation come forward together to solve the problem of the nation's fate. Regarding the unification issue, the phrase by our nation carries the meaning that the Korean nation will take ownership and combine forces to come forward and resolve the unification issue without the interference of outside powers. The substance of by our nation is that be it a national problem or a unification problem, the people of our nation, with no interference from outside powers, must take control and solve it with its combined might. In this manner, by our nation and national cooperation both embody national independence and national unity in the same manner, and in particular, national cooperation is a method and tool to realize the ideals of the Korean nation through nationalistic harmony and union. 29. Policy goals. The goals of North Korea's ROK policy of national cooperation are easily found in agreements such as the April 8 agreement to hold the first Inter-Korean Summit and the June 15 Joint Declaration, the August 5 agreement to hold the second Inter-Korean Summit, and the 2007 South-North Summit Declaration. The April 8 agreement announced, South and North, in order to advance the nation's reconciliation and solidarity, exchange and cooperation, peace and unification, will hold an Inter-Korean Summit meeting. 30. The goals can be summarized into three groups: the nation's reconciliation and solidarity, exchange and cooperation, and peace and unification. In the June 15 Joint Declaration, South and North agreed to solve the question of the country's reunification independently, agreed to work together for the reunification in this direction, agreed to settle humanitarian issues as early as possible, agreed to promote the balanced development of the national economy through economic cooperation and build mutual confidence by activating cooperation and exchange in all fields, and agreed to have dialogues between authorities. 31. These goals can be divided into 5 groups: national independence, unification aims, national reconciliation, resolution of humanitarian issues, exchange and cooperation, and dialogue between authorities. 32. The August 5 agreement announced, the meeting between leaders of the South and North causes inter-Korean relations to develop to a higher level, carrying with it the important meaning of the Korean Peninsula's peace and prosperity in national cooperation, of opening the door and moving toward unification of the fatherland. 33. In other words, it can be summarized into 4 ideals of development of inter-Korean relations: peace on the Korean Peninsula, mutual national prosperity, and unification of the fatherland. The 2007 Inter-Korean Summit Declaration included South and North, focusing on national dignity and interests, through a relationship of mutual respect and trust, move inter-Korean relations toward unification, and move forward to work closely together in order to expand development of inter-Korean relations, in order to cease confrontational military relations, ease tensions, and ensure peace on the Korean Peninsula, put an end to the armistice and move toward building a permanent peace regime, for the national economy's balanced development and joint prosperity, develop exchanges and cooperation in the socio-cultural realm, actively promote cooperative humanitarian projects, and to strengthen cooperation for national interests and the rights and interests of overseas countrymen on the international stage. 34. This can be divided into 8 primary goals: 1. The importance of national dignity and interests; 2. Mutual respect, development of inter-Korean relations toward unification; 3. Peace and reduction of tensions on the Korean Peninsula; 5. Balanced development of the national economy and mutual prosperity; 6. Exchange and cooperation; 7. Humanitarian cooperation; and 8. Cooperation on the international stage. The goals of the North's policy of national cooperation with the South can easily be deduced if one glances at the 4 inter-Korean agreements mentioned. The goals of the policy of national cooperation can be summarized into the following 5 categories: 1. The development of inter-Korean relations; 2. Promotion of peace and easing of tensions on the Korean Peninsula; 3. Joint national prosperity; 4. Independent national unification; and 5. Further cooperation on the international stage. Principal promotion. In order to achieve the 5 goals of the policy of national cooperation, North Korea based the policy's promotion on the fundamentals of national independence, prioritization of national common interests, coexistence, mutual prosperity, and common understanding. The principle of national independence is deeply related to the policy goal of independent national unification. This is clear in the instructions of Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il has pointed out, unification of the fatherland is a problem for people of our nation, and as it is related to our national independence, we must rise up on the strength of national unity according to the nation's independent demands and ideals and become the master of our fate. 35. Independent national cooperation comes from the struggle to protect the nation's independence and dignity. North Korea sees the U.S.'s control over and interference in South Korea, as well as the U.S.'s controversial policies toward the North, as infringements of national autonomy. In order to protect the nation's independence, the struggle eventually targets the United States and U.S. control and interference, anti-unification movements that threaten national independence, and acts that threaten to interfere with the unification of the fatherland. The principle of prioritizing mutual national benefits is deeply tied to the policy goal of joint national prosperity. This is also prominent in the instructions of Kim Jong-il. According to Kim Jong-il, today the task of unification of the fatherland is coming before the nation, and no class nor social bracket shall put their personal interests before those of national cooperation. Even though the differences in ideology and systems existing in the North and the South are very large, they cannot be larger than our nation's national common character formed and firmly developed through eternal history. The benefits of national community and national cooperation lay before both North and South. In the same way, if we move forward toward unification of the fatherland and transcend differences in ideology and system, we can achieve national unity. 36. Because the nation is a historic entity above either ideology or system, any attempt to subordinate the nation to any ideology or class interest is an injustice. A nation is not something that exists to serve ideology, but rather, ideology exists to serve the nation. Therefore, national interests and national destiny are more precious than any ideology or system, and more than any politics. It is North Korea's position that national interests must be protected in order to achieve any class intentions or ideology. 37. The principles of coexistence, mutual prosperity, and common understanding are closely tied to the policy goals of development of inter-Korean relations, promotion of peace and easing of tensions on the Korean Peninsula, and expansion of cooperation on the international stage. Kim Jong-il points out, uniting on the basis of a recognition of different ideologies and systems in the North and the South, we must move down the road to the unification of the fatherland together, while planning for coexistence, mutual prosperity, and common understanding. 38. While recognizing and respecting that there are different systems and ideologies in the North and the South, and avoiding interference, it is a call to progress and prosper together. In the North, there is a socialist system and socialist ideology, while in the South, a capitalist ideology and structure exist. With each repudiating the system, ideology, and beliefs of the other, they cannot avoid mistrust, confrontation, and conflict. North Korea stresses that the principles of building coexistence, mutual prosperity, and common understanding the starting point of the realization of inter-Korean reconciliation and unification, with the accomplishment of these latter aims seen as the ultimate goal. 39. Promotion strategy. North Korea's structural crisis continues. The crisis is rooted in the economic woes of the North. In order to overcome the economic difficulties, a vast amount of aid is needed from the United States and South Korea. However, the United States and South Korea have predicated their assistance on demands for North Korea's transformation. The central aim of the transformation is reform and opening up. North Korea believes there is a direct connection between reform and the regime's collapse, meaning absorption by the US and ROC. This is precisely the dilemma facing North Korea. The most pressing current crisis on the Korean peninsula is the North's nuclear issue. The US's hostile policy toward North Korea is a result of the North's nuclear test and possession of nuclear weapons. Even while the United States presses for the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula, after incapacitating DPRK nuclear weapons, strict controls on import/export of nuclear material are likely. While South Korea calls for denuclearization of the peninsula, the relationship between a resolution of the DPRK nuclear issue and progress in inter-Korean relations cannot be precisely defined. Simultaneous, inconsistent denuclearize first, improve inter-Korean relations second policies are very evident. The 5 goals set out by the policy for national cooperation are the development of inter-Korean relations, the promotion of peace and easing of tensions on the Korean peninsula, joint national prosperity, independent national unification, and expanded cooperation on the international stage. The promotion of the policy is based on the 3 principles of national independence, prioritization of common national interests, and striving for coexistence, joint prosperity, and common understanding. The strategy for the policy's promotion is founded on the goals and principles of the policy, while taking into account the North's economic difficulties and structural problems, and inter-Korean and DPRK-US relations revolving around the currently unresolved nuclear issues. First is the strategy for regime preservation. In the mid-1990s, North Korea was hit by the collapse of its socialist market and US economic sanctions, along with natural disasters. In an effort to get past this triple whammy, North Korea evoked the Arduous March. The Arduous March was a war without weapons for the people of North Korea. North Korea proclaimed that it was a war of wills, and through that war, and in fact specifically to win that war, the Kim Jong-il regime was officially established in 1998. North Korea has stressed that there must be a leader, party, and state, and with the party and state, the people need the leader's absolutism. This is the idea emphasized in the call to protect the Kim Jong-il regime to the death. The North Korean nuclear issue, inter-Korean relations, and DPRK-US relations are all subordinate to the preservation of the Kim Jong-il regime. Second is the strategy for ensuring benefits. North Korea has set its sights on ensuring gains through economic cooperation, socio-cultural exchange, and humanitarian relief work with the South. Even at inter-Korean administrative talks, the North responded very positively to discussions on economics, while on the other hand, during talks on political or military affairs, the North appeared more interested in gaining economic compensation. This was true at private sector talks on socio-cultural cooperation and exchange as well. Aside from political goals, Pyongyang was intent on strengthening economic aid through gaining support for the North. As no political situation has largely divided the left and right wings of South Korean politics to the point of bringing inter-Korean relations to a halt, the DPRK has used private sector cooperation and exchange to boost aid to the North and spread its support base, as well as national cooperation. Third is the strategy of linking inter-Korean relations with foreign relations. North Korea's strategy is to use its relationship with the South as a buffer against pressure or isolation from the international community, as well as a means to spread its base of support regarding DPRK-US relations and the resolution of its nuclear issues. By reopening dialogue with South Korea, the North has projected a peaceful image, while calling for DPRK-US negotiations. The North has shifted from a strategy of engaging the United States and isolating the South to a strategy of engaging the South first, and then Washington. North Korea has used inter-Korean dialogue as a bargaining chip in response to financial sanctions and a growing interest in North Korean human rights from the international community. In addition, as its reliance on China and South Korea grows, North Korea has tried to induce competition between the two in the realm of investment in the DPRK. Fourth is the strategy of agitation and propaganda aimed at the South. Under the banner of By Our Nation, North Korea has continued to call for the abolition of the South's national security law, the halt of U.S. ROK joint military drills, and the withdrawal of U.S. forces stationed in the ROK. National coexistence and coexistence with outside powers are ideas that are incompatible, and the dichotomy of national cooperation and the U.S. ROK alliance is a structure that has caused some domestic conflict in the South. Through North winds and similar election interference, Pyongyang has sought to strengthen its influence in the South. By offering them as topics of study, the North has highlighted the presidential impeachment, illegal acts by members of the USFK, and other problems in South Korea in order to stir up inter-party controversy in the South and drive a wedge between the US and ROK. Progress in the promotion of the policy for national cooperation. North Korea's promotion of its policy for national cooperation has waxed and waned according to domestic and international conditions. When inter-Korean dialogue was suspended, inter-Korean relations ground to a halt, and when dialogue reopened, relations between the two Koreas picked up again. This scenario of opening and closing doors happened repeatedly. At least, as time passed, both sides built up trust and the length of time that dialogue was closed appeared to decrease. But a hiatus in cross-border dialogue has endured ever since the South's conservative Lee Myung-bak administration was inaugurated. The June 15 summit and other active dialogues, June 2000 to February 2001. North Korea welcomed former ROK President Kim Dae-jung's Berlin Declaration in March 9, 2000, and made unofficial contact with South Korea. At this meeting the two sides agreed to hold the first inter-Korean summit, and finally, the historic summit was held in Pyongyang. 40 Yang Jung-san announced to the world the 5 agreements included in the June 15 Joint Declaration, including the independent resolution to the unification issue. Along with recognizing the South Korean government as an equal dialogue partner, the North fastidiously adhered to follow-up measures agreed upon in the resolution. Pyongyang actively participated in ministerial-level discussions, military discussions, discussions on economic cooperation, and a wide variety of other meetings. In particular, the first-ever inter-Korean defense ministerial talks were held September 25 to 26, 2000, at which they agreed to secure peace and build trust on the Korean peninsula. But from October 2000 onward, discussion of military issues faded out, and North Korea appeared to have decided to slow the pace of inter-Korean relations. Wait and see for DPRK-US relations, on again off again for inter-Korean talks. Up until the first part of 2001, North Korea regularly insisted through its New Year's joint editorials, "We must achieve considerable progress in accomplishing the great task of unification of the fatherland," 41, and through this and other utterances, presented a positive position regarding developing relations with South Korea. A third Red Cross meeting, a meeting between fishery officials of the two Koreas, a fourth round of inter-Korean working-level military talks and other engagements were first proposed by the North. In February 2001, following the advent of the Bush administration in the United States, North Korea observed U.S. policy toward Pyongyang, while at the same time halting, delaying, or postponing talks and existing agreements with the South, intentionally causing a lull in action. The fifth round of ministerial talks and third round of Red Cross meetings and the exchange of agreements at inter-Korean working-level military discussions, February 2001, were all postponed, and the agreement to form a unified world ping-pong team was abandoned. In particular, in response to the U.S. hawkish policy toward Pyongyang, North Korea began to call for aid and national cooperation from the South. While cracks were showing in the U.S.-ROC relationship, North Korea cancelled or delayed talks between authorities, demanding an easing of cooperation between South Korea and the United States. 42 Even while continuing to maintain a freeze on relations, North Korea invited South Korean delegations to celebrations for the birthdays of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, apparently still working to expand socio-cultural exchanges. In April 2002, through South Korean Special Envoy Lim Dong-won's trip to the north, inter-Korean relations were temporarily restored, but in June of the same year, the Korean peninsula was again reduced to a state of tension due to DPRK hostilities in the West Sea. Stable DPRK-U.S. relations lead to restart of South-North dialogue, July 2002 to July 2004. Following the West Sea hostilities, North Korea positively welcomed ministerial-level talks and meetings in the military realm under the strategy of pressuring the United States through inter-Korean relations. By isolating Washington, North Korea sought to ease the U.S. policy toward Pyongyang, and through national cooperation, it sought to incite anti-Americanism, while at the same time seeking to broaden its sources of revenue through actions such as the July 1 economic management reform measures as it pursued a multi-purpose agenda. Following the outbreak of the second nuclear crisis in October 2002, North Korea earnestly put forth national cooperation as a means to answer heightened pressure from the international community. A Korean nation versus the U.S. standoff was created, with North Korea stressing the development of inter-Korean relations, not so much for economic aid, as in order to stir up anti-Americanism. In particular, exchange and cooperation in the private sector was actively welcomed as the North concentrated its efforts on further creating an atmosphere of national cooperation. Anti-Americanism was easily seen in November 2002, when two schoolgirls were struck by a U.S. vehicle and as the participatory government of Roh Moo-hyun was ushered into office. Structural instability and controlling the pace of relations with the South, July 2004 to May 2005. Faced with South Korea's prohibition of condolences on the 10th anniversary of the death of Kim Il-sung and growing numbers of North Korean defectors making their way to the South, Pyongyang brought dialogue between the North and the South to a complete halt. As North Korea felt this stance by the ROC government and the mass defections were directly related to regime preservation, Pyongyang had significant doubts on the practicality of developing inter-Korean relations. North Korea delayed or cancelled working-level fishery talks, the 15th round of ministerial talks, the 10th meeting of the Committee on the Promotion of Economic Cooperation, and the August 15 joint national celebrations. In light of unfavorable events such as the U.S. Congress's North Korean Human Rights Act, October 2004, and the launch of President Bush's second term, January 2005, North Korea had no choice but to adopt a defensive policy toward the South, and this resulted in the North's efforts to control of the pace of relations with Seoul. Restoration and institutionalization of relations with South Korea, June 2005 to June 2006. On one hand, North Korea restored the frosty relations with South Korea through the June 17 meeting and the August 15 joint activities, and made efforts to bring inter-Korean economic cooperation into force and institutionalize relations with the South. In particular, North Korea moved to build and expand organizations related to the South, and prepared laws and regulations related to inter-Korean relations. The office under the control of the cabinet responsible for private sector economic cooperation was reorganized and expanded into a high-level organization, June 2005. The law on inter-Korean economic cooperation was enacted, July 2005, and the Council on Inter-Korean Economic Cooperation was established, October 2005. On the other hand, North Korea used the restoration of inter-Korean relations to bring up the so-called fundamental question, and full-scale pressure on the South emerged. The North increased pressure on the South to resolve issues such as bans on visits to the National Memorial and other locations, cessation of U.S. ROK joint military exercises, and other fundamental issues. On the 5th anniversary of the June 15 Joint Declaration, North Korea proposed three-stage cooperation, 2005, the three-part patriotic movement, 2006, and the three main tasks, 2007, by combining and elevating the themes of by our nation and national cooperation. Temporary lull resulting from missile and nuclear testing, July 2006 to February 2007. In response to South Korea's freezing of rice aid, a move it made after North Korea's missile and nuclear tests, the North decided to take a hawkish turn in policy toward Seoul, including calling a halt to meetings between separated family members. However, it regularly promoted economic cooperation in the private sector and socio-cultural exchanges, and even officially requested South Korean aid following severe flooding. In order to strengthen economic utility, North Korea decided to maintain continued relations with the South. Development of the nuclear issue and normalization of relations with the South, February, August 2007. After 7 months, North Korea was again receptive to inter-Korean ministerial talks and other dialogue between authorities from the two Koreas in an attempt to normalize relations with Seoul. Separated family meetings, fertilizer aid, 300,000 tons, test runs of cross-border trains, and agreements on light industrial and mining cooperation resulted. However, delays in the implementation of the February 13 agreement led to some temporary adjustments. In response to the South's linkage of rice loans to progress on the February 13 agreement, the North employed a strategy of plunging inter-Korean relations into a lull. Sudden reversal of relations with South Korea, August 2007 to December 2007. North Korea gained confidence as the international atmosphere grew more positive, leading it to unfold an aggressive yet utilitarian policy towards South Korea. In order to turn around inter-Korean relations, Pyongyang proposed an inter-Korean summit, August 2 to 3, and through that summit's agreements, brought about a complete reversal in and normalization of relations with Seoul. In order to obtain investment and economic aid from the South, North Korea adhered to a positive position toward relations with the South, focusing on economic cooperation. Pyongyang appeared willing to move toward a framework for peace regarding the Northern Limit Line, NLL, and other points of contention, proposed the Special Zone for Peace and Cooperation in the West Sea, and other means of attracting investment. Regarding military dialogue as well, North Korea appeared positive about military guarantees on inter-Korean economic cooperation. North Korea also provided the October 4 Summit Declaration, with principles rooted in the execution of the June 15 Joint Declaration, and prioritized implementation of the October 4 Declaration in its 2008 policy towards South Korea. 43. The launch of Lee Myung-bok's presidency and Pyongyang's wait-and-see attitude, December 2007 to March 2008. The North apparently avoided making official comments about South Korea's new president and his North Korea policies from the end of the presidential election in December 2007 until March of the next year. Such self-restraint was seemingly based on the judgment that there would be nothing to gain by stoking inter-Korean conflict when the South faced a political situation that was rapidly developing in a complex way. The North's wait-and-see attitude was specifically notable in a dialogue that took place in Pyongyang in January between Wang Jiarui, head of the International Liaison Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, and North Korea's Kang Sok-ju, first Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Kang allegedly said, North Korea's stance regarding its South Korea policies was comprehensively reflected in the 2007 Inter-Korean Summit Declaration. We still need time as there are a number of factors that prevent us from making any decision regarding our South Korea policies. We will closely monitor how the new government in the South maps out policies on North Korea. With great interest, We will also follow up developing situations regarding President Lee Myung-bak's upcoming visit to the United States. 44. Kang's remarks make it possible to guess that the North spent around 3 months analyzing South Korea's new North Korea policies, and came up with corresponding measures. Being embarrassed by Seoul's ambiguous stance toward the June 15 declaration and the October 4 declaration, however, the North continued to cherish the two declarations and its national cooperation strategy. This reflects the North's hope to see inter-Korean reconciliation and cooperation projects keep moving forward. The inter-Korean standoff and hopes to implement the June 15 and October 4 declarations, March 2008 to May 2008. In March, the North appeared to have made a strategic decision on how to deal with a South Korea that had shown no signs of a positive turn in its North Korea policies. The North's moves were fast and decisive. The North Korean government evicted South Korean government officials working at the Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation Office in the Gaeseong Industrial Complex, March 24, test-fired short-range missiles in the West Sea, March 25, sent an official notice to the South's chief delegate to inter-Korean general-level military talks indicating that the North would stop all government-level contacts, March 29, began to directly blame President Lee Myung-bak and rejected his Vision 3000 policy, April 1, and sent an official message to the South's chief delegate to the general-level military talks, pledging that it was ready to conduct military actions. After the series of measures, the North continued calling South Korea's ranking North Korea policymakers by name, and blamed them for abandoning the June 15 and October 4 declarations. Such swift and decisive moves by Pyongyang indicated that in late March, the North's military leaders might have come to a conclusion on how to deal with South Korea's new administration. Whenever the North took the offensive, however, did not forget to underline the importance of the June 15 declaration and the October 4 declaration, saying that only sincere implementation of the two agreements could guarantee the development of inter-Korean relations. The North still hoped to see a continuation of the national cooperation strategy. Results and tasks of the policy of national cooperation. Results: the 5 goals of North Korea-South Korea policy of national cooperation are: 1. The expansion of inter-Korean relations, 2. Promotion of peace and easing of tensions on the Korean peninsula, 3. Joint national prosperity, 4. Independent national unification, and 5. Further cooperation on the international stage. Following the historic summit in 2000, changes in the domestic and international realms led to many complications over the next 8 years, but despite this, relations with South Korea have developed considerably. First came the promotion of a good impression of the North among South Koreans. In a narrow sense, this means cooperation between North and South Korean authorities, and in a wider sense, every class and group in South Korea and overseas combining forces with North Korea. 45. North Korea held a range of high-level talks with the South, ranging from the summit meeting to ministerial talks, Red Cross meetings, and talks on economics, sporting activities, and military affairs. North Korea's Asia-Pacific Peace Committee and National Economic Cooperation Committee held exchanges and cooperated with Hyundai and other South Korean companies under the so-called principle of separation of politics and economics. In the South, anti-communist education was replaced with unification education, public safety drills were held less frequently, the North was no longer referred to as the main enemy, and other moves were made as South Korean people slowly got over their anti-DPRK sentiment and began to see those from the North as brethren. Of particular interest was the rise in South Koreans' favorable impressions of the JICH philosophy and Kim Jong-il. 46. Second was the promotion of national ties and preparation of a basis for joint prosperity. In North Korea, the promotion of national ties focused on the call for the release of unconverted long-term prisoners and the reuniting of scattered and separated families. North Korea's call for 63 unconverted prisoners was said to stem from General Kim Jong-il's moral and revolutionary righteousness. 47. Following the historic summit, a number of meetings for separated families were held in Seoul, Pyongyang, and Mount Jeumgang, and overseas members of the Korean Pro-DPRK League in Japan, Jokongrian, traveled to the south to meet estranged family members. Probes into the fate of other family members and exchanges of letters also took place. 48 The groundwork for joint national prosperity focused on the three main projects of a tourism venture at Mount Gyeonggang, reconnection of the inter-Korean railways, and the Gaeseong industrial complex. North Korea stressed that inter-Korean economic cooperative projects were not cooperative projects between separate countries, but rather cooperative projects within one nation, promoting the strengthening of ties and directly contributing to national reconciliation and unity. On top of this, the North insisted that free contact and exchange promoted national unity, and this would lead to joint national prosperity and unification of the fatherland. 49. Third was promotion of an independent national unification. Following the historic inter-Korean summit, North Korea evaluated the status of the nationwide struggle for unification. On one hand was independent national unification, on the other was the anti-U.S., anti-war struggle. Around June 15 and August 15, national unification rallies and festivals are held in the north and in the south. At these events, each political party and social organization in the north, south, and overseas from all ranges of classes and groups are represented, giving a deep sense of national unity to the occasions. 50 North Korea emphasized that the June 15 joint declaration was the supreme mobilizing force to increase the sense of anti-American independence and national cooperation in the South, while more strongly pushing the expansion of anti-Americanism and the struggle for independence of the fatherland. This shows the need for an anti-American struggle in the South in order to achieve the North's goals. This anti-Americanism takes the form of demands for withdrawal of the U.S. forces in Korea, resistance to U.S. control or subjugation, an end to warmongering regarding North Korea, removal of military outposts on the Korean peninsula, and ending the unbalanced relationship between the U.S. and ROK. 51 In particular, North Korea called for the year 2005, the 60th anniversary of the division of the Korean peninsula, to be the first year of independent unification and the first year marking the withdrawal of USFK, while vowing to further strengthen the struggle for spreading anti-Americanism and for independent national unification. 52. Fourth is the growth of international cooperation. Following the historic inter-Korean summit and the reuniting of separated families in Pyongyang in 2000, the North declared, an international environment favorable to unification of the fatherland has been created by broadening the strength of support for unification of the Korean peninsula and heightening the sense of solidarity. 53 After the first summit, North Korea claimed to have laid the path for an international environment favoring unification and peace by visiting with the highest level officials in Russia and China. In addition, under Kim Jong-il's directions to develop relations with all countries willing to recognize North Korea's sovereignty, relations were normalized between North Korea and most Eastern European nations, and relations were restored with a few countries throughout Asia. 54. Tasks North Korea is also pushing for the acceleration of exchange and cooperation with the South. It is Pyongyang's position that with economic cooperation and exchange, balanced development can occur, and in the cultural realm, a union of strengths can overcome the sense of heterogeneity, while in the political and military realms, conflicts can be toned down and the peace and unification of the peninsula can move forward. It is important to the North not to cooperate and exchange in just one arena, but rather to engage with the South in all areas. North Korea also stresses that it is a national task to create and implement a system protecting peace on the peninsula in order to foster reconciliation and prevent war. Pyongyang points out that peaceful cooperation is the step preceding national cooperation, and the two Koreas, in each class and political party, need to devoting much effort to overcoming differences and put the nation first in order to prevent war and create a peaceful environment. The NLL issue, U.S. ROK joint military exercises, the South's national security law, and restrictions on visitations are the so-called four root problems slowing the development of inter-Korean relations, and North Korea insists that expansion of national cooperation is essential to resolve them. 55. Since Lee Myung-bok's inauguration in February 2008, the two Koreas have been undergoing a new standoff that was largely caused by the South's ambiguous stance toward the June 15 declaration and the October 4 declaration. At the same time, however, the North made few efforts to try to understand the South's new North Korea policies, despite the fact that its national cooperation strategy can bear fruit only when it shows thoughtful consideration for the other side. Conclusion: North Korea's policy toward the South has been affected by changes in international, domestic, and inter-Korean affairs throughout every era. The North adjusts by using these domestic and international shifts in order to best serve its national interests. Following the first summit in 2000, as the North's policy toward Seoul unfolded, this remained true. Regarding international influences, the North needed to break free from diplomatic isolation brought on by its nuclear issues. The policy of national cooperation was used to improve inter-Korean relations in an attempt to favorably influence the building of DPRK-US relations and ease U.S. pressure on the North, while at the same time projecting an increasingly peaceful image of the country to the international community. Further, as the North came to rely on China economically, China's influence over the North grew, as well spurring on Pyongyang's desire to engage the South. Concerning domestic pressures, systemic and chronic economic difficulties led to the emergence of a need for South Korean economic aid. South Korea's policy of engagement with the North eased the North's concerns about unification by absorption, and Pyongyang used the positive public opinion projected by South Korea's civic organizations as well as the amount of attention the North attracted from the ROC government as reasons to actively rejuvenate socio-cultural exchanges with the South, and these influences also had a positive influence on the continuance of the North's policy for national cooperation. However, despite positive results and influences stemming from the policy of national cooperation, an air of uncertainty and a lack of clarity existed regarding the DPRK policy on South Korea. Compared to inter-Korean economic cooperation and socio-cultural exchange, transformation in the political and military realms is extremely limited. North Korea continues to focus on calling for the end of U.S. ROC joint military exercises and abolishment of the NLL, so that easing of military tensions and building of trust are stuck in the beginning stages. In particular, the inflexibility of the military-first policy of the North severely limits the speed at which inter-Korean relations can develop, and the gravity of the military issues between the US and DPRK exacerbates the uncertainty and instability on the Korean peninsula. As North Korea ignores the South's demands for resolution to the nuclear crisis and building of military trust between the two Koreas, and continues to unilaterally demand aid, critical press coverage in the South grows, denouncing low-profile diplomacy and flunkyism. This makes development of inter-Korean relations and national cooperation much more difficult. In particular, interference in South Korea's election and sharp criticism aimed at the South's conservative political party and the press have led Southern conservatives to join forces in opposition to the North, leaving national cooperation meaningful to just the progressive sector of South Korea. After the South Korean presidential election that ended with the victory of Lee Myung-bok in December 2007 and the end of Pyongyang's wait-and-see period, which was considered necessary for North Korean leaders to analyze the South's new North Korea policies, the two Koreas failed to find any common ground, and are now undergoing a new political standoff. It is not yet clear whether the current hiatus signifies the limit of North Korea's national cooperation strategy or whether it is just a temporary phenomenon that has been frequently observed whenever a new president comes to power in South Korea. Chapter 13. Summary and Conclusion. Taewon Kwak and Seung Ho-ju 1. The DPRK has had a complex foreign policy since its creation in the wake of United Nations-sponsored elections in 1948 from which Koreans in the USSR-backed northern half of the Korean peninsula abstained. The international rivalry between the DPRK and the ROC had a legacy of pre-DPRK/ROC efforts by Koreans on both sides to pursue a foreign policy before each had a state government. When compounded by the Korean War and the subsequent decades of intensified international competition, this affected how each Korea's government pursued its foreign policy agenda. When compared to South Korea's relative successes in pursuing economic, political, and societal stature in the international community, North Korea's pursuit of a peculiar combination of communism, ethnic nationalism, authoritarianism, and socio-economic autonomy caused the DPRK's foreign policy to become an equally peculiar combination of assertiveness, brinkmanship, and self-reliance verging on isolationism. It should be noted that there are the difficulties outside analysts face when analyzing North Korea and its policy-making processes. Furthermore, there is the often overlooked difficulty that North Korean analysts and policy-makers must experience when assessing the United States and other countries. North Koreans look at the United States through a lens that has been tainted by decades of extreme ideological indoctrination, which certainly creates extreme suspicions of U.S. intentions. After the Cold War, North Korea's most significant policy has been its pursuit of nuclear weapons, which has brought major efforts by the United States to end Pyongyang's nuclear ambitions. Ed Olson writes in Chapter 8 that North Korea's most predictable attention will be to its ongoing major concerns over the US's evolving policies toward North Korea's nuclear option. He also notes that Pyongyang must be paying attention to how the United States is dealing with Iran's nuclear program, as well as to the 2008 U.S. presidential election and what U.S. foreign policy will look like under the administration. Olson speculates about the possible foreign policies of the various U.S. presidential candidates and the machinations of U.S. domestic sources of Washington's foreign policy, and how they could impact North Korea. He also mentions the importance of ROK policy toward the North and how it affects Washington's policy toward Pyongyang. The authors of the 11 chapters in this volume provide insights into North Korea's complex foreign policy, despite its opaque nature and the secretive aspects of North Korean policymakers' decision-making. Each of the authors has brought a different background and approach to the issues they have assessed. The major points of each contributing author. The major points and arguments of the contributors are provided below. Kenneth Quinones focuses on the role of the North Korea's JICH doctrine of self-reliance, which has evolved in various stages over time, in shaping North Korea's foreign policy in ways that inject JICH's embrace of a North Korean form of realism and pragmatism. As a former U.S. Department of State diplomat with experience in North Korea and with North Koreans overseas, Quinones brings insights and offers sources most analysts of North Korean affairs will benefit from. This analysis of JICH influencing North Korean foreign policy helps to clarify why North Korea's foreign policy has its own brand of rationality and consistency, even if it often strikes outsiders as being irrational and sporadic. His analysis also explores how JICH's role in North Korean foreign policy making helps to explain how JICH has shaped the internal political and social dynamics behind the authoritarian and hierarchical domestic system which embodies the DPRK. Curtis H. Martin's assessment of North Korea's negotiating strategy and tactics during the post-Cold War era offers insights into how a spectrum of analysts have evaluated North Korea's diplomatic record. It categorizes the spectrum into 4 broad schools: security seeking, aggressive hedging, and a blend of soft power and hard power. The latter school is what some other analysts refer to as a smart power. Using these approaches, the analysis assesses the history of this policy evolution in 3 acts. Act I, Going Critical, 1993-94, Act 2, Missiles and Caves, 1998-2000, and Act 3, The Axis Strikes Back, 2002-2008. Each act assesses demands, offers, and threats in a creative manner. Scott Snyder's analysis is focused even more on a very theoretical theme in the manner in which it assesses North Korea's strategic ambitions. It pointedly utilizes and emphasizes a theoretical model created by Etel Zolingen to evaluate various countries' responses to globalization in ways that are assessed in the analysis in order to characterize how North Korea has coped with the economic effects of globalization since the early 1990s. The focus of that policy is on North Korea's strategic goals, its nuclear agenda, and what motivates the behavior of North Korea's foreign policy decision-makers. To readers who are familiar with Zolingen's theoretical approach, this analysis offers many insights. For those readers who are not well versed in her theoretical paradigms, the analysis offers considerable guidance, which is reinforced by the historical overtones used to describe North Korea's evolving policies that may help readers compare her theorization to the work of other theorists. It may also help North Korean academic specialists in their country's foreign policy to gain a better understanding of how Western scholars of a theoretical bent perceive the DPRK societal paradigm, and may motivate them to compare such Western theorizing with the theories that are used by scholars in North Korea. Il-soo Kim addresses DPRKU's relations with a focus on Kim Jong-il, providing a theoretical overview, and addressing the shortcomings in the various approaches to analysis of North Korea's foreign policy. The author points out the well-known level of analysis problem in international relations literature, and mentions his frustration in using first-image psychological approaches. He reviews the rational choice and psychological approaches to foreign policy analysis, but finds neither of them to be completely satisfactory in assessing U.S.-DPRK relations. He asserts that the systemic level of analysis can be helpful, but he believes we also must look at the individual level and the characteristics of state leaders. In Kim's review of the literature, he finds a psychological assessment by a rock psychiatrist that claims to describe Kim Jong-il as a lunatic. However, this type of assessment gives little insight into DPRK foreign policy or decision-making. Kim claims that bureaucratic politics models do not really work in assessing the DPRK, and that the individual level of analysis is better. Kim concludes that Kim Jong-il formulates, or has a veto on, foreign policy, and that DPRK foreign policies are affected by the military economy, socialism, and the U.S. threat. He also concludes that the DPRK uses brinksmanship, with the goals of negotiating on equal terms with the U.S., and acquiring nuclear weapons to deter the U.S. Daniel A. Pinkston evaluates how North Korea's foreign policy deals with the DPRK agenda on weapons of mass destruction, WMD. While many analysts who assess North Korea's WMD program focus heavily on its nuclear weapons agenda, this analysis uses a broader approach including North Korea's chemical and biological weapons programs. The analysis provides substantial details on the history of all three programs and how the policies shaping them evolved, many details about North Korea's missile programs, including names, locations, status, and potential targets, and specifics about the chemical and biological weapons programs. It is a very informative analysis that urges those who are concerned about North Korea's WMD programs to be more innovative in how they deal with the spectrum of options available to North Korea, and assesses what opponents of North Korea's WMD programs may do to prepare for the major problems associated with eradicating these programs. Taewon Kwak evaluates North Korea's role in the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, providing a useful historical analysis of what has happened between the two Koreas as they cope with the ups and downs of an evolving peace process. Its focus is on the measures being taken to yield a peace treaty that will replace the half-century-old armistice agreement which halted the Korean War but has not formally or legally ended it. The analysis pays due attention to how the sequence of nuclear crises and other inter-Korean tensions have negatively influenced the Korean peace regime building process. Its focus on North Korean foreign policy's role in this process involves hopes on the North Korean side that a Korean Peninsula peace treaty, which obviously would have the United States as one of the countries endorsing it, could help improve other DPRK-U.S. relationships. Part of that contextual process would be how the six-party nuclear talks succeed in being to the advantage of both the United States and North Korea, thereby helping to bolster both the broader peace treaty process and the broader bilateral diplomatic processes, reinforcing the links between them. In keeping with that objective, it assesses what the normative goals of a Korean Peninsula Peace Forum of the four nations involving the US, China, and the two Koreas should be. Edward A. Olson addresses North Korea's foreign and defense policies toward the United States. He maintains that North Korea's hostile relations with the U.S. since the Korean War played a profound role in shaping the DPRK's overall foreign policy. The U.S. was viewed as a hostile adversary bent on undermining everything Pyongyang perceived as a positive agenda for the entire Korean nation. North Korean distrust of U.S. leaders had a profound impact on its fear of what the U.S. could do to the DPRK. The Bush administration's use of the axis of evil metaphor to include North Korea reinforced that anxiety. The U.S. Nuclear Posture Review, NPR, is often cited by the DPRK as an indication of Washington's hostile intent. Excerpts from the latest NPR were made public in January 2002, and the document cites North Korea as a possible target of a U.S. nuclear strike. Other policy changes in the wake of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks against the United States, in particular, the Bush administration's policies of preemptive strikes and preventive war, have not gone unnoticed in Pyongyang. DPRK policymakers have certainly also taken note of U.S. policy changes, as indicated in the Defense Department's Quadrennial Defense Review and other prominent policy documents detailing U.S. security policy and efforts toward forced transformation. While the United States under the Clinton administration ultimately implemented an engagement policy under the agreed framework and the so-called Perry process, the Bush administration overturned this approach, and implemented a number of policy initiatives that could be labeled hardline before eventually shifting to a more conciliatory approach. However, some U.S. policies have elicited responses from Pyongyang, and others have required DPRK adjustments. Ming Lee provides an insight that is often missed by casual observers. He points out that on the surface, China and North Korea appear to be good allies, but in fact there is considerable friction behind this public facade. Recently, China has been changing considerably in terms of society, the economy, and politics, but the DPRK is changing much more slowly. There is bilateral cooperation in some areas, but there are undercurrents of friction throughout the relationship. Lee writes that the DPRK seeks security, prestige, and economic benefits in its foreign affairs, but the international environment is not friendly to the DPRK, which has resulted in the DPRK's efforts to acquire nuclear weapons. Lee explains the Chinese role and attitude toward the DPRK, and the paradox in the relationship. While China is frustrated with the DPRK, and tries to push the DPRK toward more extensive economic reforms, Beijing will try to prevent any DPRK collapse. China will support DPRK economic development, and it will support alliance relationships that do not favor the U.S. Lee believes that over time, the foreign policy views of China and the DPRK will continue to diverge even more. China will not provide unconditional support to the DPRK, but do we know the limits? In the future, the DPRK will focus on economic aid from China, support from Beijing in the six-party talks, and support from China in the UN Security Council in the case of votes on economic sanctions against the DPRK. Seung Ho-ju explores Pyongyang's policy toward Moscow in the final years of the Soviet Empire and onwards. Ju provides a good timeline and background on the vacillating relationship from the late 1980s onwards. The suddenness with which North Korea and Russia normalized their relations in early 2000 and the speed with which they resumed cooperative ties in political, military, and economic spheres in subsequent months are intriguing. Their relations fell into the doldrums soon thereafter just as quickly and unexpectedly as the two neighboring states resumed their relations of a few years before. These fluctuating relations are perplexing and puzzling to casual observers. What pushed Putin and Kim Jong-il to warm up to each other initially? Why are the two countries having second thoughts about their relationship? What are North Korea's perceptions, attitudes, and interests vis-a-vis Russia? These are the questions the chapter seeks to address. Ju correctly points out that Russia-DPRK normalization was made possible since the two former allies needed each other, but for different reasons. Furthermore, Ju underlines that the mutually amicable feelings and sincere attitudes of Putin and Kim certainly facilitated the rapprochement process. Unrealistic, high expectations of one another and the subsequent appreciation of sobering reality led the two leaders to reassess their relationship. Putin hoped to regain lost influence over Korean affairs after normalization, and Kim Jong-il expected that Russia would provide military and economic assistance and political support as profusely as in the Soviet era. They were in for a rude awakening. While trying to stay on Pyongyang's good side, Moscow now focuses mostly on large-scale economic and transportation projects. Pyongyang, on the other hand, looks to Russia mostly as a counterbalance against the US in the political and security realms. Yoshinori Kashida analyzes the background and historical timeline of attempts to normalize diplomatic relations between the DPRK and Japan. His objective analysis clarifies the positions of the two sides and the changes in their stances, with a focus on the DPRK. He mentions that since 1991, there have been 15 rounds of negotiations and 2 summits, 2002 and 2004. Kashida maintains that Japan is not eager to normalize relations or to hold talks with that aim, but the DPRK wants an apology from the head of government for Japan's colonial occupation of Korea, as well as reparations. However, Tokyo claims that Japan's colonization, and the comfort women issue, and so on, were not illegal. Japan wants IAEA inspections of North Korean nuclear facilities, but Pyongyang argues that the nuclear issue is between the US and the DPRK. Japan places a high priority on the abduction issue, but the DPRK claims the issue has been settled. The North Korean ballistic missile program is also a serious concern for Japan. Kashida asserts that the DPRK is more eager to normalize relations, but is very likely dissatisfied with Japan's position. He claims that the DPRK initially made more concessions in negotiations, but the abduction and nuclear issues caused Japan to take a hardline position, especially under former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. Prime Minister Fukuda is more dovish and pragmatic, but domestic politics now make it difficult for either side to offer concessions. Kashida is correct in his view that much depends on U.S.-DPRK relations. If there is a breakthrough in the six-party talks and Washington-Pyongyang ties, this will create opportunities to improve ties between Japan and the DPRK. However, there are a number of outstanding issues, and results will only follow long and difficult negotiations. Mu Jinyang explores the North Korean strategy of national cooperation towards South Korea. North Korea's policy towards South Korea has been affected by a number of variables, including changes in the international environment, domestic politics, and inter-Korean relations. North Korea's policy of national cooperation was designed in part to bring about favorable inter-Korean relations in an attempt to improve DPRK-U.S. relations and ease U.S. pressure on the North, while at the same time projecting an increasingly peaceful image of North Korea to the international community. However, despite positive influences stemming from the policy of national cooperation, North Korea continues to call for the end of U.S. ROK joint military exercises and abolishment of the Northern Limit Line in the West Sea. Further, North Korea's military-first policy severely limits the pace at which inter-Korean relations can develop, and the seriousness of the military issues between the US and DPRK exacerbates uncertainty and instability on the Korean peninsula. In particular, interference in elections in South Korea and sharp criticism of the South's conservative political party and the press led to ineffectiveness of North Korea's strategy of national cooperation. The characteristics of the DPRK's foreign policy making under Kim Jong-il. The foreign policy making process in the DPRK is less well known to outside world. In general, North Korea is ruled by a one-party dictatorship under Chairman Kim Jong-il. The Korean Workers' Party, KWP, decides on major policies and enforces them. Officially, however, North Korea's foreign policy-making bodies are divided into party and state organizations. The foreign policy-making bodies in the DPRK Constitution and the KWP Constitution are state organizations, including the Supreme People's Assembly, SPA, its Presidium, the Cabinet, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Party organs include the Party Congress, Central Committee of the Party, the Politburo, and the International Department of the Secretariat of the Party. In fact, Kim Jong-il appears to make all key decisions, including those on national security and economic issues. Kim Jong-il has placed top priority on security and economic development in his foreign policy agenda. Some scholars argue that North Korea is currently undergoing changes in its basic strategy for economic reform. They also argue that negotiations on North Korea's missile and nuclear programs could be resolved through security guarantees and economic incentives. Pessimists, on the other hand, maintain that Kim Jong-il does not really want economic reform or opening up. Rather, he wishes to strengthen North Korean military capabilities, including weapons of mass destruction and long-range missiles, tightening social control for his regime's survival. The major characteristics of North Korea's foreign policy making process under Kim Jong-il may be summarized as follows. First, Kim Il-sung has dominated the foreign policy making process, but he needs to utilize foreign policy experts, if only for advice. He exercises absolute power and influence over both internal and external affairs. Nevertheless, whenever Kim is faced with a number of complex foreign policy decisions, it appears that he seeks his advisors' and specialists' candid opinion and counsel, but Kim's perception plays an important role in making the final decisions. Second, the KWP will continue to play a dominant role in North Korea, even though its role has weakened considerably in terms of the foreign policy making process. Despite the military-first policy, the supremacy of the KWP endures. Thus, no one can expect that the military, the Presidium of the SPA, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will decide and implement foreign policy decisions independently of the party. Third, the North Korean military has played an expanded role in the foreign policy making process in recent years. Chairman Kim Jong-il is utilizing the military in negotiations with other countries as a means of sustaining his regime's survival. The North Korean military adheres to a conservative, hardline position, and has thus opposed opening up and reform for the regime's survival. Nevertheless, high-ranking military officials are recently playing a supporting role in the process of improving North Korea's relations with South Korea and the United States. This proves that the role and responsibility of the military has increased in North Korea's foreign policy making. It appears that there has been no change in the loyalty of the military to Kim Jong-il, and it will continue to support his policy of opening up until North Korea achieves its immediate goals of regime survival through economic recovery. Therefore, the North Korean military will continue to play a significant role in the policy-making process, with active support for Chairman Kim Jong-il. The National Defense Commission, the most powerful organ in North Korea, is chaired by Kim Jong-il. Kim's chairmanship indicates that the commission is a key instrument in North Korean foreign policy making. Those pragmatists who wish for opening up and reform regime survival will have more influence in the foreign policy making process in the future, as North Korea is implementing the denuclearization deal under the September 19, 2005 joint agreement between the six parties in order to expand economic cooperation with advanced countries for the survival of the Kim regime. The DPRK is rapidly adapting to new international environments, thereby changing its foreign policy orientations, even though there are no substantial changes in its national objectives, national liberation, the fulfillment of the revolutionary tasks of the people's democracy, and building a communist society. North Korea has stressed survival and maintenance of the regime rather than its ultimate goal of unifying the Korean peninsula by communizing it. Due to changes in the internal and external environment, North Korea has come to realize that the revolution of the South is impossible to achieve, and that it has to adapt to the newly developing international environment for the regime to survive. In short, North Korea's foreign policy making under Kim Jong-il is not decided arbitrarily. Rather, it is well balanced and managed in accordance with Kim Jong-il's perceptions of internal and external environments, coordination of interests of governmental departments, and discussions among moderates, hardliners, and pragmatists in favor of opening up and reform in order to ensure the survival of the North Korean regime.